She was once a peerless genius admired by all, but on the awakening day, she tragically became a jobless outcast, falling from grace. Meanwhile, I, an F-rank waste, activated a heaven-defying system at this very moment, uncovering the hidden SS-rank power within her. I offered a contract, binding her as my power avatar. From then on, she transformed into a 5-meter female giant on the front lines, wreaking havoc, while I simply lay back and reaped experience and attributes. The world only knows her strength, but none realize the source of her power is me. My name is Wang Qing, a transmigrator regarded as an F-rank waste. On the awakening day when the genius school bell Lin Yu fell from grace, activated my progenitor Titan system. Chapter 1: The Dawn of a Fallen Genius. % on the awakening platform of Jianghai City No. 1 High School in Dragon Country, as Lin Yu stepped onto the awakening stage. The entire venue fell silent instantly. Dressed in her school uniform, her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin snow white, carrying an innate aura of aloofness and confidence. Hiss, so this is Lin Yu? The real person is 10 times more beautiful than the rumors. Below the stage, countless gazes were filled with envy and anticipation. She had consistently topped the rankings for years and was predicted by the principal to be in existence above SS rank. Lin Yu confidently pressed her fingertip against the cold stone monument. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated radiant brilliance never appeared. At the top of the awakening steel, there was nothing, not even the faintest glimmer of light. No reaction? Director Wei Jun frowned imperceptibly. AI. Xiaojian let out a long sigh. After all, they still couldn't evade the bloodline seal. Lin Yu staggered down from the awakening platform, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. At this moment, Wang Qing, standing in the corner of the line, was unusually excited. The moment his fingertip touched the stone tablet, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Host detected touching the awakening stone tablet. The primordial Titan system has been activated. Current profession, rank F Emer, surface display, hidden profession. SSS class progenitor Titan, not fully awakened. Host, Wang Qing system core function, Titan power. According to compatibility, select 8 evolution targets and grant them the powers of the 8 Titans. Synchronized enhancement, the attribute points, subsequent growth, and upgraded skills of the evolution targets will be synchronously fed back to the host. Experience sharing, when an evolution target kills a demonic creature and gains experience, the host will receive shared experience at a 50% ratio. See through everything, can detect target's profession, level, and compatibility with the 8 Titans. Unlimited control, can control all giants and possesses memory-altering abilities. Wang Qing was utterly shocked. This was absolutely insane. He couldn't wait to activate the see-through-everything skill, quickly scanning his classmates in the room, only to find that their compatibility was pitifully low. Until his gaze locked onto that exquisitely abandoned doll-like figure, Lin Yu. Target, Lin Yu %% status, unemployed %% compatibility detection, female giant 100%. She's the one. Wang Qing abruptly pushed through the crowd, chasing after the desolate figure about to vanish at the edge of the throng. Lin Yu, wait a moment, he called out. Lin Yu's footsteps halted momentarily, a flicker of wariness and embarrassment flashing through her eyes. Do you want to reawaken your profession? A truly powerful profession. Wang Qing stared straight at her. Reawakening a profession? How is that even possible? Lin Yu's rosy lips parted slightly, then her voice rose sharply with humiliated indignation, trembling with fury. Wang Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? Wait, seeing her about to leave, Wang Qing activated the system's Titan power function in desperation. An ancient bronze-hued contract scroll materialized midair and gently floated into her hands. The scroll unfurled automatically, revealing a shimmering hologram of a female Titan at its center, slowly rotating. The phantom expands, transforming into clear written terms, standardized contract terms. Granted to SS rank profession giantess, basic attribute enhancements. 800% comprehensive increase across all dimensions including strength, speed, and vitality %% transformation contract terms. Can actively initiate form evolution, with body clad in eternal crystalline armor, allowing unlimited stacked attribute enhancements. At the contract's base, a line of ghostly flaming text slowly illuminated. Will you sign the contract to inherit the bloodline of the primordial Titan? This contract, defying all logic, struck Lin Yu's worldview like a thunderbolt. An SS-class profession? An 800% attribute boost? And there, clearly written in the client's position, were the 2 characters, Wang Qing. Chapter 2, the female giant appears, attributes skyrocket. The novice dungeon teleportation hall was crowded with high school seniors leveling up for the college entrance exams. Amidst the murmurs and greedy gazes, Lin Yu nervously followed Wang Qing into the teleportation portal. Whoosh! Novice dungeon, shadowy forest %. The two arrived deep within a vast forest, shrouded in mist, cold and desolate. Watch out! Wang Qing's expression changed abruptly. Amidst the jungle mist, a dark figure swept forward like a whirlwind, charging straight toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu narrowly dodged an attack and instantly recognized it. A giant-beaked wild chicken. She drew her common-grade sword and slashed, clang, only leaving a faint mark on the giant beak. the strength was too weak. The great beak pheasant hissed menacingly, its greenish eyes fixed intently on the two figures. Lin Yu turned back, tossing Wang Qing a resolute glance. She pulled out the bronze-hued contract, drew a sword across her finger, and firmly pressed her bloodstained print onto the second party section. Boom! The giant's power contract was complete. Ah! A torrential surge of dark energy instantly engulfed Lin Yu, lifting her into midair. Bones proliferated, fractured, and reshaped, while muscle fibers wildly intertwined, wove together, and hardened. Within mere moments, the towering 5-meter-tall silhouette of a colossal female giant fully materialized. Her long hair flowed loosely, and her massive feet effortlessly crushed trees as thick as a bull's opening. Most chilling were those eyes, pupils vanished, replaced by two glowing light sources emitting an eerie green radiance. Looking down at the world beneath his feet, Wang Qing was stunned for a moment, then quickly activated omniscient insight. Name, Lin Yu. Occupation, SS rank giantess. Level, LV6 strength, 8630, after transformation. Agility, 8660, after transformation. Synchronization enhancement activated. Name, Wang Qing. Level, LV1 strength, 9630, transformed. Agility, 9660, after transformation. Holy shit, the synchronized enhancement is ridiculously powerful. Wang Qing was astonished. At just level 1, his base attribute value had already reached 96, and the transformation bonuses were also synchronizing to himself. The giant-mouthed wild chicken beneath his feet had long been scared out of its wits. Chapter 3, Slaughtering All Sides. Bang. The female giant's hammer-like fist came crashing down. The earth trembled as spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the ground. The poor giant-billed pheasant was crushed into a bloody pulp before it could even let out a cry. The loud noise attracted 3 giant-mouthed wild chickens. The female giant moved with astonishing speed, delivering a whip-like kick that shattered the bones of one creature. The other 2 were crushed in her giant palms. Crack, crack, their heads burst open, and their bodies shot into the jungle like bullets. Wang Qing hid behind the large tree as the system panel frantically flickered. Killing LV4 giant-beaked wild chicken, experience points gained. 50 points. Evolutionary target Lin Yu killed a LV4 giant-beaked wild chicken, gaining shared experience points. At 25 o'clock, Wang Qing's lips curled into a smug arc. He hadn't lifted a finger, yet his experience gain rate was a staggering 15 times faster than Lin Yu's. Unknowingly, Wang Qing had reached level 5, while Lin Yu had already attained level 9. Lin Yu felt the changes brought by leveling up, her heart filled with gratitude. To hunt for more wild creatures, she bent down, grabbed a crooked neck tree, uprooted it with ease, and began swinging the massive trunk to clear entire thickets of shrubs. Crack, crack. Rows of trees toppled as 2 level 6 venom spike rats hiding beneath the shrubs were bisected by the sweeping force. Exploded into 2 bursts of blood mist. Hiss. The swarm of venom spike rats, driven mad by the scent of blood, went completely berserk, spewing dozens of black venom streams from all directions. Crystal hardening. A layer of translucent, diamond-like crystal instantly encased her massive foot and lower leg, gleaming with a cold light. Boom! The colossal crystalline foot descended with mountain-crushing force, stomping ruthlessly upon the most densely packed area of the venom-spined rat horde. The ground shook violently. Shockwaves mixed with shattered stones exploded. Put, put. The venom spike rat was crushed by immense force into a mist of blood and minced flesh that exploded everywhere. Killed LV3 venomous spike rat, gained experience points. At 40:00, evolution target Lin Yu killed a LV3 poison thorn rat, gaining shared experience points. At 8 p.m., the system panel went wild with notifications, and Wang Qing could distinctly feel warm currents surging through his body. Ding! Congratulations, host level has increased to LV6. Ding! Congratulations, host level has increased to LV7. The female giant didn't pause her movement as her massive hand plunged into the ground like reaching into a bag to retrieve something. Lift up a clump of earth tangled with poison thorn rats. Another crystal-covered fist smashes violently into the flying dirt clump. Boom! The dirt clump, along with the poison thorn rats, was completely pulverized into bloody pulp mid-air. Wang Qing watched this brutal scene while noting his rapidly rising level, already reaching LV11 in an instant, and couldn't help but smirk silently. Lin Yu was fighting desperately at the front, while he grew stronger just by lying back. Suddenly, Wang Qing excitedly slapped the back of his own head. Oh no, this is terrible. Chapter 4, Wang Qing, thank you. The commotion was too loud. Wang Qing frowned deeply, his gaze sweeping over the forest, now a chaotic mess of monster flesh and bone fragments, trampled into ruin by Lin Yu's giant form. One strike, no survivors. It felt satisfying, but the sheer destruction. All the crystal cores are shattered. Wang Qing glanced at the unrecognizable monster remains mixed with dirt and splintered wood on the ground, shaking his head with deep regret. Though monsters in novice-level dungeons had a low drop rate for equipment, their crystal cores were crucial ingredients for refining pills and crafting various gear. For a broke guy like Wang Qing, this loss was substantial. Yet before Wang Qing could react, new prey arrived right at his doorstep. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from deep within the dense forest, accompanied by the earth's heavy tremors. 3. LV-11 rock armor boars, each as massive as a small elephant and clad in rock-hard armor, charged out with bloodshot eyes. Clearly enraged by the thick scent of blood and the immense commotion of the recent battle. Their massive tusks, nearly a meter long and gleaming coldly, plowed through the ground. With a fury capable of crushing everything in their path, they charged in a triangular formation, slamming toward the female giant standing at the center of the battlefield. Facing this terrifying charge capable of breaching iron walls, the female giant's dark green eyes showed no fear. Instead, they blazed with a fierce, murderous intent. She let out a low, thunderous roar. Instead of retreating, her massive frame sank slightly. Crystal hardening. A dazzling crystalline sheen instantly enveloped her legs, right arm, and entire chest as she met the impact head-on. Boom! 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 3 deafening, terrifying impacts exploded almost simultaneously. Visible shockwaves radiated outward in concentric rings. The earth beneath the giantess's feet instantly caved in and cracked. Countless fragments of earth and debris shot skyward. The frontmost rock-armored bore, its prideful tusks, powerful enough to shatter boulders, emitted a sharp crack upon contact with the crystal-armored arm. They snapped clean off. The immense recoil force violently jerked its massive head backward, its cervical vertebrae groaning under the unbearable strain. The tusks of the other 2 boars slammed into the crystal breastplate, leaving 2 blinding sparks and shallow white marks. The terrifying force sent the giantess sliding backward several meters, her feet plowing deep furrows into the ground. Yet she stood firm, unscathed. Roar! The collision seemed to ignite the giantess's fury completely. Her crystal-covered arm shot out like lightning, seizing the thick hind leg of the rock-armored boar before her. The female giant hoisted the several-ton behemoth into the air. Thud! She swung this heavy weapon like a hammer, smashing it down on a nearby rock-armored boar that had just regained its footing. The struck boar didn't even have time to scream. Its thick rock armor shattered instantly like 2 hard-boiled eggs under the sheer force and the impact of its companion's body. Flesh, shattered armor, and entrails scattered across the ground. The boar wielded as a weapon had its bones crushed to dust under the blow, dying instantly. The rock-armored boar whose tusks had been struck was utterly terrified. Its blood-red, frenzied eyes held nothing but boundless fear. With a mournful cry, it turned and tried to flee. But would the giantess let it go? Moving with blinding speed, she vanished in a flash. Her massive crystal foot shot upward, crushing down with brutal force onto the fleeing, colossal figure. Boom! The earth trembled as a massive footprint sank deep into the ground. Shockwaves sent dust swirling skyward. The rock-armored boar's hardened back shell shattered under the blow, its entire hindquarters and internal organs instantly crushed. Green blood and pulverized flesh spurted violently from the impact. 3 level 11 rock armor boars, faced with the berserk power of the female giant, were as fragile as insects, easily crushed. Hiding behind a tree, Wang Qing watched the terrifying scene unfold, his back drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't combat, it was outright slaughter. The system notifications flooded the screen once more as his experience points skyrocketed. Yet the smile on Wang Qing's face faded slightly. The time had come. With a flicker of intent, he instantly activated the infinite control skill. Another series of cracking sounds followed, and Lin Yu began visibly shrinking. She slowly plummeted from the sky, and Wang Qing swiftly caught her in his arms. At that moment, Lin Yu gradually came to her senses, still buzzing with the exhilaration of her giant transformation. Opening her beautiful eyes, she saw Wang Qing staring at her, his face flushed. Ah! She broke free from Wang's embrace, clutching her private parts, and sprinted like a madwoman into the forest behind Wang Qing. Soon, Lin Yu retrieved a storage ring from her backpack, re-equipped herself, and emerged from the dense forest. A lingering blush still tinted her cheeks, and her long hair appeared disheveled from the damp jungle. A faint, lingering awkwardness hung in the air. Wang Qing, thank you. Lin Yu's voice trembled with emotion. Strangely, her fondness for him had surged dramatically. Don't mention it. You deserve it. You were the first person to believe in me. Wang Qing replied while putting on his clothes. No, Wang Qing. I still have to thank you. Without you, I might. Lin Yu's eyes glistened with tears of emotion, her voice catching. Wang Qing thoughtfully pulled a tissue from his pocket. It's okay. Let's shock the nation together in the college entrance exam. The words "shock the nation" rolled off Wang Qing's tongue with such conviction that his ordinary appearance suddenly loomed larger than life in Lin Yu's eyes. Wow, shock the nation, right? Oh dear, why are you crying? Wang Qing hurriedly comforted her. What do you know? These are tears of joy. Lin Yu wiped her tears and suddenly giggled. Only then did Wang Qing notice the storage ring glinting on Lin Yu's left middle finger. This was no ordinary item, an epic tier equipment piece worth millions on the market. Could I have the crystal cores from the monsters we kill next? And could I borrow your storage ring? Wang Qing hesitated, gesturing toward the ring on Lin Yu's finger. Of course, Qinga. Not just a little storage ring, even I. Lin Yu's expression suddenly froze, her cheeks flushing even deeper. How had she blurted out such words? Thank goodness I didn't say it out loud, I'd be mortified. The words Qinga sent shivers down Wang Qing's spine, though he hadn't done anything. From here on, you don't need to worry about anything. Leave it all to me. I know this map well and where the monsters are densely packed. Come on. I'll lead you there. Lin Yu used her resolute tone to mask her own awkwardness. Wang Qing gave a faint smile, saying nothing. Since Lin Yu insisted, he might as well let her take the lead. Why move when you could lie back? How blissful. Wait, Prince Qing. Lin Yu retrieved a sword from her storage ring. Its surface was engraved with thundercloud patterns, and a coiled dragon adorned the hilt, clearly no ordinary weapon. A fleeting, almost imperceptible shadow of sadness flickered in Lin Yu's eyes as she held the sword. Next, she produced a breastplate. Crafted from the ribs of an unknown demonic beast, it was lined with deep red leather and seemed to contain steel within, making it heavy and substantial. Put it on quickly. Wang Qing took the breastplate and a string of information appeared in his mind. 10,000 bones breastplate epic, where level, none, stamina plus 10, can block one strength attack, cooldown, 30 minutes. His gaze then shifted to the sword in Lin Yu's hand, Dragon Thunder Sword Epic, where level, LV 10, strength attribute plus 10, fires one lightning strike upon attack, dealing damage equal to 50 strength, cooldown, 10 minutes. Wang Qing's pupils contracted sharply. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person Lin Yu really was. 3 epic tier items just appeared out of nowhere. Stop spacing out. Gear up, we're moving. Lin Yu glanced at his handiwork, the flattened shrubbery and scattered entrails not far away, and his heart skipped a beat. Could all this really be his doing? Chapter 5, Come, I'll carry you. The jungle thicket was dense. Lin Yu continuously cleared a path ahead with his sword while Wang Qing trailed behind at a leisurely pace. Soon, a chasm about 10 meters wide and bottomless blocked their path. Lin Yu halted, his face filled with confusion. He leaned over to peer into the chasm, then kicked a stone down. To his surprise, there was no echo. She studied the chasm, then turned to look at Wang Qing. In her estimation, with Wang Qing's F-rank abilities, leaping across in one bound would be quite difficult. Taking a detour would mean retracing their steps for a considerable distance, a waste of precious time. After all, the time limit for the beginner dungeon was only 2 hours. I remember the original map didn't have this chasm. How did it appear? Lin Yu asked Wang Qing, who was swaying unsteadily. Ha! That's all your fault. Wang Qing replied with a hint of smugness. Me? Yeah, after you transformed, think about what you did. A smile slowly spread across Lin Yu's skeptical face. She giggled softly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Wang Qing, how about I carry you? I'll piggyback you and jump across. What? Wang Qing froze for a moment, staring at Lin Yu's earnest expression. After a brief pause, he nodded tenderly. A blush spread across Lin Yu's stunningly beautiful face. Here we go. Lin Yu turned, bent down, and crouched slightly. Wang Qing was admittedly lazy. If he could lie down, he'd never stand. Seeing Lin Yu's posture ready to carry him, he hesitated not a moment and flopped onto her back. The scent of osmanthus wafted from her back, and her jet-black hair occasionally brushed against his face in the breeze. It felt utterly blissful. Quick, hold me tight. Let's go. Lin Yu executed a quick jump, landing steadily on the opposite bank of the ravine. Wang Qing was still lost in the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. Come down, we're here. Already? Hurry down, let's get moving, monster spawning is urgent. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a romantic ghost. Wang Qing truly grasped the meaning of those words. Reluctantly, he dismounted from Lin Yu's back, quickly straightened his clothes, and followed her toward their destination. Soon, guided by Lin Yu, the pair arrived before a cave entrance. 4 poison-spiked rats stood nervously guarding it, their bodies tense as several corpses of their kind, their crystal cores already extracted, lay scattered nearby. It seemed others had beaten them to it. Even without transforming, Lin Yu's eyes now gleamed with uncontrollable excitement at the sight of these monsters. SS-class female giant, profession, base attribute boost, 800. Even without transformation, her strength, agility, and stamina in this dungeon were second to none. She lunged forward in a single stride, her movements ghostly swift. In the next instant, the Dragon Thunder sword in her hand flickered, its tip flashing with a cold gleam. A straight thrust. Thud. The tip, imbued with immense power, instantly pierced the skull of a poison-spiked rat. Having landed the strike, Lin Yu didn't pause. With a flick of her wrist, she swung the blade in a sweeping arc so fast it left only after images. Crack. Crack. 2 charging poison-spiked rats were cleaved clean in 2. The remaining rat, witnessing this, was terrified out of its wits and bolted several meters away. Watch this. Lin Yu shouted. A bolt of lightning shot forth from the Dragon Thunder sword, instantly reducing the rat to charcoal. Instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. This was the absolute dominance of base attributes. Killed LV4 Poison Sting Rat, gained EXP, 50. Evolving subject Lin Yu killed LV4 Poison Stinger Rat, gained shared EXP, 25 points. Killed LV5 Poison Sting Rat, gained EXP, 60. Evolving subject Lin Yu killed LV5 Poison Spikes, gained shared EXP, 30 points. At the same moment. Whoosh! A flash of golden light flickered over Wang Qing. Wang Qing's level reached LV12, while Lin Yu's level was about to break through LV15. Wang Qing watched Lin Yu's graceful movements and nodded with satisfaction. What could be more satisfying than watching your employees fight hard right before your eyes? At this pace, Lin Yu would soon reach LV15. Upon reaching LV15, she would advance from Tier 0 to Tier 1 and obtain class-specific skills. This was also why university enrollment required reaching level 15. There are 7 tiers for professionals, levels 15, 55, 95, 135, 175, 215, and 255 represent the level requirements for each of the 7 career advancements. Each professional gains exclusive skills based on their profession, family bloodline inheritance, and even personal preferences. However, the level 215 Stage 6 job advancement dungeon is exceptionally challenging. Globally, only a handful have succeeded. Wang Qing was deeply curious about what his exclusive skill might be. Wang Qing borrowed a sword and a storage ring from Lin Yu. He carefully extracted the crystal cores from the 4 poison-spiked rats and stored them within the ring. After completing these tasks, Lin Yu and Wang Qing ventured deeper into the cavern. Passing through a narrow passageway, the scene suddenly opened up before them. A vast cavernous hall appeared before them, and from directly below came the sounds of intense combat. Wang Qing and Lin Yu exchanged a glance before quickly looking down. They discovered a group of venomous spiked rats furiously attacking a lone individual. Originally a party of 4, 3 of them now lay scattered across the chamber, their severed limbs strewn about. The man being savagely attacked was none other than the armored brute who had taunted Lin Yu in the chamber. It was clear their team possessed formidable combat prowess, having slain numerous poison-spiked rats. Yet the most challenging ordeal for novice adventurers was facing the coordinated assault of demon beasts. Once surrounded by demon beasts, most newcomers succumb to overwhelming psychological terror, losing their composure entirely. At that point, forget about forming ranks to counterattack. Merely casting skills accurately would be considered a success. Wang Qing observed Lin Yu, who seemed somewhat excited, and pointed at the armored brute with interest. He was teasing you like that, and you're actually going to help him? Wang Qing teased Lin Yu, who remained as cold as an icy lake. Without hesitation, she swung her sword forward. It's not about helping anyone. I'm here to slay monsters and level up fast. Watch your back, Wang Qing. With that, Lin Yu's figure darted through the air like a phantom, each step radiating effortless grace. Wang Qing couldn't help but sigh with relief, still looking out for me at a time like this. The armored man's armor was shattered. Wielding his greatsword, he swung relentlessly as blood trickled down his shins from beneath the broken plates. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck down the poison-spiked rat poised to attack the armored man's back. Then, a zigzagging silver trail flashed before him. Thud, thud. The long sword struck with lightning speed, slaying 5 or 6 poisonous spiked rats. Boom! Brilliant flashes of icy lightning erupted from Lin Yu's body. Wang Qing shouted in shock at the cave entrance. Holy, did he just awaken his exclusive class skill? Chapter 6, 10,000 Thunderbolts Guide. In the dim cavern hall, the electric light erupting around Lin Yu instantly illuminated the entire underground space with blinding brilliance. The thundercloud patterns that had merely adorned her sword now spread upward along her arm, coalescing at her pale neck into a shimmering lightning arc mark. Her sword-gripping fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the exhilaration of surging power nearly bursting through her skin. The bottleneck of advancing to level 15 had shattered. What is this? The dying armored man's pupils contracted sharply, his already deathly pale face draining completely of color. He watched in horror as the worthless, jobless nobody he had once mocked with his words now stood before him. He had vowed to taste his flesh if they ever met in a dungeon, never expecting the gulf between them to be so vast. An exclusive skill awakening? Wang Qing at the cave entrance was equally stunned, but then a surge of ecstasy flooded his mind. He immediately activated See All, and Lin Yu's brand new attribute panel instantly filled his vision. Name, Lin Yu. Class, SS rank female giant. Level, LV 15 Tier 1. Strength, 95-30 post-transformation 95 weapon attribute. Agility, 95-60 post-transformation. Mental, 95-10 after transformation. Stamina, 95-70 post-transformation. Exclusive skill, 10,000 Thunder Guidance, rating, Epic. Effect, deals 8-0 lightning damage based on base spirit to all targets within a 15-meter radius. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Damn, it's an AoE attack. Wang Qing's breathing grew heavier. This power was practically a killing machine born for clearing out enemies. Lin Yu's spirit stat was a staggering 95 points. Given the current dungeon's minions, they'd likely face an instant one-hit kill. Just as Wang Qing marveled at this. Ding! Evolution target awakens exclusive skill, 10,000 Thunder Guidance. Synchronized Enhancement activated. Post-gain skill, 10,000 Thunder Guidance. Name, Wang Qing. Level, LV 12. Class, F-rank Slavium or Hidden Class Unawakened. Strength, 10,730 post-transformation. Agility, 10,760 post-transformation. Spirit, 10,710 after transformation. Stamina, 10,770 after transformation 108 equipment attributes. Exclusive skill, 10,000 thunder guidance, rating, epic. Holy, this system is bugged. I can use Lin Yu's exclusive skill too? That means once I awaken the primordial giant's power, I'll have at least 36 exclusive skills. Then I'll be unstoppable in this world. A fierce grin spread across Wang Qing's lips. Lin Yu stood before the armored man, her eyes reflecting complex emotions, delight mingled with a barely perceptible sense of relief. She didn't even glance at the swarm of poison-spiked rats, now temporarily stunned by the flash of lightning, their shrieks distorted. Her right hand, gripping the sword, suddenly splayed open. The dragon thunder sword in her grasp became a lightning rod, its tip pointing straight toward the sky. 10,000 thunderbolts, guide. Boom. Crack. Crack. Within a 15-meter radius around Lin Yu, lightning bolts struck without warning, striking every poison sting rat within range. One by one, the poison-spiked rats collapsed instantly in the blinding light, unable even to utter a scream. The air filled with the acrid stench of burning flesh and green mist of blood. What is this? The armored man knelt on one knee, leaning on his greatsword, blood still trickling from the gaping hole in his chestplate. He watched helplessly as dense bolts of lightning erupted from the void, striking the poison-spiked rats with storm-like precision. Impossible, she's only level 15? The armored man's voice trembled with disbelief. He suddenly recalled his own words in the teleportation hall about sacrificing something. Cold sweat instantly soaked through the lining of his back. If Lin Yu had just moved his hand slightly, he'd probably have turned into a pile of charcoal himself. Wang Qing stared wide-eyed at the cave entrance. With just one strike, he estimated that 20 or 30 poison-spiked rats were wiped out? Killed LV4 poison-spiked rat. Gained EXP, 50 points. Evolving subject Lin Yu killed LV4 poison-spiked rats, gained shared EXP, 25 points. Killed LV5 poison spikes, gained EXP, 60. Evolving subject Lin Yu killed LV5 poison spikes, gained shared EXP, 30 points. The system notifications flooded Wang Qing's mind like a movie sped up 16 times, instantly filling his screen. Experience points poured into his body at a visible, frantic pace. Whoosh! Wang Qing leveled up to 13. Wang Qing leveled up to 14. 2 levels in a row. First tier was within reach. Lin Yu also reached level 16. After entering tier 1, all of Lin Yu's base attribute increases double to 2. Keep in mind, the base attribute upgrade bonuses for SS tier professions are enormous. For instance, an E rank class would need to break through to tier 7 at level 135 just to achieve a +2 base stat upgrade, utterly unrealistic. Similarly, even an S rank class must break through to tier 2 before its base stat upgrade bonus equals that of an SS rank class at tier 1. If an SS tier class breaks through tier 2, its base attribute upgrade bonus becomes 4, breaking through tier 3 makes it 8, and so on. SSS tier professions are the absolute powerhouses of this world. Their base stat upgrade bonus is 2 even at tier 0. As for F rank professions like Wang Qing's, forget about ever getting that kind of treatment. That's the gap between profession tiers. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Wang Qing couldn't help but grin, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. He even began fantasizing about how, once Lin Yu mastered more advanced skills, he could become invincible in the world without lifting a finger. The clearing of the cavern hall neared its end. Lin Yu flickered her wrist, and the dragon thunder sword traced a silver arc through the air, finally pointing toward the deepest recesses of the cave. The last few poison-spiked rats huddled together, trembling in fear under the sword's glare. 2 had already collapsed, yellow-green urine trickling down their bellies. It's over. Lin Yu's voice remained as cold and clear as ever, yet carried an undeniable authority. Before the words faded, the icy blade flashed. None of the poisonous spiny rats offered resistance. They became victims beneath the sword. Now, the entire hall was silent except for the heavy breathing of the armored man. The rodent corpses on the floor remained frozen in the terror-stricken poses they had held in life. Lin Yu raised a hand to brush a strand of hair from her cheek. As her fingertip brushed the thunder pattern mark on her neck, it flickered briefly before fading back into her skin. She turned to face the armored man, who stood frozen in shock. Her gaze was calm and unruffled, as if she had just crushed not a horde of monsters, but a few ants. The armored man's throat rolled several times before he suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. Sister Lin. His voice trembled uncontrollably, the lecherous expression from moments ago now replaced by sheer terror. Before entering the dungeon, I was blind. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Wang Qing watched from the cave entrance, amused. He folded his arms with interest, savoring this dramatic reversal. This was the awe born of raw power, more effective than any reason. Lin Yu, however, didn't glance at him. She walked over to the charred corpses of the poison-spiked rats, her brow slightly furrowed. Wang Qing immediately understood, pulling an empty pouch from his storage ring and handing it over. This is prime material for refining pills, can't let it go to waste. All of this, the armored man asked in alarm. Lin Yu tossed the empty bag down, not even bothering to look up as he grunted in acknowledgement. I'm still an A-class professional from Jianhai Sports School, a top prospect, he thought bitterly. But this isn't a bouquet of flowers, it's a terrifying beast. The armored man seethed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. Dragging his injured body, he began the task. Ha! He noticed Wang Qing standing at the cave entrance. He looked pretty average, yet Lin Yu treated him with such respect? The armored man had heard of Lin Yu. She was Jianhai First High's renowned school beauty, with admirers lining up from Jianhai all the way to the capital. So why now did she act like Wang Qing's loyal bodyguard? Hurry up, we still have monsters to fight. Got it, brother Wang. Ahem. Chapter 7, Unlikely Encounters. The armored man Sun Meng, Jianhai Sports School's A-class professional heavy warrior. Not a trace of his earlier arrogance remained. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain from his wounds and the numbing paralysis of the venomous rat's toxins, he crawled on all fours among the rat corpses, carefully extracting the crystal cores with his dagger. Hey, you there, done yet? Wang Qing leaned against the cave wall, lazily glancing at the time, 46 minutes and 36 seconds. Haha, brother Wang, almost done. Sun Meng's voice dripped with flattery. He jolted awake, accelerating his pace. Even when he accidentally cut his finger on the dagger, he dared not utter a sound. Over 10 minutes later, Sun Meng, nearly exhausted, presented a bag brimming with crystal cores to Lin Yu with both hands, his expression a groveling smile uglier than a cry. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than a genuine expression of flattery. Sis Lin, brother Wang, it's all here. Seeing Sun Meng's pitiful state, black blood seeping from the cracks in his chest armor, half his face still twitching slightly from the toxin, sweat streaming down his face. Seeing him like this, most of the resentment in Lin Yu's heart vanished. She took out a small jade bottle from her person, poured out a pill that emitted a cool aura, and tossed it over casually. Antidote. It'll reverse the paralysis. Her voice remained as cold and detached as ever. Lin Yu was no saint, but she felt the punishment had been sufficient. Demanding someone's life for a few teasing words was unwarranted. The pill landed precisely in Sun Meng's trembling hand. He froze for a moment, then his eyes flashed with disbelief. He stammered excitedly, "Thank you, Sister Lin." Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. Instantly, a cool sensation spread throughout his body, and the numbness in his half-paralyzed sight eased considerably. He immediately dropped to his knees, banging his forehead 3 times on the ground. His voice cracked with sobs. "Sister Lin, brother Wang. From this day forward, my life belongs to you. I, Sun Meng, was blind and looked down on people like a dog. Please forgive this worthless fool. From now on, I'll climb mountains of knives or plunge into seas of fire at your command." This sudden, intense display of loyalty left Wang Qing utterly dumbfounded. Lin Yu remained composed, replying calmly, "Rise. There's no need for such formalities." Wang Qing stood nearby, his face lit with delight. This was what they called repaying hatred with kindness. "Yes, Sister Lin." Sun Meng scrambled to his feet, wiped his face, and regained his composure. Just then. Ha! What a heartwarming display of loyalty. Sun Meng, you've brought utter shame upon Jianhai Sports School. A sarcastic voice suddenly echoed from the side passageway near the cave entrance. Wang Qing and the others turned to see Li Nang, accompanied by 3 teammates, who had appeared there at some unknown moment. Li Nang stood with his arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face. His teammates beside him wore undisguised sneers. "Li Nang? Why are you meddling?" Sun Meng's expression darkened, his recently calmed emotions instantly replaced by rage. Li Nang ignored him, fixing his gaze on Lin Yu instead. He murmured, "Oh, isn't this Lin Yu, the goddess of Jianhai First High? So, you think a little charm is enough to tame this big oaf from the sports school?" Li Nang glanced at Wang Qing, leaning against the cave entrance. "The F-rank slaves still alive? Ha, you guys are really lucky." Xiao Shon, Li Nang's A-class elemental shaman teammate, immediately chimed in, pointing at Wang Qing with a sneer. "Ha! Young Master Li's spot on. A useless school beauty, an F-rank slave, and a piece of trash groveling to be someone's big bro? You 3 came here for laughs? Exactly, Sun Meng. You're an A-class class, for crying out loud. Kneeling before some classless woman and an F-rank piece of trash? You must have water in your brain." The dual-axe man chimed in with a sharp tone. Sun Meng's body trembled with rage. His fists clenched tightly as he glared fiercely at Li Nang and the others from Jianhai No. 8 High School, itching to pounce and fight to the death. But seeing Lin Yu and Wang Qing ignore him, he reluctantly forced himself to hold back. "Oh ho, Sun Meng, you still ain't satisfied, huh?" Spat the medic from the 8th middle school squad, his face dripping with contempt. Wang Qing picked his ear, his face still wearing that lazy expression, completely indifferent to their presence. A chill flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. She stepped forward, raising her voice. "Li Nang, what good is trash talking here? You got the guts to take a bet? Bet? Ha! That's hilarious." Li Nang raised an eyebrow and burst into maniacal laughter. "Bet on what? With you lot? Bet on who can take down the boss." Anger made Lin Yu's usually cool voice tremble slightly. "Ha, big talk." Li Nang sneered, his eyes darting as a brilliant idea struck him. His lecherous gaze roamed over Lin Yu's curvaceous figure. Licking his lips, he grinned wickedly. "Bet? Fine. But I get to set the stakes. Fine. Name it. Lin Yu responded without hesitation. Ahem, he drawled, deliberately elongating his words as he pointed at Lin Yu. If you lose, you'll immediately become my woman. As for Wang Qing, that piece of trash, he'll come over and be my slave. The demand was utterly revolting. Sun Meng's eyes widened in fury. Lin Yu bastard. Ha! Lin, you're lucky to be with our young master Li. He's the eldest son of the South Ridge Guild leader, ranked 37th nationally. Countless beauties would kill for a chance with him. Xiao Xiong chimed in from the side. We're the strongest team in this dungeon. Has this woman lost her mind? Bet with us. Wang Qing's gaze instantly turned icy, his lips twitching slightly. Lin Yu's pearly white teeth bit down on her cherry lips, her eyes brimming with icy fury. She took a deep breath, forcing down the murderous intent surging within her. Fine. And what if you lose? Lose? Li Ning snorted as if hearing the biggest joke ever, and his teammates beside him burst into laughter. Heh, if we lose, you can do whatever you want with us. He wore a smug expression. Though he noticed the corpses of poison sting rats littering the ground, he also saw that Sun Meng's team had been nearly wiped out. The outcome was clear. Sun Meng's team had fought tooth and nail, only to end up both battered and bruised. Wang Qing and Lin Yu had swooped in to salvage the situation, saving this big oaf. Deal. Lin Yu cut to the chase, turning to walk toward Wang Qing. Wang Qing patted Sun Meng's shoulder, his tone gentle. Mengzi, you're injured. You shouldn't go. Brother Wang, listen to me. Sun Meng, listen to your brother Wang. This cave leads deep into the boss's lair, and you're injured. Sun Meng listened to Lin Yu's calm yet warm words of advice and relented. He bowed to the two of them. No need for thanks for such a great favor. Hurry along. Wang Qing waved him off. This scene stunned Li Ning and the others. Their strongest fighter, Sun Meng, had left. Could there be something strange about these two? Sun Meng, abandoning your big brother and big sister so quickly? Li Ning was astonished, yet still trusted his judgment. Sun Meng shot Li Ning a glare. You'll have time to cry later. Then he strode purposefully toward the exit. Watching Lin Yu and Wang Qing disappear into the depths of the opposite fork, Li Ning watched their retreating figures and snorted coldly, overestimating themselves. Let's follow them. The three team members swiftly advanced behind Li Ning along the slightly wider fork, clearly aiming to gain the upper hand. Chapter 8. Wang Qing's special skill, is that it? The deeper they ventured into the cave, the more spacious the cavern became, yet the air grew increasingly damp and chilly, thick with the pungent stench of rotting flesh. Soon, sticky white spider webs began appearing on the rock walls, and the ground was littered with desiccated animal bones. The white cobwebs on the walls glowed an eerie blue in the dim cavern. This must be the place. These are the webs of the dusk spider. Lin Yu frowned deeply and lowered his voice. The teacher said the web silk of the dark spider is highly poisonous. If it sticks to human skin, it not only causes paralysis but also has potent toxins. Be careful. Does it affect us? Wang Qing asked without a second thought, like a complete fool. Lin Yu looked utterly bewildered. Instead of answering Wang Qing, she mused, something's off. By now, the spider swarm should have appeared. Why isn't there a single one? Distant sounds of combat and flashes of energy attacks reached them from ahead. Li Ning's team must have encountered the spider swarm. Ah! Help me! Holy, there are so many! Piercing screams and terrified curses echoed through the cavern, followed by a dense hissing sound. Wang Qing and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and quickened their pace. Rounding a massive stalagmite column, the scene before them suddenly came into view. This was an immense underground cavern, its vaulted ceiling high above, covered in sharp, dangling stalactites. At the cavern's center, a terrifying spider 4 meters long, covered in long, dark hairs, 8 blood-red compound eyes, and a pair of half-meter-tall tusks sat enthroned at the center of a massive, blue-glowing web that spanned nearly half the cave. This was the ultimate boss of the newbie dungeon, level 19, Shadow Spider. Yet the true focus wasn't the boss, it was the other entrance to the cavern, where Li Ning's squad was locked in a bloody battle. Li Ning's team arrived first, and the spider hordes within the cavern naturally sensed the disturbance. They launched a frenzied assault toward Li Ning's squad. Though these shadow young spiders were only levels 8 or 9, they possessed astonishing speed and incredible jumping ability. Worst of all, they fought with utter disregard for their own lives. The dual axeman held the vanguard, his weapons whirling in a dense, impenetrable storm. He felled several lunging spawn, but his own body bore multiple gash wounds. Beside him, the medic was ensnared by viscous spider silk, his ankles bound as he dangled upside down, now lifeless. Li Ning, wielding his S-rank profession, the Netherfire Mage, was now in a sorry state. He frantically swung his staff, unleashing wave after wave of Netherfire balls at the young spiders, yet he still couldn't drive back these relentless monsters. The arrogance that had once graced his face was now replaced by sheer terror, his mental energy clearly depleted. Xiao Xiong continuously summoned various buff totems, but it was futile, the young spiders were simply too numerous. Just then, Li Ning caught sight of Wang Qing and his companion arriving out of the corner of his eye. A vicious plan instantly formed in his mind. Lin Yu, Wang Qing, this is all your fault. A flicker of madness passed through Li Ning's eyes. Seeing the dual axeman gradually losing strength, he decisively fired a netherfire orb at him. Boom! The fireball instantly engulfed the dual axeman's back in flames. He let out a piercing scream, and the swarm of baby spiders scattered to avoid the fire, creating an opening. Li Nang then sprinted forward, kicking the burning man toward Lin Yu and Wang Qing. You two are dead. Li Nang snarled viciously. The burning body naturally drew a swarm of young spiders toward Lin Yu and Wang Qing. Without hesitation, Li Nang whipped around and bellowed at Chao Xiong, "Get out of here!" Chao Xiong witnessed Li Nang's frenzied act, paused only briefly, then retreated alongside him. Li Nang channeled immense energy into the tip of his staff, unleashing a wall of netherfire at the swarm of young spiders before him. Roaring flames surged upward, temporarily halting the spiders' pursuit. Without looking back, the two frantically fled toward the fork in the path they had come from, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Wang Qing remained unflustered. He simply patted Lin Yu's shoulder. He then turned, retrieved a folding stool from his storage ring, and sat down leisurely, seemingly waiting for the show to begin. Lin Yu drew her sword, her expression utterly unruffled. She waited calmly for several seconds, watching the swarm of spiders draw ever closer. Just as they were about to reach her face, 10,000 thunderbolts. Countless bolts of blinding white lightning thundered toward the swarm. Crackle! 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 The sound echoed like firecrackers going off. After the smoke cleared, the sight that met the eye was a carpet of spider corpses, the air thick with the smell of scorched flesh. Snap! Wang Qing, seated behind Lin Yu, beamed with pride and couldn't help but applaud. Brilliant! Immediately, a series of system notifications sounded once more. Killed LV8 shadowy young spider. Gained EXP, 90 points. Evolution target Lin Yu killed LV8 shadowy young spider, gained shared EXP, 45 points. Killed LV9 shadowy young spider, gained EXP, 100 points. Evolving subject Lin Yu killed LV5 venomous spike mouse, gained shared EXP, 50 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached level 15. Congratulations, host, you have reached level 16. Congratulations, host, you have reached level 17. Congratulations! Host has broken through Tier 1, awakening exclusive passive skill, true form. Rating, common. Skill description, when the evolution target activates gigantification mode, their clothing and appearance will match their true form. Wang Qing's previously expectant expression turned utterly grim. Is that it? Are you kidding me? He stared at the skill description in disbelief. What the hell is this? Not even a hint of improvement? What was even harder to accept was that he'd never get to see Lin Yu's stunning physique again. Wah! What the hell did you do, system? His face was filled with profound disappointment. The scene of Lin Yu transforming and shrinking was still vivid in his mind. At that moment, the shadow spider emitted a low, hissing growl. It stared at Lin Yu and Wang Qing, who sat on a stool with a look of regret, its 8 compound eyes darting back and forth. Lin Yu hesitated no longer. Stepping on the charred corpse of the dark spider, she shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, lunging directly at the dark spider coiled at the center of its web. The dragon thunder sword in her hand crackled with lightning, emitting a piercing screech as it slashed viciously at the spider's long-haired, jet-black carapace. The dark spider retreated swiftly across its web, crossing its scythe-like front legs to block the strike. A sharp metallic clang echoed. What the hell? It actually blocked Lin Yu's strike? Lin Yu felt a tremendous recoil surge through the sword hilt, numbing her palm and sending her staggering back several steps. Staring intently, she saw blue blood seeping from the spider's 2 forelegs. Though she had breached its defenses, her strength had fallen just slightly short. Otherwise, that strike would have severed both forelegs. The dark spider hissed in pain, retreating several steps. Its 8 compound eyes locked onto the tiny challenger, Lin Yu, emitting a sharp, piercing screech. Its massive body trembled violently, causing the enormous web covering half the cave to shake violently. Then, adjusting swiftly, its front 2 legs thrust out like spears, stabbing left and right toward Lin Yu. The speed was too fast. Lin Yu dared not hesitate. She planted her toes hard against the ground, rolling backward. Several strands of her flowing hair were sliced off by the spider's 2 front legs. Seizing the moment of Lin Yu's unsteady footing, the shadow spider spat out a web attack. Lin Yu planted her left foot firmly behind her to steady herself, then swung her dragon thunder sword horizontally, slicing the incoming web cleanly in 2. Wang Qing sat back, admiring their battle. That backflip of Lin Yu's was truly beautiful. He recalled Lin Yu mentioning on the way here that the boss's most troublesome traits were its silk and carapace. Without Lin Yu wielding his treasure sword, severing that silk would have been impossible. The silk wasn't just sticky, it was deadly poisonous. The dark spider's 8 compound eyes darted up and down incessantly, as if deep in thought. Then it raised its head. Its body trembled slightly, as if gathering energy. Within mere breaths, it suddenly began spewing strands of silk from its mouth, launching them one after another toward Lin Yu. Thud! 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 Lin Yu dodged left and right, the silk strands landing on the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. Using its ranged silk attack, it drew Lin Yu to evade toward Wang Qing's right side. The moment was ripe. Its mouth unleashed the largest strand of silk it had been brewing, like a giant web lunging toward Wang Qing seated on his stool. Holy, this boss actually has some brains. Wang Qing murmured, his expression unflinching. He was already prepared to dodge. Just then clang. Lin Yu suddenly blocked in front of Wang Qing with lightning-fast footwork, the massive web engulfing her. Lin Yu raised the Dragon Thunder sword horizontally to shield her head, but the venomous web caused bright red blood to flow from her raised hand and arm. The web behind her had already corroded her clothing, exposing the strap of her bra on her right shoulder. Seeing this, Wang Qing's heart surged first with surprise, then with rage. He sprang up and kicked the stool away. Raising his right hand, he hooked his ring finger and pointed at the dark spider, bellowing, "You want to kill me? Come on then." Chapter 9, The Giantess's Fierce Hammer Boss. The boss's jaws opened and closed incessantly, emitting a low, hissing growl as if it understood Wang Qing's taunt. It began frantically tightening the spider webs it had sprayed with its mouth. "Lin Yu, thank you. Stop being polite with her, let it die." Wang Qing stared at Lin Yu, who had been ensnared in the web for him, his face twisted with murderous intent. His cool demeanor lasted no more than 3 seconds. Wang Qing slumped like a frostbitten eggplant, plopping back onto the stool and idly picking his nose. Lin Yu could no longer hold back. In this critical moment, transformation was her only option. She'd already laid her cards on the table with Wang Qing once. What was she afraid of doing it again? The thought sent a blush spreading rapidly to her earlobes. Without further hesitation, a surge of power erupted from her body. The sound of bones snapping and multiplying echoed once more. Snap. Crack. Under the watchful gaze of the dark spider's crimson compound eyes, the diminutive human girl's form swelled and stretched at a visible pace. The spider web draped over her body tore apart like paper in an instant. Within mere breaths, a towering 5-meter-tall female giant descended once more, nearly touching the cave ceiling. But this transformation felt entirely different from before. Lin Yu clearly remembered that previously, muscles had covered her entire body, her appearance had drastically changed, and her pupils had glowed. Strangely, this time her appearance remained unchanged. Only her body had grown proportionally taller. Most astonishingly, her clothes were still intact. She turned her massive head and gave Wang Qing, seated on the stool, a satisfied nod. Wang Qing, though not conventionally handsome, was truly a gentleman. She couldn't imagine such a good man existing in this world. Wang Qing sat on the stool, exchanging a glance with Lin Yu before flashing a meaningful smile. Who could possibly understand the bitterness and helplessness he felt at that moment? "Come on." Lin Yu assumed her fighting stance. The thunderous roar shook the cave ceiling, causing stalactites to rattle and fall. Her stunning eyes blazed with battle intent. The dark spider sensed an unprecedented threat. Its 8 compound eyes stared in disbelief as Lin Yu's wounded hand and arm rapidly healed. The venom seemed to drip out of the wounds like water droplets, falling to the ground. It was the giantess's skill, targeted regeneration. The dark spider dared not take it lightly. It abruptly raised its 2 front legs, the rear 6 clinging to the ground like springs as it launched forward at blinding speed, striking viciously at Lin Yu's chest and abdomen. Crystal hardening. At the thought, dazzling, hard crystal instantly covered Lin Yu's chest and abdomen. Clang! Clang! 2 piercing metallic scrapes echoed through the cave, sparks flying everywhere. The dark spider's forelegs, sharp enough to pierce steel, slammed into the crystal armor. The immense impact sent Lin Yu's body swaying slightly. The dark spider's full force strike left only 2 white scratches on the crystal armor, even scattering a few crystal shards, yet it proved utterly futile. In contrast, the dark spider's prized forelegs snapped cleanly in 2 from the direct collision with Lin Yu's crystal armor, blue blood seeping from the wounds. Arg! The dark spider let out a pained howl. Nice! Strike while the iron's hot. Wang Qing leapt to his feet, pumping his fist excitedly. Smash its head. Smash every one of its 8 disgusting eyes. Lin Yu seemed to share Wang Qing's thoughts. Her massive body displayed agility far beyond its size. Taking advantage of the dark spider's sluggish movements, her massive crystal-covered fist slammed down on the spider's hideous, compound-eyed head. Thud! Thud! 2 thunderous blows sent the dark spider's head crashing downward, deep cracks spreading across its pitch-black carapace. Black blood mixed with shattered eyeball tissue spurted from the wounds in its compound eyes. SSS. The excruciating pain made its body writhe and thrash wildly. Immediately, it spat venom-laced silk from its mouth, aiming for Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu ducked to the side, dodging the attack. It's trying to escape. Grab it. Tear it apart with your bare hands. Wang Qing shouted, his blood boiling with excitement. Lin Yu's massive hands instantly seized the dark spider's 2 thick hind legs. With a wet snap, the 2 hairy legs were torn clean off at the root, blood spurting out. Arg! Lin Yu acted with lightning speed, wrapping both arms around the dark spider's body and slamming it violently toward the ground. Thud! 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 The pitch-black carapace proved utterly fragile against the terrifying force, cracking like an eggshell inch by inch. Then Lin Yu lifted it, delivering a direct blow with his right fist, ending its life completely. So cool!
Defeated LV-19 Dark Spider boss, gained 2000 EXP.
Evolution candidate Lin Yu defeated LV-19 Shadowy Spider, gaining shared EXP 1000 points.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to LV-18.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to LV-19.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to LV-20.
Wang Qing squinted his eyes in satisfaction another 3 levels in a row.
His current level was now on par with Lin Yu's. Yet his base attributes were a full 20 points higher than those of the SS tier Lin Yu. Wang Qing stretched lazily with satisfaction, packed up his folding stool, and beamed contentedly. That was a real thrill to watch.
Let's gather the spoils and head out.
The battle concluded, and Lin Yu's body had returned to normal. The two quickly searched around the boss's corpse, finding a spider crystal core the size of a boss's head in a skill book titled 10,000 Spider Hands. Lin Yu snatched it up like it was a treasure.
Wang Qing asked in surprise, what good stuff could a beginner dungeon drop? What do you know? 10,000 Spider Hands is an elite level skill.
Though not very powerful, once mastered, it allows your palms to secrete toxins that temporarily paralyze opponents.
We've struck gold.
This skill book has an extremely low drop rate. Many bounty hunters grind thousands of times without ever seeing it. Skills and equipment in this world are also tiered, from lowest to highest, common, elite, rare, epic, legendary, mythic. Though skill books share tiers with weapons and gear, the drop rate for skill books in dungeons is incredibly low. That's why skill books of the same tier command prices far exceeding weapons and gear on the market. While leveling up unlocks exclusive skills, beyond tier 1, higher tiers require clearing specialized dungeons to unlock them. Moreover, the quality of awakened exclusive skills is purely luck-based. Who can guarantee every exclusive skill unlock will be as spectacular as Lin Yu's tier 1? For most players, unlocking exclusive skills usually results in nothing more than common tier abilities. To make matters worse, each skill book can only be used by one person and requires a minimum level of 15 to learn. This creates a severe scarcity of skill books. Guilds across nations and major academies control talent by hoarding skill books of different tiers. Since they're so rare, I'll just give them all to you, Wang Qing said with a carefree expression.
Really? Didn't we agree all dungeon rewards are yours?
Lin Yu gazed at Wang Qing expectantly.
I don't need them. With you protecting me, I feel secure.
You need them more than I do.
Wang Qing's words, meant to encourage his employee, caused Lin Yu's cheeks to flush again. You're so kind.
This skill book is worth over 100,000.
Lin Yu murmured coyly. Over 100,000? Damn it, I spoke too soon. Can I back out of this, sis?
Wang Qing's face twisted into an expression uglier than bitterness, forcing a thin smile.
It doesn't matter. Since Lin Yu learned it, I'll learn it too. The most crucial point was that this skill genuinely boosted Lin Yu's combat prowess. Chapter 10, Blood-Stained Dragon Thunder. Wang Qing surveyed the bulging sack of loot. Damn, this is sweet. Time's almost up, just 10 minutes left. Wonder if I can snag a few more unlucky souls.
The two retraced their steps, passing through the narrow passageway until they reached the entrance of the cavern hall once more.
Kill me if you can. I refuse to bow down. A defiant shout caught Wang Qing and Lin Yu's attention.
Li Nang stood with his foot planted on Sun Meng's face. Sun Meng's face was swollen and bruised, and his silver-white armor bore scorched black marks. Evidently, Sun Meng had fought both Li Nang and Xiao Xiong.
I didn't want to kill you, but you forced my hand. Ha, I'll send you to meet your Lin sister and Wang brother now. Ha! Impossible. Human or ghost? Xiao Xiong's panicked murmur cut off Sun Meng's vicious words.
Sun Meng lifted his gaze, his face frozen in utter shock and disbelief. Impossible.
How could you two still be alive?
Xiao Xiong was so terrified his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Seeing this, Lin Yu's face turned ashen, his gaze instantly turning icy.
Wang Qing stretched lazily. Oh my, isn't this young Master Li of the Nanling Guild? What's this? Did you come all the way here just to wait for us to fulfill our wager? I never would have guessed you're such a nice guy.
Li Nang steadied his nerves. By all logic, the two of them should have perished in the cave long ago.
What was going on? Got it. They must have some escape skills. Bull. You two could defeat the boss? I'd rather die than believe it. Don't let that scumbag Wang Qing fool you.
Li Nang raised his voice, pressing his right foot harder into Sun Meng's face. Xiao Xiong heard Li Nang's words and watched his expression shift, as if he'd swallowed a reassuring pill.
How could old Master Li be wrong? Oomph. You two pieces of trash must have gotten lucky to escape. Daring to show off in front of young Master Li? Tired of living, are you?
Xiao Xiong's voice rose higher, as if bolstering his own courage. Wang Qing scoffed, then his expression darkened, revealing a cold glint. If young Master Li's wager is to die, then I'll grant you your wish.
Ha! With just the two of you? Kill me? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage?
Before the words faded, Lin Yu and Wang Qing locked eyes.
With unspoken understanding, they launched their attacks simultaneously. Clang!
Lin Yu moved like a ghost, leaping forward to thrust his sword.
Li Nang reacted swiftly, snatching his staff to block the strike. The immense force of the impact sent him staggering back several steps. He barely halted his fall by slamming his staff into the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What? This strong? Isn't Lin Yu a classless character? How is this possible? Lin Yu knew Li Nang's class could only fight effectively at range.
She gave him no chance to react, advancing with her sword raised.
Clang!
A single sword strike cleaved Li Nang's staff in two, while the blade's tip grazed his chest, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth. Wang Qing could tell that Lin Yu, fighting a professional for the first time, was clearly holding back. Entrusting the task of killing to a young girl, especially one of such breathtaking beauty, felt downright cruel. Li Nang collapsed with a wail, clutching his wound and writhing in agony on the ground. Chao Xiong, already trembling with fear, collapsed with a thud, slumping to the floor. After rolling once, Li Nang was covered in mud and blood.
His face flushed crimson as he bellowed, his anger masking his fear. My father is the head of the South Ridge Guild. Kill me, and you won't live to see another day. Lin Yu stood with his sword drawn, a flicker of hesitation in his icy gaze.
A gentle breeze brushed his face, and the hand gripping the sword trembled slightly.
Ha, the South Ridge Guild, how formidable. My father is Li Gang, you know.
Wang Qing sneered mockingly as he slowly approached Lin Yu. If I let you live, who knows how many innocent people will suffer.
What do you want?
Li Nang saw the undisguised murderous intent in Wang Qing's eyes and finally felt true fear.
Don't kill me. I was wrong.
Wang Qing snatched the sword from Lin Yu's grasp and plunged it deep into Li Nang's chest. Lin Yu and Sun Meng were momentarily stunned by Wang Qing's decisiveness. Chao Xiong began banging his head on the ground with thud, 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 blood seeping from his forehead due to the force.
Brother Wang, Sister Lin, I was wrong. I'm not human. It was all Li Nang's doing.
You did well to kill him, removing a menace to the people.
Please, in your magnanimity, let me off like a fart.
Lin Yu snapped back to her senses and pleaded, let him go.
He hasn't done anything truly outrageous. Before her words had even finished echoing. Whoosh!
Lin Yu's dragon thunder sword pierced through Chao Xiong's skull. Wang Qing drew his sword, blood spurting out and splattering across his face.
You're so noisy. I told you to die. Lin Yu and Sun Meng, lying on the ground, were stunned into silence. Especially Lin Yu. Wang Qing's footwork was too fast. How was that possible?
Wang Qing roughly wiped his face with his hand, quickly handed the dragon thunder sword to Lin Yu, then resumed his lazy expression. It really is a fine sword, so fast it doesn't even get bloody.
Sun Meng, get off the ground and tidy up. Remember to loot everything clean. I'm going to wash up.
With that, Wang Qing hummed a tune as he walked toward a nearby stream. Lin Yu stared silently at the dragon thunder sword gleaming coldly in his hands.
Killing? He hadn't intended to kill anyone.
It felt as though none of this had happened to him.
Unbelievable, how could Wang Qing be this strong? Before long, Wang Qing strolled over with a grin. Sun Meng, found anything good? Let me see. Plenty. Check this out.
Sun Meng proudly presented the spoils with both hands.
You big oaf. You're abandoning your personal belongings? Trying to get me killed? Haha, Brother Qing, I'll be more careful next time.
Sun Meng chuckled awkwardly. Chao Xiong's wallet contained only a few hundred Longhua coins. This sum meant little to Sun Meng and Lin Yu, but Wang Qing's eyes lit up. Without asking, he swiftly stuffed the coins into his own pocket. Next, Wang Qing opened Sun Meng's storage ring. Inside lay dozens of various low-grade crystal cores and roughly 300,000 Dragon Nation currency, neatly arranged in one corner of the ring's space. He struck it rich. He struck it rich. Oh, and there's something else. Wang Qing noticed two exquisite boxes tucked away in another corner of the storage ring. Wang Qing eagerly retrieved the two boxes from the storage ring and motioned for Lin Yu and Sun Meng to come closer. Then, rubbing his hands together, he opened the top box. His pupils dilated instantly, overwhelmed by sheer delight. Holy crap, skill books! He felt inside 3 whole books. Who would have thought the son of a Southern Ridge Guildmaster would casually carry 3 skill books in his storage ring? How could ordinary people bear this? How many had bent over backwards just for such treasures? And crucially, there was another box below. Its contents couldn't possibly be less valuable than skill books. Wang Qing licked his lips excitedly. Ha! He'd struck gold big time. Chapter 11, The Unidentified Sphere. Wang Qing picked up the first book. Its cover bore 3 bold characters, Fierce / Not bad, a rare warrior skill book. But I don't need it. Without even glancing up, Wang Qing tossed it to Sun Meng standing nearby. It suits you. Go practice with it. Sun Meng caught the skill book unexpectedly. Glancing at the cover, utter shock instantly engulfed him. Are you kidding me? You're just giving this to me? Testing my loyalty? A rare grade skill book? Market value easily in the hundreds of thousands. Bro Qing, Sis Lin, I haven't done anything to deserve this. Sun Meng tentatively declined. Damn it, playing coy with me? Just say whether you want it or not. No need for all this pretense among us. Wang Qing shot Sun Meng a glance. Ha! Sun Meng laughed awkwardly. Wang Qing picked up the second book, The Art of Refining Qi and Blood Restoring Pills.
Alchemy?
Wang Qing curled his lip.
What's the use of this? Sounds like a recovery potion.
Whatever, I'll just stash it away.
Might come in handy someday. Lin Yu glanced at it.
She had little interest in alchemy, she only studied it to pass exams. Besides, she possessed the targeted recovery ability. For now, it truly served no purpose.
Wang Qing's motivation was vastly different from Lin Yu's.
He had no interest in any subject, he collected things purely based on their monetary value. Anything stored in the box had to be valuable. Next, Wang Qing pulled out the third book. His pupils dilated slightly as he read the bold title on the cover, Fire Dragon Technique.
Damn, this is an epic tier technique.
The Southern Ridge Guild really splurged on this one. It must be because that kid Li Nang hasn't reached the required level to cultivate this skill yet, otherwise, how could it have fallen into my hands so cheaply? An epic tier skill book was an absolute treasure on the market. Even for major guilds and noble families, obtaining one was no easy feat. The value of Lin Yu's awakened exclusive skill kept rising. Wang Qing rubbed his hands together excitedly, carefully stowing away the Fire Dragon Technique along with the Qi and Blood Restoration Pill formula and its box into his storage ring. The moment for the important treasure to make its appearance had arrived. Wang Qing happily stroked the second exquisite box. Opening it, a reddish glow flashed, causing all three to squint. A sphere, roughly the size of a darkling spider's crystal core, appeared before their eyes. Wang Qing examined the sphere, then glanced at the one on Lin Yu's chest. This one seemed slightly larger. Its entire surface glowed a blood like dark red. Within the sphere, liquid seemed to flow slowly, and several beast pearls were embedded on its surface.
Ha! Is this a crystal core? Doesn't look like it, Sun Meng remarked warily.
Lin Yu's brows furrowed tightly. She distinctly sensed the immense energy contained within the sphere, something she'd never encountered in any book. Wang Qing paid no heed to their reactions. His eyes gleaming, he weighed the sphere in his hand. Who cares?
It looks valuable enough. Without another word, Wang Qing slit the orb into the box and tucked it away. Time's up. We should be going.
Lin Yu gazed at the two corpses on the ground and Wang Qing's expression, her own face growing intensely complex. Given Li Nang's status, he should have looked down on this kind of dungeon.
Who would have thought he'd lose his life here? Wang Qing's actions were cruel, but undeniably correct. In a world where the weak are preyed upon, eliminating evil completely was absolutely the right choice. Next time, she would show no mercy. Wang Qing's image in her mind now held a new, darker hue. With a whoosh, the three emerged from the instance. Lin Yu surveyed the group. Roughly 70 had returned alive. As everyone celebrated their narrow escape, who would spare a thought for the comrades and classmates who had perished in the dungeon? For adventurers, every step of growth was tempered by blood and battle, a truly poignant reality. Stop staring. Let's go. Sell the loot first.
Wang Qing, looking completely at ease, strolled leisurely toward the lobby exit. The appearance of the stunning campus beauty sent the lobby into an uproar of discussion. This time, however, the talk wasn't about her looks, but wild speculation about her miraculous escape.
What? The unclassed school beauty Lin Yu and F-class professional Wang Qing are actually alive? What's going on? Didn't you see Sun Meng from Jianhai Sports School behind them?
None of his team members returned alive.
Right.
She must have sacrificed her dignity to attach herself to someone. You know, team members get experience bonuses too.
Pfft, shameless. Some people are always like that, they can't see the effort behind someone's success. They'd rather believe shortcuts were taken.
A barrage of vicious, harsh whispers flooded in, but they didn't dampen Wang Qing and the other spirits.
Leaving the hall, the trio arrived at a shop called Tianbao Pavilion.
Its facade was modest yet exuded a certain timeless charm. The shopkeeper was a lean old man with graying temples and sharp eyes. Spotting Wang Qing and his companions enter, he immediately noticed Sun Meng's school uniform. Just fresh out of the beginner dungeon, I see. Nothing valuable on you, he muttered under his breath. His eyes narrowed slightly as he plastered on a professional smile. Well, young friends, fresh out of the dungeon, I see. This shop deals fairly with all, young and old. We buy back all kinds of materials and equipment at high prices. Wang Qing leaned casually against the counter, a lazy smile on his face. Boss, what's the going rate for giant beaked wild chicken crystals, poison-spiked rat crystals, and shadowy sapling crystals? The shopkeeper thought his guess was spot on, maintaining his smile. Low-tier beasts from the beginner dungeon aren't worth much, but I'm willing to make a friend.
How about 500 Dragon Nation coins each? 500? That's so little? What if I have a large quantity?
The shopkeeper gave a sly chuckle. This price is already low.
Large quantity? How many could you possibly have? 100 or 2?
That's possible.
Wang Qing casually blurted out.
The shopkeeper's pupils widened abruptly,
then his expression shifted. What? 1 or 200? Are you kidding me? I've run this shop for decades and never seen anyone bring back that many from a single dungeon run. Never mind that. Just tell me the price. Let's say 600. Fine. Wang Qing didn't waste words, pulling out 3 bulging bags of crystal cores from his storage ring.
The shopkeeper's jaw dropped, his breathing quickening.
Holy crap, this much?
Even a newbie dungeon run couldn't yield this much in such a short time.
This isn't farming, it's slaughtering the dungeon.
He forced down the storm raging inside him, pretending nonchalance as he picked up the crystal core from the dungeon boss, the dark spider. His fingers trembled slightly. You really can't judge a book by its cover, got the boss's crystal core.
A piece of cake.
Wang Qing replied smugly.
How about this? Looks like about 200 pieces, plus the boss crystal core. I'll take a hit and offer you 130,000 manhwa currency. How does that sound?
The boss feigned calm as he pondered.
130,000? You think I'm a sucker? The boss crystal core is only worth 10,000?
You're not the only shop around, let's go check out the others. Wang Qing casually said, making a move to leave.
Hold on, how about 150,000? That's my absolute limit.
The shopkeeper's anxious face hardened with resolve.
Deal.
Wang Qing grinned widely, pocketed the money, and walked out of Tianbao Pavilion. Hey, Qing, these crystal cores should fetch at least 200,000 manhwa currency, Sun Meng muttered timidly from the side. Lin Yu and Wang Qing had no clue about market prices.
Ouch. Why didn't you say so earlier, you big dummy? Wang Qing leapt up in fury and slapped Sun Meng hard across the face.
Sun Meng rubbed his head, pouting, but you said it yourself, when the boss is doing business, the little brother should learn to keep his mouth shut. Wang Qing's mouth twitched. He bit his lip.
Damn crooked merchant.
I'll deduct this price difference from your future spoils. Seeing the two like this, Lin Yu covered her mouth and giggled.
Meanwhile. Hello?
Sir. Something's wrong, big trouble.
Damn it, what's the rush? Speak slowly.
Li Zihua, president of the South Ridge Guild, listened to the contents of the phone call. His pupils kept contracting, and his hand holding the phone began to tremble uncontrollably.
Really? Is it still there? It's real. The corpse was teleported out of the instance, and the item's gone too. Veins bulged on Li Zihua's neck as he roared with fury. Who did this? Find them.
I'll make them pay with their life.
Chapter 12, A Warm Dinner.
Just as Wang Qing and the other two reached the roadside, a hoarse voice called out from behind them. Turning, they saw a man in a suit with a crisply knotted tie. He wore a small ponytail, his face etched with the marks of lived experience.
Miss, why did you sneak out without telling me? What if something happened? How would I explain it?
The man's face was filled with anxiety, his tone tinged with reproach.
Uncle Yuan Zhong, keep your voice down.
There are people around, Lin Yu said awkwardly, her voice tinged with embarrassment.
Lu Yuan Zhong eyed Wang Qing and Sun Meng warily from head to toe. So it was you two who persuaded my young mistress to sneak out with you?
Wang Qing froze, unsure how to respond. Sun Meng looked at Wang Qing, he had no idea why Lin Yu was here.
Uncle Yuan Zhong, why are you acting like this? They're both my friends, Lin Yu urgently pulled Lu Yuan Zhong's arm aside. Hey, big guy, what are you looking at? Wang Qing shot Sun Meng a glare. Aren't you Sister Lin's boyfriend? Who else would I look at? Getting smarter, huh? Not bad, not bad. You've got some sense.
Wang Qing's heart stirred at Sun Meng's words, and he immediately offered praise. Just then, Lin Yu approached, her face full of apology.
Sorry, Wang Qing. I'll head back now. Call me if anything comes up.
After Lin Yu left, Sun Meng also said his goodbyes and headed off cheerfully. Wang Qing remained alone, navigating Shanghai City's bustling streets. The neon lights were fragmented by the narrowing streets and towering old buildings. He finally turned into a deep alley permeated with the damp, musty smell and the scent of cheap cooking oil. He stopped in front of a building with a mottled exterior wall and walked toward his home with practiced ease. The building wasn't particularly tall, but Wang Qing's home, or rather, his shelter, lay at the very bottom, commonly known as the basement. It was less a home than a damp space shared with 4 other families. At the end of a narrow corridor, 5 cubicles were partitioned off by thin wooden boards, sharing a dripping faucet and a communal toilet that emitted a peculiar odor.
Wang Qing reached the end and pushed open the creaking door.
Above his head came the familiar, immense, incessant noise of the building's ancient ventilation system, running day and night without pause. The room was minuscule, barely accommodating a worn wooden plank bed and a table propped up with bricks where a leg was missing. A pile of old clothes for washing sat in the corner, and a dim lamp swayed slightly in the noise. This was the entirety of his bare-walled home.
Thump! Thump! Is Xiao Qing home?
A familiar voice penetrated the wooden door.
What is it, Uncle Zhou? Come to my place. I've been waiting for you.
Wang Qing was a bit surprised, but since he had been planning to find them anyway, he opened the door and followed Uncle Zhou to his place. Zhou Lei's home occupied the largest basement space. As Zhou Lei led Wang Qing through their door.
Qing, you're back. A voice as clear as a silver bell rang out.
A little girl wearing a faded but clean floral dress, her hair pulled into 2 pigtails, sat at the dining table. She propped her chin on her hands and turned her head to look at Wang Qing. She was Zhou Lei's daughter, nicknamed Yining, 9 years old. Aunt Zhang emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of bright green stir-fried greens.
Little Qing, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Uncle Joe specially invited you over for dinner. Uncle Joe? Aunt Chang? What's going on?
Wang Qing looked puzzled.
Sit down quickly. We've got meat today.
Zhou Lei couldn't wait and practically pushed Wang Qing into a chair. Just one more dish to stir-fry.
Heroine, come help Mom serve the food. Moments later, a small folding table was laden with dishes, a plate of glistening braised pork, a plate of stir-fried greens, a bowl of peanuts, and a modestly sized braised fish.
Wang Qing gazed at this feast, a veritable banquet for a miner's family, and felt a warm, bittersweet surge in his heart. Heroine sat down impatiently, staring at the meat before her and swallowing repeatedly. Wang Qing promptly picked up a piece of braised pork and handed it to her. Go ahead and eat.
Heroine looked at her father knowingly.
Under his gentle gaze, she replied, Thanks, big brother Wang Qing, hee.
Uncle Joe, it's not even a major holiday today.
Why go to such expense?
Wang Qing asked, puzzled. Ahem, today is your big day.
I heard you successfully awakened your profession?
You're a professional now?
We're truly happy for you. Zhou Lei's voice grew higher, expressing heartfelt pride. Aunt Zhang, her back hunched, rubbed her hands together through her apron. With a smile brimming with sincerity, she looked at Wang Qing. The whole neighborhood's talking about it. You're the first professional in our area. We don't have much to offer, but we wanted to cook a meal to celebrate for you. Her voice began to choke up.
Heroine chipped in while eating. Brother Chang is awesome. I want to be a professional like him too.
Wang Qing looked at the two faces before him, weathered and prematurely aged by years of malnutrition and hard labor, and tears welled up in his eyes.
Uncle Joe, Aunt Zhang, his voice cracked. This is too much trouble. You've been through so much. What extravagance. This is the least we can do.
Zhou Lei waved his hand to cut Wang Qing off, his smile unchanged.
If you hadn't saved Heroine all those years ago, she'd be gone by now. Our family owes you a life.
Oh, I only did what anyone should do, Wang Qing replied, his eyes brimming with tears. And if it weren't for your and Aunt Zhang's support, I wouldn't have had the chance to continue my education. Aunt Zhang wiped her own tears.
Don't say that.
When you left the orphanage, working and studying at the same time, your Uncle Joe and I worried so much. We wanted to help more, but ever since Uncle Joe got silicosis and Xiaoying needed money for school, our family couldn't even make ends meet. These past 2 years, every single penny you earned through hard work, you handed over to us. By rights, you'd have paid us back long ago.
This meal is our family's way of showing our gratitude.
Zhou Lei nodded heavily. He coughed violently several times, his sallow face devoid of color. Heroine, ever the sensible one, set down her chopsticks and hurried over to rub her father's back.
Cough, cough.
I don't know how much longer this body can hold out. Come, let's not speak of this. Today, we'll raise our teacups in place of wine to celebrate Xiaoqing becoming a professional. His future is bound to be bright.
A smile forced its way onto Zhou Lei's sallow face as he lifted his teacup.
Wang Qing looked at Aunt Zhang's rough hands, Heroine's prematurely mature face, and the meal on the table that embodied all their heartfelt care. He lifted his teacup and wiped away tears. Thank you.
Let's drink to that.
While the rich feast on wine and meat, the poor freeze to death on the streets. Those without a profession can only take the most dangerous, lowest-tier jobs, yet they are undoubtedly the kindest souls. Wang Qing picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of braised pork into his mouth. The meat was stewed to tender perfection, carrying a hint of caramelized sweetness. It was delicious, yet Wang Qing felt a heavy weight in his heart, a complex emotion too difficult to articulate. This warm meal ended amidst the deafening noise and tangled emotions. Wang Qing helped Aunt Zhang clear the dishes, exchanged a few casual words, and turned to leave. He walked briskly to the door, paused, and took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he turned and pulled a bank card from his pocket. Uncle Joe, Aunt Zhang, take this. Zhou Lei froze, his expression turning pale.
Xiaoqing, what are you doing? Uncle Joe.
Wang Qing cut him off, his voice unusually clear above the roar of the fan, unwavering in its certainty.
This is money. I owe you 450,000 yuan.
All these years, if not for your constant support, I, Wang Qing, would have starved to death on the streets long ago.
How could I have made it this far? Take it. Use it for your medical treatment, for Heroine's education, and to find a peaceful place to live. What? 450,000 yuan? Good heavens, that's far too much. Aunt Zhang panicked, waving her hands frantically. This amount is nothing to a professional.
Wang Qing grinned. He pressed the bank card firmly into Zhou Lei's hands, then without waiting for further refusal, turned and vanished swiftly from the basement.
Greedy? Yes, Wang Qing loved money. But some things were more precious than money. Chapter 13, Sleeping? Leveled up?
With the money he'd taken from Sun Meng, Wang Qing booked a room at a hotel near the school. He planned to rest here until the Dragon Nation's college entrance exams arrived. He hadn't had a proper rest since arriving in this world. After a hot shower, he fell into a deep sleep on the soft, large bed.
Meanwhile,
Director Jiang Xingbang of Jianghai City's Dungeon Management Center felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing staff report that a senior high school student had cleared the beginner-level dungeon today.
He quickly stubbed out his cigarette and asked, doubtful, a senior high student cleared a beginner-level dungeon? Are you sure? Which school? Yes, confirmed. Jianhai No. 1 High School.
Since the Dungeon Management Center began operations, this was only the second time such an incident had occurred. Truly sensational news. Director Jiang Xingbang rose, turning to gaze at the neon-lit nightscape beyond the window. His lips twitched slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he turned back to the staff member and said with interest, here's what we'll do. First, report this to the city authorities. Second, leak it to the press. You understand my reasoning, right? But according to regulations, dungeon information and adventurer details are confidential primarily to prevent vendettas. Director, you know the rules. How dense can you be? The Dragon Nation college entrance exam is in 3 days. I told you to leak the information, not to reveal who it is. Do as I say. But, leave. I'm tired. Director Jiang waved impatiently. Once the staff member left, Director Jiang instantly switched gears. He swiftly dialed a number. Hello, old Xiao. Long time no talk, comrade. A resigned, troubled voice answered. Good. I'm nearly at my wit's end. This year's awakening career results are dismal. The college entrance exam scores might just tarnish Jianhai First High's reputation. Old ghost, you're something else. You've been keeping this under wraps. Spill it already. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're referring to. Are you talking about that time in the army when I secretly peed in your canteen and you found out? Damn it, no wonder it tasted fishy. You little bastard, just you wait. The unexpected revelation caught Principal Jiang off guard. He paused, composed himself, and continued, all right, back to business. Your school students just cleared the beginner dungeon today. Huh? What? Seriously? You're not pulling my leg, right? Xiao Jian couldn't believe his ears, his face blank with disbelief. We've been through life and death together. Would I ever pull a stunt like that? I've already set everything up for you. Just wait for the day of the college entrance exams to shine. You should be thinking about how to thank me. The voice on the other end suddenly rose in pitch. Holy moly. The last time someone cleared the beginner dungeon in their senior year was that old pervert. It hasn't happened in over 50 years. Xiao Jian sat bolt upright on his bed. Could it really be a genius from his own school? Quick, tell me his name. Xiao Jian was practically bursting with impatience. You're out of your mind. I can't tell you. Forget it? Just remember to dress sharp on exam day. Lots of reporters will be there. Thanks, old Jiang. See you tomorrow at the Jianhai Hotel. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Jian stood up excitedly, grinning from ear to ear. Suddenly, confusion washed over him, and he began pacing back and forth beside the bed. Who could it be? Zhang Hao? M.O. Fan? Even as S-class professionals, they couldn't pull this off, could they? A sharp pain in his lower back jolted Wang Qing awake, a side effect of sleeping on a hard mattress for too long. Drowsy, he reached for the phone beside his pillow and glanced at the time, 4:36. Immediately, several messages from the Lianxin app caught his attention. The screen displayed. 3:11, Sun Meng, Chinga, I did it. I mastered Fierce / I'm so happy. 3:12, call cancelled. 3:14, call cancelled. 3:16, Sun Meng, bro Qing, you there? Hey. Damn it, that idiot. Wang Qing angrily replied, get lost. To his surprise, Sun Meng immediately replied, got it. Wang Qing sat bolt upright in bed, ready to call him back and yell. The next second, a message floated across the top of the screen. Sun Meng, big brother Qing says, when you're a little brother, you answer your big brother's messages first. Wang Qing couldn't help but smile wryly. This idiot was actually kind of adorable. He turned off his phone screen, placed it beside his pillow, rolled over, and fell back into a deep sleep. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu has acquired the new skill, 10,000 spider hands. Synchronized Enhancement activated. Host gains the 10,000 spider hand skill. Skill description, secretes paralyzing toxins from the palms, immobilizing the target for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. A sudden barrage of dense system notifications jolted Wang Qing awake again. He opened his eyes groggily. Ding! Evolutionary subject Lin Yu defeated a level 5 giant shell beetle, gaining shared EXP, 30 points. Killed LV5 giant shell beetle, gained EXP, 60 points. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu defeated a level 6 giant shell beetle, earning shared EXP, 35 points. Killed LV6 giant shell beetle, gained EXP, 70 points. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu defeated LV8 twin blade mantis, gaining shared EXP, 45 points. Killed LV8 giant shell beetle, gained EXP, 90 points. In a daze, the numbness in his hands made him extremely uncomfortable. He instinctively raised his hands, where a spiderweb-like pattern appeared on his palms. It flickered once before fading into his skin. Immediately followed by, ding! Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to LV21. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to LV22. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached level 23.
I was sleeping and I leveled up?
Wang Qing's lips curved into a faint smile as he stared blearily at his hands. Learning skill books and awakening exclusive skills were worlds apart. One depended on effort and talent, while the other happened instantly. Lin Yu was the kind of genius blessed with extraordinary talent and relentless diligence. Making Lin Yu an employee was the most correct decision in the world.
An employee like that, what boss wouldn't love him? No need to make empty promises. Sun Meng, that big oaf, was certainly diligent. But call him gifted? Wang Qing wouldn't believe it even if you killed him.
It's just a shame Sun Meng's compatibility with other evolved giants is so poor. Otherwise, he might have been worth considering. Ah, this is wonderful, leveling up while lying down. He sat up, leaning against the soft headboard, and stretched vigorously. Just last night, Lin Yu messaged that she had commitments these days and couldn't run dungeons with Wang Qing. They agreed to meet again during the college entrance exams. Wang Qing suspected her so-called Uncle Yuan Zhong was behind it, but he couldn't have been happier. Dungeons were filthy and stinky, nothing compared to the comfort of a hotel bed.
And look, he hadn't even missed out on leveling up.
When a party of players cleared dungeons, experience points were shared between combat and support classes. Typically, a 4-person party would pair 2 combat classes with 2 support classes. 2 combat roles paired together could not share experience, they could only gain experience by killing monsters themselves. However, smaller parties posed significant risks in the treacherous dungeon environment.
When the level difference between any 2 party members exceeds 10 levels, the lower level player cannot join the party.
Moreover, when a level 40 character groups with a level 30, the experience gain is severely diluted, making it a poor trade-off. Additionally, experience points are lost when the party size exceeds 5 members, leading most players to form parties of 4 or 5 for dungeons. A 5-person party typically includes 3 support classes. Adding an extra support class significantly boosts the team's combat effectiveness, compensating for the experience loss. Wang Qing triumphantly picked up his phone from beside the pillow, glancing at the time, 4:49 p.m.
This nap was absolutely perfect.
He swiped open his phone screen and a flood of notifications filled his display. The first one was from that damn Sun Meng again.
6:23, Bro Qing finally hit LV15. Ready for the Gaokao trial now, huh? 6:25, call cancelled. 6:26, Qing, are you asleep? Why aren't you replying?
I'll be damned if I'm replying to you, you pain in the ass.
Don't you ever sleep?
Wang Qing's previously good mood was completely ruined by the big oaf, and he muttered curses under his breath. Too lazy to reply to this idiot, his attention was suddenly drawn to a message in the college entrance exam prep group. His pupils dilated as he stared at the screen, his mind snapping into focus. A playful smirk then curved his lips.
Chapter 14, The Grand Opening of the Dragon Nation College Entrance Exam. College Entrance Exam Prep Group 99.
Administrator Wei Jun, urgent notice to all members, per municipal leadership decision, the exam venue for Jianghai No. 2 High School has been changed to Jianghai No. 1 High School. All examinees must assemble at Jianghai No. 1 High School sports field by 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow.
Do not be late. Zhang Hao, what's going on? Last minute venue change? And it's our school? Did something major happen? Mo Fan, brother Hao, this is definitely a blessing. Switching to our home turf, isn't this divine intervention helping you make a name for yourself? Su Cheng, guys, haven't you seen the news? Check Tushio, Dingdian, Jianghai News, and others.
Zhang Nana, link shared, today's headlines, suspected Jianghai No. 1 High School senior breaks through beginner level dungeon, a once in 50 years event.
Link shared, Dingdian News, senior high student clears beginner level dungeon, drawing high level attention. Student A, holy cow, is this real? Clearing a beginner level dungeon? That hasn't happened in 50 years. Who could it be? Student B, who else could it be?
It must be the 2 legends, Brother Hao and Brother Fan.
Who else could it be?
Student C, heard that Li Nang, son of the Nanling Guild leader, died in the beginner dungeon, apparently killed by someone.
The group chat instantly erupted.
Zhang Hao, I know Li Nang, top student at Jianghai No. 8 High School and an S-class professional.
He was killed? That's hard to believe. Classmate C, it's true.
They even dragged the body out.
D, seriously? The Nanling Guild actually dared to provoke him? Who's that powerful? Student E, could it be Zhao Tianyu from Jianghai No. 2 High School?
Zhang Nana, possible.
Zhao Tianyu is the only SS class professional in our year. Su Chang, no way, it's him, I saw him yesterday. Who could it be? F, stop guessing. I entered the beginner dungeon yesterday too.
I don't know who killed Li Nang, but I saw Wang Qing and Lin Yu enter the dungeon together.
Student G, holy crap, really? This is getting juicier. They didn't die in there? F, nope. They came out looking pretty happy, with Li Meng from Jianghai Sports School trailing behind them. Mo Fan, Li Meng? That big oaf is Wang Qing's backup? Su Chang, Wang Qing? What kind of storm could that F-rank loser and a pretty-faced school flower possibly stir up? He's probably just desperate enough to take a shot. Too bad for my goddess. H, exactly. If he can't find someone better, he could at least settle for me. It'd be way better than hanging with that loser Wang Qing. Lin Yu too, she used to be so aloof, and now she's hanging out with a loser like Wang Qing? What a fall from grace. Ugh. Messages flooded the group chat. The initial shock quickly turned into mockery, slander, and jealousy directed at Wang Qing and Lin Yu. Words like trash, loser, and scum filled the screen. The bottom notification read, Wang Qing has been removed from this group. Leaning against the soft headboard of the hotel bed, Wang Qing scrolled through the group messages one by one. His expression showed no trace of anger or resentment. He tossed his phone aside. After sleeping all day, his stomach growled. He got up, changed clothes, tucked his phone into his pocket, and walked out of the hotel. Outside, the city lights were just beginning to twinkle. The entrance of Jianghai No. 1 High School was bustling far more than usual at this hour. With only 2 days left until the college entrance exams, recruiters from fly-by-night universities and obscure vocational colleges swarmed the sidewalks on both sides of the gate like wild dogs smelling bone. They set up makeshift booths, aggressively handing out colorful brochures to passing students and parents. Not all students below LV-15 possessed the courage or strength to venture into beginner-level dungeons for leveling. These students and parents had come to the school gates seeking an alternative path in life. Hey, check out our Tengda Vocational College. Guaranteed placement, high-paying jobs. Parents, check out our demon-slaying Tech Institute graduate as an elite with a Dragon Nation Education Authority certified university degree. Ladies, consider Dream Academy fulfill your stardom dreams. Amidst the cacophony of exaggerated slogans and enthusiastic shouts, Wang Qing walked straight through the crowd, heading to his usual small eatery. As he passed a stall with a simple sign, the eye-catching slogan "No one left behind, maximizing every talent" caught his attention. He halted, catching a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. It was an old man barely 5 feet 7 inches tall, obese, wearing an oil-stained old vest and sporting a large belly. Most striking were his greasy, shiny bald head and a pair of small, squinting eyes that glinted with a lecherous gleam, complemented by a pair of flip-flops on his feet. The old man sat with his legs crossed, paying no attention to the few pitiful enrollment brochures on his stall. His gaze swept back and forth over the passing girls in the twilight like a flashlight, occasionally accompanied by a smacking sound. Just then, a tall girl in a short skirt walked past his stall, head down, staring at her phone. A spark lit up in the bald old man's eyes. With perfect timing, he kicked an empty mineral water bottle lying by his feet forward. Wang Qing's eyes lit up. That old man's casual kick was no ordinary move. Whoops. Caught off guard, the girl's high heel landed squarely on the rolling bottle. Her body instantly lost balance, and she stumbled forward. In that split second, the bald old man darted forward with an agility utterly mismatched to his stout frame. Careful, careful. His greasy hands grabbed the girl's skirt, which had flipped up as she fell, and with lightning speed, he grabbed her firm buttocks. Smack! Get lost! A resounding slap landed squarely on the lecherous old man's face. Far from angered, the old man wore a smug, triumphant grin. The girl who had fallen straightened up and stormed off cursing, leaving the old man squinting his lecherous little eyes, relishing the moment. The entire scene unfolded as naturally as water flowing downhill. With people bustling by on the street, who would pay attention to this? Wang Qing studied the old man thoughtfully from head to toe, paused for a moment, then continued on his intended path. 2 days later. Early morning, bathed in sunlight. Jianghai First High School, a prestigious institution in the new era, witnessed an unprecedented spectacle, the college entrance exam. A banner stretched across the main gate, emblazoned with striking golden characters, Longwei College Entrance Examination Professional Selection Center. Inside and outside the campus, crowds thronged everywhere, red flags fluttering in the breeze. Elite senior students from high schools across the city, dressed in their respective school uniforms, gathered here. The air was thick with tension, excitement, and eagerness. Dozens of media outlets had already set up their cameras on the observation platform of Jianghai No. 1 High School's sports field, with reporters passionately broadcasting live to the cameras. In the sky, several drones bearing television station logos buzzed overhead, capturing panoramic views. The city's top officials, representatives from the Municipal Education Bureau and major professional associations, along with admissions officers from prestigious universities, sat solemnly on the main podium, their expressions betraying a hint of anticipation. Hanging above the field were several massive screens displaying real-time footage of the exam hall. This monumental college entrance examination would undoubtedly be broadcast in its entirety. Silence. All examinees, please line up in your designated school zones according to your exam number order. Director Wei Jun's resonant voice instantly echoed across the entire playground. The crowd began to stir, searching for their respective lines. Soon, stirring background music filled the air as the exam instructions began to play. Principal Xiao Jian felt exceptionally pleased. Even he, accustomed to grand occasions, felt a tinge of nervousness at the sight of such a magnificent examination venue. He wore a crisp suit with a bright red tie, his immaculate trousers paired with shoes polished to a mirror-like shine. He looked meticulously prepared, even his usually unkempt hair combed to a shine. As the exam instructions concluded, Principal Xiao Jian rose to his feet and carefully adjusted his attire.
He offered a nod and a smile to Mayor Chen Weiman, seated in the center VIP section, before striding confidently toward the podium at the front.
This would undoubtedly be a day etched into the annals of Zhanghai First High School. Chapter 15, Rank Test Part 1. On the sports field, the rousing music gradually faded. Dozens of media cameras focused on the center of the podium.
Principal Xiao Jian of Zhanghai No. 1 High School strode steadily to the center of the podium. His deep, authoritative voice resonated throughout the venue. Students, the demonic beasts run rampant, invading our lands and devouring our compatriots. In this hour of peril, heaven and earth have shown mercy, bestowing the opportunity for awakening, granting the sons and daughters of the Dragon Nation the power to uphold the heavens. Xiao Jian's opening words rang out with force, erupting into thunderous applause and cheers from the crowd below. That old devil's got some spirit. Director Jiang Xingbang watched his old comrade in arms perform with such flair, his heart brimming with delight.
Arrogant my ass. Changing the college entrance exam venue on a whim. What the hell are the city leaders thinking? Jiang Xingbang glanced sideways. There stood Zhanghai No. 2 High School Principal Situ Lin, his face twisted with resentment, his dissatisfaction plain for all to see. Gossip? You'd believe that too. Zhao Tianyu is clearly the strongest student this year. What's there to guess?
He met Jiang Xingbang's sidelong glance with a fierce retort. When Zhanghai No. 1 High School fails to deliver results, I'll see how this fool saves face.
Jiang Xingbang responded with a confident smile, refusing to engage.
Li Zihua, president of the Nanling Guild, scanned the students below the stage with a predatory gaze, his mind heavy with worry. Yet amidst the fervent atmosphere, a jarring aura of malice lingered in a corner of Zhanghai No. 1 High School. Zhang Hao stood in the lineup, his gaze sweeping over Wang Qing and Lin Yu at the back of the queue. A mocking smile tugged at his lips.
"Tsk tisk," he murmured, "look at some people daring to be here."
His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for those around him to hear. Mo Fan beside him jumped forward, his voice rising.
"Ha! Non-class holders, F-rank class holders, don't you feel ashamed standing here?"
This drew the attention of the surrounding Zhanghai First High students, their gazes brimming with contempt and sarcasm.
"Ha! Exactly. They must be here for comic relief, right? Lin Yu used to be so proud, yet now she's with this loser? I just don't get it.
Look at that loser Wang Qing, still smiling.
His face is thicker than a city wall." A barrage of mockery rained down on Wang Qing and Lin Yu.
Lin Yu's face turned icy, her eyes burning with hatred. She ignored the surrounding clamor entirely. Her gaze fixed intently on the figure sitting upright on the podium. Lin Shueliang. Lin Shueliang, head of the nation's top guild, Zhongtiank, sat beside Mayor Chen Weiman. The two were engaged in lively conversation, whispering to each other. It seemed as if everything happening on and off the stage had nothing to do with him.
Where was Wang Qing? He remained as lazy as ever, hands stuffed in his pockets, even yawning. First item of the college entrance exam, level test.
All examinees approached in order of their exam numbers, touching the level test stone monument. The large screen connected to the central testing stone instantly began to flicker.
Though all applicants theoretically met the minimum requirement of level 15, this procedure was indispensable.
This also served as a crucial preliminary showcase of their abilities, attracting attention from major universities.
This also prevents any candidates from trying to cheat.
One by one, candidates stepped forward and pressed their palms against the testing stone tablet on the other side of the platform. White light patterns illuminated from the base of the stone tablet, spiraling upward along its surface before finally displaying the grade number on the large screen at the center of the platform. As the host institution, Zhanghai No. 1 High School naturally took the test last.
Zhanghai No. 3 High School, Lu Weiqiang, level 17. Zhanghai Nanfang High School, Weili, level 19. Zhanghai No. 16 High School, Tan Tianyi, level 18.
After testing for half a day, not a single student surpassed level 21.
Mayor Chen Weiman's expression shifted slightly.
The guild leaders on the podium took advantage of this lull to exchange whispers among themselves, as if this outcome had been anticipated all along. Only when Zhao Tianyu from Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School was called did the stage grow slightly quieter. A young man with black-rimmed glasses, a scholarly demeanor, and a fair complexion strode confidently toward the podium. Each step radiated unparalleled confidence, his eyes occasionally glancing down at the students below a group of defeated foes.
Look!
Zhanghai No. 2 High School's SS-tier profession, Taoist Master Zhao Tianyu, has taken the stage.
Truly worthy of being this year's champion. Every gesture radiated self-assurance. Wang Qing watched Zhao Tianyu ascend the stage, snorted coldly, then shook his head. "Damn it, who the hell do you think you are, you piece of trash?"
Snorting in disdain like that, looking down on Zhao Tianyu.
Mo Fan watched Wang Qing's every move, his mouth running wild as he cursed. "You piece of trash. I'd love to see you up there. Were your parents ashamed to have given birth to you?"
Wang Qing shot him a glance, a gaze as calm as still water, yet it sent an inexplicable chill through Mo Fan's heart. Zhang Hao also frowned slightly, glancing at Mo Fan with surprise in his eyes. After all, they were classmates. Such vicious words seemed uncalled for. Word had it Mo Fan and Wang Qing had both come from the same orphanage. And the two had been close since childhood.
Insulting the parents of an orphan seemed rather petty. Zhanghai No. 2 High School, Zhao Tianyu, level 24. When Zhanghai No. 2 High School's Zhao Tianyu's test results appeared, the entire venue erupted in gasps. Level 24. That was absolutely top tier among senior high students. Keep in mind the national record is only level 26. He's just 2 levels shy. Zhao Tianyu wore a smile, basking in the attention and admiration. The dignitaries on the podium nodded in approval, murmuring among themselves, impressive. Truly worthy of an SS-tier professional. It seemed certain he would claim the top honors in Jianhai City this year. Lin Xueliang remained expressionless, seemingly unimpressed by Zhao Tianyu's prowess. The happiest person by far was Principal Suta Lin of 2nd High School. He was the loudest cheerleader on stage, as if afraid anyone might not know this was his star pupil. Principal Xiao Jian's mood was uneasy. He began to doubt whether his old comrade Zhang Xingbang's words were trustworthy. If it was a lie, he'd be in for a world of trouble. Wang Qing snorted coldly again. He hadn't been idle, continuously activating insight into all to search for suitable match candidates. To his surprise, even Zhao Tianyu's compatibility score was low. He shook his head helplessly. The testing proceeded methodically. Most candidates clustered between LV15 and LV20, while the occasional LV21 or LV22 candidate caused a minor stir. Wang Qing strained to broaden his search range, the mental strain of maintaining insight into all beginning to wear on him. Suddenly, a familiar, sharp shout interrupted his see all perception. Bro Qing, check this out my level. Wang Qing snapped his head up. Sun Meng, that big oaf, was shouting at the top of his lungs, clearly afraid he wouldn't hear. Wang Qing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and a faint blush began to spread across his face. What the hell is this idiot yelling at me for? Students below recognized Sun Meng from Jianghai Sports School and began snickering. Sun Meng paid no heed. He took a deep breath, walked to the testing stone tablet, and pressed his large hand against it. A light flared, swirling upward. Jianghai Sports School, Sun Meng, level 16. Holy, ha! This kid must be out of his mind, shouting like that. Who's Qing Gu? His dad, maybe? A wave of shrill jeers rippled through the crowd below the stage. Sun Meng, upon hearing his test results, bounced up in delight. As he hurried off the stage, he flashed a victory sign toward Wang Qing's team. Wang Qing felt awkward and lowered his head, unable to bear looking at him. There was absolutely no dealing with this idiot. Mo Fan sensed something was off. That idiot Sun Meng doing something like this in such a setting, and his eyes kept darting toward our formation. Qing? No, that couldn't be. Impossible. He glanced back at Wang Qing, who was looking down, clearly embarrassed. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Sun Meng, Wang Qing? And Lin Yu? A beginner-level instance. Before he could delve deeper, Mo Fan's name was called. He hesitated for a moment before walking forward, his expression heavy with worry. Zhanghai First High School, Mo Fan, level 21. Zhang Hao lived up to expectations, reaching level 23. Though slightly behind Zhao Tianyu, he still drew cheers and admiration from his fellow students. He waved wildly around him with unbridled arrogance. Finally, it was Lin Yu's turn. Chapter 16, Level Test Part 2. The moment Lin Yu stepped out of the formation and onto the platform, the entire stadium seemed to grow quieter. Sunlight bathed her exquisite profile, outlining her perfect features. Her posture was straight and tall, her demeanor cool and aloof, like a fairy descended to the mortal world. The ordinary school uniform she wore only served to accentuate her unparalleled beauty. Countless eyes fixated on her, some in awe, some curious, some filled with envy. The students of Jianghai First High School, however, waited to witness the spectacle of this jobless individual, the air thick with schadenfreude. Lin Xueliang's lips twitched slightly. He glanced over with his peripheral vision but continued chatting with the big shot on stage, utterly unconcerned. Principal Xiao Jian watched as the once prodigy Lin Yu approached, his eyes widening in astonishment. He hurried forward, his tone losing its previous amiability and taking on a note of urgency. Student Lin, I understand your feelings, but perhaps you shouldn't take the test. Lin Yu shot him a cold glare, offering no reply. Your presence here represents Jianghai First High School. I cannot let Jianghai First High School become a laughingstock in others' eyes. Lin Yu stared expressionlessly at the principal who had once shown her such care, a wave of bitter emotion welling up inside her. She lowered her head and replied coldly, Who says I don't have a profession? Principal Xiao Jian's face paled with shock at her words. Before he could protest further, Lin Yu politely pushed him aside and walked calmly to the testing stone. Under countless watchful eyes, she extended her slender, jade-like hand and gently pressed it against the testing stone. Boom! The testing stone trembled violently, and a soft white light instantly began to swirl upward. A blinding white light, brighter than any seen before, rose steadily at an astonishing speed. Finally, to everyone's astonished gaze, the light came to a steady halt. The large screen on the platform displayed Jianghai First High School, Lin Yu, level 26. Xiao Jian's voice trembled with disbelief as he excitedly announced the result. Level 26. My goodness! How is this possible? Wasn't she a classless player? Yet she surpassed Zhao Tianyu by 2 levels. She tied the record. Holy crap, the machine must be broken. How could Lin Yu possibly achieve this? Shouts of astonishment, voices of doubt, and gasps of disbelief filled the air. Xiao Jian felt his face burning as if someone had slapped him hard. The bloodline seal was broken just like that? She must have become a class taker, and it can't be lower than S rank. Otherwise, this is inexplicable. Zhang Hao, Zhao Tianyu, and the others froze, their expressions replaced by envious shock and a hint of gloom. Mo Fan's mouth gaped open, utterly speechless. On the podium, Mayor Chen Weiman immediately began clapping, and soon thunderous applause erupted. Other dignitaries were visibly moved, whispering among themselves as their gazes toward Lin Yu brimmed with astonishment and admiration. Lin Xuelian, who had maintained composure throughout, could no longer stay calm. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it on the cool, distant figure at the center of the podium. How could she have awakened a profession? And reached level 26? Could that bloodline seal possibly? Li Zihua, president of the Nanling Guild, flinched at the mention of level 26 before his expression grew even more inscrutable. Director Zhang Xingbang smugly cracked his neck in his seat, gazing at the once arrogant and resentful Situ Lin. Principal Situ, now you understand why we cancelled your assessment site? Hearing Director Zhang's mocking greeting, he seethed with rage. Humph. This is only the first event. The outcome remains to be seen. Yet the shockwaves hadn't even subsided. While everyone was still reeling from the shock Lin Yu had caused, a sluggish figure slowly made its way to the testing stone tablet. Look! It's that good-for-nothing Wang Qing. An F-rank loser dares to step up? What a joke! Lin Yu is a prodigy, no matter how you look at it. Wang Qing? Put. Look at him, probably just trying to make a name for himself. If he passes level 15, I'll eat my hat. The jeers erupted once more, this time even more vicious than before. Lin Yu's performance had slapped everyone in the face, and Wang Qing's appearance provided the perfect outlet for their pent-up frustration. Mo Fan led the jeers, whipping up the crowd's fury. You idiot Wang Qing, get the hell off that stage. Stop wasting our time. Wang Qing seemed oblivious, lazily scratching his ear. Then, under the gaze of countless scornful and contemptuous eyes, he casually slammed his palm onto the testing stone tablet. Boom! The sound was noticeably louder than Lin Yu's earlier attempt. Holy, the stone tablet is glowing gold. What the hell is going on? The students below the stage gasped. On the large screen connected to the testing stone at the center of the stage, the level began to rise rapidly. Holy crap, it actually broke through level 15. The numbers kept climbing. LV20, instantly broken through. An F-rank practitioner? Is this real? Zhang Hao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Bloody hell, he'd broken the record. Was he some kind of monster? Finally, under the stunned, almost breathless gazes of everyone present, the numbers on the big screen froze at level 29. Principal Xiao Jian was utterly dumbfounded. After several seconds of stunned silence, he announced in a voice cracked with extreme excitement and disbelief. Zhanghai First High School, Wang Qing, level 29. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Then, like water splashed into a boiling oil pot, the entire playground erupted in chaos. LV 29. It shattered the historical record for senior high school students nationwide. And it was shattered by an F-tier profession? How could anyone believe this? For the first time, Lin Yu's cold eyes betrayed unmistakable shock. Though she knew Wang Qing was formidable, level 29? This completely surpassed her expectations. On the podium, leaders from various factions collectively fell silent, erupting into heated discussion moments later. Mayor Chen Weiman rose with such excitement that he personally walked forward to grasp Wang Qing's hand. Mr. Wang, right? You've truly brought honor to Jianhai City. I'll be keeping a close eye on you, don't let me down. Mayor Chen's gentle tone made Wang Qing feel somewhat uncomfortable. He gave a polite nod. Li Zihua's face darkened completely. He stared intently at Wang Qing, who was conversing with the mayor, his eyes betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. It was him. Li Nang's death was undoubtedly connected to this kid. Lin Xuelian's lips curved into a meaningful smile. This little kid, he's interesting. Mayor Chen Weiman then warmly took Wang Qing's hand and led him forward. Camera lenses immediately focused on this significant moment. Mayor Chen smiled solemnly as he declared, who would have thought Jianghai harbors such hidden talents? Through sheer determination, this student Wang has shattered the record. Effort my ass, he was clearly asleep. May you all strive to emulate Wang Qing's example and achieve outstanding results in the college entrance examinations. All the previous mockery, contempt, and doubt were crushed to dust by Mayor Chen's impassioned speech. Wang Qing waved lazily, an awkward expression on his face. Mo Fan clenched his fist so tightly his right hand bled. His eyes were bloodshot, his face deathly pale. Even a washed-up loser can make a comeback. I refuse to accept this. After Mayor Chen's impassioned speech, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. He took Wang Qing by the hand and led him to the back. He exchanged warm greetings with Wang Qing as reporters snapped photos non-stop. The mayor's amiable expression and Wang Qing's blank stare were frozen in the images.
Minutes later, under the gaze of the entire audience, Wang Qing slowly descended from the podium.
Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Qing noticed a man in military uniform seated in the farthest corner of the platform. Holy, he's so handsome. Even as a man, Wang Qing couldn't help but marvel at his appearance. The man possessed a high, straight-nosed bridge, a firm jawline, and alluring lips.
The only flaw, if any, was his small eyes, yet they were set in deep, piercing sockets, sharp as swords.
Damn, he's absolutely perfect. So handsome.
The military-clad man remained expressionless, his bearing commanding.
The nameplate on his olive-drab uniform bore the name, Su Gang.
Wang Qing turned and stopped, instinctively activating insight into all. His pupils dilated instantly, his breathing quickening.
This man is incredibly powerful. Chapter 17, Gaokao Trial Part 1.
Ding, System Detection, Su Gang, SSS Rank Professional Champion Divine Marquis. Compatibility Detection, Attack Titan 64, Armored Titan 78, Colossal Titan 100, Beast Titan 21.
Super Giant 100.
Wang Qing froze in place, his gaze fixed on the soldier named Su Gang. Su Gang noticed Wang Qing's astonishment but responded with a friendly smile, giving him a thumbs up.
Mr. Wang, are you feeling a bit too excited?
You should head down now and focus on your studies. Principal Xiao Jian's gentle voice interrupted Wang Qing. Wang Qing snapped back to reality, nodding blankly before muttering under his breath.
Sigh. How could an SSS tier profession possibly accept my contract? Stop daydreaming. He muttered, shaking his head.
The soldier had been seated in the farthest corner of the elevated platform from the start. Given the distance, it was no surprise that Wang Qing's insight of all divine sense couldn't detect him. Wang Qing descended the platform in a daze, his steps still sluggish. The moment he returned to the edge of Jianhai First High's formation, the air previously thick with contempt and scorn was instantly replaced by a wave of fervor. Xingbro, the voice sent shivers down his spine. Zhang Nana, with her rather alluring looks, pressed herself close, her eyes sparkling. The collar of her school uniform was deliberately left open, two spheres teasingly on the verge of spilling out.
I really admire you, she murmured. The next event is the Gaokao trial. Can I join your team? I promise to be obedient.
She batted her eyelashes suggestively, her finger pointing coyly at Wang Qing's chest.
Bro Qing, we're classmates. Why bother with her? Keep the good stuff in-house.
I'm a B-rank emergency therapist, exactly what our team needs, the boy beside him eagerly interjected.
Bro Qing, I'm so impressed. My bad for not recognizing your worth.
Take me in, I'm a rank swift warrior and won't slow you down.
Plus, I'll pay whatever you ask.
In an instant, 7 or 8 people crowded around him, chattering away with recommendations, flattery, and promises, a stark contrast to their mocking expressions just minutes earlier.
Happiness came too suddenly. Wang Qing was startled at first. Then he lazily scanned the crowd. These people would make terrible actors.
He snorted derisively. Though quiet, the sound carried such contempt that it instantly silenced the crowd. The soft tone carried more lethal force than any venomous words. He ignored the crowd, saying nothing, maintaining his lazy demeanor. He shoved his hands into his pockets and strode straight through the crowd, returning to his spot and standing at attention.
Mo Fan spotted Wang Qing's return and strode up to him. Damn it, what are you so smug about?
Mo Fan's voice rose to a roar, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead.
So what if you got lucky and leveled up faster?
The fundamental nature of an F-class profession's base attributes can't be changed.
Look at you, acting all high and mighty. Anyone watching would think you're something special.
Mo Fan tried to provoke Wang Qing, but Wang Qing looked at him as if he were a child throwing a tantrum. Mo Fan opened his mouth to speak again, but Wang Qing walked straight past him toward Lin Yu as if he didn't exist.
Complete and utter disregard made the veins on Mo Fan's forehead bulge once more.
Lin Yu, think carefully.
Level doesn't mean everything.
I, Zhang Hao, came personally to invite you to join our team.
I'm confident we can make this team number 1. First, huh?
Wang Qing cut in from the side, his voice dripping with contempt. Wang Qing could tolerate insults directed at himself, but he would never tolerate anyone else making a move on Lin Yu.
Zhang Hao, you bastard, dare come snatch my woman? While I'm in a good mood, get the hell out of here.
Wang Qing unleashed his full fury. The words "my woman" landed like a bomb in the lake, sending shockwaves rippling through the crowd. People around them exchanged stunned glances and began whispering among themselves. A blush spread across Lin Yu's face as she opened her mouth to protest, but Wang Qing cut her off with a sharp glance. Men speak.
Women keep quiet.
Zhang Hao watched the scene unfold, feeling like a mute swallowing bitter gall. He froze for a moment. Lin Yu, your taste is seriously off. You're actually with that piece of trash Wang Qing.
Damn it, what business is it of yours?
Wang Qing glared at Zhang Hao, clearly ready for a fight.
At that moment, the elevated platform also noticed the unusual activity within the Jianhai First Team's formation.
Zhang Hao glanced up at the platform. The smirk on his lips instantly turned to icy coldness as he pointed at Wang Qing.
A high rank doesn't mean you're strong in actual combat. What good are the basic stats of an F-class profession? Oomph, care to test it? Wang Qing didn't back down, firing back immediately. Zhang Hao's face darkened with fury. Fine. You've got guts. Just you wait. He turned and pushed his way through the crowded, gawking crowd. Zhao Tianyu maintained his haughty demeanor throughout, adjusting his glasses as his gaze behind the lenses never left Wang Qing's every move. He couldn't accept that he'd been defeated by an F-class professional trash. I'll prove who the true champion is in the dungeon. Just then, Principal Xiao Jian on the podium took a deep breath, suppressing his unexpected surprise, and strode forward once more. Silence. The rank examinations have concluded. We now proceed to the second and most crucial portion of the college entrance exams, the dungeon trial. All eyes instantly turned toward the stage. This final exam dungeon trial will take place in the specially opened Black Iron Tier dungeon, Lava Mine. The dungeon features 3 difficulty levels, Basic, Perilous, and Inferno. The announcement was met with a collective gasp from the audience below. Students below level 20 would likely struggle immensely with even the dangerous difficulty. The Gaokao dungeon trial operates on a points system. Xiao Jian's voice continued to echo. Defeating monsters of different tiers yields corresponding points, and all rewards dropped within the instance belong to the team. Special reward: the team that defeats the trial dungeon's boss will receive not only a 500,000 scholarship, a rare grade skill book, and a rare grade equipment piece, but also a massive point bonus. Rest assured, students, as this is a special instance, a professional medical team will be on standby inside to ensure everyone's safety. You now have 15 minutes to form teams freely. Team size is limited to 15 members. After forming your team, the leader must register with staff to confirm the assessment roster and trial difficulty level. Teams that fail to register within 15 minutes will be considered forfeited. Once again, please proceed within your capabilities. Good luck to all. As the rules concluded, the entire field erupted into tense, chaotic murmurs. Students scrambled about, desperately seeking powerful teammates. On the podium, admissions officers from major universities and union leaders whispered among themselves. Students daring to choose the Inferno difficulty level each year are truly rare, mused Hu Yanli, the admissions director of Qingbei University, stroking his chin. That level 29 Wang Qing, level 26 Lin Yu, level 24 Zhao Tianyu, and that Zhang Hao might be worth keeping an eye on, Ma Ancheng, the admissions director from Nandong University, reminded him. I disagree, retorted Feng Xiaoming, admissions director of Tiankai University. Wang Qing's F-class profession makes his high level meaningless. As for Lin Yu, her records list her as unprofessioned. Zhao Tianyu is the one who deserves our focus. Standing beside Lin Yu, Wang Qing tilted his head slightly, gazing at her still chillingly beautiful profile. His tone carried a hint of probing. What's up, Lin Yu? So many people are trying to pull you into their teams. Why haven't you agreed? Lin Yu snorted coldly. And you? People are practically throwing themselves at you. Who else is your woman? Oh my, you're quite attentive to me, aren't you? You noticed even this little detail? Seeing Lin Yu ignore him, he kept up the teasing with a smile. Miss Lin, feeling a little jealous? Lin Yu lifted her eyes, shooting him a meaningful glance like a child caught doing something naughty. Get lost. Who's jealous? Not me. In that case, I'll accept Zhang Nana's advances. Lin Yu's face flushed with panic as she glared at him. Get lost. Don't you dare. Ha. Right, what about that big oaf Sun Meng? I still haven't settled the score with him. After appeasing Lin Yu, Wang Qing strode toward the Jianghai Sports School contingent. His fists clenched tightly as he muttered under his breath, that big oaf, just you wait, I'll beat you to a pulp. Chapter 18, Gaokao Trial Part 2. Wang Qing frowned, briskly pushing through the crowd to reach Jianghai Sports School's designated area. Most of the sports school students were tall and burly, now busily forming teams. Wang Qing scanned the line until he finally spotted that familiar, imposing figure in an inconspicuous corner at the very back of the queue. Unlike the others actively seeking a team, Sun Meng sat crouched in the corner, his back to the crowd, head bowed. Wang Qing hurried over and clearly heard his quiet sniffles. Hey, big dummy, what are you crouching here for? Wang Qing called out in a less than friendly tone. Seeing him like this, his anger dissipated by half. Sun Meng jolted at the familiar voice, whirling around on the ground. He wiped away his tears and stood up. Seeing Wang Qing, a flicker of surprise crossed his face before being swallowed by overwhelming self-doubt and despair. Xinga. His voice was hoarse and choked with emotion. My level is too low, only LV16. I'll just slow you all down. I've given it my all. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, like a heartbroken teenager. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Wang Qing felt both anger and amusement. His voice suddenly rose sharply. So you're saying you want to abandon me and Sister Lin? No, I wouldn't dare. Sun Meng was momentarily stunned by Wang Qing's question, his lips trembling. Wang Qing stepped closer, patting his shoulder. You call me Brother Qing, that makes you my brother. When have I ever abandoned a brother? Sun Meng lifted his head, meeting Wang Qing's unwavering gaze. A wave of warmth washed over him. What are you staring at? Get your ass over here and sign up. If you text me in the middle of the night again, I'll beat the crap out of you. Wang Qing kicked Sun Meng's backside. Got it, hee hee.
Watching Sun Meng's excited figure disappear into the distance, Wang Qing chuckled behind him. 15 minutes later, registration concluded. The giant screen displayed the list of teams signing up. Zhao Tianyu's team, Inferno level. Zhang Hao and Mo Fan's team, Inferno level. What? Wang Qing's team? Sun Meng is that level 16 kid from the sports school? Has Wang Qing lost his mind? Bringing along deadweight and still daring to challenge Inferno level difficulty. Goddess Lin Yu, this is bad news. What a waste. She's hurting herself and others. She should have teamed up with me. This team composition is absurd. No healer, no strong support, and Lin Yu's class is unknown. If this team succeeds, I'll spell my name backwards. Are they really courting death to test the medical team's skills? Mockery and skepticism erupted once more, but after the humiliation of the level test, the volume had noticeably dropped. Now, it was mostly confusion and a desire to watch the spectacle unfold. Mo Fan and Zhang Hao glanced at the information on the large screen, especially the status of Wang Qing's team, and couldn't help but let out a sneer. Zhao Tianyu raised an eyebrow, clearly finding Wang Qing's choice utterly unwise. Thought they'd be a formidable opponent, huh? The dignitaries on the podium sat up straight upon seeing the screen. 3 people daring to challenge the Inferno difficulty? Is that Wang Qing arrogant or genuinely capable? Hu Yanli, the admissions director of Qingbei University, looked utterly shocked. They don't know their place. Even with medical support, this setup is a suicide mission. Feng Xiaoming, the admissions director of Tiankai University, sneered. Interesting. Very interesting indeed, remarked Mao Anqing, the admissions director of Nandong University, his gaze fixed on Wang Qing and his team. Mayor Chen also looked taken aback. He asked jokingly, Chairman Lin, what do you think? Lin Shueliang paid no heed to Lin Yu's presence, responding purely from a professional standpoint. I don't know what profession this Lin Yu is in. He's an unknown variable. As for that F-class kid, he's a bit of an enigma. Li Zihua, hearing Lin Shueliang's analysis, retorted dismissively, they're just overestimating themselves. Ha! Chairman Li, shall we make a wager? I rather think Team Wang Qing has some exceptional qualities, Director Jiang Xingbang interjected with keen interest. Chairman Li shot Director Jiang a dismissive glance, fine. Whatever I want, Director Jiang should know what you want. It's all up to you. Director Jiang fell silent upon hearing Li Zihua's words, his face clouded with regret. Just as hesitation clouded his expression, a booming voice cut through the air from the side, I'll take your bet. Chairman Li shot an impatient glance in that direction, his expression instantly softening. Su Shizhi, such refined taste? Haha, just for fun. I'll bet on Wang Qing's team. But I don't have anything valuable. How about a meal at the military zone's special kitchen? Su Gang's sudden, forceful declaration instantly captured everyone's attention. Before Li Zihua could respond, Principal Situ Lin accepted the challenge first. Alright, I'm in. I'll bet Zhao Tianyu takes first place. One by one, the big shots joined in like a bunch of kids. Li Zihua seethed inwardly. His sure bet had been snatched away by Su Gang. Yet, for the sake of appearances, he could only go with the flow. Wang Qing, Lin Yu. Did your actions have anything to do with my son's death? A chill flashed across his face. Principal Xiao Jian took a deep breath, suppressing his doubts about Wang Qing and Lin Yu's choices, and announced loudly. The second Gaokao trial begins. All teams, proceed to the portals corresponding to your registered difficulty levels. As the words fell, 3 massive spatial fissures erupted before the elevated platform. 3 spiral vortex gates materialized before the crowd, each emanating a uniform surge of scorching energy. The students distinctly sensed that the intense heat and energy fluctuations emanating from the 3 vortex gates were distinctly different. Countdown, 3 hours. Starting now. Most teams, especially those below level 18, rushed without hesitation into the portal for the basic difficulty instance. Some stronger or well-coordinated teams, after checking their gear, immediately entered the dangerous difficulty dungeon. The Inferno difficulty portal now resembled a gaping wound, its edges flowing with a lava like crimson glow, while an unsettling, scorching heat emanated from within. All eyes among the elite players were fixed on the 3 teams standing before the Inferno difficulty portal. They were Zhao Tianyu's elite 4-person squad S-tier Taoist Master, S-tier Death Knight, S-tier Earth Guardian, and a tier Elemental Healer. Zhang Hao and Mo Fan's 5-member squad S-rank Abyssal Ice Mage, S-rank Crimson Flame Blade Master, a rank Giant Shield Monk, S-rank Flower Fairy Alchemist, a rank Holy Light Healer. Though Zhang Hao's team lagged slightly in level compared to Zhao Tianyu's, they held numerical superiority and boasted a more balanced composition. Warrior type classes are divided into offensive and defensive roles, while support classes are categorized as offensive support or pure support. Offensive support classes hold a natural advantage in dungeons, functioning effectively as either warriors or support roles, making them highly sought after. For instance, the Abyssal Ice Mage is an offensive support, while the shield-wielding monk is a defensive warrior. Wang Qing stood with his hands in his pockets, still wearing that sleepy, lazy look. Sun Meng, however, was tense and flushed, his hands sweaty as he gripped his greatsword. Lin Yu's face was tense, her cold eyes fixed on the figure atop the platform. The knuckles of her sword-gripping fingers turned slightly white, yet that person paid no heed to her life or death. Zhao Tianyu removed his black-rimmed glasses and slipped on a pair of protective goggles resembling those used for swimming. He then directed his team to move swiftly. With a cold snort in Wang Qing's direction, he vanished into the teleportation portal. Ammo Fan shot Wang Qing a vicious glare, his heart brimming with defiance, before swiftly following Zhang Hao into the portal. Wang Qing, if we meet again in the dungeon, I'll personally test your mettle. Watching them depart, Wang Qing withdrew his hands from his pockets. He patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and glanced at Sun Meng. His voice was calm yet resolute. Let's go. We're going to dominate the nation. Chapter 19, Let's Level Up Live. Buzz. As Wang Qing's team stepped through the portal, several drones equipped with high-definition cameras followed closely behind, passing through the portal. They transmitted real-time footage of the 3 dungeons onto the massive screen in the courtyard and simultaneously streamed it to major live streaming platforms. The screen shook violently before stabilizing, revealing a breathtaking sight to all viewers. Beneath a vast, dark red dome stretched a labyrinth of ancient mining tunnels. The ground wasn't soil, but layers of cool black and yellow lava rock. Between the cracks, fiery red magma flowed, blindingly hot and radiating intense heat. Embedded in the rock walls were glowing crimson stones, providing dim illumination while also reflecting the snow-white skeletal remains in the corners. Live viewership had already surpassed 1 million, with bullet comments flooding every major streaming platform. Holy crap, the white bones lurking in the corners of this Inferno difficulty dungeon are downright creepy. Seems only 3 teams made it into this trial difficulty instance. I can feel the heat through the screen. Can someone introduce the competing teams? I just joined. Thanks. The portal teleports you to random locations. On screen, Zhao Tianyu's team was immediately ambushed by a group of elite-level minions upon arrival, fighting fiercely. Zhang Hao's team was relatively luckier, choosing a fork in the path to cautiously advance. The moment Wang Qing and his 2 teammates stepped into the instance, scorching heat waves hit them, and the air was thick with the smell of sulfur. Sun Meng coughed a few times, choked by the heat, then asked excitedly yet nervously, Bro Qing, Sis Lin, which way should we go? Lin Yu gripped her sword, scanning the surroundings warily. Wang Qing replied impatiently, What's the rush? Let's get our bearings first. Wang Qing looked up to see 3 notification messages appear in the void above. Countdown, 2 hours 57 minutes and 21 seconds. Dungeon Boss, Elite Tier 1 3-Headed Lava Hound. Proceed with caution. Team scores, 1, Zhao Tianyu's team, 21 points 2. Zhang Hao's team, 3 points 3. Wang Qing's team, 0 points. Zhao Tianyu's doing pretty well, huh? Zhang Hao's way behind. Wang Qing remarked with a teasing tone, as if he were merely a spectator watching from behind a screen. Roar! A deep roar echoed from the corner of the mine tunnel ahead, accompanied by the sound of rocks shattering. A demon beast the size of a calf charged forward. Its body was covered in dark red scales, its head flat with sharp fangs, and its tail stretched over a meter long, its tip engulfed in flames. It was a level 17 crimson-scaled molten lizard. I'll handle it. Sun Meng's blood surged as he bellowed, ready for his first battle to prove himself. His battle aura surged as he gripped his greatsword with both hands, its tip dragging along the ground, sparking fiery sparks. He charged forward, meeting the red-scaled molten lizard's attack head-on. Raising his greatsword, he swung with all his might, unleashing the newly mastered, frenzied slash. The sword's afterimage was clearly visible in the air. Yet the gap between his mere level 16 strength and the power of an elite evil beast far exceeded his imagination. Clang! The blade struck the molten lizard's hard skull, sparks flying, yet leaving only a faint white mark. The lizard, pained, swiftly swung its thick tail in retaliation. The tail whipped through the air with a hissing sound, slamming hard against Sun Meng's chest. Thud! Sun Meng was struck with such force that he flew backward, crashing heavily into the scorching rock wall. His silver-white chestplate dented deeply, and he spat a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning deathly pale. His prideful defense proved utterly fragile against this level 17 elite monster. Sun Meng! Lin Yu cried out, a flash of murderous intent flickering in her cold eyes. The red-scaled molten lizard, having landed its strike, braced its 4 legs and roared as it charged once more toward the fallen Sun Meng. Its gaping maw opened wide, its massive tongue lolling out. At that critical moment, a figure appeared like a ghost beside the red-scaled molten lizard. The dragon thunder sword pierced the lizard's relatively soft neck with a shrill sound, fast as lightning. Thud! The red-scaled molten lizard's massive body instantly lost momentum, emitting a hissing wail before its eyes rolled upward and it crashed to the ground. One strike, instant kill. That was so cool. Cough cough. Xiao Lin, Sister Sun Meng struggled to his feet, clutching his painfully throbbing chest. Staring at the slain demon beast, his eyes brimmed with defeat and despair. The gap was too vast. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Head bowed, he dared not meet Wang Qing and Lin Yu's gaze. Wang Qing walked over to Sun Meng with a smile, offering no reproach. He just gave a lazy pat on the dented chestplate of Sun Meng's armor. TSK, your gear is way too low level. Here, put this on for now.
Return it after we clear the instance. It's the first gift Sister Lin, your future sister-in-law, ever gave me. I'm lending it to you temporarily.
Lin Yu felt a warm glow in her heart and made no objection. Wang Qing removed the epic tier item, the 10,000 bones breastplate, from his own body and handed it over. Sun Meng's head drooped even lower as he sheepishly accepted the chestplate.
Wang Qing tapped the breastplate against Sun Meng's silver armor. What's that? You're going to disobey the boss now?
Tears welled in Sun Meng's eyes as he lifted his head to meet Wang Qing's small eyes.
I wouldn't dare. I'm sorry. Cut the apologies. Take it and put it on.
A suggestive curve formed at the corner of Wang Qing's mouth. Sun Meng shrugged helplessly, taking the breastplate in his hands. Seeing Sun Meng's dejected look, Wang Qing continued, "You big oaf, don't hang your head like that."
Damn it, so it's low level? Then we'll just level it up right here.
Wang Qing's shocking proposal left both Sun Meng and Lin Yu staring at him in stunned silence.
What? Is that a problem? Wang Qing countered, observing their reactions. Lin, you beauty.
Wang Qing turned to Lin Yu, his tone commanding.
For the next monsters we encounter, don't kill them outright.
Weaken them to the brink of death, then let Sun Meng deliver the finishing blow. Since Wang Qing's squad was a trio, Wang Cheng, F-rank Slaveimer, naturally filled the support role. He was bound to Lin Yu, while Sun Meng was the warrior. In their trio setup, Sun Meng could only gain experience from monsters he personally slayed. Sharing wasn't possible.
Sun Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. Bro, is that even possible? Of course it's fine. I said it is.
Wang Qing shot him a dismissive glance.
Lin's level is too high. Even though these are elite monsters, the EXP gain is severely diminished. And for me, forget about it. You're different. Killing LV-17 or LV-18 elite monsters at LV-16 gives you huge experience bonuses.
Lin Yu understood Wang Qing's plan, a flicker of admiration flashing in her cold eyes. This guy might seem lazy, but he's actually meticulous.
More importantly, he's loyal and trustworthy. Lin Yu smiled faintly. I'm definitely up for it.
Sun Meng watched Wang Qing's matter-of-fact expression and Lin Yu's assured gaze.
An indescribable warmth instantly filled his heart.
Yes, Wang Qing and Lin Yu had never looked down on him. They truly treated him as one of their own. This realization instantly made this simple-hearted man's nose sting, and tears welled up in his eyes.
Bro Qing, sis Lin.
Sun Meng's voice was thick with tears as he wiped his eyes forcefully. Enough with the what's this, what's that, just put on your breastplate and stop whining.
We're running out of time. Wang Chang waved him off impatiently. On the podium.
The massive screen was split into multiple feeds, naturally focusing on the three teams who'd chosen the Inferno difficulty. Zhao Tianyu's team held a commanding lead in points, while Zhang Hao's squad trailed closely behind, refusing to concede. Yet Wang Qing's team's points were slowly increasing.
This phenomenon caught the attention of the high-ranking officials.
Mayor Qin Weiman specifically requested that Wang Qing's team's video feed be enlarged.
Suddenly, a sharp voice of criticism echoed across the podium. This is utter nonsense. A complete farce. Chapter 20, The Importance of Choosing the Right Mentor.
Director Feng Xiaoming of Tiankai University was the first to rise, having immediately discerned Wang Qing's intent.
He immediately sneered, playing house in a Black Iron Tier Inferno difficulty dungeon? Having high-level players control damage to let low-level ones finish off mobs for experience? Don't you care about time? Don't you care about points? Utterly foolish. This is probably the first time in history a student dared to seek attention like this. Li Zihua snorted coldly. Such a waste of time. I bet the points they scrape together by dragging their feet won't even match a basic tier dungeon team. TSK. Stu Lin watched Zhao Tianyu's team steadily climb the leaderboard while glancing at Wang Qing's pitifully low score, a smug grin spreading across his lips. Youngsters, so full of themselves, treating the college entrance exam like child's play. Captain Su, looks like we'll be having that meal at the military district after all. Zhang Xingbang and Xiao Jian watched Wang Qing's nonchalant demeanor on the screen while listening to the discussions among the bigwigs on stage. A sense of unease slowly crept into their hearts. Only Captain Su Gang kept his sharp gaze fixed on the screen. Lin Yu had cleanly severed all four legs and the flaming tail of the level 18 red-scaled molten lizard, leaving only its writhing torso on the ground. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Such precise control over power and such confidence, this was no ordinary talent. Wang Qing, appearing indifferent on the surface, wouldn't dare pull this stunt at such a crucial moment without formidable inner resolve and strength. Mayor Qin Weiman watched the slow crawl of Wang Qing's team's points with a look of suspicion. His gaze shifted to the rapidly fluctuating numbers of Zhao Tianyu and Zhang Hao's teams above, his brow furrowing as his fingers tapped the sofa unconsciously. What the hell is this kid up to? I publicly praised him in front of the reporters. Inside the instance. Time ticked by, and over an hour slipped away unnoticed. Wang Qing's team plodded along, searching for elite mobs. Lin Yu, however, operated like a killing machine. The dragon thunder sword in her hands transformed into a razor-sharp scalpel. Whether facing the thick-skinned fire melt boars or the swift-moving flame bats,
She could cripple them in an instant, robbing them of most mobility and leaving them barely clinging to life. Then, Sun Mang would charge forward, swinging his greatsword with a burning desire to grow stronger, delivering the final blow to finish off the weakened monsters. With each kill, Sun Mang felt a warm surge coursing through his body as his experience points skyrocketed. A glow of leveling illuminated Sun Mang's form. Not bad, not bad. Wang Qing nodded with his hands behind his back, like a supervisor inspecting work. Leveling up 3 times in just over an hour, the results were truly impressive. Sun Mang felt the physical changes brought by the level up. The wound on his chest had healed by more than half, making his hands wielding the greatsword feel even stronger.
Bro Qing, sis Lin, I'm level 19 now. I feel like I'm bursting with power.
Sun Mang swung his greatsword excitedly, his enthusiasm as pure as a child's. Sun Mang knew full well that without them, he could never have leveled up 3 times in such a short period.
Wow, choosing the right people to follow is so crucial. Wang Qing stretched lazily, level 19?
Look at you, such a small achievement. Keep going, aim to hit level 20 within half an hour. Sun Mang listened to Wang Qing's words, his eyes brimming with almost worshipful gratitude.
Bro Qing, Shut up. I know what you're going to say.
It's all down to your own hard work.
If you hadn't reached level 16 before the trial, I wouldn't have been able to bring you along even if I wanted to.
Lin Yu watched Sun Mang's excited and grateful expression, adding with a smile, Brother Qing is right. If this weren't a special instance, you might not even have gotten the chance to see Wang Qing.
Treasure this opportunity. Wang Qing glanced at the monster carcass on the ground and changed his tone. Big dummy, go easy on your strikes next time.
If you shatter the crystal core, just wait till I get my hands on you. Sun Mang stuck out his tongue and grinned apologetically.
Got it, Qing.
Exploiting loopholes in the instance experience sharing system was a key method major factions and guilds used to rapidly level up their priority recruits. The bigwigs on the podium stirred with considerable commotion upon witnessing Sun Mang's level up.
Leveled up again? In a purgatory difficulty dungeon? 3 levels in a row? Are they here to take an exam or grind levels? Hu Yangli from Qingbei University voiced his confusion. Precision damage control for efficient leveling. They actually pushed a warrior to LV19 in such a short time and they're not stopping yet.
Director Mao Anqing muttered, chin resting on his hand.
On the leaderboard, Wang Qing's team remained firmly at the bottom.
Feng Xiaoming gave a cold snort as he reminded them, gentlemen, this is the college entrance exam, not a level-grinding dungeon run.
Su Gang stood beside him with a faint smile.
The real show has only just begun. Nearly half the time remained before the 3-hour trial concluded. After a bloody battle against several elite monsters, Zhang Hao's team paused to regroup.
Replenish fluids, bandage wounds, rest for 5 minutes, then push forward.
Zhang Hao commanded in a loud voice.
Emofan gasped for breath, wiping sweat from his forehead as he glanced at the scoreboard.
1. Zhao Tianyu's team, 1269 points.
2. Zhang Hao's team, 1117 points. 3. Wang Qing's team, 289 points. He grinned triumphantly. In the Inferno difficulty dungeon, minor monsters yielded triple the points of the base level.
With just a little more effort, he could definitely claim first place.
Then that damn Wang Qing would see how long he could keep gloating. Half the time is gone, hurry up, everyone.
Zhang Hao downed a bottle of water and urged anxiously. He glanced at the leaderboard, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his mind. But the sight of Lin Yu's aloof figure instantly replaced that fleeting joy with an indescribable irritation. He forced down the turmoil within, maintaining a calm exterior. Let's go, everyone.
Give it your all. Our goal is first place. Lin Yu, how could you possibly like Wang Qing?
He instinctively patted his chest.
Time ticked away, second by second.
Wang Qing was currently leaning lazily against the rock wall, trimming his perpetually unkempt nails.
Big dummy, aren't you done yet? Stop dawdling.
Lin Yu had just slain a monster, while Sun Mang was bent over extracting its crystal core. Hearing Wang Qing's prompt, he chuckled and replied. Lin Yu glanced at the scoreboard and the time only 1 hour remained. She walked up to Wang Qing, her cool voice tinged with barely perceptible urgency. Wang Qing, time's running out.
Should we? Wang Qing straightened up, clapped his hands, and teased, getting impatient. Are we?
Don't worry, beautiful, I've got this under control. Then his tone turned serious. We're at the bottom of the rankings, but there's no need to worry.
If we take down that big one, we'll have what we need, right?
He glanced suggestively toward the deeper, hotter recesses of the cave. Sun Mang had just finished tidying up and was strolling toward Wang Qing, stopping about half a meter away.
Hearing Wang Qing's words, he couldn't help but gasp. The joy on his face instantly faded.
Hesitantly, he asked, Bro Qing.
You mean we're going after that 3-headed lava hound?
That's a Black Iron Tier Elite Stage 1 boss. Already at level 19, he could barely handle Elite Tier minions. The thought of facing a boss made his legs go weak.
Bull. I'm here for the elite. Wang Qing snapped back, leaving no room for argument.
Kill the boss, you get XP and enough points, 2 birds with 1 stone. Pick off some blind mooks along the way, and taking first place will be a piece of cake. Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes softened slightly, replaced by a sharp gleam. He tightened his grip on the Dragon Thunder Sword. Boss kills granted shared experience to the entire team. The moment Wang Qing decided to help Sun Meng level up on the spot, he likely already planned his next move. The trio wasted no time. Wang Qing led the charge, pushing deep into the labyrinth at a brisk pace. Lin Yu followed closely behind, his movements light and agile. Sun Meng steeled himself, suppressing his fear as he hoisted his greatsword and hurried to keep pace. As they delved deeper, encounters with demonic beasts grew more frequent, their levels mostly ranging between LV-18 and LV-20. Lin Yu's sword strikes grew fiercer, holding nothing back. Sun Meng handled isolated minor monsters, while Wang Qing remained steadfastly at the rear as always. To save time, they began abandoning the harvesting of crystal cores and Sun Meng's experience points. This drastically boosted their kill efficiency, causing their points to climb steadily and rapidly as they pushed deeper into the depths.
Wang Qing team points 291312386412.
On the leaderboard, Wang Qing's team's score surged like it had been injected with adrenaline, climbing wildly.
Chapter 21, A Narrow Path Encounter. On the podium. Look! Team Wang Qing's points are skyrocketing. Director Mao Anqing of Nandong University was the first to notice the anomaly, pointing at the screen in astonishment. The crowd, who had been sneering at Wang Qing and his team moments ago, instantly turned their attention to the display. On the screen, the points representing Wang Qing's team no longer moved slowly. Instead, they surged upward like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. In just over 10 minutes, they shot from the bottom ranked 289 points straight past the 700-point mark. More crucially, it showed no signs of stopping. How could this be? The mocking expression on director Feng Xiaoming of Tiankai University froze. This is efficiency. Hu Yongli of Qingbei University watched the battle scene with sharp eyes, a hint of admiration in his gaze. Look at Lin Yu, her swift, fluid movements as she drew her blade and claimed the demon beast's life. Principal Situ Lin's expression darkened. Though Zhao Tianyu's team still held first place, their lead was being eroded at a visible pace by Wang Qing's team. On the large screen, Wang Qing's team charged into the nest of level 17 and level 19 molten flame bats. The monsters, roused from slumber, attacked Wang Qing and his companions with frenzied ferocity. Li Ziahua's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk of schadenfreude. Now this should be interesting. What the hell? Lin Yu faced the swarm of fire bats descending upon them with an icy gaze, showing no fear. Wang Qing stood behind Lin Yu, his rare tension evident as he stared at the swarm of bats, his eyes flashing coldly. Lin Yu stood firm with his sword raised, an invisible energy surging outward from the Dragon Thunder Sword. Crackle, crackle. A spine-chilling crackle of electricity erupted from nowhere. Countless fine, visible blue-white sparks of lightning instantly intertwined around Lin Yu and Wang Qing, forming a vast thunder net spanning tens of meters. The net was not static, it moved like a living creature, precisely snapping up every fire bat that dared to approach or spew flames. 10,000 thunder guidance. What? The lightning's power intensified? Lin Yu was startled. What was happening? Huh? There were 2 bolts of lightning. Has my exclusive skill been enhanced? That's absolutely impossible. Unbelievable, the lightning bolt following his skill was noticeably more powerful. Wang Qing's lips curled upward. The moment Lin Yu activated guidance of 10,000 thunderbolts, Wang Qing activated his own skill simultaneously. He'd been worried that Lin Yu's current base stats wouldn't be enough for a one-hit kill. Reality proved him right, the vitality of elite-level minions was absolutely not to be underestimated. No way! Lin Xueliang abruptly leapt from his seat, shouting in disbelief. His stern face was etched with disbelief and shock, his pupils contracting sharply. It was too much like it. This was his late wife's signature technique, 10,000 thunder guidance. Lin Yu had actually awakened the same exclusive skill as her mother. Though he had cast Lin Yu aside. By all accounts, this should hold no connection to him anymore. Yet witnessing Lin Yu wield the very same skill as her mother stirred unavoidable ripples within his heart. Watching Lin Yu strike on the screen, electrocuting dozens of fire bats until they smoked and plummeted to the ground, her cold, exquisite profile flickered before his eyes, momentarily mirroring the image of his late wife in her youth. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Something felt off. Given Lin Yu's current strength, even activating 10,000 thunder guidance shouldn't have been enough to kill dozens of fire bats in a single strike. He carefully replayed the scene in his mind. That attack had been executed twice. He couldn't have miscounted, he knew this skill too well. Unthinkable. This was utterly impossible. His gaze then fell upon Sun Meng, who was closely following Lin Yu. Particularly, the chestplate Sun Meng wore looked vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than his late wife's 10,000 bones chestplate. That was his mother's heirloom. How could it be on this big oaf? Lin Xueliang's heart clenched. Could it be that Lin Yu had feelings for this big oaf? One strike of 10,000 thunder guidance directly silenced all the big shots on the podium who had doubted Team Wang Qing's strength. They exchanged stunned glances. With such a game-changing technique, the outcome of this competition had become unpredictable.
Mayor Chen Weiman's furrowed brow finally relaxed, replaced by an appreciative smile. So there was a backup plan after all. Stu Lin and Feng Xiaoming's smiles froze. The existence of this killer move stirred intense unease within them. Way to go! Xiao Jian exhaled deeply and clapped wildly. Inside the instance, lava mine tunnels. Firebat corpses rained down like hailstones, the air thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh. Sun Meng was also quite surprised. Sister Lin's skills seemed stronger than before. Could it be because of the upgrade? The leaderboard refreshed again. 1. Zhao Tianyu's team, 1764 points. 2. Zhang Hao's team, 1527 points. 3. Wang Qing's team, 1022 points. The system notification chimed. Ding! Evolution candidate Lin Yu defeated LV-17 Molten Flame Bat Elite, earning shared EXP 130 points. Defeated LV-17 Molten Flame Bat, gained EXP 260 points. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu reaches LV-18 Molten Flame Bat Elite, gaining shared EXP 140 points. Killed LV-18 Molten Flame Bat, gained EXP 280 points. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu defeated LV-19 Molten Fire Bat Elite, gaining shared EXP 150 points. Defeated LV-19 Molten Fire Bat, gained EXP 300 points. Lin Yu leveled up to LV-27, Wang Qing leveled up to LV-30. Wang Qing glanced at the level experience bar and groaned inwardly. The experience required to level up from 30 was more than double that needed to reach 20. Wang Qing shook his head in frustration. To level up quickly now, he'd have to find the next temp worker ASAP. Holy crap, congrats on leveling up, Bro Qing and Sis Lin. Sun Meng's face flushed with excitement. Happy my ass. Let's get moving, we gotta keep going. Wang Qing snapped impatiently. Lin Yu looked puzzled, but she didn't dwell on it. She simply followed Wang Qing's lead and kept moving forward. Exclusive skills can be learned? It must be an illusion. A few minutes later, Wang Qing and the others pressed on toward a larger lava cave entrance. After clearing a few stray minions along the way, they turned into a relatively larger mining tunnel. Almost simultaneously, another group emerged from an entrance nearby. Before Lin Yu could even see who they were, she immediately attacked several lava boars in the mine hall. With several splatters, the blood of the lava boars already pooled on the ground. The fluidity of his movements and the speed of his footwork left the newly arrived squad speechless. That squad was none other than Zhang Hao and Mo Fan's team. Two teams had crossed paths in the narrow passage. Zhang Hao's expression darkened considerably as he kept a close eye on the scoreboard updates. Wang Qing's team was rapidly closing the gap with their points, though they still trailed by over 400 points. But Lin Yu's earlier move had momentarily stunned him. Truly the prodigy of Jianghai first high every strike was executed with ruthless precision. Mo Fan spoke first, his eyes blazing with jealousy. He pointed at Wang Qing and erupted in a torrent of abuse. Wang Qing, you worthless piece of trash. All you know how to do is hide behind a woman. What kind of man are you? Wang Qing gave a cold chuckle, indifferently replying, heh, you said it yourself, I'm a useless piece of trash. Naturally, I'll hide. You call yourself a man, yet no woman lets you hide behind her back? Wang Qing's retort made Mo Fan tremble with rage, his voice sharp with fury. Shameless. You actually take pride in that. Whatever. I'm not wasting my breath on you. Let's go. Wang Qing rolled his eyes and motioned for Lin Yu and Sun Meng to keep moving. Zhang Hao glanced at the leaderboard and fell deep in thought. If things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before Wang Qing's team overtook them. A brilliant plan instantly formed in his mind. Since your team's main combat power is Lin Yu, why not? Zhang Hao cut off Mo Fan's continued taunts and addressed Lin Yu politely. Mr. Lin, I've admired you for quite some time and have always wanted you to join our team. Alas, it seems I'm not blessed with that opportunity. As the saying goes, better to seize the day than wait for a better one. I've long harbored a small wish. Would you be willing to help me, Lin? Mo Fan was taken aback by Zhang Hao's words and opened his mouth to speak. But when he turned to meet Zhang Hao's intense gaze, he seemed to grasp the man's intent. Lin Yu turned and replied coldly, speak quickly. Ha! You're as straightforward as ever, Lin. You know I was perpetually second in every subject throughout high school, a fact that's always nodded me. Now that we've met in this dungeon, would you consider sparring with me to settle this long-held desire? Lin Yu's eyes instantly turned icy. You want to spar with me? Here? That's not exactly appropriate. What's wrong with it? I know the rules. We'll stop at the right moment. Please, just let me fulfill my wish. Zhang Hao continued his earnest plea. Lin Yu frowned deeply, hesitating to agree. She couldn't fathom what Zhang Hao was really up to. Just as Lin Yu resolved to test Zhang Hao's strength, a voice cut through her determination. Hold on. Wang Qing swiftly stepped in front of Lin Yu, then sneered contemptuously, Humph, Zhang Hao, I know exactly what you're thinking. You dare show off such pathetic tricks in public? Zhang Hao's face flushed crimson with rage. You dog Wang Qing, you. Chapter 22, Wing Chun Wang Qing. Wang Qing instantly saw through Zhang Hao's intentions, shattering his resolve.
Zhang Hao quickly regained his composure, exhaling softly. Then he smiled and said, Wang Qing, I don't understand what you're talking about. I genuinely want to spar with Lin Yu. Besides, this is between me and Lin Yu. Mind your own business. Ha! Why spar now, of all times? Wang Qing's voice rose with disdain. You're going to fight my woman? You think I don't exist, huh? Lin Yu's face flushed slightly, but she still didn't grasp Zhang Hao's intentions. Wang Qing was right. Why now, of all times? Let's be clear, you think Lin Yu is our most crucial fighter and want to tie her up. Wang Qing's words struck Lin Yu like a bolt of lightning. So that's it. Who would have thought Zhang Hao was this despicable? Zhang Hao stumbled over his words, frozen for a moment. Before he could explain, Wang Qing turned his gaze toward Mo Fan. Mo Fan, you look down on me, don't you? Here's your chance. Want to settle this between us two? Zhang Hao shot Mo Fan a warning glance, signaling him not to act rashly. Mo Fan had already been itching for a fight. That scum actually provoked him first? He was practically begging for it. He understood Zhang Hao's warning glance perfectly well, but how could he possibly feel satisfied without venting this anger? What? You called me trash, and now you're backing down? Wang Qing's eyes widened in rare fury as his voice rose sharply. You! Like I'm scared of you. I'll show you what you're asking for. Mo Fan's rage boiled over, Zhang Hao's warning already forgotten. Mo Fan! Don't be impulsive. Zhang Hao urgently tried to stop him. Scared of him? He's nothing but trash hiding behind women. Don't worry, you lead the team out. Leave this to me. Mo Fan replied confidently to Zhang Hao. Wang Qing chuckled, his face bearing that signature lazy expression, yet his gaze was as cold as an ice cave, fixed intently on Mo Fan. Fine. If you want to fight, come on then. Stop standing there babbling. Xinggu, Sun Meng's eyes filled with worry as he urgently reminded him, but Wang Qing merely waved his hand. You and Lin, you don't need to rush off. I'll settle this quickly. Bold talk. Wang Qing retorted. You're nothing but a barking clown. Today, I'll show you what real power looks like. Mo Fan's blood boiled at the words. Without another sound, he leapt into the open space of the hall, instantly assuming an attack stance. Mo Fan, don't hurt him. Killing is forbidden in the Gaokao trial instance. Zhang Hao urgently warned from the sidelines. Rest assured, breaking arms and legs is allowed. Mo Fan said with utter disdain. Shut up. Are we fighting or not? Wang Qing strolled nonchalantly to an open space and assumed a combat stance the crowd had never seen before. He stood with feet slightly wider than shoulder width apart, toes turned inward, firmly anchored to the ground in a V shape. His knees weren't deeply bent, only slightly flexed and thrust forward, as if holding elastic tension. His center of gravity rested between his feet, his waist and abdomen slightly tightened, spine naturally straight. His shoulders were drawn downward, elbows tucked close to his ribs. Palms faced inward at an angle, fingers slightly splayed. This peculiar stance appeared light and nimble, yet radiated a fierce intensity, one that suggested every movement would be decisive, every pause absolute stillness. Mo Fan stared blankly at Wang Qing's peculiar stance, a vague unease rising within him. What kind of skill was this? He'd never seen anything like it. Wang Qing bellowed, Yangchun Wang Qing, I humbly request your guidance. Everyone present froze in confusion. What the hell? Wing Chun? What the hell is that? His fighting stance seemed to tense his entire body, appearing somewhat awkward and mismatched. In his past life, frail as a child, his parents had enrolled him in a martial arts school. Little did he know this very style would soon astonish the world. Wang Qing wasn't even using a weapon. Was this a blatant sign of contempt? Mo Fan's anger flared with each thought. Gritting his teeth, his aura erupted instantly, searing flames already coating his blade. Gripping the flaming blade, his figure vanished like lightning. He unleashed his signature skill, single character flame slash, upon Wang Qing. The sheer intensity was staggering, causing Lin Yu to grip her palms in nervous sweat. Swish! What? Mo Fan had swung at thin air. Wang Qing executed a textbook Wing Chun sidestep. The fiery blade descended like a thunderbolt, grazing the hem of his billowing robe as it swung down. That fast? Mo Fan's pupils contracted sharply. Wang Qing transformed his palm into a fist, then began a rapid succession of small, rapid punches. Mo Fan felt wave after wave of immense force bearing down on him, unable to even discern Wang Qing's movements. Thud, 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 fists slammed down at breakneck speed toward Mo Fan's face. Wang Qing's blindingly fast punches stunned the entire crowd. An F-class professional? How could he be this terrifying? The terrifying force slammed into Mo Fan's face, feeling like being relentlessly pounded by a giant hammer. In an instant, Mo Fan's flaming steel blade flew from his grasp. His entire body collapsed like a wilted cabbage. Darkness flooded his vision as he gradually lost consciousness. Everyone in Zhang Hao's team, including Zhang Hao himself, stood frozen in disbelief, as if turned to stone. Knocked out in one move, Mo Fan had been defeated so cleanly and decisively, utterly powerless to retaliate. Shock flashed in Lin Yu's eyes before giving way to a sense of pride that felt entirely justified.
Sun Meng's mouth gaped open before erupting in an excited roar. Brother Qing is awesome.
Wang Qing rose to his feet, resuming his pre-fight stance. He flicked his wrist as if he'd nearly swatted a fly. Without even glancing at Mo Fan, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, his piercing gaze swept over Zhang Hao and the others. Anyone else want to try? Zhang Hao's face drained of color, his hand gripping the staff trembling slightly. His teammates behind him fell silent, instinctively taking a step back. Wang Qing snorted derisively, ignoring them entirely. He turned and waved to Lin Yu and Sun Meng. Let's go. Lin Yu quickened her pace to catch up, stepping beside Wang Qing and asking curiously, why does Mo Fan harbor such intense hostility toward you? I heard you both came from the same orphanage and used to get along well. How did this happen? Wang Qing smiled faintly. Well, it's because I'm so handsome, of course. Standing beside a beauty like you, who wouldn't be jealous? Ha ha. Lin Yu teased him playfully. Wang Qing glanced at Mo Fan lying on the ground, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Once, we were such close friends. Suddenly, 3 men in work uniforms appeared on the scene. The leader was of average height, bald, with small eyes, but his face was covered in fleshy bulges, giving him a menacing, demon-like appearance. If not for his uniform, anyone seeing him for the first time would mistake him for some bandit from the mountains. Don't worry, students. I'm Gung Fuqing, captain of this instance's rescue team. This student here is. Before he could finish, he glanced at Mo Fan lying on the ground and immediately signaled 2 colleagues to tend to him. Before Captain Gung could inquire further, one of his team members urgently shouted, Captain, this student isn't in critical condition, but his nasal bridge and jawbone are shattered. He needs to be carried out for treatment. Zhang Hao was stunned. He hadn't expected Wang Qing to strike so ruthlessly. The other team members watched Wang Qing's squad disappear into the distance, launching into a torrent of curses. Zhang Hao sighed. He knew that losing Mo Fan meant their team had no hope of winning the Gaokao trial. Watching Mo Fan being carried away on a stretcher, Zhang Hao clenched his fists tightly and glared fiercely at Wang Qing's retreating figure. Wang Qing, we'll settle this someday. The grandstand erupted in uproar. Instant kill. An S-class professional instantly killed by an F-class professional? How is that possible? Director Feng Xiaoming's voice cracked. That speed, that reflex, that explosive power, this is absolutely not what an F-class profession should possess. Director Hu Yanli pounded the table in excitement. A monster. A monster. Principal Situ Lin cried out. Zhao Tianyu's advantage paled in comparison to Wang Qing's overwhelming power. Li Ziao's eyes flashed with an almost imperceptible chill. Looks like we'll have to fight tooth and nail for this year's students. Though that kid Wang Qing's skills are rather intriguing. Su Gang's gaze fixed intently on Wang Qing's silhouette on the screen. Such formidable power at such a young age, this youth had piqued even the interest of this SSS tier powerhouse. Lin Xuelian's thoughts grew more complex than ever. First, Lin Yu had stirred his emotions, and now Wang Qing's unknown martial arts had left him stunned. It seemed he should bring this kid into the guild as soon as possible. This Dragon Nation College entrance exam, due to the presence of Wang Qing and Lin Yu, had completely derailed from everyone's expected trajectory. They all began to reassess Wang Qing's team. Chapter 23, The Three-Headed Lava Hound. Deep within the lava caverns, scorching air currents relentlessly lashed at Wang Qing and his companions' faces. Wiping sweat from his brow, Wang Qing continued urging Lin Yu and Sun Meng to press deeper. Left fork, 2 level 20 black flame poison scorpions. Brother Qing, Sister Lin, be careful. Sun Meng, now a level 20 himself, spoke with a tone that was worlds apart from before. His confidence was palpable. Lin Yu moved like lightning, her dragon thunder sword slicing through the air with 2 blinding flashes of cold light. The blades sliced precisely through the black flame poison scorpions' bodies. Both ferocious beasts instantly had their pincers and venomous tails severed, collapsing limp to the ground with shrieking cries. Watch this. Sun Meng roared, his greatsword slashing down with the might of frenzy slash, cleanly dispatching the target. On the scoreboard, Wang Qing's team's tally flashed once more. 1. Zhao Tianyu's team, 2,232 points. 2. Wang Qing's team, 1,786 points. 3. Zhang Hao's team, 1,776 points. After Mo Fan was defeated by Wang Qing and had to leave the instance for healing, Team Zhang Hao lost a crucial combatant, causing their point growth to slow considerably. Ha! We've overtaken Zhang Hao's bunch of bastards. Sun Meng stared at the leaderboard, pumping his fist excitedly as sweat trickled down his face. Wang Qing paid no mind to Sun Meng's words. This outcome was entirely expected. He glanced at the countdown, 29 minutes and 4 seconds, and the leaderboard. Who knew that Zhao Tianyu could rack up points like that, he muttered, curling his lip. But it won't matter now. Lin Yu sheathed her sword, her cold eyes fixed on the depths of the mine shaft. A low, rumbling roar was faintly audible. It should be up ahead. Not far now, she warned vigilantly. Go! Wang Qing's eyes flashed with resolve as he stepped forward first. Sun Meng tightened his grip on his massive sword, exhaled deeply, and suppressed his nervousness as he followed closely behind. On the podium. The massive screen currently displayed only 2 feeds. One showed Zhao Tianyu's team methodically clearing out a small red-scaled molten lizard nest, their points steadily climbing.
The other feed showed Wang Qing's team approaching a massive cavern glowing with a dark crimson light. It seemed the outcome was decided. The top spot in the Dragon Nation's college entrance exam was undoubtedly ours, Zhonghai No. 2 High School.
Ha! Suchulin's triumphant laughter echoed across the podium. I wouldn't be so sure. Hu Yanli, the admissions director from Qingbei University, tapped his armrest skeptically. Old Hu, can't you see what's obvious? With less than half an hour left and such a huge point gap, how could it be uncertain? Director Feng Xiaoming of Tiankai University glanced at the time, his tone utterly confident. Hu Yanli didn't respond immediately. Su Gang's eyes sparkled with admiration as he remarked, Director Hu is right. Wang Cheng and the others are pushing themselves to the limit. Their goal can only be one. What? They're going for the boss? Director Mao Ancheng of Nandong University exclaimed in astonishment. Hu Yanli's face grew grave, while Su Gang nodded calmly. Good heavens! Since the Dragon Nation's college entrance exams began, no senior high student has ever defeated a Black Iron Tier trial difficulty boss. I need a moment, this is hard to believe. Principal Xiao Jian exclaimed, his heart filled with dread for Wang Qing and Lin Yu's safety. They're courting death. Li Zihua sneered. Thinking they're powerful enough to challenge the boss? Utterly delusional. Lin Xueliang and Mayor Chen Weiman, hearing the murmurs, instinctively sat up straighter, their expressions shifting between anticipation and curiosity. Within the lava-filled mine shaft, the boss's low growls grew increasingly distinct, sending Sun Meng's heart racing. As the trio quickened their pace, the cave's dim light grew brighter until they emerged into a vast cavern housing a molten lava lake. Dark red magma flowed slowly in the center, bubbling and gurgling, filling the air with a pungent sulfur smell. The cave walls were formed of cooled, black basalt. In the center, upon a massive, relatively flat black rock, lay the dungeon boss, level 28 tier 1 elite boss, three-headed lava hound. Its body was as large as an elephant, covered in long, dark red fur. Its three massive heads were currently dozing, emitting low snores. Each head was encased in a bone-like skullcap. Its thick limbs, even covered in fur, revealed clearly defined, powerful muscles. A massive tail, its tip ablaze with roaring flames, swept leisurely behind it, clearly savoring a rare moment of tranquility. Wang Qing and his companions rudely interrupted its meditation. Its 6 eyes, like glowing coals, opened one by one with alert vigilance. Upon spotting the intruders, it sprang to its feet, claws digging into the ground as it bared its teeth. Then came a deafening roar. Roar! The terrifying pressure made Sun Meng panic. His face drained of color as he instinctively stumbled backward. Watching the boss's gaping maw spew saliva as it roared, Lin Yu's initial tension turned to mild disgust. Wang Qing narrowed his eyes, sizing up the colossal beast, yet his face showed no sign of tension. The 3 lava hounds shifted their hind legs slightly, scraping the ground. Lin Yu realized something was wrong. They were about to attack. Everyone, watch out! Before the words had fully left his mouth, the 3-headed lava hound lunged forward. Its speed was astonishing. The massive body blurred into a crimson afterimage, targeting the trembling Sun Meng. The left head opened its gaping maw, revealing a mouth full of gleaming fangs, lunging toward Sun Meng. Sun Meng, get out of the way! Lin Yu shouted urgently, darting like lightning to intercept from the side. But the boss's speed far exceeded expectations. Sun Meng could only manage to block with his greatsword held horizontally before him. Crack! The left head actually snatched Sun Meng up in its jaws. The 10,000 bones chestplate erupted with intense silver light within the 3-headed lava hound's mouth, stubbornly withstanding the fang's bite. Sun Meng desperately shielded his head with the greatsword, but his right thigh was already pierced by the fangs. Sun Meng's agonized howl echoed through the air. Qing, save me! Blood from his thigh flowed into the monster's mouth, making its eyes gleam with excitement. Wang Qing hadn't expected this boss to be so powerful. He was caught off guard. Lin Yu, save Sun Meng first. I'll draw it. Wang Qing shouted, charging forward in a single stride. All traces of Wang Qing's previous laziness vanished from his face, replaced by a look of intense focus. The 3-headed lava hound saw Wang Qing charging and swung its claws at him. But Wang Qing was incredibly fast, leaping directly onto its claws before propelling himself upward. Soaring into the air, he delivered a vicious kick to its left skull. Crack! Crack! The bone casing on the left head visibly began to shatter. The pain made the boss squint, and it immediately flung Sun Meng away. Lin Yu leapt up to catch him. The silver glow of the 10,000 bones chestplate quickly dimmed, revealing the beast's bite marks on its surface. Lin Yu laid Sun Meng flat, then retrieved golden wound medicine from her storage ring to apply to his injuries. She turned urgently to see Wang Qing dodging wildly through the air. Deep concern gripped Lin Yu as she unleashed her full agility to charge at the boss. Thud! 6 eyes really came in handy. Spotting Lin Yu's approach, the beast instantly detected her and launched an unhesitating counterattack. Its claws grazed Lin Yu's afterimage, slamming into the molten lava ground. The solid rock shattered like tofu. The terrifying impact sent Lin Yu reeling, her blood surging violently. Unsteady, she flew backward, about to crash into the wall when Wang Qing suddenly appeared, clutching her tightly. They descended slowly through the air. Are you okay, Yu? Wang Qing asked with concern. I'm fine, but it's incredibly powerful. Don't worry, watch me. I've got this. Wang Qing flashed a confident smile. Chapter 24, Teasing the Dog? Inside the dungeon boss's lair. 3 lava hounds, their gaping maws dripping saliva onto the ground, emitted hissing sizzles. 6 eyes, like burning coals, fixed intently on their prey. Lin Yu, clutched in Wang Qing's arms, shrieked in panic, "Watch out!" The 3 lava dogs lunged forward, 2 claws striking toward Wang Qing at blinding speed. Holding Lin Yu, Wang Qing executed a swift backward evasion with all his strength. Failing to land a direct hit, the 6 dog eyes ignited with flames. 3 pillars of fire then shot from their gaping maws toward Wang Qing. Wang Qing instinctively set Lin Yu down. Run! The 2 fled in opposite directions. The 2 heads continuously spewed pillars of fire along their escape route. Lin Yu ran desperately, but her speed was slightly slower than Wang Qing's. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 lava hounds retracted their flames. They leaped forward, claws extended, lunging at Lin Yu. Lin Yu couldn't dodge in time and instinctively raised the Dragon Thunder Sword to block. Boom! The claws collided with the Dragon Thunder Sword, erupting in intense sparks. Lin Yu was sent flying by the powerful impact. Spitting blood mid-air, he scrambled to regain his balance. Landing with a thud, he managed to steady himself just in time before another mouthful of blood spurted forth. At that critical moment. "Hey! Stupid dog, look this way!" Wang Qing's teasing voice suddenly rang out. He had somehow pulled several large, charred, golden-brown beef shank bones from his storage ring glistening with oil and wafting an enticing aroma. Wang Qing had bought these yesterday at a restaurant near campus. Since he'd been too tired to go out yesterday, he'd bought extra. This storage ring could not only hold equipment but also keep food fresh. Since becoming a professional adventurer, Wang Qing's appetite had grown remarkably larger. He'd bought quite a few, never expecting they'd come in handy here. A magical scene unfolded. Just like teasing the big yellow dog downstairs in his neighborhood, Wang Qing weighed the bone in his hand, then flung it forcefully and far away from Lin Yu and Sun Meng. Whoosh! A massive beef shank bone traced a parabolic arc through the air, landing by the edge of the lava lake dozens of meters away. The 3-headed lava hound, poised to pursue Lin Yu, froze in unison. All 6 burning eyes turned in unison toward the bone, which emitted an enticing aroma. The left head drooled visibly. The right head's pupils flickered with confusion. The middle head appeared more agitated, yet its snout twitched uncontrollably. Dead silence fell over the VIP platform. All the bigwigs, reporters, staff members, and even the tens of millions of viewers watching on screens were frozen in place, staring at the scene. What the hell is he doing? Throwing a bone? Is he messing with the boss? In a Black Iron tier Inferno difficulty dungeon? Holy, what kind of god tier move is this? Principal Sita Lin's jaw dropped so far it nearly dislocated. Director Feng Xiaoming looked utterly bewildered, and even the worldly wise Mayor Qin Weiman wore an expression of profound bewilderment and disbelief. Seconds later, the miracle actually happened. The middle head of the 3-headed lava hound seemed hesitant, but the left head couldn't hold back any longer. Woof! Releasing its claws to control its body, it sprinted toward the bone's landing spot. The head on the right seemed to feel it was a loss of boss dignity, letting out a symbolic low growl. Yet its body was honest and moved without the slightest hint of awkwardness. Its massive frame shook the earth as it charged. Reaching the bone, the left head eagerly snatched it up and began crunching away. The right head strained forward to sniff, clearly displeased that the left head was hogging the treat. It pressed its neck fiercely against the middle head, causing the massive body to tilt slightly. Perfect opportunity. Lin Yu gripped his sword tightly, rising to his feet, ready to strike. Not so fast. Let them play a bit. Wang Qing waved his hand, a smug look of amusement on his face. He leisurely pulled another beef shank bone from his storage ring, this one larger than the previous one, and tossed it toward a different, more distant spot. Oh! The right head was instantly drawn to the new target, abandoning the struggle and happily dragging its body toward the fresh bone. Good doggy, run faster. Whoosh! Over there. That's right, good boy. Run faster, over there. In the vast boss lair, a bizarre and comical scene unfolded. The massive, fearsome elite tier 1 boss was being completely toyed with by a few oxbones. The 3 heads couldn't agree. The glutton on the left chased the bone with the most enthusiasm, while the dissatisfied one on the right raged furiously, roaring angrily. The central head tried to control the body, but couldn't resist the tugging of the other 2 gluttonous heads. Its massive frame clumsily zigzagged back and forth along the edge of the lava lake. Even Lin Yu, with her usual cool composure, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle at this utterly absurd spectacle. Sun Meng was utterly dumbfounded. "Xinggu, you're something else. You're seriously awesome." Before the live stream screen, bullet comments flooded the feed. "Holy crap, this Wang Qing guy is a genius. Holy crap, the most frustrating boss ever just showed up. This livestream is absolutely insane. Millions are watching to tease the dog, no, to tease the boss. Ha, I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard." But joy turns to sorrow. As the last beef bone was gnawed clean, 3 heads, 6 blazing eyes, simultaneously turned toward Wang Qing. The air froze instantly. The central head's eyes blazed with fury and humiliation, its rage surging to its peak. It reared back and let out a roar 10 times more terrifying than before. All 3 heads opened their massive jaws simultaneously, their throats glowing with a blinding crimson light. No! Get out of the way! Lin Yu's face paled as he shouted the warning. Roar! 3 pillars of flame, each over a meter in diameter, erupted like fiery dragons, violently spewing toward Wang Qing. Their sheer breadth and blinding speed left no room for evasion. Wang Qing glanced at the 3 drones hovering above the nest, broadcasting live. Without a moment's hesitation, his toes dug into the ground as he leapt skyward, hovering in midair for several seconds. Boom! 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 With 3 swift kicks, he sent the drones hurtling toward the flames. Sizzle! 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 Blinding red light instantly engulfed the drones. On the giant screen, the feed from Wang Qing's squad suddenly went black, leaving only the jarring static of electrical interference and utter darkness. Where's the feed? What's happening? The drone's been destroyed. What just happened? What about Wang Qing and the others? Oh my god, the boss has gone berserk. The entire playground, the entire live streaming platform, erupted in chaos. Millions of viewers watching on screens had their hearts racing. The fear and anticipation brought on by the unknown reached a fever pitch. Zhou Lei and his family were watching the livestream at home, marveling at Wang Qing's brilliance, when Yinin's shriek pierced the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Lei decided to rush his entire family to Jianhai First High School. Chaos erupted on the podium. Mayor Chen Weimin jumped to his feet in panic. Quick! Notify the nearest medical team to rush to the scene immediately. Launch the backup drones now. I need the results right away. Principal Xiao Jian was sweating profusely as he bellowed into his communicator. Gung Fuqing, do you read me? Get your team to the boss's lair immediately. Hurry! Lin Shualiang showed no concern for Lin Yu's life or death, merely lifting his teacup and taking a calm sip. The admissions directors from major universities, encountering such a situation for the first time, began to harbor secret concerns. Wang Qing was a promising prospect. He kept his cool in a critical moment and came up with such an unexpected solution, a real talent. He must survive. President Li Zihua's eyes were vacant, a sly grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 25, The Female Giant Returns. Inside the boss's lair. Flames swept through the area. Wang Qing sacrificed 3 drones to buy precious escape time, part of his plan. Where Wang Qing had stood moments ago, the solid rock floor melted into a pool of crimson lava, billowing black smoke and bubbling furiously. Damn it! Wang Qing wiped sweat from his face as the enraged 3-headed lava hound locked onto him again, a serious look flashing in his eyes. Bro, watch out. This thing's totally pissed. Sun Meng shouted hoarsely, struggling to his feet while bracing himself against his massive sword. 3 pillars of fire shot from the boss's maul once more. With astonishing speed, Wang Qing ducked behind a protruding black basalt column. The scorching flames turned the stone pillar red hot, threatening to melt it. Sun Meng, you're not dead, are you? Charge up there and distract this stupid dog. Wang Qing bellowed at Sun Meng. Then he turned his gaze toward Lin Yu, his tone unwavering. Lin Yu, this is yours. Lin Yu instantly understood his meaning and thrust the dragon thunder sword into the floor. Ha! Oh! Got it! Sun Meng froze for a moment, unsure of Wang Qing's intent, but his loyalty to Wang Qing was absolute. He'd sacrifice his life for him. He roared, his chi and blood surging as he charged fearlessly toward the 3 lava hounds. You stupid dogs, look here! Your old man's son is here! True to form, the 3-headed lava hound was enraged by this ant's provocation. The central head turned toward him, opening its maw to spew forth another pillar of fire. In that split second when the boss's attention was diverted, Wang Qing bellowed, Lin Yu, now! Lin Yu's body erupted in blinding light. Ugh! Her form rapidly expanded, bones cracking and snapping as muscles surged, transforming her instantly into a 5-meter-tall female giant. Though her transformation into a giantess did not alter her features, the flawless, flowing lines of her muscles stood in stark contrast to her exquisite beauty. The violent tremors caused by Lin Yu's transformation sent the fire pillar crashing harmlessly into thin air. Sun Meng, who had been charging forward, stumbled and halted as the violent tremors threw him off balance. Holy! Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the moment of Lin Yu's transformation and was instantly terrified out of his wits. Sis Lin got bigger and her chest got bigger too. The moment the female giant descended, her terrifying aura sent shockwaves through the enraged 3-headed lava hound. All 3 heads turned simultaneously toward this colossal, power-radiating entity that had suddenly appeared. Come on, dumb dog! The female giant Lin Yu let out a thunderous roar. Her massive fist whistled through the air, slamming viciously into the enormous head at the center of the 3-headed lava hound. Though startled, the 3-headed lava hound reacted with astonishing speed, leaping backward to evade Lin Yu's fist. Then, repeating its tactic, 3 pillars of fire erupted from its maw. Crystal hardening. At the thought, brilliant, hard crystal instantly covered Lin Yu's hands, chest, and legs. Lin Yu had no intention of fleeing, he intended to fight head-on. Braving the scorching heat of the three flames, she steadily advanced toward the three lava dogs. The crystal armor on her body crackled and popped as it melted and re-solidified repeatedly. At the same time, Sun Meng, what the hell are you standing there for? Attack him. Wang Qing's urgent roar exploded in Sun Meng's ear.
Sun Meng snapped out of his daze. He had indeed been stunned by the sight of Lin Yu fighting in her transformed state. Receiving the order, he charged at the three lava hounds with all his might, attacking like a madman.
Break it for me.
Sun Meng unleashed his long-prepared, frenzied slashing viciously at the front ankle bones of the three-headed lava hound.
Snap.
The immense impact shattered the greatsword in Sun Meng's grasp, yet the damage merely left a shallow gash on the three-headed lava hound's ankle.
Damn, it's really tough.
The three-headed lava hound staggered from the pain, its massive body reeling from the blow. The fire columns attacking the giantess vanished instantly. It whipped its massive, flaming tail towards Sun Meng. Sun Meng felt a scorching gale rush toward him. The blazing tail whistled through the air, shattering the atmosphere, poised to smash him into mincemeat.
Clang!
The female giant Lin Yu swiftly interposed her crystal-hardened arm before Sun Meng. The tail lashed viciously against the crystalline armor, sparks flying like fireworks. Lin Yu's massive frame was knocked back 3 steps, the rocky ground beneath her cracking like a spiderweb. Roar! Seizing the giantess's momentary imbalance, the three-headed lava hound's left head slammed into her side. Its hard bony skull collided with the crystal armor, producing a dull, thunderous thud. The giantess grunted in pain, unable to react in time. The crystal armor around her waist failed to cover her quickly enough, or perhaps it was simply too slow. After all, blocking 3 fiery pillars had already drained Lin Yu of immense physical strength. A spider web of cracks appeared on her side, crimson blood seeping from the fissures.
Targeted recovery activated. Due to the immense physical drain, the wound was healing slowly. Lin Yu.
Wang Qing watched with a heavy heart, his form suddenly blurring into a trail of afterimages. Instead of attacking the boss, he charged toward the half-sword dropped by Sun Meng. His toes lightly tapped the hilt, sending the broken blade hurtling like a meteor toward the central head of the three-headed lava hound.
Clang!
The blade struck the bony skullcap and ricocheted away, but it successfully drew the boss's attention. The central head opened its gaping maw, poised to spew a pillar of fire, but Wang Qing had already closed the distance like a ghostly apparition.
Now!
Wang Qing roared, clenching his right fist.
A faint golden glow shimmered at its tip.
This was the true power he had concealed, the explosive force unleashed by synchronized enhancement and layered transformation of his base attributes.
Yangchun inch power.
The fist seemed to land slowly on the brow of the three-headed lava hound's main head, yet upon contact, it erupted with a thunderous explosion.
Crack!
The bone-plated skull, sturdy enough to withstand the giantess's heavy blows, was shattered by this seemingly feather-light punch, leaving a gaping hole. Dark green brain matter mixed with magma like blood gushed forth. The three-headed lava hound let out a shrill, unearthly howl. Its massive body convulsed violently, the other 2 heads thrashing wildly, yet their movements were sluggish due to the damage to the primary head.
Now!
Wang Qing roared once more. The female giant Lin Yu gritted her teeth against the searing pain in her side as her arms crystallized and swelled. Her hands became 2 crystalline shackles, clamping down on the three-headed lava hound's torso. Die! The three-headed lava hound lashed out frantically with its burning tail, relentlessly whipping her back as her crystal armor shattered in pieces.
10,000 spider hands. Visible black liquid began oozing from the giantess's Lin Yu hands, spreading rapidly.
Upon contact with the three-headed lava hound, it was instantly absorbed into the monster's body. The three-headed lava hound froze as if suddenly petrified, ceasing all struggle.
Wang Qing's eyes narrowed sharply.
He knew he couldn't wait any longer. The control effect of 10,000 spider hands lasted only 0.5 seconds. He planted his feet on the boss's coarse hide, propelling himself into the air. Crossing his hands into a cross, he channeled all his strength into his fists. This move will send you on your way. Golden fist shadows streaked like 2 beams of light, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, slamming viciously into the whole of the main head.
Boom! The entire main head exploded like a watermelon being stumped, shattering completely.
The other 2 heads instantly lost their luster, and the massive body went limp.
Perfect opportunity, Lin Yu, finish him off.
The giantess grabbed the left dog head with one hand, hoisting it into the air. Her right hand retracted, transforming from a palm into a fist.
A dazzling crystal armor instantly enveloped the giantess's massive fist. Thud! The immense impact slammed into the left head, visibly crushing it flat.
The three-headed lava hound writhed in agony, its right head regaining its senses and attempting to spew flames in retaliation. The giantess reacted with lightning speed, delivering a horizontal punch that gouged out the right head's eye. The flames were swallowed back before they could erupt. Enraged, the giantess seized the right head with both hands and began slamming its body into the ground with all her might.
Boom, boom, boom.
The ground began to collapse. Lava from the lake seeped through the cracks, flowing down slowly and hissing as it touched the giantess's feet. The scene was brutal.
Sun Meng gaped in shock. The giant's combat prowess was overwhelming, mere mortals could only look up in awe. Xing Ji is even more badass than the giant. Sun Meng's admiration for Wang Qing reached new heights. Hoo! We won! Within the boss's lair, a shadowy figure in the darkness bared its gleaming white teeth, its gaze icy cold. Not half bad. Chapter 26, Making History. Sun Meng collapsed onto the scorching rock, gasping for breath as his chest heaved violently, yet a smile spread across his face. Lin Yu watched the motionless boss and instantly shed her giantess form. Her face was as pale as paper. Though the wound at her waist slowly healed under targeted recovery, the immense physical drain left her barely able to stand. Her gaze fell on Wang Qing, and a rare, relieved smile flickered in her usually cold eyes. Wang Qing wiped sweat and blood from his face, feeling the warm surge coursing through his veins. System notification. Defeated LV-28 Elite Boss, 3-headed Lava Hound. Gained 5000 EXP. Evolution target Lin Yu defeated the boss, earning 2500 shared EXP. Evolution target Lin Yu has ascended to LV-28. Evolving subject Lin Yu has ascended to LV-29. Congratulations! Host has reached level 31. 3 beams of level up light flared nearly simultaneously. A golden glow flashed over Wang Qing LV-31, while Lin Yu's body flashed twice LV-28, LV-29. Sun Meng's body flashed 3 times in succession LV-21, LV-22, LV-23. A colossal surge of power washed away their fatigue. Sun Meng even felt the piercing wound in his thigh grow less painful. Incredulous, he sensed the surging power within him, his lips trembling with excitement. Levels 29 and 31? Brother Qing, Sister Lin. I'm level 23? Look at you, such a big deal. Wang Qing teased with a laugh, though his eyes were filled with genuine pride. He strode over to the boss's massive corpse and began dissecting it with practiced efficiency. Stop grinning like an idiot and check your points. Almost simultaneously, the massive scoreboard on the playground flashed an update. 1. Wang Qing's team, 1,776 points plus 5,000 boss kill equals 6,776 points. 2. Zhao Tianyu team, 2,674 points. 3. Zhang Hao's team, 1911 points. Boom! This rocket-like surge in points plunged the entire playground and indeed the entire Dragon Nation watching into dead silence. Then erupted a mountainous roar of astonished shouts and incredulous screams. 6,776 points? Holy crap! They actually defeated the boss. That's the Black Iron Tier Dungeon's Inferno difficulty boss. High school seniors? Unprecedented. Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and that Sun Meng. They've made history in Dragon Nation. How incredible. Who are these 3? Absolute geniuses. On the podium, all the bigwigs collectively lost their composure. Mayor Chen Weiman leapt from his seat, leaning forward with eyes nearly popping out of his head as he stared at the screen. Killed? They actually did it? Principal Xiao Jian wept tears of joy, gripping director Zhang Xingbang's arm and stammering, Old Jiang, did you see that? They're from our first high. Our first high's geniuses. Director Zhang Xingbang's face flushed crimson as he squeezed Xiao Jian's hand back, too overcome with emotion to speak. A unique gleam shone in Captain Su Gang's eyes as the corners of his mouth lifted. Looks like you all owe me a meal now, haha. Good lad. You really can't judge a book by its cover. What a pleasant surprise. Principal Situ Lin slumped into his chair, his face ashen. He muttered, impossible. This can't be. Zhao Tianyu. Lin Shueliang froze with his teacup mid-air, his somber eyes flickering with surprise. He began to take an undeniable interest in Wang Qing, this F-rank professional. Admissions directors from prestigious universities like Qingbei, Nandong, and Tiankai, especially Feng Xiaoming, felt their faces burning with embarrassment. They were all scheming how to recruit Wang Qing's team into their institutions. On the elevated platform, only Li Zihua wore a sullen expression, seemingly deep in thought. Inside the instance, Zhao Tianyu's team had just cleared several minor monsters. When they looked up and saw the scoreboard refresh, the smug certainty on their faces instantly crumbled. His body swayed, and the staff in his hand clattered to the ground. Behind his glasses, his eyes burned with disbelief and defeat. 6,776 points? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cheating. Definitely cheating. He roared in a fit of rage, causing his teammates to exchange bewildered glances. Zhang Hao felt as if struck by lightning. Staring at the blindingly high score, a wave of overwhelming helplessness and humiliation washed over him. Closing his eyes slightly, he muttered, Wang Qing, I lost this time. But just you wait. His thoughts drifted to Lin Yu, her exquisite figure appearing in his mind. Lin Yu, one day, I'll prove to you that I'm better than Wang Qing. Outside the instance, Mo Fan just carried out after emergency treatment, his jaw immobilized and nose crooked lay on a stretcher, staring at the screen in disbelief. When he saw Wang Qing's team's points instantly surge to the top, a wave of deep-seated jealousy and resentment once again shattered his defenses. Losing a one-on-one duel to Wang Qing was already unbearable. But their points surging to the top shattered his psychological defenses once more.
A raspy growl erupted from his throat as he struggled to sit up despite his injuries, only to be held down firmly by the medical staff. Why? Why the hell did you, a piece of trash, get this far? I refuse to accept it. I refuse. Flashback. Both had grown up in the orphanage, but Wang Qing had always been the model child everyone admired. The orphanage teachers constantly praised Wang Qing's intelligence and obedience, making him a role model for the other children. Mo Fan worked hard and did well, so why was Wang Qing always the one getting praised? Throughout school, Wang Qing maintained consistently high grades, even entering Jianhai No. 1 high school as the top-ranked student in the city's entrance exams. To defeat Wang Qing and reclaim his rightful glory, Mo Fan went so far as to disguise himself and become Wang Qing's closest friend. But unexpectedly, upon entering high school, the prodigy suddenly plummeted in performance, and his true colors began to show. Just then, the ending notification echoed across all 3 dungeons. Congratulations to Team Wang Qing for defeating the boss. The Gaokao trial concludes early as per regulations. All examinees, please gather your belongings. You will be automatically teleported out of the instance in 3 minutes. Wang Qing ignored the instance's prompt, struggling to extract a basketball-sized crystal core glowing with scorching red light from the shattered skull of a 3-headed lava hound. It was scorching to the touch, brimming with fire elemental energy. Wang Qing chuckled and stowed it into his storage ring. Next, near the boss's chest cavity, he found a double-handed sword. Its design was archaic, its body a deep crimson, and its blade seemed to flow with magma-like patterns. Lava Greatsword Rare, Equip Level, LV15, Strength +5, Attacks Inflict Fire Burn Effect. Nice! Lucky break! Wang Qing's eyes lit up. He weighed it in his hand heavy and solid, with a satisfying feel. Though this Black Iron tier dungeon was hell difficulty, dropping a rare grade item meant he'd been blessed by the gods. He glanced at Sun Meng's broken sword and casually tossed the heavy lava greatsword towards Sun Meng. Big dummy! Sun Meng caught it instinctively, glancing at it with a mix of bewilderment and unmasked excitement. Qing? Cut the crap. Forget I ever told you anything? You earned this. Lin Yu had nearly recovered by then. She approached Wang Qing and teased him. Wang Qing, when did you get so strong? What exactly is this Wing Chun skill? How come I've never heard of it before? What other secrets are you hiding? Spill it. Time's up. The light of the Inferno difficulty portal flickered, and Zhao Tianyu's team, Zhang Hao's team, and all other teams within the instance were instantly forced out. However, no portal's white light appeared at the location where Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng stood. What's going on? Why haven't Wang Qing and the others come out? Principal Xiao Jian was the first to notice the anomaly, his expression turning grim as he shouted urgently. Students below the stage also noticed the anomaly, looking around frantically, and indeed, Wang Qing's team was nowhere to be found. Was the instance malfunctioning? Could they have met with misfortune inside? Hard to say. It's a Black Iron tier instance at Inferno difficulty. The boss isn't going down easily. Damn it, just after breaking the record, don't go losing your lives over it. Students below the stage began whispering and murmuring among themselves. Gung Fu from the medical team heard the commotion and immediately responded. Head to the boss's lair fast. Check on Wang Qing's team and report back immediately. Xiao Jian shouted anxiously into the communicator. The communicator crackled with static. All other instance personnel, proceed immediately to the boss lair. I repeat, all other instance personnel, proceed immediately to the boss lair. Chapter 27, Sudden Turmoil. Inside the boss lair, Lin Yu's barrage of questions left Wang Qing looking grim and somewhat flustered. His words faltered. You're asking so many questions, how can I possibly answer them all at once? Originally, he'd only intended to stall for time, hoping to find a more plausible excuse to brush it off. Before Lin Yu could speak again, Wang Qing's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Weren't we all supposed to be teleported out in 3 minutes? At that very moment, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Sun Meng, standing closest to Wang Qing, caught a ghostly figure bursting from the shadows out of the corner of his eye. Brother Qing, watch out! Sun Meng's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted urgently. A dagger, tempered with a ghostly blue cold light, whistled through the air, stabbing straight toward Wang Qing's completely unguarded back. Its speed far exceeded that of a first-tier professional. Without a moment to think, Sun Meng reacted purely on instinct. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he erupted with unprecedented speed, violently shoving Wang Qing aside. Simultaneously, his massive frame acted as the most loyal shield, completely blocking the icy blade. Thud! The sound of blade meeting flesh echoed piercingly in the silent cavern. The ghostly blue dagger instantly pierced through Sun Meng's already damaged 10,000 bones chestplate, stabbing viciously into his chest. The sharp tip, dripping with fresh blood, slowly emerged from his right lung. Ah! Sun Meng let out a short, pained groan, glancing down at the dagger handle embedded in his chest. The immense force sent him stumbling backward several steps. Immediately, blood spurted from his mouth, and the lava-heavy sword clattered to the ground. Sun Meng! Wang Qing, who had been pushed aside, gasped in shock as he instantly recognized the attacker. It was none other than Gung Fuqing, the rescue team captain who had appeared earlier. His face, once thick with fleshy rolls, now bore no trace of its former dullness, only savage, murderous intent.
Lin Yu was equally stunned.
The strength that had just returned to his body erupted instantly as he raised the Dragon Thunder Sword to strike at Gung Fuqing.
Oomph. Overestimating your abilities.
Gung Fuqing snorted coldly, facing Lin Yu's furious strike without flinching or dodging. With a flick of his wrist, he yanked the dagger from Sun Meng's body, drawing a spray of blood. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out like lightning, fingers curling into a claw. The bone-white skeleton of his left hand suddenly appeared, grabbing the blade of Lin Yu's descending sword.
Clang! That left hand gripped Lin Yu's Dragon Thunder Sword with ironclad strength. A tremendous force surged through the blade into her hands. What? Lin Yu gasped in horror.
The shock numbed the web of her hand gripping the sword, and she involuntarily released her hold.
Second tier. You're a second-tier practitioner.
Lin Yu panicked, instantly assessing her opponent's strength. Her spirits plummeted to rock bottom. The chasm between Tier 1 and Tier 2 was like a natural barrier. The opponent's strength and speed completely overwhelmed her.
Not bad, little girl. You've got some insight.
Gung Fuqing's face wore a slightly surprised smile. Wang Qing cradled Sun Meng, whose breath was faint as a thread, blood gushing from his chest and back. An unprecedented rage and murderous intent surged through his entire body. He slowly raised his head, his gaze cold as ice, fixed on Gung Fuqing. With a thought, he activated Insight into All Things.
Name, Gung Fuqing. Class, S-Rank Shadow Assassin. Level, LV-79 Tier 2.
Strength, 173,382,111 Tier 2 Upgrade Bonus 86 Weapon Attribute. Agility, 17,358,231 Second Stage Upgrade Bonus. Spirit, 125. Stamina, 125. Exclusive Skills, 1. Shadow Lurking, Rare Tier enables stealth concealment in dimly lit areas 2. Backstab, Rare Tier Assassination from behind, boosting strength and agility by 10. Self-taught skills, 1. Bone Grasp, Epic Tier, intercepts all melee attacks from targets below one's level 10-minute cooldown, can also attack targets too. 7. Stab Assault, Elite Tier, thrust daggers at targets 7 times in an instant 10-minute cooldown 3.
Phantom Movement, Epic Tier, increases agility by 10. Wang Qing's furious expression turned contemplative as he examined Gung Fuqing's base attribute panel. Upon reaching second-tier professions, level-up bonuses to base attributes can be allocated to desired stats as needed. Name, Lin Yu. Class, SS Rank Female Giant. Level, LV-29 Tier 1. Strength, 12330 Post-Transformation 123 Weapon Attribute. Agility, 12360 Post-Transformation. Spirit, 12310 After Transformation. Stamina, 12,370 After Transformation. Name, Wang Qing. Class, F-Rank Emer. Level, LV-31. Strength, 41 Base Level 123 Lin Yu Attribute 30 Post-Transformation. Agility, 41 Base 123 Lin Yu Attribute 60 After Transformation. Spirit, 41 Base Level 123 Lin Yu Attribute 10 After Transformation. Stamina, 41 Base 123 Lin Yu Attribute 70 After Transformation. This is bad. His speed and strength clearly surpass ours by a significant margin. Gung Fuqing watched Wang Qing's intense glare and couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle.
He had witnessed Wang Qing's squad in action firsthand. That just two members Wang Qing and Lin Yu could defeat a Black Iron Tier Inferno difficulty boss was proof of their formidable strength. While Lin Yu's transformation had deeply shocked him, what was even harder to believe was the Wang Qing standing before him, cradling Sun Meng.
He sensed vaguely that Wang Qing's true strength was unfathomable.
He himself wasn't confident enough to take on the boss solo, which was why he'd planned the ambush to complete the mission. Gung Fuqing had only intended to severely wound Wang Qing, otherwise, that strike would have ended Sun Meng's life instantly.
Heh, you lucky bastard, huh?
Lin Yu, standing nearby, spat coldly with her icy expression. Pfft.
He's a second-tier professional, after all. What kind of hero uses sneak attacks? Ha, a hero?
Little girl, you're amusing. Gung Fuqing's voice grew increasingly vicious. Wang Qing's voice was as cold as ice, his fists clenched tightly.
He spoke calmly. You were sent by the South Ridge Guild, weren't you? And you sabotaged the teleportation device too, right? Ha! You're sharp, kid. So what do I want? What do I need? You should know the answer. What does he want? Wang Qing's pupils contracted slightly. Just as he'd expected. But that sphere is so important? What is it?
He stared directly at Gung Fuqing, without a moment's hesitation, admitting with unwavering certainty, I did it.
And the thing is with me. Ha! Good. You've got guts, kid.
A fierce glint flared in Gung Fuqing's eyes.
Good. Hand it over. I'll let you keep your body intact. Otherwise, a whole corpse?
Wang Qing resumed his usual lazy demeanor, gently laying the critically injured and unconscious Sun Meng flat on the ground. He rose slowly, a bone-chilling aura rising from his body.
You? If I want you dead today, not even Jesus could save you. My word.
A thread of murderous intent flashed in his eyes.
Jesus? Who's that?
Lin Yu looked utterly confused, but seeing Wang Qing like this for the first time made her heart skip a beat.
Ha! 2 high schoolers? Utterly presumptuous. Deng Fucheng burst into maniacal laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke. Then, without restraint, his aura erupted outward. The overwhelming pressure of a second-tier powerhouse descended like a tangible force, enveloping the entire cave. 2 first-tier punks, daring to act cocky in front of me. Die.
Before the words had even finished echoing, Deng Fucheng vanished, his speed even faster than during his earlier ambush. Only a faint afterimage remained where he had stood, the very essence of the epic skill, ghostly footwork.
Lin Yu. Wang Qing bellowed, then scooped up Sun Meng and leapt to safety.
Lin Yu understood instantly, hesitating not a moment before unleashing giant strength.
Snap. Crack.
Lin Yu visibly grew larger at a rapid pace. The cracking sound of bones resounded once more as the 5-meter-tall female giant abruptly reappeared in the cave.
Chapter 28, Fierce Clash. On the podium, the expressions of the dignitaries varied. Some looked worried, some bloated, and others remained utterly indifferent. What's happening? This has never occurred before. Even Deng Fucheng's communications are down? Principal Xiao Jian looked utterly perplexed. Could it be that Wang Qing's team went down with the boss?
Director Jiang Xingbang replied, his face clouded with worry.
That's hard to say. That's a Black Iron tier trial difficulty boss. And they're all just high school students.
Director Feng Xiaoming remarked with a hint of schadenfreude.
It's certainly possible. The gap in strength is just too vast. Hu Yanli, the admissions director from Tsinghua Peking University, expressed regret. Something's not right. We made thorough preparations for this special instance. How could this happen? Either there's a mole or those 3 are dead.
As soon as Mao Ansheng, the admissions director from Nandong University, uttered these words, everyone present immediately grew alert.
Deng Fucheng, a mole?
Captain Su Gang immediately grew agitated, his expression turning grave as he strode quickly to Principal Xiao Jian.
Principal Xiao, when did we lose contact with Deng Fucheng? Is this man reliable?
Hearing Captain Su's words, Principal Xiao Jian seemed to grasp the situation.
This man has served the university for many years and is exceptionally capable.
But it shouldn't be possible to lose contact with someone like him in this situation.
Oh no!
President Xiao Jian frantically used his communication device to call for help.
Only 2 figures on the stage remained unflappable.
Lin Xueliang continued sipping his tea leisurely, utterly indifferent to the life or death situation of his own daughter in the dungeon. The other was Li Zihua, his composed expression revealing not a single flaw as he continued to chat and laugh.
Inside the boss's lair, Lin Yu activated crystal hardening. Sparkling crystals instantly covered her vital points.
A massive palm, tearing through the air with terrifying force, slammed down toward where Deng Fucheng might appear.
Yet Deng Fucheng's speed was too swift. Like a phantom, he dodged the giantess's strike and flashed to her relatively vulnerable side, the waist area left exposed by Lin Yu's giant transformation.
The ghostly blue dagger in his hand, glowing with a sinister black light, plunged downward with deadly force.
Clang!
The dagger struck the crystal armor, producing a metallic clang. The powerful impact sent Lin Yu's massive frame staggering back a step. Spider-web-like cracks appeared on the crystal at her side. The power of a second-tier strongman surpassed that of the previous boss.
This is something. Let's see how many hits you can block.
Deng Fucheng sneered coldly, his figure flickering as he moved at high speed around the female giant.
Clang! 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 The ghostly blue daggers darted like deadly poisonous bees, striking with deadly precision against Lin Yu's crystalline armor. Each collision erupted in blinding sparks.
Lin Yu's massive frame was forced relentlessly backward, her heavy footsteps tearing deep fissures into the ground.
The lava lake's molten rock was shaken into crimson-red waves.
Under Deng Fucheng's storm of attacks, the crystal hardening shattered faster than it could regenerate. Lin Yu could only barely shield her vital areas. Relatively vulnerable spots like her waist, shoulder blades, and the backs of her knees were repeatedly slashed by the dagger's sharp edges. Bright red blood, mixed with shards of broken crystal, slowly seeped out, staining the black rock beneath her feet crimson. The excruciating pain forced a muffled groan from her, inevitably slowing her movements. Though targeted recovery was activated, the massive stamina drain from the previous boss battle left its effect mediocre. What of the giantess? Before true speed, she's nothing but a clumsy target. Deng Fucheng grinned savagely, his movements growing ever more elusive. Spotting Lin Yu stumble, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes.
7-stab combo.
He growled low, his form accelerating into a twisted black line, striking directly at the exposed lower right flank of Lin Yu, the thinnest point of crystal armor where her movement had left her vulnerable.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
7 ghostly blue flashes merged into a single blur in an instant, moving too fast for the naked eye to follow. Only a hazy blue shroud enveloped the area below Lin Yu's right ribs.
Ah!
Lin Yu let out a piercing scream as his massive frame shook violently. 7 bursts of blood mist erupted instantly from beneath his right ribs. Crystal hardening forcibly pierced. Gashes deep enough to expose bone gaped open, blood gushing forth like fountains. Targeted regeneration attempted to mend this horrific wound, but the combined damage from 7 strikes and the rapid depletion of stamina had already exceeded the limits of recovery. Lin Yu's massive frame swayed violently, his face deathly pale. Meanwhile, Wang Qing had finished bandaging Sun Meng's wounds. His face, originally deathly pale from blood loss, began to turn black as the slow-acting poison from the dagger took effect. Wang Qing felt Sun Meng's carotid pulse and exhaled a long breath. Thankfully. For now, the only option was to hold out until the rescue team arrived. Wang Qing knew his Wing Chun was merely a martial art he'd learned in a past life, not a professional skill. His ability to defeat Mo Fan instantly stemmed entirely from his overwhelmingly superior base attributes. When one's fundamental attributes reached a certain level, even grass and trees could become swords. But for now, by leveraging Wing Chun's principles entangling, sticking, striking to stall Gung Fu Chung, Wang Qing remained confident. Suddenly, the female giant's violent shaking caught Wang Qing's attention. No! Lin Yu! Witnessing 7 bursts of blood mist erupt from beneath Lin Yu's right ribs, this gruesome sight ignited an unprecedented rage within Wang Qing, instantly shattering his rationality. Gung Fu Chung, you bastard, come on! I'm your opponent! Wang Qing's roar reverberated through the entire cavern. He no longer watched over Sun Meng on the ground, unleashing all his strength. His foot slammed down, causing the hard black rock to instantly crack and sink. His body launched like a cannonball, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle as he charged straight at Gung Fu Chung. The opening stance of Wing Chun had already solidified in midair. Gung Fu Chung had just completed his 7th thrust sequence and was about to withdraw when a bone-chilling intent to kill surged toward him. He whipped his head around to see Wang Qing already within striking distance. The small eyes burned with furious flames, moving at a speed that belied a mere first-tier practitioner. Looking for death. Gung Fu Chung roared, both shocked and enraged. His left hand instantly transformed into a bone-white specter, the bone-white specter hand. With a piercing whistle, it lunged toward Wang Qing's face. Simultaneously, his right hand flicked the dagger in a reverse slash, aiming straight for Wang Qing's heart. Yet, the Wing Chun he had trained relentlessly in his previous life was now ingrained in his very bones. Combined with his base attributes far exceeding those of his tier, especially the agility and strength bonuses gained after transforming with synchronized Lin Yu, he displayed astonishing combat prowess. Crack! With a precise Wing Chun palm strike from his left hand, Wang Qing deflected Gung Fu Chung's bone claw at the last possible moment. His body dodged the deadly dagger slash at the last moment, and his right elbow slammed hard into Gung Fu Chung's ribs. Gung Fu Chung's pupils contracted sharply. How could this kid's speed and reflexes be so monstrous? This was far beyond what an F-class professional should possess. He instinctively drew his arm back to block. The elbow collided with the arm, producing a dull, thunderous clang. Holy, this kid's got insane strength? Gung Fu Chung felt a wave of numbness and soreness in his arm, forced back half a step by the impact. Wang Qing pressed his advantage, exploiting Wing Chun's sticking and striking techniques to target Gung Fu Chung's vulnerable points, eyes, throat, and other critical areas. His footwork was agile and unpredictable, anchored by the rock-solid double-character sheep-holding stance. Combined with intricate techniques like the flanking hand and spread hand, he constantly neutralized Gung Fu Chung's counterattacks. Inside the cavern, their entangled figures moved with blinding speed, the clang of blows echoing incessantly. Gung Fu Chung grew increasingly alarmed. He was a Tier 2, level 79 S-rank assassin. His strength and speed should have completely overwhelmed his opponent. Yet this youth before him, though slightly inferior in raw power and speed, compensated for the attribute gap with his bizarre fist techniques and fearless, reckless fighting style, trapping him in a relentless stalemate. Even more terrifying was the kid's absurdly high damage resistance. Several glancing blows from the bone-crushing shadow fist only left shallow blood marks on his body, far from achieving their intended effect. Could it be that this kid's stamina, defense, and endurance far surpasses mine? The essence of the assassin class lies in striking opponents unexpectedly. Now that he'd exposed himself, many of his skills were rendered useless. Gung Fu Chung's heart raced with frustration. His greatest weaknesses were stamina and mental fortitude. Both bone-chilling claw and phantom step were skills that consumed enormous amounts of stamina. Prolonging the fight was disadvantageous. He had to finish this quickly. As he hesitated, his peripheral vision caught sight of the giantess Lin Yu nearby, half her body drenched in blood. Her wounds were actually slowly healing. Gung Fu Chung was startled, a dark worry creeping into his mind. If both of them attacked together, well, he'd have to take her out first. Chapter 29, Last Stand. Inside the boss's lair. A murderous gleam flashed in Gung Fu Chung's eyes as he hurled the poison-tipped dagger at Wang Qing from close range. Wang Qing was utterly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Gung Fu Chung would throw his weapon. He instinctively sidestepped to dodge. In that split second, Gung Fu Chung saw an opening. He executed a backflip, swiftly breaking free from the combat zone. Then, pushing his ghostly movement skill to its absolute limit, he instantly caught the dagger as it lost momentum. Without pause, he shifted direction and lunged straight toward the wounded Lin Yu, the female giant. Toxins had already corroded Lin Yu's body. Though targeted recovery was exerting its maximum healing power at this stage, it was merely a drop in the bucket.
This left Lin Yu's massive frame moving with sluggish slowness.
She glanced up to see Gung Fucheng break free from the combat circle, lunging at her with a full force thrust. With no time to dodge, Lin Yu gritted her teeth, activating crystal hardening to encase her fist, preparing to take the blow head-on. Wang Qing, now panicked, shouted a warning, "Lin Yu, watch out." He was too far away. Even sprinting at full speed, he couldn't reach her in time. Lin Yu swung her crystal-hardened right fist. Gung Fucheng effortlessly dodged with his ghostly body technique, the massive fist wind nearly grazing the hem of his robe as it passed. What? He actually dodged it. The combat experience of a second-tier assassin was no match for Wang Qing and his crew. The moment he threw the dagger, Gung Fucheng had already planned everything. His objective was clear, a single, decisive strike aimed squarely at Lin Yu's head. He kicked off mid-air, leaping onto Lin Yu's forearm. Planting his foot on the smooth crystal armor, he thrust forward with all his might. At this critical moment, 10,000 Thunder Guidance activated. Wang Qing, rushing to the rescue, saw the dire situation unfolding. Without a moment to think, he instinctively chose the fastest solution. Boom! Crack! A wide-area lightning strike erupted without warning, centered on Wang Qing. Within a 15-meter radius, everything instantly transformed into a blinding blue-white light. Gung Fucheng's dagger was less than half a meter from Lin Yu's head. He could even hear the metallic clang of the blade's tip striking her crystal armor. Wang Qing knew this would harm Lin Yu, but at this moment, he couldn't afford to think twice. Crackle, crackle. A violent current instantly surged through Gung Fucheng and Lin Yu's bodies. The numbing sensation and tearing agony instantly engulfed their entire bodies. Gung Fucheng's muscles and nerves went haywire under the high-voltage current. His entire body froze rigid, plummeting straight down from midair. Wang Qing knew that the current form of 10,000 Thunder Guidance could only temporarily paralyze Gung Fucheng, but that would suffice. "Lin Yu, are you okay?" Wang Qing had already teleported to her side, his voice filled with anxious concern. Lin Yu shook her massive head, her enormous, beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Qing as he rushed toward her. Ugh! The lightning strike from 10,000 Thunder Guidance made Lin Yu let out a low growl. She then braced herself with both hands on the ground, gasping for breath. Gung Fucheng wasn't faring much better either. Steam rose from his entire body, and every strand of his hair stood on end. Yet such a thunderbolt could not harm him. Wang Qing, enraged and losing his composure, leaped directly above Gung Fucheng in a single bound. His eyes burned with cold, emotionless, murderous intent. His right fist clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Every ounce of his strength, rage, and anguish over Lin Yu's injuries coalesced into this single punch. No Wing Chun techniques, only the most primal, savage blow, aimed squarely at Gung Fucheng's crown. Die, he roared in fury. Seeing Wang Qing's sudden fury, the second-tier powerhouse snapped to attention. His left hand, the bone-crushing shadow hand, instantly braced to meet Wang Qing's most powerful strike. His right hand gripped the dagger, raising it slightly, ready to deliver the fatal blow to Wang Qing. Crash! Wang Qing's fist slammed into Gung Fucheng's bone-crushing shadow hand. The sound of shattering bone rang out clearly. Wang Qing's right knuckles cracked, his arm throbbing with pain, yet the immense impact shattered the black rock beneath Gung Fucheng. The gap in fundamental attributes could not be bridged by brute force alone. Wang Qing had been using Wing Chun's sticky fighting style to stall Gung Fucheng, but this was merely a temporary measure. But Gung Fucheng intended to kill Lin Yu, an act Wang Qing could never tolerate, even if it meant shattering his own body. Heh, and you call this a sneak attack? How presumptuous! Seeing Wang Qing's injury, a sly grin spread across Gung Fucheng's lips. Seizing the moment, Gung Fucheng sprang forward, thrusting a dagger straight at Wang Qing. Thud! It pierced Wang Qing's right shoulder. The immense impact sent him staggering backward. Wang Qing's defenses were far stronger than Sun Meng's had been earlier. The dagger only penetrated halfway into his right shoulder. He instinctively clamped both hands tightly around Gung Fucheng's dagger-wielding right hand, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Wang Qing's death grip on his right hand, Gung Fucheng delivered a powerful kick, sending Wang Qing crashing to the ground. He swiftly pulled the dagger free as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Gung Fucheng now believed victory was assured. His face twisted with smug satisfaction as he sneered mockingly. "You little brat, I never thought you'd push me into such a corner. What a pity, what a pity. I'll send you on your way right now." Suddenly, his smile froze on his face. His body couldn't move? It wasn't paralysis, but a deeper, more profound stiffness. Gung Fucheng's face twisted with terror. Had he fallen victim to some demonic spell? No. 10,000 spider hands. 5 seconds was enough. Wang Qing wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze cold as he stared at Gung Fucheng, yet a smug satisfaction curled his mouth. The instant the dagger pierced Wang Qing's right shoulder, he endured the excruciating pain in his right hand and secretly injected the paralyzing toxin secreted from his palm into Gung Fuqing's right hand through contact.
No! Genuine terror finally flashed in Gung Fuqing's eyes. He understood this was Wang Qing's final, calculated move.
In that very 0.5 seconds as his body froze, a massive fist, encased in crystal armor, descended upon him once more, fueled by rage and hatred.
Damn it, it's Lin Yu! Die for me!
Lin Yu's roar thundered like a clap of lightning. The colossal crystal fist, wielding the power to crush everything in its path, slammed down like a heavy hammer.
Thud! A deafeningly deep, muffled roar.
Shards of rock mixed with fragments of flesh, organs, and bone exploded outward in a radial burst. The ground was pitted with a deep crater several meters in diameter. Gung Fuqing, the hidden pawn of that S-rank shadow assassin at Tier 2, level 79, didn't even have time to scream. Under Lin Yu's strike, he was utterly reduced to a blurred pool of flesh and blood. The cave fell instantly silent, broken only by the bubbling of the lava lake and the heavy panting of Lin Yu and Wang Qing. Wang Qing clutched the wound on his right shoulder, staggering to the edge of the crater to confirm Gung Fuqing was dead beyond any doubt. He exhaled a long, heavy breath. His taut nerves finally relaxed, and the intense pain and exhaustion hit him like a wave, nearly knocking him off his feet. Lin Yu also shed her giant form, her massive frame rapidly shrinking back to normal size. The moment she returned to normal, she collapsed to the ground, weakened by 7 stab wounds in her waist and ribs, the toxins coursing through her, and the immense exertion. Her face was as pale as paper, and blood stained large patches of her school uniform. Her gaze fixed on Wang Qing, her eyes brimming with the joy and complex emotions of having survived a catastrophe.
Treat your wounds quickly.
Wang Qing forced himself to his feet, immediately rushing to Lin Yu's side. Ignoring his own injuries, he fumbled through his storage ring, pulling out the golden wound medicine and antidote he had prepared long ago. He frantically began treating the wounds on her waist and ribs. Simultaneously, he checked on Sun Meng. Thankfully, though poisoned and unconscious, his breathing remained steady. Though Wang Qing had also been poisoned by the dagger, the antidote he'd taken temporarily suppressed the toxin's effects.
Wang Qing surveyed the battlefield utter chaos.
All 3 of them were injured to varying degrees, and a wave of pain washed over him. If only the team had a physician or a strong support member. Glancing at the gravely wounded Lin Yu and the barely conscious Sun Meng, he realized that while Wing Chun, a martial art from his previous life, was formidable when basic attributes were overwhelmingly superior,
but against true powerhouses, it couldn't match the practicality of a professional's skills. The next priority was finding skills suited to himself. Only after completing these tasks did Wang Qing turn his gaze to Gung Fuqing's pitiful remains. Suppressing his nausea, he kicked at the pile a few times. Amidst a pool of flesh, he pinched his nose and discovered Gung Fuqing's dagger and storage ring. The moment he held the storage ring in his hand and opened it, the contents inside made his eyes widen. Just as he was about to claim it as his own. At that very moment, a voice echoed from within, reply. Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng, are you still there?
Urgent shouts and chaotic footsteps echoed from the mine entrance.
Immediately after, several drones accompanied by blinding flashlight beams swiftly entered the boss's lair. Chapter 30, National Sensation. The gruesome scene inside the boss's lair, the colossal corpse of the boss, the remains of Gung Fuqing in the deep pit, the severely injured and fallen Lin Yu and Wang Qing, and Sun Meng in a deep coma. The rescue team members who burst in gasped in horror at the sight. How could it be so devastating?
The deputy rescue team leader immediately dispatched personnel to treat Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng before personally surveying the situation. He first confirmed the boss's corpse. Though he'd known the boss had been defeated, witnessing the massive carcass of the 3 lava hounds in person still sent a chill down his spine. Even more astonishing was when he confirmed with Wang Qing that the remains in the deep pit truly belonged to Captain Gung Fuqing. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. The most unbelievable part was Wang Qing's nonchalant attitude despite his injuries, as if everything that had happened was perfectly normal.
Damn it, a second-tier powerhouse was killed by 3 first-tier high schoolers? Is this a monster? I just can't believe it.
The deputy captain walked over to the remains again to confirm. Wang Qing tossed Gung Fuqing's storage ring and dagger at the deputy captain's feet as if discarding trash, snorted dismissively, then turned to look at Lin Yu and Sun Meng. The deputy captain rubbed his eyes, his voice cracking as he opened Gung Fuqing's storage ring. His pupils dilated in shock. Then, trembling, he bellowed into the communicator, report. Report to the chairman's platform.
We've found them. Damn it, calm down.
Speak clearly. Yes, breath, the boss has been confirmed killed by Wang Qing's squad.
But they were also ambushed. The attacker was Gung Fuqing. Who? Gung Fuqing? Really? Confirmed?
Principal Xiao Jian was also stunned by this earth-shattering news.
Yes, confirmed. Gung Fuqing has been eliminated.
The scene is horrific. Lin Yu sustained minor injuries, Wang Qing is critically wounded, and Sun Meng is near death.
What? What did you say? Repeating, Gung Fuqing attacked Wang Qing's squad and has been counter-killed.
The deputy squad leader's trembling voice crackled through the communicator, reverberating like thunder across the podium of Jianghai First High School's athletic field.
What? Gung Fuqing attacked Wang Qing's squad and was counterattacked by them?
Principal Xiao Jian was the first to leap to his feet, his aged face turning ashen. He couldn't believe his ears. His expression then turned complex. Gung Fuqing, Jianghai No. 1 High School's outstanding medical rescue team leader, who had worked diligently for years, why would he attack Wang Qing's squad? He nervously rubbed his temples, his mind racing. When Gung Fuqing first joined the school, it was unusual for someone of his S-class professional standing to accept a position at Jianghai No. 1 High School. I suspected something was off back then. Could he be a sleeper agent planted by some major faction? And why expose himself now? For the sake of 3 students? He slumped back into his seat, utterly baffled. Counter-killed? Gung Fuqing was a Tier 2, Level 79 S-class assassin. Counter-killed by 3 Tier 1 students? Director Jiang Xingbang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The teacup in his hand clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. Whoa! The entire podium fell into dead silence. Every big shot, including the usually composed Lin Shueliang, had their expressions completely frozen. Li Zihua looked utterly skeptical, panic creeping across his face. Gung Fuqing, a Tier 2 powerhouse? How could he? What a fool! He couldn't even handle such a minor task. Then he thought, oomph. Even if Wang Qing and the others know, so what? Where's the proof? Not even you little brats have the guts to confront me publicly. With that thought, his worried expression vanished. He adjusted his suit, shifted slightly, and then wore a detached smile. Mayor Qin Weiman abruptly stood up, leaning forward as he barked into the communicator, immediately provide full medical treatment to the injured. Bring them back safely. Relevant departments must thoroughly investigate this incident, especially the background of this Gung Fuqing. Yes, Mayor. Captain Su Gang's shark gaze noticed Li Zihua's face turn deathly pale in an instant. He remained silent, having already pieced together the situation with near certainty. While he admired Wang Qing, the young man's fate was none of his concern. Shaking his head, a faint smile touched his lips. Best to continue watching from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the news reached the rescue team and spread rapidly through the front rows of students amid the commotion. Holy crap, Wang Qing and his crew didn't die. Not only did they take down the boss, they actually killed the attacker's rescue team leader. No way. That Gung Fuqing was a second-tier powerhouse and 3 high schoolers took him down? Didn't you see the chaos among the big shots on the stands? This news must be true. Holy. Just how strong are Wang Qing and his crew? It's terrifying when you think about it. I heard Wang Qing and Lin Yu got injured and Sun Meng is near death. That's brutal. The students on the field erupted in chaos. Shock, admiration, lingering fear, and heated discussions swept through like a tsunami. All previous doubts and mockery vanished into thin air, replaced by fervent worship and profound reverence for Team Wang Qing's miraculous feat. Every era worships the strong. Though the live feed from the boss's lair had cut out, the reactions and discussions among the students on the playground and the various big shots instantly exploded across all streaming platforms. The bullet comments went completely wild, nearly crashing the servers. Wang Qing, Lin Yu, Mengu. You're awesome. Outclassing and defeating a Tier 2 rank assassin? This isn't some college entrance exam, it's a god-tier showdown. History made, an absolute legend. The most glorious page in the history of the Dragon Nation's college entrance exams. Such comments flooded the screen relentlessly. Moments later, as the rescue team carefully carried the gravely injured Sun Meng out of the dungeon on a stretcher, the entire venue fell silent. Next, Lin Yu emerged from the teleportation gate, pale-faced and wrapped in bandages. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Finally, Wang Qing emerged. Though his right shoulder and palm were bandaged, his face pale, and traces of blood still wet at the corners of his mouth, he stood with his back straight as an arrow. As he stepped out, boom, boom, clap. The entire Jianghai First High School playground erupted in a thunderous, unceasing roar of applause and cheers, the sound waves piercing the sky. Countless students waved their arms frantically in salute. Wow, Lin Yu truly lives up to being my goddess, the pride of Jianghai No. 1 High School. Wang Qing, how did you suddenly become so handsome? I never noticed before. We've witnessed history. They've accomplished the unthinkable feat of defeating a second-tier powerhouse. Yet amidst this frenzy of cheers, Mo Fan lay on a stretcher, jaw immobilized, nose bridge crooked. He struggled to lift his head, peering through the crowd's gaps. He saw Wang Qing, radiant like the sun amidst the adoring throng. Beside him stood Lin Yu, her stunning beauty undimmed by her severe injuries, her eyes fixed solely on Wang Qing. Jealousy and resentment flooded his eyes. Why? Why did this good-for-nothing who had always outshone him since childhood now stand here, radiating brilliance? Why did even a heavenly beauty like Lin Yu fall for him? Why did all the glory belong to him? While he lay here like a clown, ignored by all. All of this should have been mine. Wang Qing, you snatched what was rightfully mine with your own hands. Wang Qing Mo Fan clenched his teeth so hard his gums bled, his eyes burning with madness and resentment.
I won't let this go. You just wait, I'll take back everything that belongs to me with my own hands. Zhang Hao watched the cheering crowd, lost in thought. A bitter smile touched his lips as he shook his head helplessly. His gaze turned regretful as he looked at Lin Yu, who sat on the stage, her face deathly pale. Zhao Tianyu, however, conceded defeat with genuine respect. Wang Qing and his team had proven themselves through sheer strength. Not only had they slain the boss, but they'd even pulled off a class jump kill. How could he not acknowledge their skill? He pushed his glasses up, his gaze carrying a hint of admiration as he looked at Wang Qing, who stood on stage looking utterly bewildered. Amidst the roaring cheers, the rescue team's deputy captain pulled at Mayor Chen's sleeve with a grave expression, whispering something into his ear. Chen Weiman's face, which had been filled with relief and joy, instantly turned to utter shock. Is this true? What proof do you have? The deputy captain pulled a jet-black token from his pocket. It glowed faintly in the sunlight, engraved with a fierce sword radiating a chilling aura, adorned with skull motifs around its edges. This was found in his storage ring. Chen Weiman glanced at the token, his heart tightening. His peripheral vision swept over everyone on the platform. Li Zihua flinched at Chen Weiman's expression, shifting uncomfortably. Had he given himself away? Chen Weiman lowered his head and whispered an order, seal off the information immediately. I'll convene the relevant personnel after the college entrance exams to handle this. Chapter 31, Probing and Suspicion. At Mayor Chen's instruction, Wang Qing and Lin Yu were swiftly brought before him. Mayor Chen's expression was grave. He waved for the others to withdraw, his piercing gaze sweeping over Wang Qing and Lin Yu before settling on Wang Qing. His voice was deep and stern as he demanded, Students Wang and Lin, what exactly happened? Why did Gung Fucheng attack you? Lin Yu's pale, icy face flushed crimson as her eyebrows shot upward. Mayor Chen, it was Nan. A few deliberate coughs interrupted Lin Yu's words. Wang Qing clutched the wound on his right shoulder, his face pale yet strangely composed. He stepped forward slightly, unobtrusively shielding Lin Yu behind him as he met Chen Weiman's gaze with calm assurance. Mayor Chen, we don't know the specifics either. His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly to the ears of several bigwigs nearby who had perked up. We had just defeated the boss, our stamina severely depleted, when Captain Gung suddenly appeared. But he seemed off utterly unstable. Without warning, he attacked us, shouting incoherent nonsense about things or something. We had no choice but to fight back to protect ourselves. We thought we were done for, but thanks to your protection, we barely made it out alive. As for what he wanted? We're just high school seniors, what the hell would we know? Wang Qing's expression was perfectly measured, no blush, eyes radiating sincerity. He managed to appear sincere while simultaneously buttering up his audience, as if they truly just endured an unwarranted disaster. He deliberately skipped over the thing and made no mention of the Nanling Guild. Wang Qing knew full well that if they exposed the truth now, what evidence would they have? A dead second-tier assassin with no witnesses? A rash accusation would only alert the snake and put himself in greater danger. For now, he must endure and find a powerful patron. Lin Yu, interrupted by Wang Qing, froze momentarily. Then, catching the subtle hint in his eyes, she instantly understood his intent. She suppressed the rage surging within, pressed her lips tightly together, and said nothing more. On the podium, Li Zihua sat composed as ever, his face even bearing a hint of pity for the younger generation's misfortune. But when Wang Qing mentioned being unclear and feeling off, the hand resting on his knee tightened imperceptibly, knuckles turning slightly white. He unconsciously adjusted his posture. At least the kid knows his place. Li Zihua sneered inwardly, his heart settling considerably. As long as no direct evidence pointed to him, the death of Gung Fucheng would never be traced back to him. He trusted his judgment. Even if Wang Qing knew he was behind it, what could the kid possibly do to him? He lifted his teacup, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. Just then, a figure clad in olive green approached with steady steps, coming to stand beside Li Zihua. Su Gang wore the hearty smile of a soldier, his voice booming as if merely exchanging casual pleasantries. Chairman Li, you don't look well. Did that news just now startle you too? Goodness, this year's students are extraordinary. They've actually managed to defeat opponents several levels above them. Truly remarkable. The younger generation is formidable. Seeing no cracks in Li Zihua's composure, Su Gang pressed on with small talk. With your vast experience, Chairman Li, what do you think Gung Fucheng was after? Li Zihua forced a natural smile and waved his hand. Captain Su, you flatter me. I too am simply stunned by the children's bravery. As for that Gung Fucheng fellow, human nature is truly unpredictable. Who could have imagined the rescue team leader would do such a thing? He's been lurking for so long, his motives must be significant. I trust the city will conduct a thorough investigation and give the children answers. Also, I hear this rescue team was arranged by Zhanghai No. 1 High School. His words were righteous and flawless, as if he were merely a deeply distressed bystander. Not far away, Lin Shuelian kept his eyes on the entire scene from the corner of his vision. Li Zihua's momentary stiffness and Su Gang's seemingly casual probe both caught his attention. He couldn't care less about the grudges between Li Zihua and Wang Qing. He was merely curious. Cultivating a sleeper agent required considerable effort and expense.
As the head of the Nanling Guild, disposing of a few high school seniors should be a simple matter.
Why now? Why surface at this moment? Had he gone mad from the shock of his son's death? As far as I know, Li Zihua has quite a few sons, you know.
What was most perplexing was that he'd actually deployed a sleeper agent to deal with 3 high school students. That old fox Li Zihua, nothing happens without a reason. What Wang Qing just mentioned seems rather intriguing. Mayor Chen Weiman fixed Wang Qing with a piercing stare, his gaze seeming to penetrate to the core of one's being. Wang Qing met his gaze calmly, his eyes serene and unruffled. Though doubts lingered in Chen Weiman's mind, there was currently no direct evidence pointing to anyone. He pondered for a moment, cataloging at least 5 suspicious points.
Point of suspicion 1, Lin Yu was registered as unemployed yet demonstrated the strength of a top-tier professional. Was the awakening stone faulty? That was inconceivable. Point of suspicion 2, how did Wang Qing, an F-rank professional, advance so many levels in such a short time? He had no connections or background. Point of suspicion 3, why deploy a covert operative like Gung Fuqing to kill a high school student, only to be killed in return? Point of doubt 4, if Wang Qing's story is true, what exactly was Gung Fuqing after? Point of doubt 5, why was such a terrifying token discovered on Gung Fuqing's person? Regardless, now is not the time to address these questions. At this point, they must be left for later. As this thought crossed his mind, he scanned Wang Qing and Lin Yu with his gaze. Slowly, he nodded, the gravity on his face easing slightly before giving way to an encouraging smile. Well done. Regardless, the 3 of you faced mortal danger without flinching and fought back bravely. Not only did you defend your own lives, but you also made history. Your actions today are not only the pride of Jianhai City, but the pride of the entire Dragon Nation. He beckoned, and a staff member approached carrying a tray draped in red silk. Mayor Chen personally lifted the red silk in front of everyone. Inside lay a check stub for 500,000 Dragon Nation currency, a box containing a rare grade skill book, and a chest plate inlaid with scales from an unknown demon beast. These are the rewards you earned for defeating the boss. Mayor Chen solemnly handed the tray to Wang Qing, then pointed to the box containing the skill book. Wang Qing, you may choose any one skill book from this box. I've carefully selected these for you. Please take a look. After expressing his gratitude, Wang Qing slowly opened the box. The 3 skill books that met his gaze were 10 Tiger Fist rare grade when confronting enemies, the fist wind carries the might of 10 tigers, capable of inflicting severe wounds. Honeycomb Phantom Step rare grade, inspired by the hexagonal honeycomb, this technique drastically increases movement speed and evasion ability. Rock Guardian rare grade, not only can it utilize terrain to generate a rock shield, but it also temporarily boosts the user's defense. The 3 books represent attack, speed, and defense respectively. Mayor Chen certainly put thought into this. Wang Qing's gaze swept swiftly over the 3 books. He pondered for a moment before finally tapping the third one. I choose Rock Solid Guard. Wang Qing chose this skill for Sun Meng. He didn't want such incidents to happen again, and having more defensive skills could only benefit Sun Meng. Chen Weiman beamed with delight and nodded, excellent. A very steady choice. I hope you'll master this skill well. Keep up the good work, the future of Dragon Nation needs pillars like you. He then looked at Wang Qing with an approving gaze, giving a light pat on Wang Qing's uninjured left shoulder. This should have been a dazzling award ceremony, yet the sudden upheaval left the dignitaries present with worried expressions, while the students below the stage exchanged bewildered glances. Almost no one focused on Wang Qing and his peers. Instead, all attention was fixated on uncovering Gung Fuqing's background and information. A veteran staff member who'd worked at the school for years and his profession was an assassin? He'd always seemed harmless and helpful, yet turned out to be a hidden agent. The thought was truly chilling. After years of concealment, did he deliberately expose himself just to kill Wang Qing? The whole affair reeked of inexplicable strangeness. After the reporters finished taking group photos of Mayor Chen and Wang Qing's team, Mayor Chen immediately signaled Principal Xiao Jian to take over. Silence. Silence. We now proceed to the final stage of the college entrance examination, university applications. Principal Xiao Jian, his face glowing with health and his voice resonant, showed no signs of being affected by the Gung Fuqing incident. Candidates, please proceed to your preferred university's admissions booth based on your scores and preferences for application consultations. University admissions officers, please take your positions. Chapter 32, A Shocking Twist. As Principal Xiao Jian's booming voice echoed across the field, the playground instantly transformed into a battlefield without gunpowder. The admissions booths of major universities were swarming with people, yet all eyes remained fixed on Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng, who had just regained consciousness, being carried on a stretcher with a dazed grin plastered across his face. Hu Yanli from Qingbei University, Mao Anqing from Nandong University, and Feng Xiaoming from Tiankai University, the admissions directors of Lungwa's 3 most prestigious institutions, immediately surrounded the trio. Mr. Wang Qing, Ms. Lin Yu, you must know that Qingbei is the highest institution of learning in Longwa. Our resources, faculty, and access to secret realm exploration are unmatched. Should you choose to join us, full scholarships are yours immediately. Hu Yanli spoke with unshakable confidence and rapid-fire eloquence, his offer causing surrounding students to gasp in astonishment.
Mr. Wang Qing, you know that dungeon trials are paramount for practitioners.
Our university boasts large-scale secret realms like the Eye of the Storm and the Magic Lust Mountains, far surpassing Peking and Tsinghua in scale. Ha! If you choose to join us, I pledge on behalf of the university that you'll receive elite squad treatment upon enrollment with unrestricted access to every dungeon. Mao Anqing wasn't about to be outdone.
If Wang Qing chooses to join our Tiankai University, we'll not only immediately award a 500,000 yuan scholarship, but also provide exclusive student housing and an epic tier skill book.
Feng Xiaoming's voice rose sharply, drawing stares from everyone nearby. 500,000 yuan? An epic skill book? Wang Qing couldn't help but swallow hard upon hearing this.
Hu Yanli and Mao Anqing's brows furrowed, their expressions turning grim.
Old Feng, what's this about? Handing out skill books right off the bat? Didn't we agree on fair competition? What, are you willing to lose face just to snatch people? Hu Yanli directly accused him from the side. Exactly.
Before Wang Qing's team entered the instance, you were the first to doubt them.
Now you're playing the good guy? Mao Anqing shot him a look and chimed in. Nonsense.
I recognized Wang Qing as a prodigy from the start. You couldn't come up with a better offer, so you're just slandering him here.
How isn't that fair competition?
Wang Qing, don't listen to him. Just tell me what skill book you want and I'll go apply for it.
Feng Xiaoming explained eagerly, his face brimming with flattery. Put. You're disgusting.
Mao Anqing spat without a second thought, furious. Old Mao, you dare! Feng Xiaoming instantly flared at Mao Anqing's attitude, lunging forward to shove him in the chest.
Mao Anqing didn't back down, immediately shoving him back.
Back and forth they went, and before the eyes of all the seniors and students, they started wrestling. Hu Yanli shot him a sideways glance and cursed, "Damn it, Feng ass, you're such a hypocrite. Old Mao, I'll help you."
With that, he unbuttoned his suit jacket.
For the first time in the history of China's college entrance exams, 3 top universities' admissions officers got into a physical altercation in public over recruiting a student. The 3 men now resembled bickering market vendors, wrestling on the ground without a shred of restraint or embarrassment.
Though outnumbered 2-1, Feng Xiaoming held his own.
On the ground, he yanked Hu Yanli's hair with one hand while choking him with the other, kicking Mao Anqing whom he'd knocked down with both feet.
Let go of me, you bastard. Or you'll bite me?
The scene was utterly ridiculous.
Wang Qing couldn't hold back his laughter.
His gaze drifted to Hu Yanli, and he was immediately drawn to the sword tattoo behind the man's ear. The tattoo was entirely black, barely larger than a quarter of a fingernail, making it extremely difficult to spot. Yet the lines radiated a sharp intensity, and Wang Qing found it quite striking. As the commotion grew louder, the dignitaries on the podium and the applicants all noticed the utterly shocking scene unfolding before Wang Qing.
Mayor Qin Weiman shook his head helplessly and roared, "What are you 3 doing? Shameful. At your age. Get a grip. This is a live broadcast."
As staff pulled the 3 apart.
Phone, but I'm not done with you yet.
Hu Yanli, still being pulled by staff, jumped and stomped his feet to express his dissatisfaction.
Come at me if you dare. Feng Xiaoming didn't back down. Can't be bothered with you.
Mao Anqing smoothed his suit collar and tie, wiping the blood from his face where Feng Xiaoming had scratched him.
Nandong University will match Tiankai University's offer. Our previous commitments still stand.
Mao Anqing turned and shouted at Wang Qing.
Feng ass.
Hu Yanli spat in Feng Xiaoming's direction like a child, then immediately raised his voice.
Qingbei University will also match Tiankai University's offer. Tiankai University is throwing in 2 epic skill books. Come on, you two.
Feng Xiaoming, his face dripping with contempt, confidently raised the stakes.
You. Sun Meng's eyes lit up.
He excitedly pounded the stretcher. Bro Qing, sis Lin.
We're rich. We're rich. We can pick either one.
Though Lin Yu remained aloof, facing such top-tier options, her heart couldn't help but stir. Her gaze instinctively turned to Wang Qing. In her eyes, Qingbei University, ranked number 1 nationwide, was undoubtedly the most stable and promising choice. She couldn't understand why Wang Qing remained silent, his gaze drifting as if deep in thought. Wang Qing maintained his signature lazy smile, merely nodding in acknowledgement to the olive branches offered from all sides, neither refusing nor committing. His gaze kept drifting toward the edge of the playground, as if searching for something lost. Time ticked by, and other high-scoring candidates made their choices. Zhao Tianyu's team opted for Peking and Tsinghua universities, while Zhang Hao and Mo Fan's team selected Tianjin and Kaiyuan universities.
Most students on the field had nearly finalized their choices.
All eyes, including those of the bigwigs on the podium, were now fixed on Wang Qing's team, whose decision remained undecided. Hu Yanli kept sizing up Wang Qing, a confident smile spreading across his face. In his view, Wang Qing was simply playing hard to get.
Though young, he was surprisingly calculating. But it didn't matter, his final choice would inevitably be Tsinghua or Peking.
Mao Anqing tried to persuade Lin Yu, but after speaking at length, Lin Yu remained unmoved, her eyes fixed expectantly on Wang Qing's answer. Feng Xiaoming had long seen that the 3 of them revolved around Wang Qing, while Mao Anqing was foolishly trying to persuade Lin Yu.
With that level of intelligence, he could still become director? He was already confident in his success. After all, with such an astronomical offer on the table, what student wouldn't be tempted? The setting sun bathed the sky in golden hues as Principal Xiao Jian approached Wang Qing with a benevolent expression. He gently reminded him, Wang Qing, while careful consideration is commendable, time is of the essence. I believe all 3 prestigious schools are excellent choices. You won't regret whichever one you pick. Wang Qing didn't even give him a proper glance. Just then, Wang Qing's gaze finally settled on the farthest corner of the playground, a nearly forgotten admissions booth with a crooked sign. Unvisited by anyone, it held only a large, slumped figure dozing on the table, a temporary worker, it seemed. Wang Qing took a deep breath. Under the gaze of the crowd, he pushed through the throng, swaying slightly as he strode directly toward that corner. What was he up to? He approached the table, picked up a ballpoint pen nearly out of ink, and neatly wrote his name on the simple application form. Then, turning to face the countless expectant eyes in the room, he announced in a clear, calm voice. I, Wang Qing, am applying to Shanglan Technical School. Boom! The entire playground fell into a deathly silence. Even more profound than when they witnessed Wang Qing counter-killing a second-tier S-rank assassin earlier. The rustle of the wind through the flagpole was audible. Seconds later, like a ladle of cold water dumped into boiling oil, the entire field erupted in chaos. What? Shanglan Technical School? What kind of fly-by-night school is that? Never heard of it. Did I hear that right? The nation's top record-breaking genius, going to a technical school? He must be out of his mind. Did the boss beat Wang Qing's brains out? Ha, I knew it. An F-grade loser is an F-grade loser, that's the extent of their vision. A little success and they forget their own name. This is ing dramatic, huh? The top student in history enrolling in some Thai Shanglan Technical School. Mockery, bewilderment, jeers, and scorn surged like a tidal wave, more piercing than the earlier cheers. Chapter 33, Without you, it's meaningless. Hu Yanli, the admissions director from Tsinghua and Peking universities, froze with a look of certain victory frozen on his face. Mao Anqing from Nandong University gaped, blinking in disbelief as he stared at Wang Qing. Feng Xiaoming from Tiankai University froze for a moment, scratching his ear as if unwilling to believe this was real. Principal Xiao Jian looked utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. He had thought this year's honorary title for top high schools was a sure thing, but now the prize was slipping through his fingers. He paced like a caged animal, his voice rising with frustration. Wang Qing, the college entrance exam is no child's play. Did I hear you correctly? I'll give you one more chance. Which university do you choose? His booming voice cut through the students' murmurs. Many skeptical eyes turned to Wang Qing, eager to hear his choice confirmed once more. Wang Qing lazily raised both hands high, stretching his back as the injury on his right shoulder still throbbed faintly. Ha, you guys are so boring. It's written in black and white. I'll say it again, I'm joining Shanglan Technical School. The entire hall fell silent for several seconds. Then, a thunderous wave of mocking laughter erupted throughout the hall. Principal Feng Xiaoming's expression instantly hardened, erupting in unrestrained derision. Ha! Such a fool. He's ruining his own future. Hu Yanli from Qingbei University was utterly dumbfounded. Even the deafening roar of laughter couldn't snap him out of his daze. Holy, am I dreaming? The record-breaking college entrance exam champion is actually going to a technical school? Mao Anqing from Nandong University pinched his arm hard. Lin Xueliang set down his teacup, his brow furrowed. Shanglan Technical School? When was that established? How come I've never heard of it? He waved his hand, beckoning the subordinate standing behind him and giving a few brief, low-voiced instructions. Captain Su Gang continued to observe the unconventional youth with an admiring gaze. Why he'd turned down prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking was baffling. Yet despite his seemingly haphazard approach, Su Gang suspected the boy had meticulously planned everything. Mayor Chen's earlier probe had already proven this kid was no ordinary talent. To possess such restraint, composure, and rational response at such a young age, this wasn't the typical depth of a youth. Remarkable. Li Zihua's face shifted from utter bewilderment to deep contempt, tinged with a barely perceptible sigh of relief. A self-destructive fool, his threat level had plummeted. Wang Qing, don't think that by not exposing me in front of the mayor, I'll let you off the hook. How naive and laughable. Once I get what I want, I won't just kill you, I'll make sure none of your friends survive either. Li Zihua wiped the sweat from his palms on his suit trousers, muttering through gritted teeth. Mayor Chen Weiman was utterly bewildered, completely unable to comprehend this choice. He raised his finger in Wang Qing's direction, about to speak, but could only shake his head helplessly. Lin Yu was the most shocked. She rushed to Wang Qing's side in a few strides, her stunning face etched with disbelief and panic. Wang Qing, have you lost your mind? You chose a technical school? Qingbei is the best choice. What on earth were you thinking? Her voice trembled with emotion. Wang Qing looked at Lin Yu, his expression complex, apologetic, yet more resolute than anything else. Lin Yu, I haven't lost my mind. Tsinghua and Peking are excellent, but they're not right for me now. I have my reasons. One day you'll understand why my choice is right. He spoke slowly, his voice low, like a child who'd done something wrong. Then, lowering his head, he added, "You can choose Peking University. Your future shouldn't be held back by me. Both you and Sun Meng can go to Peking University." He glanced up briefly at Sun Meng, who lay on the stretcher, equally stunned. Bull. For the first time, Lin Yu cursed out loud in front of others, his usually cool eyes blazing with anger and something deeper. "What do you mean delay? What do you mean shouldn't? Wang Qing. Don't you know why I'm standing here?" Wang Qing couldn't meet Lin Yu's beautiful gaze now. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it cut through the surrounding chaos with unwavering resolve. "From the moment you approached me, my path became bound to yours." Suddenly, a glint of tears flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her voice grew slightly choked. "Wherever you go, I will follow. What does it matter if it's Tsinghua or Peking University? A place without you is meaningless to me, Lin Yu." With that, she strode toward the admissions booth in the corner, ignoring the collective gasps and jaws dropping across the room. She picked up a pen and wrote her name Lin Yu forcefully, stroke by stroke, next to Wang Qing's name. Then she turned to look at Sun Meng on the stretcher, her eyes filled with a question. Sun Meng, though still reeling from the shock, had long held an unwavering conviction, "Wherever Brother Qing goes, I follow." He grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth. "Sis Lin, please write my name too. Following Brother Qing and Sis Lin, I'd gladly pick up trash." Lin Yu's lips curved upward slightly as she added Sun Meng's name to the roster. "Holy! Holy!" Someone screamed. The entire crowd erupted. Shock levels hit off the charts. Shanghai First High star student Lin Yu and her dim-witted sidekick Sun Meng were actually following the nation's top student, Wang Qing, to enroll in some obscure technical school no one had ever heard of? Holy moly, this was even more surreal than Wang Qing's squad-killing opponents of higher tiers. Have they all lost their minds? What kind of love potion did Wang Qing slip to the goddess Lin Yu? Damn, I knew Lin Yu and Wang Qing were together, but I never imagined she'd actually give up everything for love? Love struck, huh? Did Wang Qing cast a love spell on Lin Yu? Isn't this like a public confession? Seriously, how is this even possible? That Wang Qing isn't even as handsome as me. How could Lin Yu say such sappy stuff in public? I refuse to accept this. Damn, this world is surreal. Another historic moment witnessed. Zhang Hao was first stunned by Wang Qing's choice, then watched as Lin Yu and Wang Qing started publicly flaunting their affection in front of everyone. Is this really the Lin Yu I know? Giving up her future for some fool? His fists clenched tightly. Every word from Lin Yu felt like needles piercing his heart. Why? Why? Is Wang Qing really that great? Is he worth this? Zhao Tianyu snapped off his glasses, fished a tissue from his pocket, and wiped his eyes hard. What the hell are those two doing? Publicly declaring their relationship? Treating their futures like a joke? He snapped his glasses back on. Wang Qing, I thought you were a worthy opponent. Too bad you can only go this far. The happiest person in the entire venue was undoubtedly Mo Fan. Lying on the stretcher, he giggled out loud. The pain in his face couldn't dampen his spirits. He strained to raise both hands and clap. Wang Qing, Wang Qing. Who'd have thought you'd blow your chance when given one? Next time we meet, I'll defeat you fair and square. I'll show everyone that I, Mo Fan, am stronger than you. Lin Xueliang froze with his cup mid-sip upon hearing Lin Yu's public declaration. He took another sip. Not Sun Meng Wang Qing. He feigned indifference, but a cold glint flickered in his eyes. At that very moment, not far from the school playground, atop a nearby classroom building, two figures cloaked in black hooded robes and wearing dark masks were whispering to each other. This kid, he's a bit unexpected, huh? Gung Fucheng, that fool. He can't accomplish anything without causing trouble. And I trusted him so much. Wang Qing and his crew joining Shanglan Technical School. This is getting complicated. Chapter 34, front page headline. Just as the entire venue descended into unprecedented chaos and uproar, the big, fat guy from Shanglan Technical School who'd been dozing with his head on the desk seemed to be roused by the deafening clamor. He lifted his head groggily, revealing a face covered in stubble, puffy under-eye bags, and a deep, hangover-induced flush. His greasy hair formed greasy strands, perched atop his round head like a bird's nest. He wore a faded blue jacket, stained with unidentifiable grease and paint splatters, its collar open to reveal an equally grimy old t-shirt underneath. His entire being reeked of a pungent mixture of cheap tobacco and stale alcohol. He rubbed his bleary eyes, staring blankly at the dark mass of people and the countless cameras pointed at him. Then he looked down at the registration form on the table, where three names had suddenly appeared. Especially the names Wang Qing and Lin Yu, names that had just echoed across the nation. The big guy's eyes instantly widened, all traces of sleepiness vanishing. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, lifted the registration form high into the air, and stared at it repeatedly, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit a light bulb. Holy? He exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, leaping to his feet and knocking over the flimsy wooden chair behind him with a clanging, ear-piercing noise. The chubby guy forced an incredulous, earnest smile, his small eyes narrowing to slits as he asked in a trembling voice. Guys, you're not mistaken, right? Did you come to the wrong place? This is Shanglan Technical School. Not Tsinghua or Peking University.
Staring at the resolute expressions of Wang Qing and Lin Yu before him, he felt as if a golden lump had fallen from the sky, smashing him into a daze. Then he burst into laughter, completely oblivious to the stares and cameras around him. His laughter was filled with pure delight. He eagerly pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed the number with unbridled excitement. "Hello, Principal Zhu? It's Yang the Fatso. I've got some earth-shattering news to share." A sleepy voice answered from the other end. "Great news? Earth-shattering? Have you been drinking again? Damn it, if you're pulling my leg, watch your ass." Yang Sanbao. Fat Yang glanced at the crowd, then turned away and lowered his voice. "Even if you gave me the courage, I wouldn't dare lie to you. Did you see the live broadcast? Quick, open your phone. Here's the deal, it's all thanks to me. With my silver tongue working overtime, I finally snagged the top prize. Off. Your mouth's as thick as cotton-padded trousers." A few seconds of silence followed on the phone. "You did it like this?" Yang Sanbao stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. He timidly asked, "Is that even appropriate? Get lost. You know Jack." The phone erupted with a barrage of curses. "Alright, Principal, watch this." Snap. Yang the Fat turned around, grinning triumphantly to reveal his mouthful of yellow teeth. The Grand Dragon Nation College entrance exam ended in such an unexpected way. This exam was packed with highlights, record-breaking scores, defeating the boss, even pulling off an upset against higher-level opponents. And then came that earth-shattering twist. What fantastic news material. After the exam, Lin Yu was picked up by a car Lu Zhongyuan had arranged. Before leaving, she gazed affectionately at Wang Qing, stuck out her tongue, and mimed making a phone call. Sun Mang was naturally carried onto the pre-arranged ambulance. Only Wang Qing remained, left to fend off the swarming journalists. Standing before the shabby admissions booth of Shanglan Technical School, his right shoulder and palm still bandaged, his pale face held undiminished presence. "Mr. Wang Qing, the National Martial Arts exam results have been announced. Congratulations on being crowned the National Martial Arts exam champion. What are your thoughts? Why did Gung Fu attack you? Was there some grudge between you? Why did you turn down prestigious universities like Peking and Tsinghua to join Shanglan Technical School? What was your reasoning? As far as we know, Shanglan Technical School was just established this year. What exactly drew you to it?" The barrage of questions from reporters momentarily threw Wang Qing off balance. He composed himself and turned to face the camera, ready to respond. At that moment, a large, fleshy hand blocked the view in front of Wang Qing. With a smile, it responded, "Friends from the press, I am Yang Sanbao, Vice Principal of Shanglan Technical School and Director of Admissions for this recruitment campaign." He shot a quick glance at Wang Qing, then used his two large hands to smooth back his greasy hair. "Hee, our school has always adhered to a people-oriented educational philosophy. After my repeated warm invitations, Wang Qing was deeply moved and agreed to join Shanglan Technical School. After careful deliberation, our school has decided to award Wang Qing a 200,000 yuan scholarship to recognize his record-breaking performance. Time will prove that Wang Qing's choice was the right one." "That shameless fatso, what nonsense is he spouting? A 200,000 yuan scholarship? That crumbling, rotten sign, can it even afford 200,000 yuan? Trying to fool the reporters? I think he's here just to steal the spotlight." Ahem. Wang Qing's cough interrupted the commotion. Just too simple, light coughs were enough to draw the reporters' attention to him. Wearing his familiar lazy smile, he addressed the cameras with a smooth, effortlessly pretentious eloquence. "I'll now sincerely address the questions from our journalist friends. Choosing Shanglan wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, nor was it self-sabotage. Quite the opposite, it was the result of careful consideration. I believe true strength stems from mastering fundamentals and hands-on practice, exactly what Shanglan Technical School offers. As you journalists surely know, the current state of Longhua means ordinary people can only take menial jobs, while professionals look down on basic work. My actions aim to show the world that attending a technical school to learn a trade is not just for commoners, it is something we professionals should pursue. Only then can our Dragon Nation grow stronger. As for some journalists asking why Gung Fuqing attacked me, I have no comment. Please await the official investigation report." Finally, Wang Qing turned and pointed at the banner hanging over Lanshan Technical School's shabby recruitment booth. "This is precisely what drew me to Shanglan." The reporters looked over to see, illuminated by the evening sunset, the banner of Shanglan Technical School clearly displaying its educational philosophy: education for all, maximizing talent. This visionary statement, broad in scope, lofty in ambition, and attuned to the pulse of the times, paired with Wang Qing's sincere expression of devotion to nation and people, left many reporters momentarily speechless. They even began to wonder if Wang Qing was some kind of prodigy. Even the gaze they cast toward the scruffy-looking vice principal beside him carried a hint of admiration. The next day, the front pages of major news outlets across the nation blared in bold, oversized headlines. Shocking. National College Entrance Exam top scorer Wang Qing and Shanghai No. 1 high school star Lin Yu join Shanglan Technical School. Top scorers Wang Qing and Lin Yu reject Peking and Tsinghua for vocational school. The deep meaning behind their choice sparks nationwide debate. Decoding Shanglan Technical School, what attracted the nation's top scholar?
true merit or some kind of scheme? Shanglan Technical School Vice Principal, we teach real skills, top students' choices prove everything.
Photo, Vice Principal looking completely baffled and unkempt.
Chapter 35, what? Paying the bill.
That evening, after repeated invitations from Vice Principal Yang of Shanglan Technical School, Wang Qing followed him to a fairly decent restaurant near the school gate.
Streetlights cast their shadows, stretching and shrinking erratically. Wang Qing's mind was racing, this fat guy suddenly acting all friendly? Nothing good could come of it. But he had business to discuss anyway. Better to seize the moment than wait for another day.
The private room felt like a stuffy jar. A round table alone took up most of the space, barely squeezing in 5 people. The air hung heavy with the scent of cheap incense mingled with cooking fumes.
Before Wang Qing could even settle into his seat, Vice Principal Yang was already ordering dishes.
In the blink of an eye, the table was half covered with hearty fare like braised pork knuckles and oil-braised prawns. He rubbed his greasy hands, which looked like they'd just been dipped in lard, his smile stretched like over-fermented dough. He seemed both excited and nervous, as if hiding something.
Wang Qing, come on, have a few drinks with me.
Vice Principal Yang deftly twisted open a bottle of liquor, pouring amber-colored liquid into Wang Qing's cup.
Wang Qing leaned back in his chair, tapping his knuckles lightly on the tabletop. Principal Yang, I'm injured. The doctor forbids me from drinking. I hope you'll understand. Yang Sanbao seemed oblivious, lifting his glass and downing a large gulp.
His Adam's apple bobbed as he smacked his lips and exclaimed, "Ah, this liquor, it packs a hell of a punch."
Wang Qing didn't touch his chopsticks.
The steaming dishes on the table made him feel uneasy. The fat man guzzled his liquor and devoured chunks of meat, oblivious to the grease splattering onto his clothes. From the moment he downed his first glass, he completely ignored Wang Qing's presence.
Listening to his smacking chewing sounds, Wang Qing felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Principal Yang, you didn't invite me here just to watch you eat, did you? Haha, young man, getting impatient?
I'm here to fulfill my promise, the bonus. Then he downed another cup.
Wang Qing's eyes lit up. A real bonus? Could this rundown school really afford such a large sum? Had he misjudged them?
Originally, Wang Qing had assumed this fatso was just spouting hot air to save face in front of the reporters. Within moments, Yang the fatso downed several more cups.
His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck, as he pounded his chest and began making empty promises.
Wang Qing, rest assured. The schooler, old Yang here, will never shortchange you.
Your decision has brought immense prestige to Shanglan. The advertising effect is outstanding.
Saving us, no, the 200,000 yuan scholarship is absolutely worth it. On behalf of Principal Zhu, I promise you full access to Shanglan's resources.
Once the school grows stronger, rest assured we won't let you down.
This scene reminded Wang Qing of his former boss from his past life, instantly deepening his distaste for this fat man.
Wang Qing grew impatient, not even lifting his eyelids. Principal Zhang, it's pointless to dangle promises. Will you actually provide that scholarship?
You've been beating around the bush for ages.
Burp. Yang Sanbao didn't get angry.
Instead, he let out a drunken burp and flashed his signature smile.
Ha!
As the saying goes, haste makes waste. A school as big as ours wouldn't shortchange you over a few peanuts. He took a sip of wine, lit a cigarette, and continued, both Principal Zhu and I are men of our word.
Rest assured. What we promise, we will deliver.
Especially with all these reporters here.
Wang Qing froze. Was he taking a jab at me? Promised, we'll deliver. Then Yang Sanbao blew a smoke ring and added, but, well, the school's finances are,
a bit tight.
But it's only temporary.
The fat man's eyes darted around before he pulled a note from his pants pocket and handed it to Wang Qing. Wang Qing took it, glanced at it, and felt as if a club had smashed into his chest. He nearly choked on his breath, his eyes bulging wide.
Just as expected. The note read,
owing Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Manga total of 200,000 long nation currency 200,000.00.
This serves as proof.
Owing party, Shanglan Technical School. The original name, Yang Sanbao, had been crossed out.
Date, XXXXXXXX. Wang Qing shot Yang Sanbao a speechless look, but the guy actually wore a "I'm totally legit" expression. He even muttered, see? It's in black and white. We won't renege on this debt. As soon as the funds come through from above, we'll repay you immediately.
Wang Qing stared at the absurd IOU, his lips twitching as he slowly folded it and tucked it into his pocket. He let out a deep sigh and shook his head helplessly. For now, it seemed there was no other way.
Principal Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now.
With that, Wang Qing stood up to leave.
TSK, fine wine. Yang Sanbao deftly flicked the cigarette butt onto the ground and crushed it underfoot. Mr. Wang, you're too hasty. Don't you want to know what Principal Zhu has to say to you?
Wang Qing froze, then unexpectedly sat back down, his face now visibly more disgusted.
Damn, Principal Zhu really is prescient. This kid must have something to ask for. No wonder someone with such good grades chose Shanglan. Now it's time for a good chat. Yang Sanbao felt a surge of secret delight. Then he said slowly to Wang Qing, Principal's viewpoint is that with the school's current financial difficulties, as a new student, don't you feel concerned? Wang Qing couldn't believe his ears. He instantly grasped the fat bastard's meaning, clenched his teeth, and turned pale with rage. Forcing down his rage, he managed a strained smile. I understand. How about this? I'll lend the school this bonus, the 500,000 Longwa currency from the boss raid, to help with cash flow and support the school's development. What do you think? Is that acceptable? Yang Sanbao's eyes lit up instantly. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. Wang Qing, you truly are a quick learner. And you understand the school's urgent needs. What a big picture mindset. However, Wang Qing shifted his tone, his smile softening slightly. Since it's a loan, we should have some safeguards, right? My demands aren't high. First, the three of us must have individual dorm rooms during our time at school. Second, our team must have complete freedom to choose practical training dungeons and field missions, unrestricted by regular school rules and courses only requiring prior notification. Third, and most crucially, fourth, Wang Qing stated each condition clearly, while Yang Sanbao nodded in agreement throughout. No problem at all. Yang Sanbao declared with absolute confidence. Wang Qing kept crumpling the 500,000 Longwa currency check in his pocket, though his heart ached to part with it. Wang Qing's love for money was well known. He hesitated no longer, slamming the check down on the table. One final demand: write a guarantee stating that if any of the above tasks fail, you must return 10 times the amount. At the mention of tenfold repayment, Yang Sanbao's face fell instantly. Yet, meeting Wang Qing's calm yet uncompromising gaze, he gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll do as you say. Wang Qing reluctantly placed the check back on the table and turned to leave. Yang Sanbao immediately lunged forward, snatched the crumpled check, and squinted as he scrutinized the amount, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. Just as Wang Qing touched the doorknob, Yang Sanbao's voice came from behind him again, tinged with a smug chuckle. Mr. Wang Qing, rest assured we're absolutely trustworthy. Oh, and here's another chance for you to prove yourself. Go ahead and buy the order. What? Pay the bill? Wang Qing froze, his chest feeling like it was about to explode, every vein throbbing violently. He hadn't eaten a single bite, hadn't taken a single sip, had lent them money, and now they wanted him to pay the bill? At the doorway, he slowly raised his hand, patted his chest lightly, and forced his voice to sound steady. All right, Principal Yang. Enjoy your meal. I'll be on my way. Behind the door, Yang Sanbao's laughter grew louder. Ha! A teachable student. I'm counting on you. Wang Qing closed the door. The corridor light fell on his tense profile. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Only one thought occupied his mind: this debt would be repaid with interest, sooner or later. Chapter 36, Late Night Ambush. Wang Qing stepped out of the greasy little restaurant. The night breeze swept away some of the stale air from the private room. He pinched the flimsy 20,000 yuan IOU and the 50,000 yuan loan certificate in his pocket. Strangely, the anger young fatty had provoked in him dissipated by more than half. You have to give to receive, he murmured to himself, as if convincing his own doubts. His greatest worry now was that he'd staked everything on Shanglun Technical School. What if they lacked integrity? What if he'd misjudged the situation? Just as self-doubt crept in, his phone rang. It was a message from Lin Yu. Wang Qing, how's your injury? Don't push yourself. Uncle Yuanzhong found the best therapist to treat me, and I'm almost fully recovered. Want to come over for a session? Every word radiated deep concern. Wang Qing's lips curled upward involuntarily, the lingering unease in his heart completely washed away by this wave of warmth. He quickly replied, don't worry, I'm as strong as an ox already bouncing around like a kid. Even without Lin Yu's giantification boost, Wang Qing could still activate the giantification ability, targeted recovery. But to keep up appearances and avoid revealing his secret, he had to play the part convincingly. How could a strong man admit defeat in front of the woman he loved? Even though the constant pain in his right shoulder and palm reminded him. Really? You're not lying? When have I ever lied to you? Come here, I can hold you without any problem. Who needs you to hold me? You're so annoying. Oh, right. The city government has established a joint investigation team for the college entrance exam attack. The team leader is Yan Binli, the director of the Municipal Security Bureau. I hear he's a tough nut to crack. They're not just investigating the attack, they're investigating both of us. They'll probably come looking for us tomorrow. Lin Yu, don't worry. I've already figured out how to handle it. Just do what we discussed earlier. Don't panic, I've got everything covered. You rest up first. I'll go check on Mingzi at the hospital. Lin Yu's reply came instantly. Okay, I trust you. Be careful. A small smiley face was added at the end. Wang Qing tucked his phone away and hailed a taxi, heading straight for Jianhai Hospital. In the hospital room, Sun Meng grimaced as he tried to move his pierced thigh. His face was still pale from blood loss and residual toxins, but his spirits were surprisingly high. His eyes lit up when Wang Qing entered. Bro Qing, what brings you here? Are you better? Not gonna die. Wang Qing walked to the bedside, examined his injured leg, and asked, how's it feeling? Heh heh, we're famous now. They got me the best doctors and the best medicine. Best part? The city's footing the bill. Doc says I'll be up and about in a few more days.
Just this poison is a pain it's slow to clear. Sun Mang scratched his head, his expression turning slightly dejected.
Bro Qing, I'm sorry. I held you back again and wrecked that precious chest armor you gave me.
Wang Qing waved his hand, cutting off his self-reproach.
Gear is meant to be used. If it broke, it means it took the hit for you. Without it, you'd probably be dead already. Tomorrow I'll find out what materials are needed to repair this chestplate.
Don't worry about it, just focus on healing. He paused, then pulled the skill book, Rock Guardian, its pages glowing a dusty yellow from his storage ring.
He tossed it onto Sun Meng's chest. Here, this is for you. A reward skill book. Defensive type. Should suit you well. Study it hard.
Wang Qing's movements were casual, a smile always playing on his lips as he gazed gently at this comrade in arms. Sun Mang glanced at the skill book, then looked up at Wang Qing. His eyes instantly reddened. He sat bolt upright, ignoring the pain that made his mouth twitch as it tugged at his wounds. Clutching the skill book tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Qingda, I.
Hold back your tears. I hate seeing big men cry. Enough of this fuss.
Wang Qing turned his face away in disgust.
Get well soon.
You're still coming with me to that godforsaken place, Shanglan, to suffer alongside me.
Without you, who's gonna run errands for me?
Though his tone was gruff, Sun Meng heard only a profound sense of reassurance and warmth in his heart.
By the time Wang Qing left the hospital, it was nearly midnight.
The streets had emptied considerably, and the dim streetlight stretched his shadow long and thin. As he walked through a relatively quiet alley flanked by old residential buildings, an indescribable chill suddenly pierced his spine without warning. It wasn't the temperature dropping, but a pure, tangible killing intent that instantly locked onto Wang Qing. Wang Qing's hair stood on end. Before his mind could process it, his body reacted instinctively. He instantly assumed the Wing Chun clawing the sheep horse defensive stance, every muscle taut. His perceive all consciousness frantically scanned. On a nearby rooftop, perceive all swiftly scanned a piece of information.
Name, Li Fuxing. Occupation, S-rank swordmaster. Level, LV99 Tier 3. Strength, 21,792 Phase 2 upgrade bonus plus 30,922 weapon attribute bonus. Agility, 217. Spirit, 125. Stamina, 21722 defensive equipment bonus.
Exclusive skills, Gale Blade, rare skill boosts agility and strength, increases speed by 10, duration, 2 minutes, cooldown, 10-minute wrist strength enhancement, elite skill increases wrist strength by 5, duration, 2 minutes, cooldown, 10 minutes enhances weapon power wind blade, epic skill imbues weapon with wind attribute, slightly increases attack power. Self-taught skills, 10,000 miles flower plucking, epic skill, describes blinding speed and light-footedness to instantly decapitate foes with elegant movements, cooldown 10 minutes. The information panel was densely packed with data, yet only the level and class name stood out starkly. Tier 3. Far surpassing Wang Qing's existence. The gap was too vast. Thankfully this guy was a swordsman. If he'd been an assassin, Wang Qing's current mental strength would never have detected him. Wang Qing felt an overwhelming, terrifying pressure surge toward him like a tsunami, making even breathing exceedingly difficult. The alley's light suddenly dimmed to a faint glow, then began flickering as if affected by this solidified killing intent. Damn, no wonder he killed Wang Qing. This guy's got something. I underestimated you. A shadowy figure leapt down from the rooftop in an instant. His face was concealed, clad in nightcloak attire, a sword cradled in his arms, held in a protective embrace. Oomph. Wang Qing forcibly suppressed the storm raging within his heart, letting out a cold snort that echoed eerily clear in the deathly silent alley. The laws of Longwe forbid practitioners from engaging in vendettas in the real world. You're a third-tier practitioner. Are you really stooping to this kind of hidden, shadowy assassin's work? Law? Ha! You may claim ignorance, but don't use it to intimidate others. The masked man sneered, swiftly drawing a sword whose icy glint shone brilliantly under the flickering streetlights. Wang Qing, seeing him about to strike, tried to steady him. I know who sent you. You're going to kill me now? Don't you want what you came for? Clang. The sword scabbard was tossed aside, plunging 3 inches into the ground. You're afraid? Ha! Killing you is unnecessary. I have ways to make you wish you were dead. Then you'll spill everything willingly. His eyes flashed with a cold, icy glint. Suddenly, a blurred figure darted through the flickering light, swift as lightning. The phantom moved faster than the limits of human vision, striking straight for Wang Qing's forehead. No sound, no trace. It was his pride and joy, the ultimate technique, plucking flowers from 10,000 miles. It's over. The shadow of death instantly engulfed Wang Qing's heart. Chapter 37. If you don't come now. Wait, you want to bury me? Wang Qing's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He summoned every ounce of strength to retreat and evade, but the speed of a third-tier powerhouse far surpassed his own. Retreating and dodging proved futile. Had Lin Yu been in his giant form, Wang Qing could have evaded this strike. But now, Wang Qing's Wing Chun footwork and body movement seemed utterly powerless against the overwhelming disparity in strength and speed.
This bastard came out swinging with his ultimate move. He really means to kill. At the critical moment when the cold steel was about to reach Wang Qing's face, he shouted hoarsely, "Damn it, aren't you coming? If you don't show up now, just wait, are you here to bury me?" Before the words had even faded. Splat! A sharp crack echoed, like an iron basin hitting the ground. A greasy, half-eaten bone and pork rib appeared out of thin air, hovering 3 inches from Wang Qing's face. With pinpoint accuracy, it blocked the deadly blade. The moment the bone met the blade, the steel-piercing skill 10,000 miles flower plucking vanished without a trace, as if a mud cow had plunged into the sea. Only a few droplets of grease splattered onto Wang Qing's face. Simultaneously, a lazy voice, thick with nasal tones and reeking of alcohol, sounded from behind Wang Qing, accompanied by the sound of smacking lips. "TSK, you little brat, what's all the yelling about? It's just a third-tier bug, is that really worth scaring yourself like this? What a waste of my braised pork ribs." Wang Qing whipped his head around to find the bald old man with the lecherous eyes, the one who ran the recruitment booth outside Zhanghai First High School, standing behind him. The old man wore flip-flops, baggy shorts, and an oil-stained, twisted old vest. The old man held a messily gnawed bone in one hand, casually wiping it on his baggy shorts with the other. His mouth was stuffed full, and he rolled his eyes at Wang Qing, clearly finding his overreaction ridiculous. Not far ahead of him, a figure cloaked entirely in a black bodysuit, revealing only a pair of icy eyes, seemed struck by an invisible fist. It suddenly arched backward, violently hurled out of the void. Staggering back several steps, each stride leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the hard concrete, the figure stared at the old man with utter disbelief and terror. Who are you?" Li Fuxing's voice was dry, brimming with extreme wariness and a barely perceptible tremor. That earlier strike had been effortlessly deflected, and the mere recoil had split the skin on his palm, nearly causing him to drop his sword. This scruffy old man before him was no ordinary practitioner. Beneath his disheveled exterior lay a deadly threat. "Me?" Principal Zhu Ziyong, principal of Shanglan Technical School, took another bite of bone, his words muffled. "Who I am is none of your concern. You're not worthy of knowing." Then he raised his voice, "But you brat, daring to lay a hand on our school's future pillar and cash cow? Tired of living, are you?" His greasy fingers pointed at Wang Qing, who was still reeling from the shock. Wang Qing gasped for breath, wiping the grease from his face. Looking at the old man's dignified appearance, a wave of relief at surviving the ordeal and a surge of nameless anger welled up inside him simultaneously. "Holy, can you guys be more reliable? I almost bit the dust right here. 50 grand? That's what your services cost? No, 70 grand. Damn it, you really scared the out of me." "Bull." Principal Zhu turned and glared. "Look who's here. Precision interception, not a millisecond off. With service like this, you should be grateful it's only 70 grand. Besides," he rubbed his fingers slyly, "that 70,000 is a loan, you understand? It's an investment." "Investment, got it? It'll be repaid later. This bodyguard service is complimentary. At your young age, don't you know how to show gratitude?" Wang Qing rolled his eyes in disgust at this shameless logic. "I'll be damned if I show gratitude. I'm paying for services, I'm practically the school's benefactor. Who do you think you're talking to? At your age, you should know better than to disrespect people." The old man immediately grew agitated, raising his voice to confront Wang Qing. "I nearly got killed. After spending this much money, calling you old man is only right. How dare you treat a major donor like this? Go ask around." Wang Qing didn't back down an inch, refusing to yield. The black-clad assassin watched the two bicker as if no one else existed. He knew his mission had utterly failed and that this old man was deeply unpredictable. He made an instant decision. His figure flickered violently, splitting into several indistinguishable shadows that shot off in different directions. This was his ultimate survival technique, shadow escape, 1,000 shadows. TSK, running off already? I'm not done talking yet." Principal Zhu muttered discontentedly, casually flicking the cleanly gnawed bone stick toward one of the shadows, the one that seemed the most ethereal. The motion was as casual as tossing away trash. Yet that ordinary bone stick traced an eerie arc through the air, seemingly ignoring spatial distance, and instantly appeared in the back of one shadow. Thud! A dull thud. The streaking shadow froze abruptly, then plummeted from midair like a discarded black garbage bag, crashing onto the ground with a thud. It twitched twice before going completely still, and the other shadows vanished instantly. One strike, one kill, a third-tier powerhouse. Damn impressive, and he did it with a bone. Wang Qing felt his scalp tingle. To this old man, eliminating a third-tier S-class professional was as simple as crushing an ant. Principal Zhu strolled over, gave Li Fuxing's corpse a kick with his foot, and glanced at the sword in his hand. "Pfft, damn it. With your level of skill, you don't even deserve to wield a sword?" Then he bent down, rummaged around with his greasy hands, pulled out a storage ring, and opened it immediately. Glancing at its contents, he grumbled, "Penniless bastard. That's all he had? TSK. And he called himself a swordsman?" He casually slipped the sword into the storage ring and stuffed it into his greasy pocket without a second thought.
Returning to Wang Qing, he slapped his shoulder.
See that, kid? 70 grand for this service? You're getting screwed. Alright, I'm outta here.
Only when Principal Zhu announced his departure did Wang Qing snap out of it.
Principal Zhu, now you remember to call me Principal? Got something to say? Spit it out.
Principal Zhu shot him an impatient glance. About that thing I discussed with Principal Yang earlier before Wang Qing could finish.
Get lost. Don't mention him. Just thinking about him pisses me off.
He feasts like a king, yet all he buys me is some braised pork ribs. Get back to work, just wait till I deal with him. Principal Zhu instantly transformed into a mischievous child, gnashing his teeth and cursing. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his expression turned serious. Rest assured, I'm the most trustworthy person when it comes to keeping promises.
How did you know I'm the principal of Shanglan Technical School? Did you come here prepared to negotiate terms? Do you even know me? I could be your grandfather. Is it your father who knows me?
His icy glare caught Wang Qing off guard, leaving him utterly bewildered.
Well, I
don't give a damn how you found out. I'm helping you this time for the money, and for how you handled yourself in front of the reporters.
As for why, I couldn't care less. I'm outta here.
With that, before Wang Qing could respond. Humming a tune, his flip-flops clicking, his figure flickered a few times before vanishing deep into the alley. Wang Qing stood rooted to the spot, staring at the corpse on the ground. The lingering scent of braised pork ribs mixed with alcohol hung heavy in the air, leaving him speechless for a long while.
This money seemed well spent? He definitely made the right bet. Chapter 38, Principal Zhu's After-Sales Service. South Ridge Guild Headquarters, Guild Leader's Office.
Li Zihua sat behind his massive desk, his face dark and sullen, fingers tapping the surface absent-mindedly. Beside him stood his most capable deputy, SS-rank professional ghost summoner, Li Pinren. President, we've lost contact with Li Fuxing, Zhao Gang reported in a low voice, his brow furrowed.
The last location transmitted was near the target's ambush site before the signal abruptly cut off. It's been over 2 hours now. I'm afraid.
A flash of savagery flickered in Li Zihua's eyes. Useless.
Can't even handle a badly injured high schooler? Gung Fuqing is useless, and Li Fuxing is useless too.
At that moment, the air in the office froze solid without warning. An indescribable stench, a mixture of greasy food and cheap alcohol, instantly filled the entire room. Several teacups on the desk shattered with a crack, tea splashing everywhere. Li Zihua and Zhao Gang's faces paled, their bodies stiffening as cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. Li Pinren even instinctively reached for the summoning staff beside him, but his fingers froze stiff, unable to move an inch. In the center of the office, space warped slightly. The bald old man in flip-flops, baggy shorts, and an oil-stained vest appeared out of thin air like a ghost. This time, he was clutching half a roast chicken in one hand, gnawing on a drumstick while squinting at Li Zihua with his sleazy little eyes.
Chairman Li, quite busy, huh?
Principal Zhu slurred, his greasy fingers gesturing toward Li Zihua. Li Zihua's heart nearly leapt out of his throat. Forcing down his shock, his voice became extremely cautious. Honored by your presence, esteemed predecessor.
What might I do for you?
The moment this old man materialized out of thin air, Li Zihua recognized him, none other than the Sword Saint, one of the 3 saints of Longhua.
Xu Zhiyong, the man known as the Old Lecher. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans were visibly forming on Li Zihua's forehead.
The Sword Saint truly lived up to his reputation. The sheer pressure radiating from his sudden appearance alone could instantly overwhelm all the masters of the Southern Ridge Guild. Guidance is too strong a word.
You're a decent kid, recognized me, no less.
Principal Zhu devoured the chicken leg in a few bites, flicking the bone aside.
It landed precisely in the trash can in the corner. He wiped his chicken leg covered hand on his vest. Just came to tell you that so-called sword master brat in the alley? I took care of him for you. No need to thank me. Li Zihua and Li Pinren's hearts sank. Li Fuxing had indeed fallen into this man. Li Zihua forced an awkward smile and tentatively asked, when did our Nanling Guild ever cross you, that you'd personally step in to teach him a lesson? None. I just felt like it, okay?
Principal Zhu plopped down across from Li Zihua's desk, eating roast chicken without even looking up. Seeing this brazen, scruffy old man, Li Pinren interjected bluntly, Senior, this doesn't seem quite proper.
Xu Zhiyong, mouthful of chicken, shot Li Pinren a glance.
His sleazy little eyes sparkled with contempt.
He quickly swallowed the chicken, glaring at Li Pinren. What business do you have speaking here? Ha! The rules? My word is the rule. You!
Li Pinren stared back, unflinching, his hand unconsciously rubbing his staff.
Oh ho, looking for a fight? Xu Zhiyong's lips curled upward, a hint of mockery playing across his face. Just as Li Pinren opened his mouth, Li Zihua's urgent roar cut through the air. Pinren, shut up! Apologize to the elder immediately. Li Pinren froze. This old man looked unremarkable, yet his power was unfathomable.
This was the South Ridge Guild's territory, filled with elite masters.
Why would the guild leader fear him so? Ha! I haven't walked the martial world in 20 years, yet today I'm being looked down upon by a young upstart?
Xu Zhiyong's eyes narrowed to slits, then his expression abruptly changed, his gaze turning icy.
Seeing the situation turn sour, Li Zihua immediately interceded, "Elder, please be magnanimous. Don't take it personally." Before Li Zihua could finish his plea, a loud thud echoed as Li Pinrun and Zhu Zhiyong, along with the roast chicken in their hands, were flung out the window. The deafening noise caused the South Ridge Guild's members to rush into Li Zihua's office in unison. The moment they entered, they froze. There stood guild leader Li Zihua, expressionless behind his desk, as cold wind whistled through the shattered window, glass shards littering the floor. "President, what happened?" Their eyes darted up and down the balding old man standing with his back to them. "Get out! Who let you in? Get out!" Li Zihua's eyes widened as impotent rage erupted from him, finding an outlet for his pent-up frustration. The subordinates who had rushed in immediately slammed the office door shut upon seeing the chairman's fury. Li Zihua gasped for breath, as if his furious shouts had drained him of all strength. "What's the matter? Not satisfied?" Principal Zhu narrowed his eyes, asking with a mocking tone. Li Zihua instantly shifted his demeanor, plastering on a fawning smile. "Senior, how could I dare? My subordinates are ignorant. I'm afraid I've embarrassed you." Principal Zhu wiped the grease from his lips, his tone as casual as if chatting about everyday matters. "Little Li, I'm doing you a favor here. Otherwise, that one hit him." Li Zihua wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed with clasped fists. "Thank you, senior, for sparing his life. Alright, since you're such a smartass, I'll tell you why I came here today. That Wang Qing kid, and that pretty girl Lin Yu by his side, they're under my wing now at Xianglan Technical School. Got it? You know what to do." He abruptly stood up, his tone carrying an air of finality. "So, whatever happened between you two before it ends here?" For the first time, Principal Zhu's small eyes held no trace of lechery, only a cold indifference to life and death. "Got it?" Li Zihua's face drained of color, his lips trembling. As the esteemed head of the Nanling Guild, when had he ever been threatened so openly? But this old man before him? He dared not offend him in the slightest. He even had the distinct feeling that if he dared utter a single word of refusal, the next second he'd become a bone gnawed clean in the old man's mouth. This was a world where might ruled supreme. Not only could this old man get away with killing someone, but even if he slaughtered the entire Nanling Guild, no one could touch him. Overwhelming humiliation and terror tangled within him. Principal Zhu's terrifying power forced him to slowly lower his head. He ground out the words through clenched teeth. "Understood. I shall obey your instructions, senior. But this junior doesn't understand. What connection do you have with Xianglan Technical School?" "Why?" Principal Zhu nodded with satisfaction, reverting to his usual sleazy, greasy demeanor. "Ha ha. Since you're being so obedient, I'll tell you this old man has returned to the scene. Xianglan Technical School is mine." "What? Senior?" Li Zihua's deathly pale face instantly contorted with shock. "Alright, you two get back to work. I'm heading back to catch some sleep. If Wang Qing or the others come to any harm, you know the consequences." With that, his figure twisted eerily once more and vanished, leaving only Li Zihua, still trembling and drenched in cold sweat. He slumped into his chair, drained of all strength, his eyes filled with lingering fear and deep dread. "Damn it, that old bastard is pushing his luck. Sai, how can I possibly get that thing back? No, I won't accept this." Chapter 39, Under Control. The following afternoon, Zhanghai City Security Bureau. In a solemn interrogation room, Lin Yu sat ramrod straight, her expressionless face bearing no emotion. Wang Qing was led into another interrogation room. The principle, or rather, the technique of interrogation, was to separate co-conspirators. If there were women present, they would inevitably become the primary targets for breaking down. Across from Lin Yu sat Yan Binli, the head of the joint investigation team, a middle-aged man with a stern face and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Beside him was a female investigator responsible for taking notes. "Student Lin Yu," Yan Binli began, "according to the original records from Jianghai First High School's awakening ceremony, you did not awaken a profession before the college entrance exams and were registered as unprofessioned." Yan Binli's voice was devoid of emotion, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. "Yet strangely, during the Gaokao instance, you not only demonstrated formidable professional abilities but also reached an astonishing LV26 rank. How do you explain this discrepancy?" Lin Yu, having already coordinated his story with Wang Qing, answered calmly and earnestly, "The awakening stone malfunctioned. I genuinely hadn't awakened any profession then, and I was extremely dissatisfied with that outcome. That same afternoon, while practicing alone, my professional abilities suddenly appeared. It might have been delayed awakening, or perhaps the awakening stone malfunctioned during detection. I don't know the exact reason or how it happened." "Suddenly appeared? Delayed awakening?" Yan Feng clearly didn't buy this flimsy explanation. "What kind of practice? Where did you practice? How long did you practice? Who can verify this?" "In my home training room, practicing basic swordsmanship alone. Roughly an afternoon's worth. No witnesses." Lin Yu answered flawlessly. "Ha! In the entire history of the Dragon Nation, there's never been a case of an awakening stone malfunctioning, and yet it happened to you? How would I know?" Lin Yu retorted dismissively. Yan Feng's brow furrowed as his fingers drummed on the tabletop. "Then, regarding Gung Fuqing's attack on you.
According to Wang Qing's preliminary statement, he claims Gung Fucheng was after something, but he couldn't specify what it was.
Are you aware of this? Did Gung Fucheng make any related remarks during the attack? Lin Yu shook his head. No idea.
He was acting completely off when he showed up like he'd lost his mind. He was yelling nonsense like give it to me or hand it over.
We had no clue what he was talking about. Hearing Lin Yu's evasive answer, Yan Binli didn't get angry, because this was exactly what he expected. He picked up a piece of paper from the table that had been prepared earlier. Do you recognize this design? Look closely.
Lin Yu scrutinized the paper in Yan Binli's hand.
It depicted a sword and a rather well-drawn one at that.
She shook her head, then burst out laughing. Sir, you're being ridiculous.
What pattern? I've never seen this before. Today is the first time.
This time, Lin Yu wasn't lying, she genuinely hadn't seen it. Yan Binli paused, then flashed a sly grin.
You mentioned practicing swordsmanship in your home training room that afternoon, didn't you? Practiced all afternoon?
Lin Yu nodded without hesitation.
Oomph. Then why did someone see you and Wang Qing tackling the newbie dungeon that very afternoon?
Yan Binli suddenly raised his voice.
I must have misremembered.
A slight twitch flashed across Lin Yu's cold, expressionless face.
Yan Binli folded his arms and continued in a raised voice. A mistake? Looks like you won't admit it until you're forced to. Show her. The female recorder placed the documents before Lin Yu.
They were filled with screenshots of her and Wang Qing at the entrance of the beginner dungeon lobby, along with video captures of the two whispering on the playground during Awakening Day. Lin Yu's expression began to show signs of panic.
Yan Binli pressed on. Speak up. Does your reawakened profession have anything to do with Wang Qing? Why did Gung Fucheng attack you? What was the real reason? Have you seen this pattern somewhere before? Why are you lying? What exactly is Gung Fucheng after?
Yan Binli's voice rose with each question, attempting to exploit gaps in Lin Yu's explanations and break down her psychological defenses through relentless psychological pressure.
Fine beads of sweat began to form on Lin Yu's coldly beautiful face.
She bit her cherry red lips. From childhood, he'd been taught to be honest and trustworthy. That he'd held out this long was already beyond his limits, all because he believed in Wang Qing.
She wasn't intimidated by Yan Binli's escalating tone. Instead, she took a deep breath and stubbornly declared, I truly have no idea what you're talking about.
Her trembling voice was now her last defiant stand.
Yan Binli knew it was coming. Soon, very soon.
With one more push, he could break through Lin Yu's psychological defenses. His eyes turned cold as he picked up the paper on the table again, pointing at the pattern with his finger. This is the emblem of Dawn, the secret organization Huaye established within our dragon nation. Their goal is to divide and fragment our country. Do you realize how grave this is? Knowing and not reporting it makes you an accomplice. You're shielding them. As a citizen and professional of the Dragon Nation, you should understand your duty. Don't ruin your entire life over romantic attachments. Lin Yu was stunned by Yan Binli's words, her eyes widening in shock.
The Dawn organization?
Her resolve began to waver. Yan Binli suddenly softened his tone. Lin Yu, I know you're a good person.
You're certainly not connected to the Dawn organization. But what about Wang Qing?
I hope you can provide useful leads. This concerns the nation.
You know what matters most.
After Yan Binli finished speaking, the interrogation room fell silent. Lin Yu silently lowered her head.
How could Wang Qing enable people to change their affiliations? Was the sphere in Li Nengna's ring truly connected to this organization? Could Wang Qing be a spy? Suddenly, two hearty laughs shattered the silence.
It was Lin Yu, head bowed, laughing bitterly to himself.
Yan Binli looked utterly bewildered. Wang Qing, I'm sorry. How could I, Lin Yu, ever doubt you?
It's damned foolish.
Without you, where would I be today?
Lin Yu's gaze immediately hardened as she said coldly, I have no idea what you're talking about.
If you have evidence, bring it on. I'm the victim in this whole affair.
Yan Binli stared at Lin Yu in surprise. Just as her psychological defenses seemed on the verge of collapse, they had suddenly hardened. The little girl's gaze had grown unexpectedly resolute. It was almost unbelievable.
The interrogation instantly reached an impasse.
Just as Yan Binli was about to shift the questioning elsewhere, the interrogation room door opened quietly. A staff member in a suit, looking flustered, whispered urgently in his ear.
Yan Binli's expression changed drastically.
He followed the staff member out, his voice filled with urgency.
Mayor Chen, hello. I'm in the middle of an interrogation right now. We're about to make a breakthrough. Release them all. Yan Binli couldn't believe his ears. Reluctantly, he pressed on, Mayor, we're finally getting somewhere. Just give me a little more time. This is no ordinary matter. Alright, I've already investigated this thoroughly. Are you doubting my word? Release him immediately. Mayor Chen's unquestionable voice came through the phone.
But the primary suspect, Wang Qing, hasn't been questioned yet.
Shut up. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Carry out the order. Mayor Chen barked sharply. Click.
Yan Binli stared at the phone in disbelief. This was the first time he'd ever seen Mayor Chen so enraged.
He couldn't help but fall deep in thought. Meanwhile, in another interrogation room, Wang Qing sat with his legs crossed, humming a tune, his face radiating confidence and composure. Because everything was under his control. Chapter 40, Old Commander? Is it really you? When Yan Binli saw Lin Yu again, the aggressive aura he had carried earlier seemed to dissipate almost entirely. He sat rigidly in his chair, waving a hand toward Lin Yu with a tone laced with inexplicable exhaustion. Alright, Lin Yu, your questioning is over. You may leave. Ha? Lin Yu was utterly dumbfounded, her stunning face frozen in shock. Just moments ago, he'd been pressing her relentlessly. Why had it ended so abruptly? She'd even mentally prepared herself for repeated questioning or even detention. Director Yan, the female investigator, also looked bewildered, asking in surprise. You may go. Yan Binli offered no explanation, merely waving again to signal the female investigator beside him to open the door. Still reeling with confusion, Lin Yu stumbled out of the interrogation room in a daze. As soon as she stepped into the hallway, she saw Wang Qing leaning against the opposite wall, waiting for her. His right shoulder and palm were still bandaged, and his face looked a bit pale, but his expression was calm and composed. A lazy smile even lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if he were just visiting the security bureau. Out already? Wang Qing straightened up naturally upon seeing her. Wang Qing. Lin Yu hurried over, lowering her voice urgently. What happened? Director Yan took a call and sent me out looking really upset. Did you do something again? Wang Qing watched her anxious yet curious expression, his smile deepening with a hint of smug satisfaction. He tapped his temple lightly with a finger, making a shushing gesture. Can't say. I have my own plans. Don't worry, when the time comes, you'll find out. You. Lin Yu was infuriated by his evasive manner, unable to resist glaring at him. Her cool eyes flashed with anger and resignation. But seeing his playful grin, her heart finally settled. Everyone made it through safely. As long as Wang Qing is okay, that's all that matters. The two walked side by side out of the security bureau's gates. Outside, the sunlight was perfect, and a low-key, luxurious black sedan was already parked by the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing Lu Yuanzhong's stern face, etched with years of experience. Seeing Wang Qing and Lin Yu emerge side by side, chatting and laughing easily, his gaze grew complex and profound. Lin Yu glanced at Lu Yuanzhong and said to Wang Qing, I have to go now. Remember to take your medicine on time, keep your wounds dry, and get better soon. Her tone held unmistakable concern. Wang Qing nodded, his gaze lingering on her slightly pale face. Yeah, got it. You two get some rest, don't overthink things. You're injured too, don't forget to keep getting treatment. Lu Yuanzhong pushed open the car door and stepped out. He had once harbored deep hostility toward this poor kid who'd led the young lady astray. But that day, he had witnessed Wang Qing's astonishing performance on the college entrance exam. Especially after Lin Yu's public declaration that nothing makes sense without you. His hostility had strangely faded, even giving way to a faint, inexplicable recognition one he hadn't even noticed himself. He approached the pair with solemn composure, his gaze lingering briefly on Wang Qing. Surprisingly, his expression wasn't cold. Instead, he spoke with a touch of stiffness, yet undeniably courteous. Mr. Wang Qing, please take good care of your injuries. Miss, it's time for us to return. Lin Yu shot Lu Yuanzhong a surprised glance before nodding to Wang Qing and turning to get into the car. Watching the black sedan merge into the traffic and disappear, the lazy smile on Wang Qing's face gradually faded. He instinctively touched the IOU and receipt in his pocket before turning and walking away. On the way, Wang Qing recalled his first encounter with Principal Zhu. Chapter 14. Before the college entrance exams, it was thanks to his insight into all skill and that banner inscribed with education for all, talent for every individual that he had discovered the world's greatest hidden master. It was through this that he discovered the world's greatest hidden master living among ordinary people. Most importantly, Principal Zhu's character, this old man, seemingly unkempt and scruffy, was actually a good soul. With such formidable power in this dog-eat-dog world, he had lowered himself to take advantage of others. Yet even after being publicly slapped, he showed no anger. What kind of magnanimity and composure was that? 10 minutes earlier, in the mayor's office of Jianhai City, Director Yan reported, the interrogation of Wang Qing and Lin Yu has commenced. The male secretary, dressed in a suit with a neatly trimmed crew cut, delivered the update to Mayor Chen Weiman, who sat behind his desk reviewing documents. Beside Mayor Chen, a female secretary named Shi Wenli, dressed in a cheapao, carefully brewed tea. Her figure flowed with graceful curves, her waist slender, and the meticulously fastened buttons on her cheapao could barely contain the full, taut lines beneath. Her makeup was refined yet understated, her eyes gentle and warm. Her jet-black hair was pulled back into a sleek, tidy bun, revealing a gracefully arched swan-like neck. Got it. Mayor Chen replied in a deep voice without lifting his eyelids. Mayor, our city has launched a comprehensive investigation into Gung Fuqing's background and activated emergency protocols to probe the Dawn organization. However, we have yet to uncover any leads, the male secretary continued his report, his voice tinged with trepidation. Smack! Mayor Chen slammed his hand on the table, sending the tea Shi Wenli had just brewed splashing across the surface. She deftly pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and began wiping it up. What the hell has the Security Bureau been doing? All this time, and not a single lead. I've already urged the Security Bureau, but Director Yen reported they're understaffed. Seeing Mayor Chen's anger, the male secretary's voice began to tremble. That Yen is truly disappointing. The Dawn organization is already in motion. Someone must be infiltrated. Tell them to send more personnel to investigate. At the very least, we must uncover their objectives. Yes, sir. Sure Wenli remained impassive, continuing her wiping. Mayor Chen Weiman stood up, turning to gaze out the window at the cityscape. His brow furrowed deeply, clearly still preoccupied with the attack on Wang Qing's team and the bizarre activities of the Dawn organization from Hua Nation. He couldn't fathom why this organization would target Wang Qing. Was there truly something so crucial that even Gung Fuqing, the sleeper agent embedded at Jianhai No. 1 High School, had to be activated? Suddenly, an imperceptible ripple rippled through the air behind him, followed by the faint scent of cheap alcohol. Then, Shi Wenli suddenly gasped, "Ah!" Her hand knocked over a teacup. Clatter! Tea splashed across the entire desk. Her other hand instinctively clutched her pert buttocks. "Haha, sorry there, sweetheart. Old man here got a bit clumsy and accidentally bumped your bum." A cheerful yet lecherous voice rang out from nowhere. Chen Weiman spun around abruptly. When he saw the figure suddenly appearing in the chair across the desk, greasy undershirt, baggy shorts, flip-flops, the signature bald head, and those narrowed little eyes. The contemplation on his face instantly transformed into overwhelming excitement and heartfelt reverence. "Commander?" Chen Weiman's voice trembled. Almost instinctively, he snapped to attention, standing ramrod straight as if transported back to his military days. The seemingly disheveled old man before him was none other than the supreme commander of his former unit, his personal savior and one of the three saints of Longwei, the sword saint, Zhu Ziyong. Chapter 41, Recalling the Past Part 1. Zhu Ziyong was currently ogling Shi Wenli, the female secretary beside Mayor Chen, his hand rubbing her pert buttocks on the chair without a care for Chen Weiman's reaction. Watching the lecherous behavior of this balding old man, Shi Wenli suppressed her displeasure and muttered under her breath, "You old pervert. Shut it. How dare you disrespect the old leader? Get out." Chen Weiman's expression darkened as he barked the order. Shi Wenli froze in surprise for 2 seconds. How could Mayor Chen say such a thing? Clearly, it was this old pervert. Her face flushed with indignation. She muttered a low and hurried out, shooting Zhu Ziyong a fierce glare before slamming the door shut. Watching Shi Wenli leave, Chen Weiman turned to Zhu Ziyong, who sat across from him with a lecherous expression. His eyes instantly welled up. "My old commander, where have you been all these years?" At that moment, Zhu Ziyong's gaze was still lingering on Shi Wenli's voluptuous figure. He snapped back to reality at the sound of Chen's voice, but seeing Chen's reaction, he merely waved his hand dismissively. Enough, he muttered impatiently. "You're the mayor now, Chen. Cut the nonsense. You're a lucky guy, huh? Look at that girl, she's a real looker. Sit down." Chen Weiman dared not sit down properly. He merely perched on a chair beside the desk, his back still straight, his face betraying unmasked excitement and respect. "Commander, how did you come here? How have you been these past years?" He studied Zhu Ziyong. Time seemed to have left few marks on this legendary figure, save for his rather questionable attire. "Very well. Wine, meat, and fun." Zhu Ziyong's expression turned serious. "Enough chatter. I'm here to have you release 2 people." Chen Weiman stared in disbelief at Zhu Ziyong's stern expression. Release people? Who? This was completely unlike the old commander's usual demeanor. He never meddled in such matters. In Chen's mind, the old commander had always been a paragon of impartial law enforcement and upright conduct. Could these 2 individuals be exceptionally important to him? Chen Weiman paused, then asked doubtfully, "Please tell me. If it's something I, Weiman, can handle, I'll certainly do it. If not, the old commander will understand my predicament." Zhu Ziyong didn't get angry upon hearing this. Instead, he felt quite gratified. Young Chen had grown up, he now understood the importance of sticking to principles and had become more tactful. He nodded in satisfaction before saying calmly, "It's about Wang Qing and Lin Yu, the 2 you called in for questioning today. This shouldn't put you in a difficult position, right?" Chen Weiman immediately looked startled. "You mean Wang Qing and Lin Yu from Jianhai First High School?" "Yes, they're freshmen at Shanglan Technical School." Zhu Ziyong nodded, his small eyes gleaming with sharpness. Mayor Chen Weiman hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to give face to his former superior, but this matter involved a secret organization in Hua Kingdom. He had to be responsible for the citizens of Jianhai and the entire Dragon Nation. A look of unease flashed across Mayor Chen's face. "Ha! I've taken a liking to those 2 youngsters. How could high school students possibly be spies? They're victims, plain and simple. As for why the damn organization targeted them, leave that investigation to me. Don't you trust me?" Weiman dared not refuse. With the old commander giving the order, he immediately picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Director Yen. Moments later, he hung up, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. His gaze toward Zhu Ziyong brimmed with emotion. "Old chief, you still look out for me like this. You truly understand my predicament.
Oh, and that Xianglan Technical School you mentioned.
Ha! That's an institution I founded myself.
It just started enrolling students this year. Xu Jian leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and let his flip-flops dangle in the air.
A glint flashed in Chen Weiman's eyes. You've returned to the scene? And founded Xianglan Technical School? That's fantastic. It's truly a blessing for Longhua and for humanity.
Xu Jian waved his hand, cutting him off.
Enough with the flattery.
I didn't start Xianglan to listen to your sycophantic praise. Instantly, the carefree expression vanished from Xu Jian's face, replaced by a sharp gleam in his small eyes. This world may look like a bed of roses on the surface, but it's riddled with hidden dangers.
Deep down, it's still the same old story.
Resources are monopolized, and the pathways to advancement are tightly controlled, especially those coveted skill books that professionals chase after. His tone grew heavy, laced with suppressed anger and profound resignation. Since the dawn of the new era, humanity's numbers have dwindled by 2/3. Only through the guidance of our forebears did we awaken professions to defend against the demonic beasts. But what have we done over the centuries? We should have stood united, facing external threats together.
Xu Jian's heartfelt words drew deep agreement from Mayor Chen Weiman. Xu Jian paused before continuing. So-called skill manuals? Now they're just leashes used by major guilds and aristocratic clans to keep talent chained.
Ordinary practitioners are like rootless puppies. Even with immense potential, without books or resources, they're doomed to wallow in the mud.
Is this ing fair? Is it reasonable? I refuse to accept this. Must a professional's skills only be learned through dungeon drops? Are we professionals unable to pass down our own skills? Don't forget, humanity didn't start with predefined professions either. It was through the efforts of our forebears that we evolved. That's why I'm blazing my own trail.
Watching the old commander grow increasingly impassioned, Chen Weiman felt a deep resonance, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. Yes, Commander.
Just like back in Tianmen Pass.
His voice dropped to a low murmur as he uttered those 3 words, tinged with a sorrow so deep it cut to the bone.
The office atmosphere instantly turned solemn and grave.
The words Tianmen Pass flashed a wisp of sorrow across the cynical old man's eyes. His narrowed eyes suddenly flashed with a blade-like sharpness, as if he could once again see those blood-soaked ruins, the air thick with the cries of battle. After a moment's silence, he spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. The treacherous, beastly hordes of Huaya surged like a tidal wave.
Tianmen Pass, humanity's last line of defense, teetered on the brink of collapse.
Every faction harbors its own hidden agenda, scheming against one another, concerned only with preserving their strength and vying for power.
The major powers? They all cower in the rear, watching coldly from the sidelines.
It's all because I refuse to join any faction or guild, hoping to use others' blades to kill my enemies. I just feel sorry for you loyal brothers who followed me.
Rage-filled tears welled in Xu Jian's narrowed eyes.
Chen Weiman's eyes instantly reddened, his voice choked with emotion as his body trembled slightly. Commander, you mustn't speak like this.
Defending our homeland is a man's duty.
Retreating means the pass falls, people die, and our land is ravaged.
It was you, old commander.
You alone, sword in hand, forged a flesh and blood great wall at that collapsing breach in the pass. Your sword's aura pierced the heavens, sweeping 3,000 li, heaping the beast's severed heads like mountains. We, your battered brothers, only clung to a thread of life because of you. Without you, we would have long since become the white bones piled beneath the pass. He recalled the sky-darkening hordes of beasts, the deafening roars, the desperate cries of his comrades, and above all, that solitary, unyielding figure standing firm amidst the storm of blood and carnage, as if bearing the weight of the heavens.
Xu Jiang waved his hand again, as if to dispel those overwhelming memories.
Only a calmness born of weathered experience and a trace of deep-seated weariness remained. Why bring up old grievances?
I'm tough as nails. I've worn down the threshold of the underworld's gates. They wouldn't dare claim me.
But seeing these bastards still playing their monopolistic games of suppression and power-grabbing, that's what I can't swallow. His gaze fixed intensely on Chen Weiman, as if swearing an oath to himself. I'm building this Xianglan Technical School to prove we can blaze a new trail.
Skill inheritance, why must it be tied to those damn books? Is there another way? Could we empower more talented, driven kids, just those unlucky bastards born into the wrong circumstances, to truly seize their own power? No more being someone else's beasts of burden. Only then can humanity achieve final victory in the war against the beasts.
His eyes blazed with intensity. I know this idea will threaten the very foundations of many, but I don't give a damn.
Chapter 42, Recollections of the Past Part 2. Xu Jian's final words seared into Chen Weiman's heart like a red-hot branding iron.
The air in the office seemed to freeze, leaving only the distant hum of city traffic outside the window to accentuate the deathly silence within. Chen Weiman stared blankly at the solitary, haughty figure across the desk. A greasy vest hung loosely over his plump frame, his faded white boxer shorts stretched wide, and his flip-flops were splattered with mud from who knows where. His bald head gleamed in the fading light, and his narrowed eyes always carried an indescribable air of the streets. Yet this old man, who looked no different from a street loafer. Chen Weiman's vision blurred. The shabby figure before him rapidly faded and peeled away, replaced by that towering, earth-shaking form amidst a sky filled with blood and storm. The thunderous crash of Tianmen Pass shattering, the death throes of monstrous beasts, the exhausted shots of comrades in arms, countless deliberately buried, harrowing memories, swept up by that colossal sword energy that once pierced the heavens, seemingly capable of cleaving the entire battlefield, crashed violently into his mind. A scalding hot surge surged into his eyes, his throat constricted so tightly he couldn't utter a sound. The composed exterior honed through decades of political maneuvering shattered instantly. He, the mayor of Jianghai City whose word was law, now trembled uncontrollably like a lost child who'd finally found refuge. Scorching tears spilled from his eyes, plopping onto the desk. "Old Commander," he choked out, his voice thick with nasal congestion, "what I've achieved these years means nothing before you." For years, he had painstakingly managed Jianghai City, convinced he had made tremendous contributions balancing factional disputes, ensuring ordinary people had enough to eat, prioritizing Jianghai's education. Yet before this man who had used his own flesh and blood to erect a final line of defense for the masses behind him, nearly burning his life away, his petty, self-congratulatory achievements seemed as insignificant as dust. Zhu Ziyong, habitually rubbing his fingers as if reliving the astonishing firmness of that secretary's behind moments ago, froze at Chen Weiman's sudden, unhinged wailing. He wrinkled his nose in disgust, tapping his greasy fingers impatiently on the table. "TSK, cry your balls off." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable piercing force. "How old are you, acting like a woman? I hate this crap. Hold your piss." Chen Weiman shuddered, instinctively straightening his back. He roughly wiped his face, took a deep breath, and forced down the churning emotions, though his eyes remained bloodshot. "Yes, sir." Only then did Zhu Ziyong give a satisfied hum. He wiggled his crossed leg, his flip-flops making a soft slap. Seconds later, Zhu Ziyong shifted the topic with jarring abruptness, as if the heavy memories had never been touched upon. "That little brat Wang Qing, he's interesting." His small eyes narrowed, gleaming with the light of one who'd discovered a raw gem. "I looked into him, a rootless orphan, raised on charity, straight out of Jianghai City orphanage." Chen Weiman immediately composed himself, listening intently. The old commander had personally investigated this, carried immense weight. That's the interesting part. Zhu Ziyong's lips curled into a playful smile as he continued. "A kid from the orphanage, starting with the abysmal handicap of being an F-rank slave named Emer, yet he managed to become the top scorer in the national college entrance exam. And he took down a second-tier S-rank assassin. Talk about freaky, huh?" He paused, seemingly reliving Wang Qing's moment in the alley against the third-tier swordsman, that outwardly timid demeanor, yet eyes gleaming with the savage ferocity of a wolf cub. "This kid's got something special, I like it." Zhu Ziyong rubbed his chin and continued. "An F-rank profession achieving top national honors? If it wasn't sheer, relentless effort, then this kid must possess something extraordinary. And you might not know this, he comes from poverty, yet donated every single item he got from the beginner dungeon to the ordinary people who once helped him, Zhou Lei's family. What kind of character is that?" Chen Weiman was taken aback by the old commander's words. To regard money as worthless at such a young age, a youth both willing to endure hardship and morally upright, was truly a rare gem. Zhu Ziyong shot a glance at Mayor Chen, whose face was frozen in astonishment, and let out a triumphant laugh. "Ha! I truly believe he's like a piece of jade, thickly covered in dust." He appeared lazy and unkempt, yet his core radiated steadiness and cunning. On the day of the college entrance exam, amidst the roaring jeers and astonished stares, this kid remained utterly unfazed. "Ha! His laziness, it felt more like, a mockery of the world? Or perhaps camouflage? Don't you agree? People like him either rot in the mud forever, or give them a chance and they'll soar to the heavens. At my age, I just want to try polishing this dusty gem myself." Chen Weiman recalled Wang Qing's performance that day, a sudden realization dawning on him. He nodded in deep agreement. Wang Qing's actions during the college entrance exam scenario and the ambush had truly overturned everyone's expectations. He hesitated before asking, "What about that girl Lin Yu? What do you think of her, old commander?" At the mention of Lin Yu, the animated sparkle vanished from Zhu Ziyong's face. After a moment of silence, Mayor Chen, ever observant, poured the old commander a cup of tea. He picked it up, heedless of its temperature, and gulped down a large mouthful. Setting the cup down, he let out a barely audible sigh. "That little bastard Lin Xuelian, he's got a heart of stone." Zhu Ziyong's voice carried a hint of icy sarcasm. Chen Weiman's heart skipped a beat. "Lin Xuelian? The chairman of Chongtiank? Lin Yu is related to him?" "Right, both are Lin. Lin Yu is that little bastard's own daughter. He actually kicked his own daughter out of the house." Rage flared in Zhu Ziyong's eyes. "As for Lin Yu's mother, you knew her too. What a tragedy." A complex mix of nostalgia and regret flashed across his face. Her mother was Luing Luo, a renowned figure back in the day, an SS-class professional, Thunder Sword hero. She fought in the Tianmen Pass campaign too. Chen Weiman sucked in a sharp breath. So she was Sister-ing Luo's daughter. His face fell in astonishment. He never imagined Lin Yu was the daughter of an old acquaintance. No wonder he'd felt that sense of déjà vu upon meeting her. Back then, Luing Luo had been one of the old commander's subordinates, just like him. She was also one of the few who fought alone and made it back alive.
Ah, that girl Ling Luo back then, brilliant beyond compare, fiery in spirit. She was already pregnant when she joined our Yong'an army. Xu Ziyang shook his head, his voice growing somber. For the sake of her ideals, Ling Luo resolutely defied the Lin family's opposition and joined us. It was my failure to protect her that led to her falling victim to the bloodline seal of that old demon Tian Can. Though she survived by sheer luck. Xu Ziyang took another sip of tea. That old bastard Lin Yaodong had ulterior motives behind the scenes. Thus, the sealed Ling Luo was expelled from the Lin family. The revelation hit Chen Weiman like a ton of bricks. His face stretched in disbelief as he processed the old commander's words. Lin Yaodong was one of the three saints of Long Nation, the very founder of the Lanshao Guild. Instantly, scenes from the college entrance exams flashed back. That old dog Lin Xueliang sat on the podium, watching his own daughter nearly beaten to death, stabbed through by a second-tier assassin. And he didn't even utter a peep. His own daughter. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Xu Ziyang leaned back in his chair, his face twisted with fury. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he muttered to himself, human hearts, sometimes they're colder and more poisonous than the claws of demonic beasts. Chapter 43, The Amulet of Peace. Silence fell once more within the office. Chen Weiman's emotions surged, yet he also felt a bone-chilling coldness. After a long moment, Xu Ziyang straightened up, his eyes regaining that unyielding yet all-seeing glint. He looked at Chen Weiman, his tone unwavering. So, that kid Wang Qing? I'm backing him. And that girl Lin Yu? I've got my eye on her too. Keeping them under my watch at Shanglan is 10,000 times better than letting them rot in those so-called prestigious schools and big guilds that devour people whole. He paused, then added with an almost obsessive certainty in his voice, I've spent my whole life relying on my instinct for judging people. Just like how I saw something in you all those years ago. He shot a glance at Chen Weiman, whose tone carried a hint of self-doubt. Who knows? Wang Qing and Lin Yu might just be the ones to break the deadlock of inheritance. Chen Weiman gazed into the old commander's eyes, where a flame burned, a pure light born of devotion to country and people. His lingering doubts about Wang Qing and Lin Yu dissolved almost entirely. He took a deep breath, nodded solemnly, and a genuine smile spread across his face. Commander, I understand. You're absolutely right. Wang Qing and Lin Yu, they might just be able to pull it off. Your vision could very well forge a new path through them. 3 days later, the afternoon sun cast a lazy warmth. Wang Qing stood at the door of Zhou Lei's newly rented apartment in Knot. The door opened quickly, revealing Zhou Lei's face, radiant with surprise and gratitude. His previously sickly complexion looked noticeably more vibrant. Wang Qing, come in. Quickly. Zhou Lei warmly ushered him inside. The apartment wasn't large, 2 bedrooms and a living room, but the simple furniture was tidy. The windows were clean and bright, sunlight spilling into the small living room, and the air carried the faint aroma of cooking. Compared to the dark, damp, and deafeningly noisy basement they had lived in before, it was like night and day. Big brother Wang Qing. A crisp, childish voice rang out. Yining came running out of the inner room like a happy little bird, clutching something tightly in her hand. She held it up in front of Wang Qing as if presenting a treasure. It was a tiny amulet woven from colorful silk threads. The shape was a bit crooked, but the effort was evident. In childish handwriting, 2 words were stitched onto it, peace. It's for you. Yining's cheeks flushed rosy, her big eyes sparkling. Mommy said you helped us so much. This will protect big brother Wang Qing and keep him safe, never getting hurt again. She pointed to Wang Qing's right shoulder, still wrapped in a sling. Warmth filled Wang Qing's heart. He crouched down, taking the small charm with his uninjured left hand. His fingertips brushed the crooked characters 4-piece, yet his heart felt profoundly settled. Thank you, Yining. Big brother really likes it. He smiled, ruffling her hair gently before carefully hanging the charm around his neck. He tucked it into his collar, pressing it close to his skin. With this, big brother will surely be safe from now on. Aunt Zhang brought hot tea from the kitchen, her eyes slightly reddened as she kept expressing her gratitude. During the meal, Wang Qing chatted with them about everyday matters. He learned that Uncle Lei's illness had begun effective treatment thanks to his help and was now well under control. Seeing the long-lost, hopeful smiles on their faces, Wang Qing felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Uncle Lei, Aunt Zhang, Yining. Wang Qing solemnly stood up, preparing to take his leave. I'll be heading to the capital soon to enroll at Shanglan Technical School. Today I just came to say goodbye. Yining, you must study hard, okay? Wang Qing smiled warmly as he ruffled Yining's hair. Don't worry, brother. Yining will work hard to become just like brother Wang Qing. Her sparkling eyes shone with admiration. After repeatedly declining Zhou Lei and Aunt Zhang's earnest pleas to stay, Wang Qing stepped out of the apartment building with a hint of reluctance. The afternoon sun was a bit dazzling. Wang Qing strolled slowly along the slightly worn streets outside the residential complex, his mind occupied with thoughts of his trip to the capital and that seemingly unreliable Shanglan Technical School. A ding alert sounded from his phone. Wang Qing pulled it out and swiped the screen open. Sun Meng, bro Qing, the toxins in my body are almost completely cleared out. Happy smiley face. Sun Meng, the doctor said our physical condition as practitioners is just great. In about 10 more days, I should be able to get out of bed. Wang Qing, congratulations, brother.
Sun Meng, I'll head to the capital first to scout things out for you and Lin Jia. You rest up these next few days, no need to come visit me.
Wang Qing, yeah, focus on healing. No rush. I'm counting on you to protect me. Smug face. Sun Meng, leave it to me, you can count on me. Wang Qing, yeah, right. Wang Qing shut off his phone, a satisfied smile spreading across his face.
He was genuinely happy for Sun Meng.
Just then, a familiar warmth surged unexpectedly from deep within his body. Instantly, it swept through every limb and bone. The system's mechanical prompt suddenly sounded. Ding!
Evolutionary subject Lin Yu has slain a level 17 elite tier shadow hunter.
Shared EXP gained, 130 points. Defeated elite tier corrupted beast shadow hunter. Gained EXP, 260 points. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu defeated LV18 elite tier corrupted beast rock armored lizard, gaining shared EXP, 140 points. Killed elite tier corrupted beast rock armored lizard, gained EXP, 280 points. Ding! Evolution target Lin Yu defeated a level 21 boss tier corrupted swamp lord, earning shared EXP, 500 points. Defeated the elite corrupted swamp lord, gaining EXP, 1000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to LV32. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to LV33. A barrage of system notifications flooded Wang Qing's mind like a relentless wave.
A warm current surged through his body, growing stronger with each wave, washing over his bones, flesh, and blood. The numb tingling sensation in his right shoulder wound intensified several-fold instantly, while a faint crackling sound emanated from the fractured bone in his palm. Wang Qing froze stiffly by the roadside, as if struck by lightning.
His mouth hung slightly open, eyes bulging wide, his face frozen in utter bewilderment. Holy?
He blurted out an expletive, feeling the surging power within him and the slight dizziness from instantly leaping 2 levels.
Lin Yu, you crazy girl. You've only rested for 3 days. Is it worth pushing yourself this hard?
Wang Qing murmured with a hint of concern. He casually summoned the system interface and examined his basic attributes.
Name, Wang Qing. Class, F-rank Emer unawakened founding titan. Level, LV33.
Strength, 43 base level 129 Lin Yu's attribute 30 after transformation. Agility, 43 base level 129 Lin Yu attribute 60 after transformation. Spirit, 43 base level 129 Lin Yu attribute 10 after transformation. Stamina, 43 base level 129 Lin Yu attribute 70 after transformation. Exclusive skill, true form, common tier.
Self-taught skill, none.
Evolution target skill, 10,000 thunder guidance, epic tier. When Wang Qing saw Lin Yu's base attributes, he knew she was already at level 31.
Each level from 30 required over double the experience points needed at level 20.
Even with the system's synchronized enhancement boosting his experience gains to 15 times Lin Yu's, he had only managed to level up twice.
This realization stirred an uneasy flutter in Wang Qing's heart.
He wasn't troubled by the slow leveling after all, he hadn't lifted a finger, leveling up while doing nothing. Leveling up was a good thing, but Wang Qing was more concerned about Lin Yu's well-being at this moment. As everyone knows, when a boss starts caring about an employee's health, there are only 2 possibilities: either romantic interest or personal connections.
Just as his mind raced, stunned and distracted by Lin Yu's frenzied leveling.
Across the street, on the second floor of an inconspicuous hardware store, a curtain shifted slightly, revealing a narrow slit. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows pierced through the crack, locking onto him with unwavering focus. That gaze carried a piercing scrutiny. Then, the curtain silently closed, as if nothing had ever happened.
Chapter 44, Shanglan Technical School Part 1. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye.
Zhanghai City's train station bustled with ceaseless streams of people. Wang Qing stood before the ticket gate, a worn canvas backpack slung over his shoulders and a bulging burlap sack in hand. He looked every inch the earnest migrant worker, starkly out of place among the students trailing sleek luggage. The bandage on his right shoulder had been removed, and he could move it with little restriction, though it still twinged with pain when exerting force. The bone fracture in his palm had healed faster. He now held his phone in that hand, its screen displaying a message just sent by Lin Yu.
Lin Yu, I'm at the main gate of Shanglan Technical School. Sun Meng is waiting for me at the entrance.
He looks ridiculous on crutches and has drawn a crowd of curious classmates.
Hurry over to rescue me. Location shared.
The text was followed by an eye-rolling emoji and a photo of Sun Meng. Wang Qing glanced at the photo. Sun Meng, sporting a hat from who knows where and wearing a Shanglan Technical School uniform, was directing traffic with his crutch.
He couldn't help but snort.
Sun Meng's comical appearance was clearly visible, as was the suppressed disgust on Lin Yu's cool, indifferent face.
His fingers flew across the keyboard as he typed a reply. Hang in there. Your big bro's on his way. Keep an eye on that big oaf, don't let him swing that cane like a magic staff and accidentally whack the students checking in.
After sending the message, he tucked his phone away and lifted his gaze toward the platform entrance. The fleeting smile on his face faded, replaced by a sharp gleam deep in his eyes. Kyoto. The capital of Dragon Nation, the center of power, and a vortex where countless ambitions and opportunities collided.
The unknown journey was finally about to begin.
He picked up the burlap sack at his feet, slung it over his shoulder, and strode toward the ticket gate with the flow of people. His back, lost in the bustling crowd, radiated a seasoned calmness that seemed at odds with his rough attire. Over 5 hours later, Longhua's West Station came into view. As Wang Qing dragged his burlap sack through the exit, he was instantly overwhelmed by the scene before him. Beneath the vast dome, the crowd surged like a boiling sea, its roar a deafening din. A torrent of diverse people converged, rushing in every direction. Giant electronic displays scrolled train schedules and bizarre advertisements. Soaring skyscrapers outlined a suffocating steel forest skyline beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting the blinding afternoon sunlight. The air mingled with the scent of sweat, perfume, fast food, and the unique, fast-paced clamor of a megacity.
Whoa! This is intense. Wang Qing clicked his tongue.
Even he, who prided himself on being well-traveled thanks to TikTok and TV in his past life, was stunned by the sheer grandeur of this heart of the Dragon Nation. This was worlds apart from the bustle of Zhanghai City, a completely different dimension. Following the signs, he finally navigated the maze-like West Station Plaza to the taxi queue. The line stretched hopelessly long. After waiting nearly an hour, he squeezed into a mint green cab. "Driver, take me here." Wang Qing handed over his phone, displaying the address for Xianglan Technical School sent by Lin Yu, Longhua Capital University Town, Qingbei University West Campus Road, No. 7 Annex Hospital. The driver, a 40-something Beijing native, glanced at the address and chuckled.
"Oh, Qingbei University? Must be some top-tier scholar. Alrighty then. Hold on tight." He floored the gas pedal, merging into the traffic.
Wang Qing leaned back in his chair, watching the bustling cityscape rush past the window-towering skyscrapers, a constant stream of traffic, and giant billboards flashing images of popular celebrities and the latest tech gadgets. This was the heart of Longhua, the place where countless dreams began. His hand instinctively brushed the small protective charm Yin had given him, tucked beneath his shirt.
Holy crap, wait, what did the master just say? Qingbei University?
Wang Qing snapped to attention, pulling out his phone to scrutinize the location Lin Yu had sent.
No way, did he get it wrong? Wang Qing opened his phone's map app and searched for Xianglan Technical School. The result showed no matches. He then opened Yang Sanbao's contact page. The location matched Lin Yu's perfectly. What was going on?
Confused, he messaged both Lin Yu and Sun Meng, but neither replied. Throughout the ride, the driver was exceptionally polite to Wang Qing, constantly interrupting his worries with stories about his various experiences. This guy's a top student from Qingbei University, or so the driver believed. He might be a big shot someday. Before long, the car was cruising along the wide, well-maintained roads of the university town. Grand, distinctive university gates and clusters of academic buildings swept past on either side.
Famous names like Longhua Tianbao University and Tsinghua University flashed by the taxi. "Master, are we there yet?" Wang Qing couldn't help asking after nearly 20 minutes of circling the university town. He felt like the car had been circling endlessly outside the grand, unbroken walls of Qingbei University. Strange. The driver frowned, glancing repeatedly at the navigation. The navigation shows affiliated hospital number 7 is right around here. Qingbei Shiyuan Road is definitely correct. The car finally stopped at the intersection of a relatively quiet side street. The driver pointed ahead. "There, young man. The navigation says this is a Qingbei University affiliated hospital number 7, Shiyuan Road. But there was no sign for any hospital here? Get out and look around. I'm really sorry about this."
Wang Qing paid and got out, standing at the intersection and surveying his surroundings.
To his left stood Qingbei University's iconic, vine-covered ancient wall and its imposing side gate.
To the right were some street-facing shops and small restaurants that looked rather old. Ahead lay only a row of low, whitewashed walls with peeling plaster.
A rusty, unassuming iron gate stood in one section, devoid of any sign.
"Driver, are you sure this is the place?"
Wang Qing was a bit dumbfounded. "No mistake. Look at the navigation."
The driver turned his phone screen toward him.
"These exact coordinates. Qingbei University Affiliated Hospital, number 7 Shiyuan Road. Maybe it's some small branch inside? You'll have to go in and ask yourself." With that, the driver floored it and sped off.
Wang Qing carried his burlap sack to the rusty iron gate.
Surprisingly, it wasn't locked. A gentle push opened it.
Inside lay a narrow, pitted concrete path flanked by piles of construction debris and discarded desks and chairs. At the end of the path stood a structure that was less a building and more a dilapidated ruin.
What the hell was this? A dingy 4-story building, its walls streaked with dark brown rain-washed stains and cracks.
Many windows were shattered, hastily boarded up with wooden planks or cardboard.
The roof's waterproofing layer curled up like the fur of a mangy dog.
The entire building exuded an air of decay, ravaged by time and neglect. A rickety sign, nailed together from plywood, hung above the entrance.
In bold red paint, 4 characters were written in formal script: Xianglan Technical School.
A bleak autumn wind swept through, swirling a few withered leaves across the ground. With a soft thud, a small flake of red paint peeled off the character technique and landed right at Wang Qing's feet. Wang Qing shook his head and couldn't help cursing, "Damn this godforsaken place." Chapter 45, Shanglan Technical School Part 2. Wang Qing felt the veins on his forehead bulging. His fingers turned slightly white from the force as he swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed Sun Meng's number. After 2 rings, Sun Meng finally answered. Before Wang Qing could speak, Sun Meng's booming voice blared from the other end. "Hey! Brother Qing! You here yet? Sister Lin and I have been waiting at the gate forever." "The entrance?" Wang Qing's voice wavered. "Which entrance?" "I'm standing right in front of a dilapidated building with a crumbling wooden sign that says Shanglan Technical School. The wall of Qingbei University is right beside it." "Yeah, that's the spot. Brother Qing, you've got sharp eyes." Sun Meng's voice brimmed with unabashed excitement. "Hurry up and come in. We're right at the building entrance. I'm telling you, this spot is perfect. Inside Qingbei University. How awesome is that? We're neighbors with Qingbei right next to their dorms, haha." Wang Qing felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What a dump. And this idiot Sun Meng thinks it's the perfect spot. He silently hung up the phone, dragging the burlap sack as he stared blankly at the dilapidated building looming in the shadow of Qingbei University's imposing walls. Neighbors? More like mold parasitizing on Tsinghua and Peking. He took a few deep breaths, trying to reassure himself, don't judge this building by its exterior, maybe the interior is lavishly decorated. Just then, the creaking wooden door of the dilapidated building swung open. Sun Meng hobbled out, leaning on a single crutch, his face flushed with energy, followed by Lin Yu, who wore a cool expression but whose eyes betrayed a hint of resignation. "Qing! Over here! Come on in!" Sun Meng waved his free hand, brimming with enthusiasm, as if inviting Wang Qing to tour Buckingham Palace. Sis Lin said this is what they call the truly great hide in plain sight. This technical school is amazing, they actually managed to snag a building right in the heart of Qingbei. Looks like this principal is no ordinary guy. Wang Qing glanced at Sun Meng's goofy grin, then at Lin Yu's resigned expression. He took another deep breath, suppressing the herd of wild horses galloping in his mind, resignedly hoisted the burlap sack, and headed toward the dilapidated wooden door. Well, he was already here. He'd see just what new tricks Shanglan Technical School had up its sleeve. As Wang Qing and the others entered the first floor, the sight before him made his self-comforting words seem like a joke. What a piece of junk. Gritting his teeth, he followed Sun Meng upstairs to the third-floor dormitory. The so-called dormitory corridor reeked of damp mold mixed with dust. Dim light filtered through, the walls mottled and peeling in large patches, revealing the yellowed cement beneath. Half the fluorescent tubes overhead were broken, the remaining ones flickering stubbornly with a hissing crackle. Sun Meng, leaning on his crutch, enthusiastically pushed open a wooden door painted green, its paint peeling and curling. "Bro Qing, look. This is your single room. Mine and Sister Lin's are next door." Wang Qing peered inside. The room was about 10 square meters. A rusty iron bed frame held a thin straw mattress so worn you could see the steel wires underneath, no sheets at all. A rickety wooden table, 3 legs wobbly, propped up by a brick under the 4th. A pile of unidentifiable junk sat in the corner, thick with dust. The sole light source was a dust-covered, pitifully low wattage bulb hanging from the ceiling. There was a window, but its glass was cracked in several places, held together by crooked strips of clear tape. Outside, directly opposite, stood the gleaming, pristine student dormitories of Qingbei University. The most striking feature was the ceiling in the corner, a distinct, dark brown water stain, its edges still slowly seeping moisture. A murky droplet stubbornly gathered, then plopped onto the floor. Though it had a private bathroom, the sink was caked with grime thicker than Wang Qing's thick skin. Greasy walls glowed a sickening yellow, and the most revolting feature was the squat toilet. Use your imagination. The shower head was cracked, dripping water with a steady tick-tock. Wang Qing watched this, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Slowly, he pulled out his phone, found Yang Sanbao's number labeled Fat Yang Vice Principal Shanglan and dialed. After several rings, the call connected. Deafening clinking of glasses and Yang Sanbao's slurred, clearly drunk voice bellowed from the other end. "Who is this?" "Oh, Wang Qing? You're at school already?" Burp. "Satisfied with the environment?" Wang Qing's voice was eerily calm. "Satisfied? I'm satisfied with your grandmother's leg." "Excuse me, is this the single dorm room you promised?" "Is it a single room?" "You bet it is." Yang Sanbao declared with righteous indignation, while voices in the background shouted, "Principal Yang, come over here so I can toast you again." "See? You're the only one in that room. Isn't it a private room?" "No problem." "Wang Qing, young man, you need to learn to endure hardship. Austerity is a virtue. Principal Zhu, back in the day." Click. Wang Qing cut the call without expression. He feared if he listened any longer, he might crawl through the phone signal to strangle that fat bastard. He turned to face Sun Meng, who looked utterly innocent and bewildered, and Lin Yu beside him, who was covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. He exhaled a long, heavy breath. "Fine. Damn it, fine. I've been set up. Wang Qing felt like a mute swallowing bitter gall.
At this moment, he was agonizing over his money.
He flung the burlap sack onto the three-legged table, which shook violently, resignedly muttering, "Pack it up.
What else can we do?"
Bro Qing, the group chat said there's a freshman meetup tonight, Sun Meng cautiously reminded him, sensing Wang Qing's anger.
I'll get them back for this.
A rare flash of anger lit Wang Qing's eyes.
He'd been thoroughly played this time. He glanced at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with apology. "Lin Yu, I'm sorry. I had no idea it would turn out like this."
Lin Yu's beautiful eyes softened.
"What are you talking about? How could you have known beforehand? It's not your fault. Come on, start cleaning. We'll help you."
A moment later, Wang Qing and Sun Meng were wiping the dormitory windows with old newspapers, while Lin Yu cleared cobwebs from the walls. Sun Meng, leaning on his crutch with one hand while wiping the glass with the other, suddenly let out a startled cry.
"Holy, Qing, look down there."
He pointed with his finger.
"What the hell are you screaming about? You scared the crap out of me."
Wang Qing was already irritable, plotting his revenge. His train of thought interrupted by the big oaf's outburst, he snapped back in annoyance.
Seeing Sun Meng's stunned expression, he followed his finger's direction.
Below, a group of men in crisp suits were laying out a red carpet. Wang Qing looked up and saw the carpet stretching all the way from the broken door to the base of the dilapidated building.
Watching their practiced movements and coordinated division of labor, he couldn't help but wonder who's arriving. Such a grand display? Old pervert Zhu Zhiyong? Or old bastard Yang Sanbao? Definitely neither.
Just as he was puzzling over it, the sharply dressed staff below suddenly formed a line, standing at intervals of a few meters. Most astonishingly, these staff members appeared to be nearly identical in height, their movements perfectly synchronized, clearly highly trained. Immediately afterward, a stretched luxury sedan glided in slowly, coming to a stop directly in front of the dilapidated building. A man in a black suit and white bow tie swiftly opened a black parasol and unlatched the car door. Wang Qing craned his neck curiously to see who it was, but his view was blocked by the black parasol.
Damn it, who's here? Such a big deal? Chapter 46, Fan offers a strategy. South Ridge Guild Headquarters, Guild Leader's Office.
The evening glow streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting oblique rays across the expensive furniture.
A faint fragrance of osmanthus filled the office.
The massive leather executive chair was pushed aside.
Li Zihua, slightly plump with thinning hair, now occupied the comfortable chaise lounge in the corner in an extremely unusual posture. His eyes were closed, his head buried deep in the bosom of his secretary, Xiaoling. Xiaoling wore a well-tailored beige suit that outlined her slender yet curvaceous figure, a small pearl stud earring glinting faintly in the light at her neck. Her body was visibly tense, her fair face straining to maintain composure. Only her slightly pursed lips and held breath betrayed a subtle hint of unease and discomfort. Li Zihua's head rested heavily upon that warm, undulating expanse. With each careful inhale and exhale from Xiaoling, he could distinctly feel the supple, resilient support beneath him. Her hands, slender and cool, gently pressed against his temples on either side. Her fingertips applied just the right amount of pressure, attempting to dispel the fatigue gathered between his brows. Suddenly, the slack muscles in Li Zihua's face tensed sharply. His tightly closed eyelids fluttered violently, as if pierced by a thought that had suddenly leapt from the depths of his mind. Li Zihua recalled Zhu Zhiyong's greasy, sleazy face and the words, "My rules are the rules," like a thorn in his mind, flashing repeatedly through his thoughts. Disgrace. Utter, naked disgrace. He, the esteemed leader of the Southern Ridge Guild, had been openly threatened by a decrepit old man and hadn't even dared to let out a single fart. His son was dead, the thing he'd schemed so hard to obtain was lost, and now that old bastard had forced him to give it up with a few casual words. Damned old bastard. A low, rage-filled curse erupted from the depths of his throat, like a muffled thunderclap in the quiet room. Xiaoyu was jolted by the sudden roar, his entire body convulsing violently. Her hands, pressed against her temples, jerked back as if electrocuted, landing on her heaving chest. Just then. Thump, thump. Steady knocking sounded at the door. Li Zihua snapped his eyes open, bloodshot and still brimming with savage fury. He roughly shoved Xiaoling aside, sat up straight, and smoothed his rumpled collar. His voice carried suppressed rage, "Come in." The door swung open, and Li Pinrun hobbled in, leaning on his staff. He wore a well-tailored black trench coat, his face deathly pale, with faint traces of bandages visible at his cuffs. His gaze swept over Xiaoling, pale and shaken, and Li Zihua, his face ashen. His brow furrowed imperceptibly, but he asked no questions. "Chairman," Li Pinren's voice was low and clear. "We finally have news. We've found a lead on the murder of young Master Li. Speak quickly." Li Zihua's face, usually veiled in savage fury, flickered with a hint of anticipation. He shot Xiaoling a dismissive glance and waved impatiently, signaling her to leave. Xiaoling exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Pinren before lowering her head and hurrying out. "We've found a key witness. Quickly, quickly, bring him in." Li Zihua's eyes flashed with eagerness, unable to contain his impatience. Li Pinren nodded. "Come in." He stepped aside. A figure pushed open the door and stepped in from behind him.
His jaw and nose were still immobilized with splints, his complexion pale, yet his eyes blazed with venomous hatred.
This man was none other than Mo Fan.
Chairman Li Mo Fan's voice was muffled by the braces, yet his tone was unusually clear, laced with a hint of flattery and an eagerness to prove his worth.
I know who killed young Master Li Nang. Li Ziao's gaze instantly sharpened. Speak. If you dare utter a single false word. Oomph. You should know your fate. Mo Fan flinched at the piercing glare, but the memory of Wang Qing's current glory and his own humiliating defeat at Wang Qing's hands during the national broadcast surged back. That humiliation flooded his mind. Yet Mo Fan knew exactly what he wanted.
Stealing his nerves, he replied, Chairman Li, there's no need for threats. I came here today because I possess crucial evidence.
But you should understand my meaning. Ha! Li Zihua sized up Mo Fan. Boy, who gave you the guts to negotiate terms with me? Aren't you afraid of dying? A faint smile touched Mo Fan's lips. I am afraid. But my life is worthless. If you don't want the clues, then just kill me. Li Ziao's expression shifted slightly. The kid did have some guts. Fine. What do you want? An epic tier skill book. Mo Fan met Li Ziao's gaze without flinching, his tone unwavering. Ha! You really know how to ask for the moon. How do I know your clues are even real?
Li Ziao's eyes flashed with menace.
Believe it or not.
Mo Fan lifted his head, his expression utterly unconcerned.
Li Zihua froze, his expression turning complex. All right, kid. I'll trust you this once. If you can provide the clue, you'll get it. Chairman.
Li Pinren's eyes widened as he tried to warn him.
Li Zihua raised a hand, signaling him to shut up. President Li truly is a genius. Isn't it obvious? Li Nam was killed by Wang Qing and Lin Yu. Ha! Why should I believe you? Where's the proof? I want proof.
Li Ziao's voice rose sharply at the mention of Wang Qing and Lin Yu. His agitated voice carried a chill. He too suspected his son had fallen at the hands of Wang Qing and Lin Yu. Even second-tier Gung Fucheng had been killed, only those two could have taken Li Nang. But what proof was there? Mo Fan remained calm, a sly grin spreading across his face. He pulled an envelope from his chest and casually tossed it onto Li Ziao's soft couch. Li Zihua glanced at it, his breath catching abruptly as his pupils contracted violently. Where did you get this?
Li Zihua stared at the youth before him in utter disbelief.
Li Pinren leaned forward to peek, his gaze trembling as he met Mo Fan's smug grin. On the envelope on the table, a line of text was written, Top Secret Archives of the Dragon Nation Dungeon Center.
Even Mayor Qin Weiman lacked the authority to access Dragon Nation Dungeon Center archives.
What Mo Fan casually tossed out was the ultimate trump card.
Mo Fan watched their expressions, feeling supremely satisfied. Chairman Li, this is the perfect proof, right? It contains detailed records of that day's dungeon entry and the boss's kill. Since the dawn of the new era, humanity's research into secret realm instances has never ceased.
The alliance of the three great nations, Dragon Nation, Huaya Nation, and Sakura Nation, jointly signed the Public Declaration on Secret Realm Instance Research, leading to the establishment of the Secret Realm Instance Center. In reality, the three nations constantly defended against attacks from beasts emerging from the secret realms into the real world, with the frontline situation always tense.
To defend their homelands, the three nations gathered their most brilliant minds at the Dungeon Research Center, dedicated to solving three fundamental historical questions. What are the dungeons? Where do they come from? And how can they be destroyed?
Relevant legislation explicitly stipulated, conflicts within the dungeons were not protected by law, but real-world vendettas were strictly prohibited. The reason for this requires no further explanation.
That Mo Fan could so easily obtain top-secret files meant he must have formidable backing.
Li Zihua now understood this fully, but it wasn't his concern. He was now 100% certain the item was on Wang Qing's person. A torrent of murderous intent nearly shattered the restraints of his reason, but Zhu Xiong's greasy, mocking old face reappeared before his eyes. Seeing the twisted expression on Li Ziao's face boiling with murderous intent yet forcibly suppressed, a flash of cunning crossed Mo Fan's eyes. He lowered his voice, his words hissing like a venomous snake. Chairman Li, it seems you have reservations? Li Ziao's expression instantly darkened, as if this man knew his innermost secrets. Mo Fan ignored his reaction and continued, Wang Qing didn't just spring from a rock crevice. He grew up in an orphanage on the outskirts of Jianghai City and has deep ties to a miner named Zhou Lei. With your intelligence, Chairman Li, I'm sure you know what to do, huh? The savagery in Li Zihua's eyes instantly gave way to a cold, calculating glint. He leaned back slowly into the soft couch, his fingers tapping the armrest unconsciously, producing a dull thudding sound. Wang Qing and Lin Yu must not be touched. But those insignificant ants, that old bastard Zhu Xiong wouldn't dare interfere with this, would he? A cruel, icy smile slowly crept onto Li Zihua's lips. Li Pinrun. His voice regained its calm, yet carried a bone-chilling eeriness. Investigate the Zhou Lei family thoroughly. Quickly. Thoroughly. Yes, Chairman. Li Pinrun understood immediately, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Mo Fan's face broke into a triumphant grin. Wang Qing, what good is having someone protecting you?
Everyone who's ever been kind to you, I'll make sure they die. Chapter 47, Trouble's Coming. Kyoto, Xianlan Technical School's dilapidated building.
Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng had barely managed to clear out the musty dorm room enough to stand in it. Just as they caught their breath, they heard,
"Is Wang Qing here?"
A soft, low voice, almost feminine, echoed down the empty corridor.
"Who's there? Who's looking for my big bro?" Sun Meng bellowed in response.
"It's Zhao Tianyu from Jianghai No. 2 High School. We should have met during the college entrance exams." Zhao Tianyu approached the dormitory door, his expression tinged with slight embarrassment.
Wang Qing and Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing Zhao Tianyu.
"Jianghai No. 1 High and No. 2 High have never gotten along.
"What brings you here? Looking for a fight?"
Sun Meng hobbled to the dorm door, glaring at Zhao Tianyu with pure provocation.
"Hey, big oaf, what's your problem? He means no harm." Wang Qing wiped his forehead and scolded.
Lin Yu, however, reverted to her coldly beautiful expression, showing no reaction. "Mr. Zhao, we're not exactly acquainted."
"What's this about?"
Wang Qing resumed his previous lazy demeanor, hands in his pockets as he approached. "Well, Wang Qing, I never expected to see you at Qingbei University. Your performance on the college entrance exam that day was nothing short of astonishing."
"I've always wanted to meet you," Zhao Tianyu said awkwardly. "You flatter me, Zhao. I was merely fortunate. Surely you didn't come here today just to tell me that?"
Wang Qing responded politely. Zhao Tianyu lowered his head, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose, looking a bit embarrassed.
"What the hell? You sound like a woman. Spit it out already." Sun Meng snapped impatiently. "Sun Meng, shut your mouth."
Wang Qing shot him a furious glance. His attention then shifted to Zhao Tianyu, noticing his right arm was slightly raised higher than his left.
"The guy must be injured." "Had ha. Mr. Zhao, you saw it yourself. We're all busy. If you just want to get acquainted, let's schedule a time to meet another day.
After all, we're both from Jianghai City. It'd be good to have each other's backs in the future." With that, Wang Qing turned to leave, clearly signaling it was time for the guest to depart. "Wang Qing, please wait.
I do have a favor to ask."
His head bowed lower as he took a deep breath before continuing.
"Sima Yunfeng from Qingbei University wants to meet you.
He sent me to invite him." He unconsciously rubbed his slightly swollen right arm.
"Who?" Wang Qing asked. "Sima Yunfeng? I don't know him."
Wang Qing now understood that Zhao Tianyu must have been threatened by this man. He didn't know any Sima Yunfeng, but someone capable of pushing Zhao Tianyu, Jianghai No. 2 High School's SS class prodigy, into such a corner must possess extraordinary strength. Wang Qing observed Zhao Tianyu's helpless and troubled expression before continuing. "All right then, have him come see me.
Tell him I said so.
Don't go back now, call him directly to notify him.
Otherwise, I won't be entertaining him."
Zhao Tianyu lifted his head slightly, his expression darkening further. Hesitant, his voice trembling, he asked, "But Sima Yunfeng is the eldest son of the Imperial Gene Guild in the capital and SSS-ranked professional.
Is this really appropriate?" Wang Qing nodded firmly. "He's the one who wants to see me. I don't want to see him, so naturally, we'll do it my way." Zhao Tianyu froze. He realized Wang Qing wasn't intimidated by the titles of Royal Gene Guild's eldest son or SSS-tier professional. How could he possibly send an SSS-tier powerhouse to meet him, a mere F-tier? How could he possibly explain this? He rubbed his injured right arm again. Just as he hesitated over whether to continue persuading Wang Qing, he heard Wang Qing call out loudly, "Lin Yu, hurry up and get the medicine. Zhao seems to have sustained some injuries." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu felt a wave of warmth wash over him, and most of his reservations dissolved. Before long, Wang Qing? Get your ass out here. You've got some nerve. You cowardly turtle. Hiding in this dump, and you call yourself the national top scholar? Come out and show me how many heads you've grown." Another voice chimed in, brimming with provocation. Wang Qing frowned, exchanging a glance with Lin Yu.
Sun Meng, leaning on his crutch, looked furious. "Damn it, who is it?
So cocky? Brother Qing, I'll go check. Zhao, you rest here for a moment. We'll be back soon."
The three approached the broken window on the third-floor corridor and peered down. Below, on the uneven concrete ground, stood 7 or 8 young men dressed in flashy clothes, exuding an arrogant air. The leader was surrounded by his entourage like a moon surrounded by stars. Tall and slender, he wore an exquisitely tailored silver-gray casual suit made of fabric that screamed high-end, layered over a burgundy silk short-sleeved shirt. His face was near perfect, sharp eyebrows, piercing eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips curled in a slight, innate smirk of arrogance and nonchalance. Most striking were his slightly wavy locks, tinged with silver that glinted coldly in the setting sun. Hands tucked into his trouser pockets, he stood with an air of effortless ease. Yet, within his narrowed, slanted eyes, an unmasked contempt and appraising gaze flickered. His entourage, each exuding an air of sophistication, were clearly skilled professionals. They now shouted defiantly at the dilapidated building. "What are you staring at? Wang Qing!
I'm talking to you. Got the guts to come down?
One henchman spotted Wang Qing and his two companions on the third floor and immediately pointed at them, shouting. The silver-haired youth lifted his head, his gaze like a searchlight instantly locking onto Wang Qing at the window. A deeply mocking curve lifted the corners of his mouth. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly upward with an air of lofty, lazy superiority. Well, is this the legendary F-rank top scholar who made history? Long admired your reputation. Hiding in this cesspool of Qingbei University quite the unique taste. Ahem. Allow me to introduce myself, Sima Yunfeng, SSS tier professional, Void Lord. This year's national top scorer should have been mine. His tone deliberately emphasized the words SSS class and should have been mine, dripping with blatant provocation. Before Wang Qing could respond, Sun Meng beside him exploded, bull. So what if you're SSS tier? And should have been top scorer? Did you crown yourself? You've got some nerve, barking like a dog here. Though leaning on crutches, Sun Meng's voice boomed, his presence undiminished. Lin Yu's icy gaze swept over Sima Yunfeng as if appraising an insignificant object. A bunch of defeated underlings, she remarked indifferently, truly noisy and utterly worthless. Xiao Tian's smile stiffened slightly, a shadow flickering in his eyes. His entourage grew even more enraged. You damn woman, don't think your pretty face gives you the right to spout such nonsense here. How dare you disrespect young Master Sima? Tired of living, are you? You're nothing but lucky scum who stumbled into this. You actually think you're something special? Wang Qing pressed a hand against Sun Meng, who was about to charge down, lazily leaning against the windowsill. He looked down at Sima Yunfeng below, his face breaking into that signature lazy grin. Oh my, who could it be? A silver-haired vermin crawling out of Qingbei University's cesspool and an SSS tier professional at that. Truly, Qingbei University lives up to its reputation as the nation's top institution. Even its vermin are this filthy. Wang Qing fired back with a direct jab at Sima Yunfeng's cesspool remark. You! A hot-tempered henchman behind Sima Yunfeng instantly lunged forward, only to be stopped by a swift hand gesture. The smile vanished from Sima Yunfeng's face, his gaze turning as cold as ice. What good is sharp-tongued wit? Wang Qing, all you've got left is your silver tongue. You're nothing but an F-grade loser who's only gotten this far by riding women in luck. You actually think you can leap to the top? You're nowhere near ready. At least you have the self-awareness to choose Shanglan Technical School. A godforsaken place like this is exactly what you deserve. I'm here today to tell you, in the face of true power, your luck and petty cleverness are worthless. The waters of the capital run deep. Watch out, you sewer climbing toad, lest you drown. Wang Qing ignored his rant, merely covering his nose in response, a silent rebuke to the stench of arrogance. Seeing Wang Qing's attitude, Sima Yunfeng instantly lost his temper. The atmosphere became tense and explosive, thick with tension that could almost ignite. Just as the confrontation was about to erupt, a gentle yet commanding voice cut through the air. Hold your horses. Chapter 48, Freshman Orientation. Hu Yanli, the admissions director of Qingbei University, had appeared at the dilapidated iron gate of Shanglan Technical School without anyone noticing. He strode in, his face stern yet tinged with concern. Sima Yunfeng. Have you forgotten Qingbei University's regulations? Causing trouble the moment you set foot on campus? Take your people and leave immediately. Hu Yanli first addressed Sima Yunfeng with a stern tone. Sima Yunfeng clearly held some deference toward Hu Yanli. Though his face still bore a look of defiance, he merely snorted in response, saying nothing further. Instead, he shot Wang Qing a cold, piercing glance. Hu Yanli then turned his attention to Wang Qing and the other two upstairs. The sternness on his face instantly dissolved into regret. Wang Qing, Lin Yu, Sun Meng, are you all okay? I'm so sorry for what you've been through. Seeing you like this in such a place, it really pains me. He sighed, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated dormitory building, the anguish in his eyes nearly overflowing. Director Hu, Wang Qing replied with a forced smile, thank you for your concern. We're perfectly fine. The place is a bit run down, but it's quite comfortable. You kids. If only you'd chosen Qingbei back then. Director Hu's beaming face held a trace of regret. You're too kind, Director. Xinghua and Peking are great, but they just weren't right for us. Wang Qing replied with a polite refusal. At these words, a fleeting, barely perceptible disappointment flashed in Hu Yanli's eyes, though his face remained warmly smiling. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. True heroes emerge in youth. Should you ever face difficulties in the capital, don't hesitate to come find me. He offered a few more words of concern before departing with Sima Yunfeng and the others. Watching them disappear beyond the rusted iron gate, the fake smile vanished instantly from Wang Qing's face, replaced by an icy glare. Director Who seems like a genuinely good person, Lin Yu murmured, a hint of warmth flickering across her usually cool expression. Wang Qing's lazy grin vanished instantly as he muttered under his breath, no good deed goes unpunished. Lin Yu shot him a glance. Damn it, that silver-haired pretty boy looks like he's asking for a beating. Sun Meng spat. As night fell, the largest room on the first floor of the dilapidated building, what might once have been a recreation hall, was lit by a few dim incandescent bulbs.
Several rickety tables were pushed together, laden with cheap cold dishes like peanuts and sliced cucumbers, along with sunflower seeds and candies. This was the grand scene of Shanglan Technical School's new student welcome party. Yang Sanbao sat at the head of the table, his beer belly bulging, a greasy smile plastered across his flushed, drunken face. Only 4 people were sparsely seated around the table. The atmosphere was chilly and quiet. The 4 barely spoke to each other, the only sound breaking the silence being Yang Sanbao's occasional drunken burps. Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng entered, their eyes sweeping over the 4 figures. Seated near the door on the left was a long-haired youth. He wore a faded gray jacket, patched in places, paired with jeans and black sneakers. His hair was casually tied back with a black elastic band, a few unruly strands hanging over his forehead. He sat slumped, idly tracing circles on the tabletop with his fingers while muttering to himself, seemingly unable to sit still. His eyes betrayed a profound boredom. Beside him sat a stocky, bald teenager clad in a stiff, dark-washed short-sleeved shirt. Around his neck hung a string of glossy ebony beads, each as large as a walnut. His eyes stared blankly ahead, lips moving silently and rapidly, yet his expression seemed strained, as if he were struggling to suppress something. The first figure on the right was a woman. She wore a simple, elegant blue gown, her long hair pinned up with a smooth white jade hairpin. Her demeanor was gentle and serene. Her cheeks held a faint blush as she held a yellowed, ancient-bound book in one hand, reading with intense focus. Occasionally, she would reach for the gourd flask on the table with her other hand, taking a sip as if everything around her held no concern. The last figure, and the one most jarringly out of place in this setting, was the busty Lolita in the extravagant Western-style dress. Seated closest to Yang Sanbao's right, she wore a puffy purple skirt adorned with intricate lace, ribbons, and embroidery, its neckline tied with an exaggerated bow. Her porcelain doll face featured large, watery eyes that fluttered like tiny fans beneath long lashes. Her cherry lips were slightly pouted, and her shoulder-length flaxen curls cascaded down her back, held in place by a matching lace hairclip. She idly fiddled with her nails, studded with tiny diamonds, while her polished leather shoes gleamed even in the dim light, starkly out of place in this dilapidated setting. Most striking, however, was the startling contrast between her petite frame and her ample bust, accentuated by the billowing skirt. She resembled an overly adorned candy, radiating an adorable yet cloying aura. Ah! Our top scholar, runner-up, and mighty warrior have finally arrived. Yang Sanbao leapt to his feet, his chubby cheeks creasing into a broad grin. He sidled around the table, stumbling as he grabbed Wang Qing's arm and steered him toward the empty seat beside the head of the table. Come on, Wang Qing, sit here. Everyone, give him a warm welcome. This is Wang Qing, this year's top scorer in the Long Kingdom's college entrance exam. The man who made history as an F-class professional. Next to him is Lin Yu, and Sun Meng, all the future hopes of Shanglan. Yang Sanbao's voice boomed through the empty room. The other 4 remained engrossed in their own tasks, paying Yang Sanbao no mind whatsoever. Immediately, Yang Sanbao grabbed Wang Qing's hand tightly, showing no sign of letting go, and launched into a passionate, spittle-flecked speech. Comrade Wang Qing only joined our school after my persistent persuasion. I imagine you've all seen the news reports about this, so I won't go into the specifics of how it was arranged. Wang Qing thought to himself, holy, I thought I was shameless enough, but this guy's even more brazen. He tells lies with such conviction. Respect. Back in the day, I followed Principal Zhu through fire and water. What storms haven't I weathered? Don't underestimate our school. Now we're just keeping a low profile. Or as they say, biding our time. Under Principal Zhu's leadership, under my brilliant management, Shanglan Technical School will soar to new heights. Burp. Wang Qing stared at Yang Sanbao's spittle-flecked face, then thought of the leaky dormitory and the 70,000 yuan loan. A surge of rage shot straight to his forehead. He fought the urge to shake off the fatso's hand, forcing a look of utter disgust mixed with grudging tolerance onto his face, his mouth twitching slightly. Lin Yu sat down beside him expressionless, her cool gaze sweeping over the group. Sun Meng, leaning on his crutch, eyed the 4 classmates with equal parts curiosity and wariness. He lingered a few extra seconds on the lowly, inwardly muttering, what kind of weirdos are these? Besides brother Cheng and sister Lin, I should be the strongest here, right? Alright. Everyone's here. Let's officially kick off the first ever elite class freshman meetup at Shanglan Technical School. Wang Qing rolled his eyes in embarrassment. An elite class? 7 people total? And they still have the nerve to hold a meet and greet? My life is just so damn miserable. Chapter 49, Introductions. Seeing that no one paid any attention to his words, Yang Sanbao snapped out of his daze. He cleared his throat deliberately, attempting to set the mood. First things first, let's get to know each other. Sun Meng, you're the most outgoing, you go first. Set an example for the new students. Sun Meng immediately straightened his back, shuffling forward half a step with his crutch, his face beaming with the satisfaction of finally getting his moment. He bellowed, my name is Sun Meng, from Jianghai City. I'm a class of professional, great sword guardian. My specialties are taking hits and charging into the fray. If you need someone to lead the charge in a fight, I'm your guy. He emphasized, everyone, you can pick on me, but don't ever cross Wang Qing or Lin Yu. Because Wang Qing is my big brother, Lin Yu is my big sister, and I'm part of their crew. Mess with either of them, and don't blame me for not showing any mercy.
After speaking, he smugly surveyed the group, as if declaring his status and power among them, excluding Wang Qing and Lin Yu.
Wang Qing waved his hand dismissively, signaling Sun Meng to tone it down.
Lin Yu remained expressionless after all, and a class professional was indeed quite impressive in this godforsaken place. But the next introduction left Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng utterly dumbfounded. The man in the tattered coat with his hair tied back was the first to look up, as if he'd been holding it in.
He spoke at breakneck speed. Hello, everyone. My name is Ren Qingyuan, from Dongshan City. I'm an SS class professional, the Void Refining Dao Sovereign. Let me tell you, this place is so run down, worse than my own home. Cleaning up this afternoon nearly killed me. Oh, and back home, I've got my dad, mom, and my adorable little brother. My dad works at some ordinary company, just a regular guy, works his butt off. And these light bulbs are way too dim, they mess up my nighttime reading. At least the food's decent, I can eat my fill. He rattled off a whole string of things, most importantly, completely illogical and all over the place. Yang Sanbao was nearly nodding off.
He glanced at the time. A full half hour had passed, and Ren Qingyuan was still droning on, utterly oblivious to anyone else's reaction. The other students, except for the big oaf Sun Meng who kept nodding along, couldn't care less.
Yang Sanbao couldn't take it anymore.
He gently suggested, "Hey, Ren, time is limited.
Could you save your comments for next time?" "Ha? I'm only halfway through. That thing from my elementary school." Alright, Mr. Ren, please take your seat. We get it. Quickly, next student." Yang Sanbao's gaze darted desperately toward the bald teenager beside him. The bald teenager, his eyes vacant, stared blankly for a long moment before finally registering Yang Sanbao's warning, a look so intense it was almost frightening.
His face remained blankly dazed, eyes wide and staring. A sharp glint flashed clearly in them, yet speaking proved agonizingly difficult. His face flushed crimson as he managed.
"My name is Feng Shirin. From Shu City, SSSS class, Raging Golden Ape."
As he spoke, the veins in his neck bulged, and the string of ebony beads trembled slightly with each strained syllable.
The sentence seemed to drain every ounce of strength from him.
He hastily closed his eyes, his lips moving rapidly in silent incantations, as if calming his emotions.
Holy crap, that one sentence took over a minute.
The woman in green, seeing Feng Shiran finally finish, downed a large gulp of liquor. She picked up a peanut, popped it into her mouth, chewed it thoroughly, and swallowed. Only then did she slowly close the ancient book in her hands, her movements exquisitely graceful and practiced. She lifted her head, revealing a delicate and gentle face, though her eyes still held a lingering haze of unshaken hangover. Her voice was soft and gentle. "My name is Dong Kyer. I'm an SS tier profession, the Holy Word Scholar. I'm somewhat literate and enjoy drinking." Ha, burp. Her voice was warm and pleasant, but no sooner had she finished speaking than she swiftly took another small sip of wine. A satisfied flush immediately spread across her cheeks. Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng were utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. Holy crap, 3 SS rankers? What the hell is going on? Why would they all choose to come to Xianglan? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. The most amusing part was their personalities. One was a chatterbox, one a stutterer, and one a female boozer? A dragon, a phoenix, and a dumb tiger? What kind of bizarre combination is this? Where did they find these oddballs? And this dilapidated building, mocked by Tsinghua and Peking students as a cesspool, actually harbored so many top-tier, freakishly talented geniuses? Sun Meng's previous moment of pride thinking he was the strongest after Chang and Lin shattered into dust. His jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg. Wang Qing and Lin Yu exchanged glances, both seeing shock and deep confusion in each other's eyes. What magic does this crappy Xinglan hold? Or is the water here just terrifyingly deep? Lin Yu sensed something even more off. Judging by the professions these three had awakened, it was clear the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist traditions had all gathered here. These three seemed to each have their own strengths, but in reality, they were all absolute powerhouses at the same local high school. Coincidence? Absolutely not. Then why? What exactly was Xianglan Technical School up to? Amidst the eerie silence and shock, the Lolita-dressed girl suddenly stood up, her little leather shoes thumping loudly on the floor. "Boring as hell," she declared, wrinkling her tiny nose. Her voice was sweet yet brimming with impatience. "Listening to your self-introductions is more tedious than doing experiments. I'm going back to check on my little darlings." She grabbed her diamond-encrusted clutch and turned to leave. "Oh, Lu, please wait." Yang Sanbao shot up from his seat, his face plastered with an almost fawning smile. He jogged around the table, nearly tripping over his own feet. Don't worry, it'll be over soon, just you left. Everyone's waiting to meet you, the future scientific genius." He rubbed his hands together, his tone bordering on pleading. "No. Why meet them? It's no fun." Lu pouted, wiggling her hips. Her ample bosom trembled with each slight sway. Wang Qing felt his heart surge. Yang Sanbao's eyes darted around. Quick-witted in the heat of the moment, he lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Lu, haven't you been searching for that rare copy of the ancient rare flowers atlas? I think I have a lead." "Really?
Her large, watery eyes widened in surprise. It's true. Principal Zhu already got it for you. If you leave, I'll tell Principal Zhu not to give it to you. Only a fool would believe Yang Sanbao's words. Where would Zhu Jiang, that penniless old lecher, even find such a rare book? But Lu believed him instantly. Really? He whirled around, his eyes suddenly shining like stars. His earlier impatience vanished, replaced by childlike wonder and curiosity. Hurry up and get old man Zhu to hand it over. You better not be lying to me. Ahem, Principal Zhu will be back soon. After you finish your introduction, I'll personally take you to meet him. I promise I won't lie to you. Yang Sanbao patted his chest solemnly, his expression sincere. All right then. Lu believed him, instantly becoming well-behaved as he scurried back to his seat. She leisurely adjusted her skirt hem, lifted her little face, and announced in a sweet, slightly proud voice, "My name is Lu Jianan, from the capital. I'm an S-class, well, a really powerful combat class. I love researching potions and crafting all sorts of fun little gadgets." Alright, I'm done. Yang Fatso, hurry up and take me to find that pervy old man, she urged impatiently. Seeing how subservient Yang Fatso was toward this beautiful lowly, Wang Qing and Lin Yu couldn't help but feel curious. Lin Yu scrutinized her closely before whispering in Wang Qing's ear with a cool, detached tone. Lu's dress is a limited edition haute couture piece from Starry Fantasy, her shoes are handmade limited edition VL Crystal, the tiny clutch is a limited edition Gucci, and her watch is a Patek Philippe limited edition. Together, this outfit could easily buy a decent villa in the capital. Wang Qing's heart skipped a beat at Lin Yu's words. How much could this possibly cost? He couldn't help but recall. Holy crap, when I cleaned this afternoon, the one making such a grand entrance was actually her? Those three hotties definitely couldn't afford this. Almost instinctively, Wang Qing activated his ability, Insight into All, initiating a scan of the four individuals. His heart leapt violently, his pupils trembling wildly. After searching high and low, the next target has finally appeared. Chapter 50, The Next Target. The system's mechanical voice echoed constantly in Wang Qing's ears. He stared at the busty beauty lowly with disbelief, his eyes gleaming strangely. This little gesture didn't escape Lin Yu's notice, and a wave of disappointment washed over her stunning face. Wang Qing eagerly opened the system panel. Name, Lu Jianan. Class, S-rank hammer-wielding berserker tier 1. Level, LV 29. Strength, 99. Agility, 99. Spirit, 99. Stamina, 99. Exclusive skill, Hurricane Hammer, Epic. User swings a massive hammer in a 5-second spin, dealing 10 base strength damage to enemies within the weapon's range. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Self-taught skills, 1. Endless Fury, Legendary. Awakens the bloodthirsty killing instinct dormant within, causing blood to erupt from the body and envelop the entire form for 5 seconds, granting immunity to all physical attacks. Side effect, severe blood loss causes the user to fall unconscious, rendering them combat ineffective. Use with caution. 2. Frenzy Charge, Epic. The user channels all energy into a charge toward a target direction. The next attack deals 10 base strength damage. Cooldown, 10 minutes. 3. Floral Spirit Barrier, Epic tier. The user summons a floral spirit to create a defensive barrier lasting 10 minutes. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Compatibility check, Attack Titan 11, Armored Titan 38, Cart Titan 100, Beast Titan 79. Carriage Titan 100. Wang Qing's pupils dilated violently. Completely disregarding those present, he blurted out in shock, Holy! What truly stunned him wasn't the Chariot Titan's 100 compatibility rating, but that this seemingly harmless lowly possessed self-taught legendary tier skills. Even her weakest ability was epic tier. Yang Sanbao's abject demeanor toward her suddenly made perfect sense. This girl's background was unfathomably deep. Ignoring Lu Jianan's urging, Yang Sanbao was racking his brain for a way to change the subject. Suddenly, Wang Qing gasped aloud. His eyes sparkled with delight as he scanned Lu Jianan up and down. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Ahem, Wang Qing, why do you seem so impressed with Lu Jianan? Your gaze is quite different. See, Lu? Even this year's top scholar looks at you with such admiration. Wasn't it the right decision to let me introduce you? Ha ha. All eyes turned to Wang Qing at once. Lin Yu's face turned ashen. Wang Qing finally realized he'd lost his composure, yet couldn't immediately speak up to explain. He forced a smile, resigned to suffer in silence this damned fatso. Lu Jianan, alerted by young fatty, noticed Wang Qing. A blush instantly spread across her adorable baby face. She scrutinized the once nationally famous teenager average-looking, average height. A surge of smug self-satisfaction instantly lifted her spirits. Sis is naturally gorgeous, it's only natural she'd admire me. Her lips curled in smug satisfaction, making her fair, baby-faced features even more adorable. Great. Everyone's acquainted now. Yang Sanbao quickly tried to smooth things over, seemingly sensing the atmosphere growing awkward. Now, I have an important announcement. He straightened his back, trying to look serious.
To help everyone integrate into Shanglan faster and boost our strength, starting tomorrow, we'll undergo a week-long intensive training in the Shanglan spirit.
This will be a deep exploration of everyone's willpower and potential. Get ready. Special training? In this tiny place? What exactly are we training? How?
Wang Qing snorted derisively, deliberately voicing his dissent loudly, a sharp rebuke to Yang Sanbao's constant attempts to undermine him. Yang Sanbao's jowls jiggled as he pretended not to hear, waving his hand to dismiss the meeting.
Dismissed. Dismissed. Everyone rest up. Tomorrow morning, I'll signal wake up with a whistle. Seeing his retort fall on deaf ears, Wang Qing persisted, deliberately stating, I disagree.
When the three of us came to Shanglan Technical School, we agreed on the terms we don't have to participate in the school as scheduled courses.
As the top college entrance exam scorer, Wang Qing should lead by example.
Let me tell you, tomorrow's special training is going to be quite interesting.
If you don't participate, don't come begging me later, okay? A playful smile spread across Yang Sanbao's flushed face. Before Wang Qing could respond, Lin Yu blurted out without hesitation, I'm in. What about you, Sun Meng?
Even Sun Meng, as slow as he was, could tell sister Lin Yu was just trying to get back at brother Qing.
But what should he do now? Join or not? Sun Meng, you're coming too. Ignore Wang Qing.
Lin Yu said bluntly, seeing the conflicted look on Sun Meng's face.
Ha! Look at that, Zhuang Yuan. See?
Lin Yu knows what's up. Principal Zhu arranged this specially.
Trust me, it'll be absolutely spectacular.
He patted his round belly. Wang Qing froze for a moment, still processing why Lin Yu was acting this way. Just as he was about to explain to Lin Yu, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest, Principal Yan, Lin Yu turned and walked away. Zhang Qingyuan watched the scene unfold, yawned, and began muttering to himself, well, I'd better get some sleep early.
What time's breakfast tomorrow? Gotta go, gotta go. Feng Shiruan stood up and surveyed the room, struggling to find words.
His face flushed crimson from the effort. Shaking his head helplessly, he too walked out.
Dong Kaier had long since deciphered the dynamics among these characters.
Holding her wine flask, she swayed and muttered, the east wind is cruel, and joy is fleeting. A book of sorrow, years of separation.
Wrong. 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 Lu Jianan clearly hadn't picked up on the subtle tension in the air. She immediately latched onto Yang Sanbao, trailing behind him and incessantly asking when Principal Zhu would return.
Wang Qing knew Lin Yu must have misunderstood, but he'd have to explain later. The most urgent matter now was securing Lu Jianan, the vehicle giant's compatible user she had to be won over. Securing Lu Jianan meant not only boosting his own strength and the team's power, but also instantly mastering legendary skills without lifting a finger. Ha! With that thought, Wang Qing sprang into action. Ignoring Sun Meng's call to hey, let us go check out the place, he strode straight toward Yang Sanbao, who was frantically trying to fabricate updates about Principal Zhu. Mr. Lu, I hear you're quite knowledgeable in pharmacology? I happen to be interested in special formulas that can rapidly restore stamina and enhance endurance. Might I ask for your insights? Wang Qing forced his tone to sound sincere, steering the conversation toward a topic that would pique the other's interest. Lu Jianan, who had been annoyed by Yang Sanbao, turned her head at his words. Her large eyes blinked, carrying a hint of scrutiny.
Oh? You know alchemy too? You're not just saying this to get close to me, are you? I've seen this kind of pickup line before.
She crossed her arms, lifted her chin, and wore an air of self-assured charm.
Of course not. Wang Qing denied immediately.
I've always been interested in endurance and stamina-related fields, whether it's potions or other aspects, you know what I mean, His words carried hidden meaning.
Like anyone would buy that.
You're not even attractive, and your pickup lines are so cliché. Lu Jianan rolled her eyes. But the endurance and stamina Wang Qing mentioned did align with a recent research direction of hers, piquing her interest slightly.
I'm busy now, gotta find some books.
Yang Fatso, tell me where Principal Zhu went.
Ha? He was just here? Where'd he go?
Seeing Wang Qing approach Lu Jianan to chat, Yang Sanbao breathed a sigh of relief and instantly dashed upstairs.
That fat bastard, daring to lie to me.
Seeing Yang Sanbao flee, Lu Jianan ignored Wang Qing and immediately chased after him upstairs, with Wang Qing hot on her heels.
Damn it! Qing! Where are you going?
Sun Meng stared at Wang Qing's retreating figure chasing Lu Jianan upstairs, utterly bewildered. Lin Yu hadn't gone far, she was actually waiting for Wang Qing to give her a reasonable explanation. As she watched Wang Qing chase Lu Jianan until he vanished at the staircase entrance, a distinct flicker of disappointment and bitterness flickered in her cool eyes. Her fingertips unconsciously dug into her palm.
Chapter 51, Renqing Yuan. Wang Qing followed Lu Jianan up to the 4th floor.
Pushing open the equally dilapidated wooden door connecting the 3rd and 4th floors, the scene before him instantly gave him a disorienting sense of having crossed through time and space. Below was a dilapidated slum, yet this 4th floor corridor resembled a 5-star luxury hotel. Mirror-smooth marble floors, walls adorned with elegant, high-end wallpaper, exquisite sconces casting soft halos of light, and the air filled with a pleasant fragrance. This level of luxury was a world apart from the dormitory downstairs. Lu Jianan dashed to a heavy solid wood door, swiftly pulled out a key to unlock it, muttering under his breath, "Damn it." Wang Qing seized the moment. "Lu, I swear I'm not hitting on you. I just wanted to discuss some research ideas. For instance, have you researched the possibility of maintaining high-intensity operations for extended periods, or even morphological transformations?" He was trying to steer the conversation toward giant evolution. Reawakening a class and achieving gigantic body size? That's pure fantasy for a class-based practitioner. The door swung open, releasing a complex scent blending herbal freshness, molten metal, and crystal cores. The interior was vast, divided into two sections. One half was a walk-in closet and small sitting area filled with lavish Lolita outfits and stacked luxury gift boxes. The other half was a fully equipped, luxurious laboratory packed with precision instruments and half-finished projects. Lu Jianan stood at the doorway, turning to place her hands on her hips with an impatient expression. "Hey! Why are you so annoying? I told you I'm busy." Her large, watery eyes blinked. I get it now. This is your play hard to get tactic. You claim you came to discuss potions, but really, you just wanted to flirt with me. You're trying to grab my attention with this special approach, right? Let me tell you straight, it won't work. Sure, you're the top student in the college entrance exams, and you're not bad looking, but I like quiet people who do research. You're not my type. Stay away from me. She lifted her little face, directly labeling Wang Qing as a playing hard to get suitor. Wang Qing froze? He was utterly speechless at this bizarre line of reasoning. This innocent little thing wasn't just self-absorbed, her logic was downright heartwarming. "Wait, Lu, you've got the wrong idea. I won't listen, I won't listen. It's like a turtle reciting sutras." Lu Jianan covered her ears, shook her head vigorously, and slammed the heavy solid wood door shut, nearly knocking it right into Wang Qing's nose. Wang Qing stood in the luxurious fourth-floor hallway, staring at the closed door, filled with a helpless frustration that made him want to scream at the heavens. The vehicle giant adapter was right before his eyes, yet he couldn't communicate. This feeling was worse than swallowing a fly. Frustrated, he turned and headed downstairs. Just as he reached the third-floor landing, a figure eagerly pressed against him, none other than the chatterbox Rinqing Yuan. "Oh my, Wang Qing, what a coincidence. You live on the third floor too? I'm right across from you." Rinqing Yuan slung an arm around Wang Qing's shoulder like they'd known each other forever, his words practically spitting onto Wang Qing's face. He curled his lips with interest. "That Miss Lu was pretty fiery, huh? But your approach to chasing girls is no good way to direct." He then declared with conviction, "Let me tell you, to win over a rich heiress like that, you have to play to her interests. Like, if she's into alchemy, you have to pretend you know alchemy too. Though I thought your act was a bit phony earlier. Why's your face looking so pale? Got rejected? No worries. Failure is the mother of success. Everyone says Dongshan produces beauties, and I know plenty of them myself. Want me to hook you up?" His eyes gleamed with a lecherous glint. Wang Qing felt suffocated by his grip, the thick stench of sweat clinging to him, the incessant noise ringing in his ears, his temples throbbing painfully. He struggled hard, trying to break free. "Bro, I'm kinda tired. I wanna head back to my room and rest." "Tired? What time is it even? Young people shouldn't complain about being tired." Rinqing Yuan completely missed Wang Qing's hint to leave, instead tightening his embrace with renewed enthusiasm. "Exhausted is exactly right. It proves this crappy school has feng shui issues. Heavy in energy. You know my profession is Taoist master, I sensed it the moment I stepped in. Ha! No wonder you're researching endurance potions, brother, this feng shui's messing with you. Come, let me cast a divination for you. I guarantee it'll make you a real man." Wang Qing was driven to distraction by his pestering. Seeing no escape, inspiration struck. He led him to Lin Yu's dorm door and knocked. "Lin Yu? Home?" After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yu's voice came from inside, cool and distant, tinged with a barely perceptible edge of resentment. "I'm asleep." Her tone was stiff and unyielding. Just as Wang Qing opened his mouth to speak, Rinqing Yuan beside him blurted out in a booming voice, "Lin Yu, you're asleep? Oh, what a bummer." Wang Qing just came downstairs. Seems like he got rejected after confessing to that flashily dressed Lu girl. He's feeling down and wanted to chat with you. I was just trying to cheer him up. I mean, come on, that Lu girl is clearly impossible to pursue, rich as hell, and such a temper. How could she compare to you, Lin Yu? You're way better looking than her. Get lost." Before Rinqing Yuan could finish, a furious shout erupted from inside Lin Yu's dorm room. Immediately after, a dull thud echoed as if something heavy had slammed into the door, sending dust cascading from the frame. Wang Qing's face twisted with worry as he frantically defended himself. "Lin Yu, don't listen to his nonsense. It's not true. Open the door, I need to explain properly." Wang Qing could have strangled Rinqing Yuan right then, that loose-lipped, trouble-stirring chatterbox. This misunderstanding was like mud falling on your pants. Even if it wasn't, it still smelled like. You couldn't wash it off even if you jumped into the Pacific. Whoa! Lin Yu's temper was fiery. Startled by the loud outburst and angry roar, Rinqing Yuan flinched, clutching his chest in lingering fear.
He then turned to Wang Qing, whose face had turned ashen, and began another round of counseling. Wang Qing, you see, a woman's heart is like June weather, it changes in an instant. You just got shut down by Miss Lu, and now you've offended Lin Yu too. Ah, brother, let me tell you, love is a tough hurdle to clear. Back in my days at Dongshan First High, I had a love so deep it cut to the bone. But don't even compare it to yours is way more complicated. And I'm telling you straight, this whole love business is pure poison for the body. Stop obsessing over endurance and stamina. How about I teach you a breathing technique to clear your mind and curb your desires? What do you say? He wore a deadpan smile. Wang Qing had no energy left to be angry. He felt only deep exhaustion and absurdity. He grabbed Ren Qingyuan, who was still babbling on, and growled in a hushed voice, "Shut up! Ren Qingyuan! Lin Yu, open the door. It's not what you think, I have my reasons. Let me explain. Endurance? Stamina?" Lin Yu heard it loud and clear in the dorm room. Her pure, flawless face was about to explode. "I never imagined you'd be this kind of person, Wang Qing. I misjudged you. Humph, men, not a single one is any good." Chapter 52, Am I the sucker here? The musty stench of the third-floor corridor mingled with the dampness of the rainy season, like a soggy, torn cotton pad clinging stubbornly to his nose and mouth, suffocating him. Wang Qing paced anxiously outside Lin Yu's door, his canvas shoes scraping unconsciously against the pitted cement floor, emitting a shrill squeak. He desperately hoped the tightly shut door would open, giving him a chance to explain. "Get out! The farther the better." Lin Yu's voice, cold with rage and hurt, pierced the door like an icy spike, freezing Wang Qing stiff. He'd never seen her so resolute. Stunned by her words, his face held only bewilderment and loss, finally dissolving into a long, muffled sigh. Startled by Lin Yu's renewed outburst, Ren Qingyuan flinched, falling into an unusual silence for several seconds. Then, seeing Wang Qing's dejected expression, he presumptuously began what he thought was consolation. "Wow, never would have guessed the top scholars so sentimental. How could you have your eye on the pot while the rice is still in the bowl?" Ren Qingyuan leaned against the peeling wall beside Lin Yu's door, his jacket zipper open, revealing a faded t-shirt underneath. Leaning close to Wang Qing's ear, his spittle nearly splattering the other's earlobe, he whispered, "I told you, you need to chase someone with finesse. How could you be so cliché?" A smirk played on his lips, tinged with the mocking delight of a spectator, utterly oblivious to Wang Qing's feelings. Lin Yu's roar drew heads out of the dorm room. Sun Meng hobbled over on his crutch, his voice brimming with righteous indignation. "Bro Qing, how could you? So fickle, always chasing the new? What's so great about that girl besides her big chest and flashy clothes? Sister Lin sacrificed so much for you. You know Jack." Wang Cheng was already irritable, and Sun Meng's interference only made him more agitated. He snapped back, wanting only to grab Ren Qingyuan, who was still chattering away beside him, and get out of this trouble-filled place. "Oomph. I don't know, but you do? You're the only one who knows about size." Sun Meng rolled his eyes in anger, muttering under his breath as he staggered back to his dorm. "Ha!" Sun Meng's blunt remark instantly ignited a roar of laughter down the third-floor hallway. "Ha! Sun Meng, that comment was spot-on brilliant." Wang Qing had excellent taste too, with two stunning beauties of such different styles. Ren Qingyuan, unfazed by the commotion, continued to fan the flames with his teasing, his face beaming with the excitement of watching a show. "Ha! Brilliant!" Feng Heroine, standing at the dorm door, struggled to stifle her laughter until her face flushed crimson. With great effort, she managed to squeeze out a few words of agreement. "The world is cruel, human bonds are thin, rain sends dusk, flowers easily fall difficult. 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 Burp." Dong Kyer, an old, tattered ancient book tucked under her arm, leaned against the doorframe. Sipping her wine, she swayed her head and uttered a pretentious sigh, looking both detached and thoroughly engrossed. A wave of boisterous laughter crashed through the narrow corridor, causing the dim fluorescent tube on the ceiling to flicker on and off. Wang Qing's temples throbbed with rage. He whirled around, bellowing, "Shut up, all of you! Sun Meng, you stop right there!" Without turning his head, Sun Meng tapped his cane harder on the floor and flung back a single word, "Humph." "Heartless." The third-floor hallway erupted in even louder laughter. Blood rushed to Wang Qing's head. He took a step forward, ready to charge at Sun Meng. Ren Qingyuan acted swiftly, grabbing the enraged Wang Qing from behind and holding him tightly. He kept murmuring, "Wang Qing. Wang Qing. This isn't right. How can you lay a hand on Sun Meng? We're all brothers in this school. We should talk things out." Wang Qing felt Ren Qingyuan's incessant chatter like countless needles piercing his brain, causing a throbbing pain in his temples. After struggling a few times, a deep sense of helplessness washed over him. He suddenly gave up, his face wearing only an expression of near-numb resignation. He exhaled a deep, heavy breath, as if expelling all the pent-up frustration from his chest, then patted Ren Qingyuan's arm clamped around his chest. "All right, let go." Ren Qingyuan froze at this sudden calm, his words catching in his throat. But in less than half a second, his face regained its usual animated expression. Leaning closer to Wang Qing, he lowered his voice in what he thought was a clever attempt to be discreet, though the volume still rang out clearly in the quiet. "That's right. What's the big deal? If Principal Yang or Principal Zhu find out about this fight, do you want to lose your precious scholarship? Going against money? How stupid is that? Scholarship? What scholarship? Wang Qing whipped his head around, as if struck by lightning, all his numbness vanishing instantly. He fixed Ren Qingyuan with a gaze so sharp it was frightening. Oh, come on, playing dumb?
Ren Qingyuan felt a chill under that stare, but once he opened his mouth, there was no turning back.
Weren't you specially invited by Principal Zhu and Vice Principal Yan? Who else would come to this godforsaken place? That's exactly why I came. They guaranteed with their lives that as soon as I arrived, they'd give me a 200,000 Longwa currency scholarship. Full tuition waiver. Room and board included. He curled his lip in disgust, scanning the mold-stained walls and leaky ceiling. Sure, the living conditions were, well, let's just say they were a bit rough. But 200,000? That's real money. My family's flat broke. This grant is our lifeline. Feng Shiruan's parents were penniless with serious illnesses, and as for that drunk Kyer, forget about it. We heard she was up to her ears in debt, so here we all are. This deal was worth it, totally worth it. Haha, Wang Qing, you bet 200,000 too, right? It's no secret. Huh? Why'd you go pale? Like you swallowed a dead fly? Did I slip up again? He belatedly covered his mouth, his expression turning grim. After hearing this, Wang Qing felt a rush of blood surge to his head, and his vision began to darken. 200,000? Full tuition waiver? Room and board included? They're using the money I, Wang Qing, worked my ass off to earn to recruit talent? And I, their sugar daddy, get stuck in a moldy, leaky dump of a dorm? And if they graduate successfully, they get another 200,000 yuan in grants? While I get nothing? This is pure exploitation.
A torrent of rage at being played, mixed with utter absurdity and frustration, surged like volcanic lava in his chest.
The greasy, bloated faces of Zhu Ziyang and Yang Sanbao magnified endlessly in his mind, seeming to mock him in silence. You old pervert Zhu Ziyang, and you bastard Yang Sanbao. Wang Qing ground the words out between clenched teeth, his fists cracking as his rage threatened to consume him. Damn it, this is really screwed up. Chapter 53, Shanglan Special Training Part 1.
At 4 in the morning, the night was thick as ink, utterly silent. Even the scattered lights that never truly went out in the dormitory area of Qingbei University seemed drowsy.
A bone-chilling cold seeped into every crack of Shanglan Technical School's dilapidated building.
Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Yang Sanbao stood in the third-floor dormitory hallway, blowing his whistle relentlessly, yet not a single person stirred. Clearly, he was being ignored. Thump, thump, thump. He began knocking on each door in turn. Get up. Get your asses out of bed. Special training starts now. Assemble downstairs in 5 minutes. Latecomers lose their scholarships. Yang Sanbao's raspy voice boomed through the silent dormitory building, accompanied by the violent thud of his fists against the doors. The sound was brutal, filled with an unquestionable sense of oppression, instantly shattering the deepest tranquility before dawn and completely waking everyone immersed in their dreams. He actually only knocked on the doors of Ren Qingyuan, Feng Shiruan, and Dong Kyer. He hesitated to knock on Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and Sun Meng's doors. Wang Qing, his face ringed with dark circles, was roused with a surge of irritation. He didn't get up, instead bellowing through the door, "Special training my ass. Leave me alone, I'm going back to sleep." Lin Yu flung open her own creaking door, her face as cold as ice, clearly having tossed and turned all night. Sun Meng, leaning on his crutch, dressed and hopped out on one foot.
Having agreed to Yang Sanbao's special training yesterday, they couldn't very well pretend not to hear.
Zhang Qingyuan yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he muttered, "Disturbing my sweet dreams, may lightning strike them down." Feng Shiruan, however, was wide awake and energetic, though he turned bright red trying to hold back what he wanted to say. Dong Kyer staggered out, her hair disheveled, clutching her ever-present gourd of liquor tightly. Her eyes were unfocused, as if she hadn't fully shaken off a hangover.
Lu Jianan was the last one, personally escorted down from the 4th floor by Yang Sanbao.
She wore a fluffy rabbit onesie, clutching a giant carrot pillow. Her flaxen curls were a messy mop atop her head, her delicate little face scrunched up in a frown, eyes barely open, grumbling softly to express her profound dissatisfaction. Everyone except Wang Qing, who remained buried under his covers, gathered in the 3rd-floor hallway. Without another word, Yang Sanbao herded this group of sleepy-eyed, resentful elites like a flock of ducks downstairs to the uneven, concrete open space. The icy night wind sent a shiver through everyone, banishing most of their sleepiness.
"Principal Yang, what kind of special training requires us to assemble at 4 in the morning?" Ren Qingyuan couldn't help but be the first to ask, his voice tinged with curiosity.
Lu Jianan yawned and chimed in, "Yeah, never seen special training start at 4 in the morning.
What's the deal? All this secrecy?" Hiccup. "Did Principal Yang get too drunk last night? He's acting weird. I've been there before, just understand him. Next time, he should just drink more." Dong Kyer scratched her messy hair and said this with a straight face. Lin Yu, however, wore a cold expression, clearly still reeling from last night's incident involving Wang Qing.
Unconsciously, her beautiful eyes kept darting toward Lu Jianan, her gaze carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Feng Shiruan was already itching to get started, his face brimming with anticipation for the special training to begin. Sun Meng hadn't slept well either. He was deeply blaming himself. Had he gone too far with what he said to brother Qing last night? Who Qing liked was his right, and besides, Lin had never acknowledged any relationship with him. Come to think of it, maybe brother Qing was just testing sister Lin's reaction.
That must be it. Damn, I'm just too smart. Something this complicated, and I figured it out in just one night. Qingga is loyal and honorable, he wouldn't do anything wrong. But what about me?
A wave of dread washed over him. Yang Sanbao shed his usual demeanor, his face turning serious and composed as he declared in a clear voice.
Today's special training was personally arranged by Principal Zhu. He instructed me to ensure both quality and quantity in its completion.
Naturally, I will follow his requirements to the letter.
As everyone stood puzzled, Yang Sanbao turned to face the sparsely lit dormitory buildings of Qingbei University.
He thrust out his massive beer belly, took a deep breath, and the belly swelled like an inflated ball.
Special Training Item 1, Vocal Volume Limit Breakthrough.
His voice boomed like thunder on a clear day, instantly shattering the midnight silence and making the windows of Shanglan's dilapidated building rattle. This special training aims to enhance practitioners' lung capacity and forge an unyielding will.
Roar out Shanglan's might. Follow my lead. He abruptly raised his thick fingers, pointing directly at the brightest section of the Qingbei dormitory across the way.
Veins bulged on his neck as he summoned every ounce of strength to unleash a thunderous roar.
Qingbei University, you bastards, I refuse to accept this.
You Qingbei University people are all blockheads, I say. All you know is armchair theorizing, you're all wimps in real combat.
What a load of crap about being the top university. Shanglan University is the first to refuse to bow down.
His curses poured forth with intense passion and venom, the massive sound waves spreading like tangible matter through the silent night sky. Across the way, in the dorm buildings of Qingbei University, windows flickered on one by one like a disturbed beehive. At first, a stunned silence hung heavy, as if they hadn't grasped where this insane noise was coming from, or what the hell was screaming.
But when Yang Sanbao's instantly recognizable raspy voice and even more unbearable insults became crystal clear, that brief silence ignited.
A volcanic eruption of confusion, speculation, and furious roars erupted from every floor and window.
Can't you let us sleep? What kind of mad dog escaped from the asylum? Tired of living? Daring to curse Tsinghua and Peking University? Looking to die first thing in the morning? Name yourself. I'll beat you to death. Look, it's those trash from Shanglan Technical School. How dare they insult us for no reason? It really is that trash from Shanglan. Have they lost their minds? The scene spiraled out of control instantly. The furious shouts from Qingbei's side instantly drowned out Yang Sanbao's lone voice. A tsunami of vile insults, including curses tracing Shanglan's lineage back 18 generations, swept over the crowd. Yang Sanbao's outrageous stunt left Lin Yu, Sun Meng, and the others completely dumbfounded. What the hell? The first special training exercise involves insulting Qingbei? Are they out of their minds? Isn't this just looking for trouble? Did Qingbei offend Shanglan? And what exactly is Qingbei? One of the top universities in the country, producing countless outstanding professionals. If we really piss them off, what could a bunch of amateurs like us possibly do? Why insult Qingbei? Lu Jianan stared blankly up at the dormitory windows illuminated by the curses, asking from the bottom of his heart. Just then, from a third-floor window diagonally above, a newly lit room revealed a boy in pajamas with messy hair, angrily leaning out to peer down. Spotting Lu Jianan's innocent expression, he muttered under his breath. His rage boiled over into a torrent of venomous insults. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you, you ugly freak. You're as thick as a barrel but shorter than a tank. What? Ugly bastard? Lu Jianan's bewildered expression instantly turned to fury. Her voice cracked as she roared, you damn Tsinghua Peking University snob. Get the hell down here. And just like that, aside from Lin Yu, the others like Lu Jianan were caught in the crossfire, forced into the verbal brawl. Chapter 54, Shanglan Special Training Part 2. As the scene descended into a tense standoff, especially with Lu Jianan and the others forced into the fray, a smug expression began to spread across Yang Sanbao's face. As if injected with adrenaline, he cursed with renewed fervor, his face flushed red like a boiled egg, spittle flying as his insults grew increasingly vulgar. He even began targeting specific floors and individuals leaning out of windows with precise, personally insulting attacks. Spotting Lu Jianan being bullied, he sucked in a deep breath, his chest swelling to its limit. He then hurled a roar at the window of the third-floor boy who had insulted Lu Jianan, channeling every ounce of his strength. You've got the nerve to call my rich dad an ugly bastard? You pretty boy, you're asking for it, you big idiot. Boom. Crash. The tempered glass window instantly cracked like a spiderweb under the force of Yang Sanbao's thunderous roar, then shattered completely with a deafening crash. Countless shards of glass rained down in a torrent. The boy who had leaned out was terrified out of his wits, yelping as he retreated back inside. Faint shrieks and curses could still be heard from within. Hearing the curses below, Wang Qing shot upright from his dorm bed. He scrambled down and pressed his face against the window, expecting another disturbance from Qingbei. Standing on the third-floor dorm window ledge, Wang Qing coldly observed this utterly absurd farce instigated by Yang Sanbao, feeling nothing but profound embarrassment. He patted his chest, suddenly feeling like a wise and heroic figure. What a load of crap this special training was. It was definitely a trap. See? Just as I expected. He deliberately stood a little farther from the window, as if that could draw a line between himself and Shanglan. But while the thought was good, reality was harsh. Students residing in the upper floors of the Tsinghua Peking dormitory spotted Wang Qing lurking by the windowsill with malicious intent. Wang Qing was the top scorer in the college entrance exam, a celebrity broadcast live across the entire internet. Who among the freshmen at Qingbei University wouldn't recognize him? Such a grand spectacle clearly required meticulous planning. This incident was undoubtedly linked to Wang Qing. He might even be the mastermind behind it. Then came the barrage. Wang Qing, you F-grade loser. You piece of trash who climbs the ladder using women. You scum, daring to mess with the big boss? Wang Qing, you big idiot. Wang Qing adopted the same innocent expression as Lu Jianan and the others. This had nothing to do with him. Who had he offended? As the shouting across the street grew louder and the insults flew thick and fast, Wang Qing, enraged, threw on a pair of boxers, bare-chested, and immediately charged downstairs to join Yang Sanbao and the others in the fight. Wang Qing was an extremely tolerant and level-headed person. But this outburst was completely unlike him. Normally, he'd just laugh off such incidents. But a series of recent events had left a smoldering rage festering inside him. He recalled the 70,000 yuan he'd been swindled out of, the humiliation of being publicly rejected by Lu Jianan, the frustration of being misunderstood by Lin Yu with no way to explain himself, the rage at being cheated by that chatty Taoist priest, and now this school environment that felt like a cesspool. Screw rationality. Screw restraint. I'm done pretending. A torrent of pent-up rage, fueled by every ounce of pent-up frustration, exploded with a thunderous roar, shattering the last remnants of Wang Qing's self-control. He stomped forward with such force the hard cement floor seemed to crack beneath his foot. He ignored the stunned gaze Lin Yu shot his way and brushed off the shock of the others at his sudden arrival on the scene. Then, drawing a deep breath, he turned toward the brightly lit Qingbei dormitory building across the way. Summoning every ounce of strength, he channeled all his pent-up emotions into a roar that pierced the clouds and shattered rocks, a roar powerful enough to shake the entire Qingbei campus. Qingbei. You bunch of trash. I'm the top scholar. Got a problem? Come fight your grandpa. Bunch of idiots. This thunderous roar crashed down like a violent bolt of lightning, instantly drowning out Yang Sanbao's shrill voice and the tsunami-like chorus of insults from the Qingbei side. The entire cacophony of the Qingbei dormitory area froze, as if paused by this sudden, savage roar. In that brief pause, from a prime balcony with sweeping views in the Qingbei dormitory building, Sima Yunfeng clad in his silver silk robe finally caught Wang Qing's roaring insults directed at Qingbei. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Gathering his breath, he spoke in a voice charged with incitement. Clear as a broadcast, his words echoed through every corner of the dormitory complex, landing distinctly in the ears of everyone at Shanglan. Did you all hear that? It's Wang Qing, that F-grade loser valedictorian from Shanglan, leading the charge and insulting every single one of us Qingbei students. Can the men of Qingbei take this anymore? If you've got balls, follow me out. Let's show these arrogant maggots in the gutter what true respect looks like. What the gap between us really means. Sima Yunfeng viciously focused all the blame squarely on Wang Qing alone. The fleeting dead silence in the Tsinghua Peking dormitory was instantly engulfed by a raging tide of fury. Countless windows burst open, and countless fingers pointed straight down at Wang Qing below. Wang Qing, you F-rank trash, you actually dare to come looking for death? You fool, you think you can take on all of Qingbei by yourself? Is the cesspool of Shanglan too small to contain your arrogance? Today I'll teach you how to spell death. Brothers, take him down. Restore Qingbei's honor. Wang Qing felt like crying but had no tears left. Just one curse, and all the blame falls on me? He felt utterly roasted over a fire, reduced to a target for everyone's scorn, a colossal absurdity mixed with an inexplicable thrill? This special training, this Shanglan, this Yang the Fatso, the Sima Yunfeng, they're all ing bull. We've fallen for your trap, but since there's no avoiding it. Wang Qing slowly clenched his fists. His knuckles cracked sharply once more, and a hint of savage intent flickered deep in his eyes. Yang Sanbao noticed the change in Wang Qing's expression. He paused his own fight and scanned the room to check everyone's battle status. Lu Jianan's fair, baby-faced complexion had turned crimson. Her giant carrot pillow lay brutally mangled in her furious hands. Ren Qingyuan was thoroughly enjoying himself, a smile plastered across his face without a trace of anger. He was fully exploiting his specialty, spraying insults so relentlessly that the Tsinghua and Peking University students on the opposite building were actually dodging his barrage. Dong Kaier had long since tossed aside her wine gourd, now raging like a drunken madwoman, hurling insults with abandon, utterly disregarding her feminine image. Sun Meng, clutching his cane, was clearly at a disadvantage in this battle despite his usual tongue-tied nature. Yet he relentlessly repeated a single insulting phrase, firing back over and over until his voice cracked hoarsely. The most pitiful was Heroine. Already at a disadvantage, he was now flushed crimson, emitting muffled grunts while glaring furiously at the opposing dormitory. Amidst the chaos, only Lin Yu remained utterly still, silently observing the absurd spectacle. Ha ha! Yang Sanbao burst into triumphant laughter, shouting instructions from the sidelines. What are you standing there for? Get back at him! That's the spirit! Don't worry, everyone. Qingbei has school rules, they can't come out at this hour. This earth-shaking, soul-stirring battle raged on until past 6 o'clock, finally drawing to a grim close only when both Qingbei students and Shanglan members were utterly exhausted. If success were measured, Shanglan undoubtedly prevailed with Rin Qingyuan, the world's greatest verbal sparring champion, on their side. How could they lose? As the shouting subsided, Yang Sanbao, his voice hoarse, delivered a triumphant summary with a smug grin. I'm very satisfied with today's performance. I'm sure you all now understand the purpose of this special training. Get some rest first. Haha, the second phase of special training is about to begin. Chapter 55, Storms Gather at Qingbei. That inexplicable volume training session at Shanglan Technical School was like pouring water into boiling oil. It instantly set Qingbei University ablaze. After the battle ended, the Qingbei dormitory area, especially the west yard facing the Shanglan Hazard building, was seething with anger. Sima Yunfeng stood on his dorm balcony, his face ashen, listening to the waves of angry curses and heated discussions below and in the corridors. He had successfully directed all the blame onto Wang Qing. Did you all hear that? It was that F-grade Wang Qing who started it. Who does he think he is? Some vocational school trash daring to on our Qingbei? Sima Yunfeng deliberately emphasized Wang Qing's role as the ringleader. His clear voice echoed through several nearby buildings. He's challenging Qingbei's century-old reputation. Shanglan must pay the price for this. Exactly. Take them down. Too arrogant. We won't stand for it. Boss Sima, what should we do? We'll follow your lead. The chorus of responses grew louder with each wave. A group of equally privileged and arrogant freshman elites quickly gathered around Sima Yunfeng. They began reaching out to the top students of their class, especially those powerful SS and S-rank professionals, discussing how to give Shanglan a lesson he'd never forget. Simultaneously, they signed a petition titled Crush Shanglan, Uphold Our Reputation. After signing the petition, Xin Fu, standing beside Sima Yunfeng with dark circles under his eyes, pondered with a worried expression. As far as I know, Shanglan Technical School admitted its first class this year only 7 students, I hear. My only concern is that damn Wang Qing. After all, he was the top scorer on the college entrance exam. Ha! AF rank professional waste scares you this much? Just 7 pieces of trash. I refuse to believe that with the strength of us freshmen from Peking and Tsinghua, we can't handle Wang Qing and his 7 useless friends. Xiang Liang interjected with utter contempt. Xin Fu rubbed his face to clear his thoughts before replying calmly, that may be true, but everyone saw the livestream. Wang Qing's team actually killed opponents several tiers above them. We can't afford to be complacent. Sima Yunfeng's mouth twitched slightly. Xin Fu had a point, this wasn't just a personal grudge, but a battle for reputation. Wang Qing was someone they absolutely couldn't underestimate. He furrowed his brow slightly, deep in thought. Contact SS rank Demon Taoist Kai Yanyan and SSS rank Ice Phoenix Zhang Wanqing. With them joining us, crushing Shanglan should be a piece of cake. At the mention of Zhang Wanqing, Sima Yunfeng's eyes flickered. She was one of only 2 SSS-tier geniuses among this year's freshmen at Qingbei University, her power unfathomable. Moreover, her beauty was breathtaking. He added immediately, you handle the others. Make sure they understand the importance of this matter. I'll personally go to Zhang Wanqing. Sima Yunfeng hadn't slept all night. He quickly washed up and changed into a neat outfit. After carefully grooming his appearance, he took the joint petition letter and glanced at the time. It was already 9 a.m. According to her routine, Zhang Wanqing should be in the training room by now. In the Qingbei University training room, a figure sat in deep meditation. When Sima Yunfeng explained his purpose and handed over the petition, Zhang Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. Sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing her in light. She wore a simple white training uniform that outlined her nearly perfect figure. Her waist-length purple hair flowed like a waterfall, held back only by a simple silver hairband that gathered a few strands. Her skin was so fair it seemed almost translucent, her features exquisitely delicate. Most striking were her deep purple eyes, as vast as the night sky, cold and distant, like a celestial maiden descended from the moon palace. She merely glanced at the petition, her cherry lips parting to utter a voice as melodious as it was icy and unquestionable. No. Wanqing, this is Wang Qing, that good-for-nothing from Shanglan Technical School, leading the charge to challenge our Qingbei's dignity. Last night's fight was so intense, of course I heard it. Su Wanqing cut him off, her violet eyes fixed on Sima Yunfeng as if she could see straight through his thoughts. Poof. You were the one who started this provocation, weren't you, Sima Yunfeng? The vocational school students may have hurled vile insults, but the root cause was your show of force at their gates yesterday, wasn't it? Her expression was eerily calm.
You were merely humiliated in public by Wang Qing and the others that day, so you lashed out in anger, wanting to take revenge on all of Qingbei for your personal shame?
Is that it? How childish.
Sima Yunfeng flinched under her gaze, his face flushing crimson. I did show off that day, but you heard it clearly last night. They deliberately provoked Qingbei, not because of me.
This concerns Qingbei's reputation.
Poof. You know it was a deliberate provocation against Qingbei, yet you deliberately stoked the hatred.
Wang Qing wasn't even present at the start. I know exactly what you were thinking.
Complex emotions flashed across Sima Yunfeng's face, a flicker of panic at having his thoughts exposed. Jiang Wanqing lowered her head, refusing to meet his gaze. Closing her eyes once more, she coldly declared, using others' power to bully people is the height of incompetence.
If you want to fight, go fight yourself. Don't drag Qingbei into it, and don't drag me in either. How boring. Sima Yunfeng clearly hit a brick wall. His face flushed crimson, yet he dared not vent his anger at this SSS tier ice phoenix whose background and power were unfathomable. Shaking his head, he left grudgingly, his resentment palpable. Meanwhile, Qingbei University's internal forum erupted in chaos. Shocking.
Shanglan Dungheap maggots insult Qingbei at dawn, led by Wang Chang.
This is intolerable. How can Shanglan Technical School trample Qingbei's century-old reputation? Call to action. Level Shanglan today. Posts flooded the screen, accompanied by blurry audio recordings and screenshots. Especially Wang Qing's line, "Qingbei, you bunch of trash. I'm the top scholar. Got a problem?
Come beat up your grandpa," was played on repeat, igniting the fury of every Qingbei student. Public outrage had clearly reached a boiling point, with demands for severe punishment against Shanglan and Wang Qing dominating the discourse.
At Peking University's Student Union headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Third-year Student Union President Yi Wuya and SSS tier professional, Quicksand Master, sat stern-faced at the head of the table.
Before him stood Sima Yunfeng, his expression still unsettled. "I've grasped the basic facts of the incident," Yi Wuya said in a steady voice carrying an invisible weight of authority.
Sima Yunfeng, are you certain Wang Qing initiated the provocation? Absolutely true, Chairman. Everyone heard it. He openly set up a poll to challenge Qingbei's authority.
Sima Yunfeng immediately replied, displaying the most heated thread from the forum.
Oomph. An F-grade student, leading a rabble of misfits, dares to act so brazenly? Utterly clueless about his own mortality.
Vice Chairman Xiao Beifeng, known for his fiery temper, slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. "Chairman, I suggest we immediately mobilize our forces and wipe out that trash heap."
Why would Wang Qing lead the charge against Qingbei?
As far as I know, Director Hu Yangli personally invited Wang Qing to join Qingbei.
Could there be more to this?
Yi Wuya stroked his handsome chin thoughtfully. Screw it. Whatever the reason, insulting Qingbei is a capital offense. Xiao Beifeng's face flushed crimson as he snapped back, eyes narrowed in fury.
Calm down.
Vice Chairman Yu Chenxi, wearing glasses and exuding a steady demeanor, pushed his spectacles up his nose.
Something was definitely fishy. Why would Shanglan insult us out of nowhere at dawn? Junior Sima, did you happen to visit Shanglan yesterday? Sima Yunfeng's expression shifted slightly as he replied vaguely, "I just passed by.
Wanted to see what kind of person this so-called top scholar really is." "I doubt it was merely a look," Yu Chenxi remarked, his gaze sharp. "According to some students, you had a verbal altercation with someone outside Shanglan yesterday.
Could this be a deliberate act of retaliation? Moreover, the vile insults they hurled seemed calculated to provoke us. Launching a fight without school approval, isn't that exactly what they wanted? Could this be part of some scheme? We can't let ourselves be manipulated so easily. Vice Chairman Yu, you're overestimating that trash." Xiao Beifeng turned and snapped back without mercy.
He paused briefly before continuing, "Regardless of their motives, all talk is meaningless in the face of overwhelming strength.
If we swallow this humiliation, we won't last a day in Kyoto University City. Why are you so impatient? We haven't even figured out the situation yet. What do you know about a school's stance? Understand what? They're already cursing us at our own doorstep. If you won't go, I'll take my men there myself." Xiao Beifeng roared at Yu Chenxi.
Yu Chenxi tried to explain his position, but a stern voice cut him off. "Enough.
Stop arguing."
Yi Wuya paused thoughtfully, his worried gaze sweeping the room.
"All right, this is no trivial matter. Everyone, don't act impulsively. First, we'll formally request the university leadership to handle this on behalf of the student union." His expression then turned icy. "Regardless of the reason, I trust the administration will never tolerate any humiliation directed at Qingbei."
Suddenly, a flash of ferocity crossed his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Sima Yunfeng.
"Since they're freshmen, you freshmen will handle this. Let's see what stance the school takes. But no matter what, I want to see Shanglan pay for their arrogance." "Yes, Chairman, rest assured." Chapter 56, The President's Dilemma and Zhu Ziyang's Calculations. Almost simultaneously with the student union's decision, the atmosphere in Qingbei University's president's office plummeted to freezing point.
President Guan Sunhai, an elderly man with a kind face and scholarly demeanor, now frowned deeply as he studied a petition signed by hundreds of freshmen from the Shiyuan Road dormitory district. Every word dripped with fury and humiliation, demanding the university immediately expel Shanglan Technical School and severely punish Wang Qing and his associates. Vice President Huang Baichuan's face flushed crimson with rage as he fired the first salvo, spittle flying. President Guan, what are you hesitating for? They've bullied us right to our doorstep. When in its 100-year history has Qingbei University ever suffered such humiliation? Hu Yongli, director of admissions, also looked deeply aggrieved as he chimed in, President, look at this. If we don't intervene now, the consequences could be unimaginable. We must give the students of Qingbei an explanation. I warned against admitting Shanglan Technical School from the start. Now look, one bad apple has spoiled the whole barrel. We cannot let the century-old honor of Qingbei be destroyed on our watch, President Guan. Opposite Principal Guan, the young and beautiful Vice Principal Zhua Honglian, her legs crossed, spoke indignantly. The other Vice Principal in charge of logistics, Lan, continued complaining, exactly. That Zhu Ziyang from Shanglan is a complete scoundrel. Who knows what the Education Bureau was thinking, approving that dilapidated, dangerous building as their technical school site. What nonsense about special talent recruitment. Damn it, now he's causing trouble right under our noses. How are we supposed to maintain campus order? Principal, we must cut the Gordian knot. I suggest immediately notifying the Security Bureau to arrest them all for disturbing the peace. Hu Yongli proposed again, his tone intense. Principal Guan Sunhai massaged his temples and sighed. Arrest? On what grounds? They're cursing within their own campus grounds. At worst, it's noise disturbance. A freshman from a technical school, Wang Qing, how could he be so bold? Someone's definitely pulling the strings behind the scenes. No need to guess, it's definitely that old fox Zhu Ziyong. Do you think the Education Bureau approved that land plot for him according to regulations? His gaze shifted to the dilapidated Shanglan building beyond the window, his expression complex. 30 years ago, if that old bastard had wanted it, the position of Qingbei University president might never have fallen to me. Why on earth is he now insisting on opening that Shanglan Technical School inside Qingbei University's campus? Even the Ministry of Education gives him some face. Now he's tearing off the mask? Who among you is confident you can get rid of him? The group instantly fell silent, recalling the horrifying rumors about the lecherous old Zhu Ziyong. A heavy, oppressive quiet descended upon the office. Then what do we do? Just let them rant like this every day? Where does that leave Qingbei's reputation? The students are about to explode. Huang Baichuan protested, unwilling to accept the situation. Poof. If our university fails to act on this, it will severely damage the image of our leadership in the students' eyes. If word gets out to the outside world, Qingbei, the top university in Longguo, will be finished. Principal Zhua Honglian reminded them with a tone laced with pressure. Principal Guan Sunhai was also at his wits' end. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. For now, the only option was to seek out that old lecher for a talk. Speak of the devil. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly echoed from the office doorway. Oh, having a meeting? Still figuring out how to deal with me? Everyone turned in alarm. There stood Zhu Ziyang, leaning casually against the doorframe. As always, he sported his signature outfit, a greasy vest, baggy shorts, and flip-flops. Haha, little Guan, given our relationship, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to gossip about this old man behind my back? Zhu Ziyang picked his ear with his pinky finger and flicked it. Xiao Guan? But Principal Guan seemed older than Zhu Ziyang, didn't he? The office fell deathly silent. Not a single soul dared to speak up in protest. Principal Guan's troubled expression instantly turned awkward. He forced himself to suppress his discomfort. Being called Xiao Guan by old Zhu truly brings me honor. Seeing Zhu Ziyang didn't respond, still preoccupied with cleaning his earwax, Guan continued awkwardly. How have Tsinghua and Peking University offended you that you would resort to insulting our institution in the dead of night? Such a manner of resolving issues seems rather unrefined, wouldn't you agree? Refined manners? Ha! Little Guan, you're lecturing a thug about refinement? Zhu Ziyang couldn't care less about being called a thug. He was actually rather pleased. His whole attitude screamed, I'm a thug, who's I afraid of? His tone dripped with provocation, nearly overwhelming even Guan Sunhai's stoic composure. Principal Guan let out an almost inaudible sigh, his demeanor shifting slightly. Mr. Zhu, let's be straightforward. Did you come here today to resolve issues, or to continue testing the limits of Qingbei? Ha! Zhu Ziyang knew he couldn't push it any further, the timing was just right. He then cast a lecherous glance at the still alluring Zhua Honglian and declared loudly, of course I'm here to resolve the issue. I don't want to waste my time trading barbs with you lot every day, it's keeping me from my drinks. With that, he strode over to Principal Guan's desk, plopped down, and settled right beside Zhua Honglian. Crossing his legs, he tilted his head and continued ogling Zhua Honglian with a lecherous grin. Here's the deal. Qingbei's got deep pockets, tons of dungeon resources, and top-notch teaching facilities. How about lending some to Shanglan?
We don't need much, just open up your dungeon access and let my people attend Qingbei classes for free. Let our students use your training halls, libraries, skill archives, cafeterias, whatever. I guarantee they'll behave themselves. How about it? Dream on, you filthy scoundrel. Zhua Honglian rolled her eyes at Zhu Ziyang's lecherous expression and snapped back. Why should we give you our resources? Don't even think about it.
Hu Yanli demanded, his face flushed with anger.
Exactly. Utterly delusional. Other school leaders joined in the angry rebuke.
Zhu Ziyang stared at Zhua Honglian's thigh, continued digging in his ear, and wore a carefree expression.
Not lending? Fine. We'll continue tomorrow. He flicked some earwax and stood up to leave. Mr. Zhu, why are you acting like a child? We're negotiating, not throwing a tantrum. Principal Buan urgently called out to Zhu Ziyang as he stood up. He now understood the old bastard Zhu Ziyang's true purpose. He also understood why this old bastard was so stubbornly insisting on building the school within the Qingbei campus. His calculations were quite clever. Ha! Since that's the case, little Guan, I'll grant you this favor. Zhu Ziyang ran his fingers through the few strands of hair left on his head. How about we make a bet? Let's have a freshman martial arts competition.
Our Shanglan freshmen versus your Qingbei freshmen. 7 days from now, at the Qingbei Central Martial Arts Arena. Then he lowered his hand from his hair and held up a single finger defiantly. If we lose, I'll pack up these brats and get the hell out of here, vanish forever.
But if you Qingbei losers lose?
Heh, you'll hand over those resources we just discussed.
Plus, compensate Shanglan for emotional distress. Not much, just 5 million Longhua currency. You up for it? 5 million? Why don't you just go rob someone? Pure arrogance. You're out of your league. With your bunch of misfits, you think you're worthy of facing our elite from Tsinghua and Peking? The conference room erupted in an instant.
Everyone thought Zhu Ziyang had lost his mind.
Those from Shanglan, apart from Wang Qing and Lin Yu, who were somewhat peculiar, what were the rest even? How could they possibly compare to the top-tier freshmen from Tsinghua and Peking, who gathered the nation's brightest young talents? Principal Guan Songhai studied the sly determination in Zhu Ziyang's eyes, his thoughts racing. This old fox wouldn't make such a claim without reason. He dared propose this wager because he had something to rely on. But the strength of Tsinghua and Peking University's freshman elite was undeniable. With SSS-tier talents like Sima Yunfeng and Su Wanqing, plus numerous SS-tier and S-tier geniuses, Shanglan simply had no chance of winning. Still, for now, this was indeed the best way to quell the public outrage and resolve the trouble once and for all. Agreed. Principal Guan Songhai declared in a deep voice. Master Zhu, it's settled. 7 days hence, at Qingbei's Central Martial Arts Arena, a contest between the new students. I trust you'll honor your word. Ha! Straightforward. Zhu Ziyang slapped his thigh and laughed. Rest assured, I keep my word. Get your money and resources ready. I'm outta here. He swayed his greasy frame, humming a tune as he departed, leaving behind a room full of Qingbei's top brass with faces as dark as storm clouds. Chapter 57, Barrier and Awakening. The good-for-nothings at Shanglan Technical School slept late into the afternoon, only roused by gnawing hunger and throats burning like fire. Wang Qing stepped out of the dormitory and saw even the usually talkative Ren Xingyuan looking dejected, his voice hoarse. Hey, bro. How come you suddenly popped up yesterday and cursed so fiercely? Seeing Wang Qing didn't respond, he walked downstairs by himself, muttering, why did I get so worked up yelling yesterday? What does it even have to do with me? Feels like I got tricked by Yang the Fat. At that moment, Sun Meng, leaning on his crutch, saw Lin Yu and Wang Qing emerge from the dorm almost simultaneously. His face was filled with worry. Bro Qing, sis Lin, did we really piss off Qingbei yesterday? Will they retaliate? I hear Qingbei is full of top-tier fighters. Lin Yu remained silent, only giving Wang Qing a cold glance before continuing to pack her things to head downstairs to the cafeteria. Seeing this, Wang Qing hurried over, his voice slightly hoarse as he plastered on a fawning smile. Lin Yu, about yesterday. I'm hungry. Lin Yu cut him off, her tone icy. Without even glancing at him, she walked straight downstairs. Wang Qing was left with egg on his face, awkwardly scratching his nose. Sun Meng approached, scratching his head guiltily. Bro Qing, sorry about yesterday. I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. I know you're not that kind of person. He was referring to last night's misunderstanding about Wang Qing pursuing Lu Jianan. Wang Qing waved impatiently. Why would I bother with a fool? It's not your fault. His mind was still preoccupied with Lin Yu's coldness and the potential retaliation from Qingbei. Sun Meng felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. His previously guilty expression instantly brightened with delight. Come on, brother Qing, let's head downstairs for dinner. The two descended the stairs to find everyone except Lu Jianan already waiting downstairs. Just then, Dong Kaier shook her empty wine gourd, her delicate brows furrowed. We're out of booze. Gotta go buy more. She staggered toward the exit, preparing to leave campus. However, when she reached the rusted iron gate of Shanglan Technical School, she seemed to collide with an invisible wall. Thud.
A dull thud echoed as Dong Kyer, caught off guard, stumbled backward several steps, nearly falling. Clasping her forehead, she squinted drunkenly at the empty doorway, utterly bewildered. Ha! A wall? The commotion drew the attention of others. Wang Qing and the others hurried over to investigate. Even Lu Jianan poked her head out from the fourth floor. What's going on? Drunk sister hit a wall? No, not a wall. Dong Kyer reached forward, her hand hesitant. Sure enough, about half a meter from the iron door, a transparent energy barrier appeared out of thin air. Barely visible to the naked eye, it rippled faintly, blocking her path. A barrier? Wang Qing and Lin Yu gasped almost simultaneously, shock flashing in their eyes. Sun Meng hobbled over and tried to touch it too, only to be stopped as well. Holy! We really can't get out? Who did this? Who else could it be? Wang Qing stared at the transparent barrier enveloping the entire Xianglan ruins, suddenly understanding. All the previous inconsistencies quickly fell into place. He still didn't know what old Zhu and Fat Yan were really after. Just then, a lecherous chuckle echoed from the stairwell entrance. Oh my, everyone's here? Yesterday, this old man had business to attend to and couldn't make it to the new student meet and greet. My apologies. Xu Xiong appeared, swaying as he descended the stairs with 7 takeout boxes in hand, followed by Yang Sanbao wearing an obsequious grin. Come on, eat up. Principal Zhu specially bought these for you guys. Yang Sanbao took the boxed meals from Zhu Xiong and beamed as he called out. Old Zhu. What's with this barrier? Why did you lock us in? Lu Jianan came running down the stairs, puffing with indignation as she demanded loudly. Xu Xiong turned, his small eyes darting over Lu Jianan before he chuckled. Little fortune god, it's for your own protection, isn't it? You tore those little brats from Tsinghua and Peking apart yesterday. What if they couldn't take it and banded together to storm in? I'm just looking out for you. Put. Like I'd believe you. Lu Jianan crossed her arms, her voice slightly hoarse. Protect? I think you have ulterior motives. Where's my unique copy of the ancient rare flowers atlas? Yang the Fat said it was with you, hand it over now. Zhu Xiong's smile froze. He shot a fierce glare at the trembling Yang Sanbao before laughing awkwardly. Oh dear, the unique copy. I've forgotten where I put it. You'll have to give this old man a moment to think. His expression suddenly turned lecherous as his eyes fixated on Lu Jianan's ample bosom, attempting to divert the conversation. Little Nan, haven't seen you in days. You look worn out, and your voice is hoarse. Come here, let Grandpa check your health. Get lost, you lecherous old man. Lu Jianan panicked, ducking behind Wang Qing. Her hands instinctively gripped his shoulders as she peeked out to yell. Ah, back to business. The lecherous little eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp gleam as they darted around the room. Fellow students, you've surely witnessed Xianglan's predicament. We don't even have a proper training ground. I've made arrangements with Qingbei University 7 days from now. We'll face off against their freshmen in a fair contest at Qingbei's martial arts arena. If we win, we'll gain unrestricted access to Qingbei's cafeterias, libraries, and even their dungeon resources. He scratched his gleaming bald spot, his voice tinged with emotion. I've schemed endlessly for you adorable kids, hoping you could access resources as excellent as Qingbei's. I don't expect you to understand this old man's plight, but if we lose this match, well, we'll have to pack our bags and hit the road. I've staked everything on this. Then he solemnly declared, starting now, 7 days of grueling training begins. You must train hard and level up. The entire Peking Tsinghua community is seething with anger at your insults. Even if we step onto the stage, it might be. Therefore, these next 7 days are crucial for closing the gap with Tsinghua and Peking's elite students. You must seize this opportunity. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Qingbei? What kind of place is that? How dare these 7 nobodies challenge it? Those present, Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and others, realized instantly this was a trap. Even if they refused to fight, Qingbei's students wouldn't let them off the hook. They were already roasted over a fire. Kids, don't worry. Believe in your own strength. That's why the second theme of Xianglan Spirit's special training is, never give up. What the hell is this Peking Tsinghua nonsense? Are you really scared? We're taking on the elite. He roused them with impassioned words. He lavishly recruited SS-level students, using this group of troubled youths as pawns to provoke Tsinghua and Peking University in the most brutal way possible, creating irreconcilable conflicts. Then setting up this barrier to temporarily shield them from potential private retaliation by Tsinghua and Peking students. All this scheming just for this? Old Zhu, Fat Yang, you two really have a knack for scheming. Wang Qing muttered to himself, a complex smile curling his lips. Suddenly, Wang Qing raised his voice to interrupt Zhu Xiong's impassioned speech. Boring. I'm not participating. Ignoring the reactions of the others, he shot Zhu Xiong a meaningful glance before striding quickly upstairs. Chapter 58, Haggling. The solemn expression hadn't fully faded from Zhu Xiong's face when he choked on his words. Watching Wang Qing's stubborn retreating figure, his expression instantly turned awkward. Damn that kid. His small eyes narrowed. Ignoring the others' exchanging glances, he sauntered after him, his flip-flops clattering loudly on the dilapidated stairs. Wang Qing pushed open the door to his luxurious single room, plopped down onto the rickety bed, leaned his back against the cold wall, and propped one leg up on the edge of the mattress. His gaze drifted blankly toward the ceiling in the corner, where water stubbornly seeped through.
Xu Zhiyong followed him in.
He surveyed the dorm room, his gaze sweeping over the window polished to a shine with newspaper, the cobweb-cleared corners, and the brick propping up the table leg. He gave a rare nod, his voice tinged with feigned admiration. It's pretty clean.
Not bad, not bad.
He tried to break the silence.
Wang Qing didn't even lift an eyelid, merely emitting an indistinct grunt in response.
Xu Zhiyong, unfazed, cheerfully approached the bed and plopped down on the edge, making the bed creak. Hey kid, what's with the sulky mood? He asked, rubbing his thick palms together with a greasy grin plastered across his face.
This is a golden opportunity one fought for you guys. Resources from Tsinghua and peaking how many people would kill to get in.
Win this, and you can run dungeons whenever you want, use the cafeteria, library, training hall. Isn't that way better than rotting in this dump? Wang Qing tilted his head slightly, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt and a hint of mocking insight.
He spoke slowly. Old Zhu, give it a rest. You really think I'm some dumb oaf like Sun Meng who's easy to fool? You're pretty skilled at playing these games.
He counted on his fingers, his voice quiet but each word stabbing straight to the heart.
Step 1, bribe those 3 oddballs Rin Qingyuan, Feng Shiruan, and Dong Kaier. My joining with Lin Yu must have been pure coincidence, right?
His piercing gaze made Xu Zhiyong's expression shift slightly. Step 2, have Fat Young conduct a volume training session at 4 a.m., cursing up a storm to make Qingbei go crazy and max out their hatred. Then you storm into Qingbei and force them to accept a duel. Wang Qing paused, ignoring Xu Zhiyong's reaction, a cold smile curling his lips.
Ha! Your goal probably isn't just Qingbei's facilities and dungeon resources, is it? Spill the beans, just how much loot are you planning to grab?
Xu Zhiyong's smile froze, his small eyes blinking faster. He instinctively rubbed his shiny bald head and cleared his throat twice. Ahem, these resources are the main focus.
It's all for your benefit. As for the other wagers, well, I have to win those, right?
He immediately shifted gears, playing the sympathy card. Damn it, so what if I made a bet?
I've staked my entire livelihood on this, can't I ask for a little pocket money? Besides, if it weren't for me watching your back, would you even be standing here safely? Those bastards from the Nanling Guild would have eaten you alive. And that Yen Benli from security? Think you'd have walked out so easily without me pulling strings? How many times have I cleaned up your messes? Don't you owe me some gratitude? Gratitude?
Wang Qing snorted derisively, his tone uncompromising.
Did I work for free? I gave you the money. Without my cash, how else would you have recruited those 3? I'm not joining. Whoever wants to can go ahead. Stop trying to scare me. I'm just trash, what the hell do I have to fear?
Xu Zhiyong was choked by this stubborn resistance, pointing at Wang Qing. He glared at Wang Qing, who glared right back without flinching. For a moment, the only sound in the dorm was the patter of water droplets in the corner.
After a few seconds of standoff, Xu Zhiyong watched Wang Qing's unflinching expression.
His eyes darted around, the fat on his face trembling.
Finally, as if making a monumental decision, he slapped his thigh.
Alright, you're a tough bastard, he growled, his voice low and tinged with reluctance.
Here's the deal. If you enter this tournament and win, I'll settle it myself.
The 70,000 I owe you, principal and interest, will be paid off immediately.
How about it? 700,000. Settled?
Wang Qing's previously listless eyes suddenly flashed with intensity, like a starving wolf spotting meat. His posture straightened slightly without him even realizing it.
You mean it? My word is my bond. Xu Zhiyong pounded his chest, swearing solemnly. Wang Qing stared into Xu Zhiyong's eyes for several seconds, seemingly gauging how much truth lay in the old fox's words. Ultimately, the allure of 70,000 yuan overpowered all his reservations and resentment.
A smile not particularly attractive but undeniably genuine curled his lips as he leapt off the bed.
Ha! Deal. Let's go eat. Cut 2. Downstairs in the large room serving as the activity center, the atmosphere felt stifling.
Several rickety tables were pushed together, laden with the boxed meals Yang Sanbao had just distributed. The contents were nothing to write home about, hard white rice topped with a few lonely, worm-eaten cabbage leaves. A few scattered pieces of fatty pork curled pitifully in the corner, while the only meat to speak of was a small handful of minced pork with pickled vegetables.
Sun Meng was wolfing down his meal when he spotted Wang Qing and Xu Zhiyong coming down. He immediately called out warmly. Qing, come over here. I saved some for you. He pushed his own box, which seemed to have a few more pieces of fatty meat, toward them. Wang Qing didn't take it. His gaze locked directly on Lin Yu, who sat in the corner, now picking at her rice in small bites, not even glancing at him. He plucked up the nerve to approach her, placing his lunchbox beside hers with a flattering smile plastered on his face.
Lin Yu, you must be hungry. Here, have mine. Lin Yu seemed not to hear him, merely shifting her body slightly to the side, drawing a clear boundary with her actions. On the other side, Dong Kaier shook her now completely empty wine gourd, her delicate brows furrowed in undisguised irritation as she addressed Zhu Ziyang directly.
Her voice was hoarse with last night's pain. No more liquor? If Principal Zhu has no liquor, I'm not participating. Her meaning was crystal clear. No booze, no party. No one could change her mind. Xu Zhiyang glanced at her. Dong Kaier was perpetually tipsy, but if she dressed up, she'd probably look quite pretty. I've got it all ready for you, Kaier. Old Zhu here knows you like your drink, but you gotta let Uncle give you a hug, right? A lecherous gleam flashed in his eyes. Kiss my ass. Hand it over now, or I'll burn this damn school to the ground. Dong Kaier yelled, swaying unsteadily. You little brat, it was just a joke. Besides, Uncle hugging you is just affection from an elder. With that, he pulled a rustic earthenware wine jar with a red paper label from his storage ring. Here you go. Top shelf baijiu. See? Uncle loves you. Get lost. Dong Kaier's eyes lit up as she snatched the jar and smashed open the clay seal. The rich, pungent aroma of liquor instantly filled the air. She took a deep, intoxicated sniff, her face clearing instantly like clouds parting to reveal sunshine. Clutching the jar, she sat down nearby. Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and the others were stunned by Zhu Zhiyong's that old fox's shrewd maneuver. Could someone really be this shameless? Lin Yu began to worry inwardly. If this lecherous old man harassed her, how would she respond? She'd probably end up punching him. Chapter 59, Money Talks. Xu Zhiyong couldn't care less about everyone's reactions. He smugly believed he'd handled one. He immediately turned to Lu Jianan, who was taking small bites of vegetables with a look of disgust on her face. His expression instantly switched to a fawning mode as he rubbed his hands together and leaned in. Hee, little Nan, how's the food? Don't you think we need some handy tools for this training? Lu Jianan looked up, giving him a wary glance. You dirty old man, what are you up to now? I'm not lending you any gear. Don't be silly, I wouldn't dare take your treasures. Xu Zhiyong's smile grew wider as he began pulling items out of his storage ring like a magician. A 7-petaled blue flower radiating an eerie glow, several pieces of strange or shimmering with metallic sheen, a few boss skulls, and a small crystal vial containing a golden liquid that writhed like some living creature. Ha! The 7 blue shadow lotus blooms only in the deepest shadow-filled dungeons. I went to great lengths to obtain it. This ore, called Starlight Gold, is the finest auxiliary material for crafting spirit-amplifying gear. And these skulls from high-tier, specific dungeon bosses. But the rarest treasure is this vial of living source essence, the core ingredient for brewing high-tier potions. With each item Zhu Zhiyong produced, Lu Jianan's large, watery eyes lit up a little more, her breathing quickened, her lips parted slightly, and her face was filled with longing. These were all materials she desperately needed right now. So, what do you say, Nan? Trade these for your outdated and used gear to arm your classmates? Once our strength grows, how could I ever shortchange you? Xu Zhiyong coaxed her gently, like some creepy uncle luring a child with candy. Lu Jianan glanced at the treasures on the table that made her heart race, then at Zhu Zhiyong's chubby face, which was written all over with sincerity. An internal battle raged within her. She knew this old man definitely had ulterior motives, but the temptation of these items was simply too great. I'll just put these things away first, she pouted, swiftly stowing the materials on the table into her storage ring, wary of old man Zhu pulling any tricks. Then, with calm composure, she began pulling items from her own storage ring. Instantly, the dilapidated activity room seemed to light up. One by one, items shimmering with multicolored light, some ornate, some rustic, some radiating a sharp aura, others a heavy presence, were laid out on the greasy, broken table. Lu Jianan beamed with genuine, not fake sincerity. Actually, I've wanted to give everyone something for ages but couldn't decide what. Turns out this lecherous old man reminded me. Holy crap, he just casually pulled out over a dozen epic tier items. Ren Qingyuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Feng Shiruan forgot his stutter, gaping with an ah. Dong Kaier clutched her wine jar, forgetting to drink. Sun Mang stopped mid-bite, unable to swallow. Even Lin Yu couldn't resist glancing over. Wang Qing was dumbfounded. He'd guessed this busty loli was loaded, but he'd underestimated her. Worst of all, this stuff was just being given away. Money really is wonderful, tossing around gear worth hundreds of thousands like it's nothing. Poverty truly limits one's imagination. Ha! A small token of my esteem. Lu Jianan said, casually tossing the glass beast brush toward Dong Kaier, who was clutching the wine jar. This is for you. Clunk. The glass beast brush, about half a meter long, featured a nib crafted from high-grade demon beast hair and a shaft made from a single piece of glass. It glowed brilliantly in the dim activity room. The glass beast brush landed at Dong Kaier's feet. Wine-loving sister, this suits you. She paused briefly, then picked up a golden rod adorned with coiled dragon patterns at both ends from the table and tossed it to Feng Shiruan, who stood beside her, wide-eyed and speechless. Stutterer, this weapon, the golden dragon coiled ascension rod, suits your profession. And this copper bone golden string sword goes to the chatterbox. A sword strung with high-grade demon beast bones, resembling copper coins, was handed to Ren Qingyuan. Shock washed over their faces first, then gave way to wild delight as they thanked her profusely. 3 penniless nobodies like them had never seen such fine weapons. Big oaf, I think I have some gear that might suit you. How about this? Take this, dragon tooth breastplate.
Sun Meng nervously stood up, hesitating for a long moment before daring to reach out and take it.
Lin Yu, Wang Qing, come pick out whatever you want yourselves. Lu Jianan looked troubled. He genuinely didn't know what to give them.
Lin Yu merely glanced at the array of gleaming gear on the table, his expression still cold and indifferent.
He snorted, no thanks. I don't need anything.
Wang Qing was utterly stunned by this rich girl's response, but his reaction was lightning fast. He immediately moved beside Lu Jianan, plastering on what he thought was his friendliest smile, though it came off as slightly obsequious.
Hey, Lu, I don't need anything either. Can we get cash instead? Cash? What are you talking about? Lu Jianan looked utterly bewildered. If this was true, this guy was far more shameless than old Zhu. Wang Qing realized he'd misspoken. Heh, just kidding. But I've got a small favor to ask. How about this? I'll come find you tonight. Lu Jianan's expression turned cold as she warily asked, what do you want? Can't you just say it to my face? Wang Qing instantly had an idea.
He leaned close and whispered something in her ear.
Lu Jianan's expression shifted slightly. Alright, see you tonight.
Lin Yu watched their intimate exchange, his face turning ashen.
He turned away.
Equipment distribution complete. Zhu Ziyang nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand.
Barrier dismissed. The invisible barrier enveloping Shanglan's ruined tower vanished instantly. He then addressed the group calmly, I've made arrangements with Qingbei.
They won't cause trouble before the tournament. This turtle shell is no longer needed.
His expression then turned solemn.
Though his attire remained comical, an aura capable of shattering mountains began to emanate from him.
He casually pulled 7 rough wooden swords, seemingly ordinary, from his storage ring. Watch closely. Zhu Ziyang barked.
Without any elaborate stance, he merely flicked his wrists with casual ease.
Whoosh! 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 7 piercing whistles split the air almost simultaneously. The wooden swords transformed into 7 gray shadows too swift for the naked eye to follow.
Like arrows shot from a powerful crossbow, they whistled sharply as they instantly covered a distance of over 10 meters.
Thud, thud, thud. 7 muffled yet distinct thuds echoed in perfect unison.
The crowd stared in horror as they saw the 7 wooden swords, handles buried deep, embedded in the sturdy, vine-covered ancient wall of Qingbei University across the window. Only 7 bottomless holes and the faintly trembling tips of the sword handles remained.
The swords formed a perfectly straight line, each embedded with identical precision.
This feat, executed with effortless grace, was nothing short of miraculous.
It instantly silenced everyone, including Wang Qing. Even a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Yu's usually icy eyes. Was this the power of a supreme master?
A wooden sword flung casually could unleash such terrifying might.
Chapter 60, The Experiment Before the Perilous Building. Shanglan Technical School's dilapidated building, first floor activity room. Zhu Ziyang was thoroughly satisfied with the crowd's reaction.
Hands clasped behind his back, he paced a few steps before speaking in a deliberately deep, authoritative tone. All know that dungeons drop skill books one need only observe with divine sense to learn the skill, and master it through diligent practice. Yet few understand the deeper truth.
What skill books grant is ultimately someone else's form.
He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group. Through my years of research, I've discovered that our bodies as practitioners function much like smartphones. Class awakenings and class skills seem to be activated through a simple download process. I discovered that beyond attributes and skills, practitioners harbor another force, a primal energy circulating through every limb and bone, latent within flesh and blood.
I call it qi.
Qi? Everyone froze, utterly baffled by this unfamiliar concept. Only Wang Qing, as a transmigrator, understood what old Zhu meant by qi. As old Zhu had said, mastering skills in this world was remarkably straightforward for professionals, nothing like the arduous cultivation required in some online novels from his previous life.
Zhu Ziyang paused briefly before continuing in a solemn tone. At lower levels, skill combinations and attribute stacking are crucial for us practitioners.
But the deeper you delve, the more crucial it becomes to understand the very essence of your own power. In university, they teach you to recognize rare herbs, understand dungeon boss weaknesses, and even how to reset unwanted skills for better combinations, all to solidify your foundation. But the qi I speak of is something deeper. It concerns the very source of power.
Professionals typically master 5 self-cultivated skills.
Another key focus in university is teaching practitioners how to use external methods to overwrite unwanted skills, enabling them to learn higher-tier, more adaptable abilities.
He pointed at the 7 wooden swords on the wall. That throw just now? That was qi. Condensing the energy flowing within your body into a single point and projecting it outward. Your current levels are low, and your spiritual power is still weak. You cannot yet truly harness it for combat. But sensing it, attempting to guide it, that is the starting point for ascending to higher realms. Wang Qing wore a look of utter disdain. This role he was forced to play?
Frankly speaking, it meant that in this world, professions didn't require time-consuming, laborious study. A single sweep of divine awareness granted mastery. Who would waste effort researching these things like this old codger? This is precisely why this world's professionals lack a system of inheritance, relying solely on skill books.
Moreover, when learning new skills without skill books, a practitioner's innate talent and perseverance mattered far more.
This is precisely why the inheritance system vanished entirely after several centuries. Follow me out, Zhu Ziyong commanded sternly. Each of you face a wooden sword against the wall.
Find an open space, sit cross-legged, and focus your minds. Use your spiritual energy to perceive.
Seeing everyone settled, he continued solemnly, focus your attention on your lower abdomen 3 inches below the navel. Carefully sense whether there's a warm, flowing energy there. That is the source of qi, what I call the sea of qi. Use your professional mental energy to visualize and guide this qi, channeling it through your arms and into your palms. Then, find a way to draw out the wooden sword on the wall that belongs to you. The group closed their eyes as instructed, straining to perceive that elusive qi and energy. Wang Qing closed his eyes, yet his mind was churning with shock.
3 inches below the navel? Qi? Isn't this the dantian from traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts in my past life? Guiding the energy flow through the arms, wasn't this the very concept of internal energy circulating through meridians?
Hundreds of years had passed in this world, and traditional Chinese medical theory had long been lost.
Yet Zhu Ziyong, through his own exploration, had touched upon this level?
Though his descriptions were primitive and crude, the direction was correct. This old man was truly impressive. Suppressing his inner shock, he sank his spiritual energy into his lower abdomen. Sure enough, deep beneath his navel, he could clearly perceive a warm, vibrant mass of energy swirling like a nebula. This sensation was far clearer than his previous attempts to strengthen his body through elemental attributes alone. He attempted to guide a thread of warm energy using the spiritual energy of this world. He imagined it starting from his dantian, descending through the perineum, ascending along the spine governor vessel to the Baihui point on the crown, then moving forward and downward through the brow center, throat, and Shanzhong point, finally sinking back to the dantian to complete a small heavenly circuit. This was the most fundamental qigong practice from his past life. Then, he attempted to branch off a thread of qi from his dantian, guiding it along the inner arm, the 3 yin meridians of the hand toward the laogong point on his palm. The others, however, were clearly struggling. Ren Qingyuan's brow furrowed deeply as he muttered silently to himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He seemed utterly unable to locate his qi. Feng Shiruan's face flushed crimson as every muscle tensed, as if wrestling an invisible foe yet unable to find the right technique. Dong Kaier felt the effects of the alcohol rising, her gaze unfocused, clearly unable to concentrate her mental energy. Lu Jianan's face was serious, but her efforts were more about imagining than truly sensing. Sun Meng was scratching his head in utter confusion.
Lin Yu possessed exceptional talent and formidable spiritual energy. She was the first to sense a faint, warm current in her lower abdomen. She concentrated her efforts, attempting to channel it toward her arm. When her focus settled on her own wooden sword hanging on the wall, the hilt seemed to tremble ever so slightly. Though almost imperceptible, it had indeed moved. Meanwhile, on Wang Qing's side, as he directed his thoughts and the faint yet tangible energy to his palm while simultaneously locking onto the wooden sword on the wall and imagining himself drawing it out. The wooden sword deeply embedded in the blue brick before him suddenly emitted a low, resonant hum from its hilt. Immediately after, to the astonished gazes of the crowd, the solid blue brick emitted a faint cracking sound. The entire wooden sword shifted outward a full half-inch. Though still deeply embedded, the distinct displacement and the crack in the brick were glaringly obvious. Zhu Ziyong's half-closed eyes snapped open, his gaze suddenly blazing with intensity. He stared fixedly at the half-inch shift in the wooden sword before Wang Qing, then abruptly turned his gaze to Wang Qing himself, still eyes closed, his forehead beaded with fine sweat. For the first time, Zhu Ziyong's face betrayed utter shock and disbelief. This brat's first attempt at channeling qi actually moved an external object? Though only half an inch, it signified his perception and rudimentary control of qi had surpassed everyone present, even outstripping Zhu Ziyong's own progress when he first grasped the basics. How could this be? Could he be the chosen one destined for me? Decades of effort had finally yielded a glimmer of hope. As Zhu Ziyong's heart swelled with emotion, he was also overcome with utter dread. Just then, Wang Qing opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath of stale air, wiped the sweat from his brow, and looked at the stunned Zhu Ziyong. With an air of utter certainty, he asked, "Principal Zhu, is the sea of qi you mentioned called the dantian? I feel like I've heard that term somewhere before. And it feels like this qi doesn't flow straight out from the dantian, it follows specific pathways. Like from here." He pointed to his lower abdomen. "Then to the center of my back, up to the top of my head, down to my chest, and finally back here. And to my arms it follows several lines along the inner side of my arms. This route seems to have fixed pathways?" Wang Qing's words struck Zhu Ziyong like a second bolt of lightning. Dantian? Fixed routes? Channels? Shock froze on Zhu Ziyong's face before instantly transforming into a near fanatical gleam. He had spent decades groping in the dark, barely sensing the flow of qi and its sea. Yet this kid not only activated an external object on his first try, but seemed to know the fixed paths of qi's movement? This was nothing short of a revolutionary understanding for the people of this world. Chapter 61, One Sword Shatters All Techniques.
Xu Zhiyong's voice cracked with excitement as he strode before Wang Qing, his small eyes fixed intently on him.
What did you say? Dan Tian? Pathways? Fixed channels? Quick, explain in detail.
Wang Qing chuckled inwardly but outwardly feigned confusion. It's just a feeling, like there are invisible tubes inside my body, and the chi flows through them. Xu Zhiyong drew a deep breath, forcing down the surging excitement within him. He studied Wang Qing intently, his gaze complex laced with the ecstatic thrill of discovering a rare treasure. He feigned sudden understanding, stroking an imaginary beard as he nodded profoundly.
You're teachable. Excellent, excellent.
The direction you sense is correct. This is precisely the profound mystery of chi's flow.
Though your description remains rudimentary, such insight is exceedingly rare.
He struggled to maintain the demeanor of a sage, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner excitement. He whipped around, brows furrowed, and suddenly bellowed, "Fatso Yang!
Where the hell have you been?" "Present." Yang Sanbao snapped to attention, responding loudly. "Take them to the dungeon center. Everything's been arranged."
Lin Yu and Dong Kaier are one team, Renqing Yuan and Lu Jian on another, Feng Heroine and Sun Meng the third.
You have one goal, level up like mad within 7 days. Don't you dare embarrass me. You'll see.
Yang Sanbao acknowledged the order and immediately began barking orders to get the others moving.
Wang Qing frowned in surprise, a faint smile tugging at his lips. That old codger had planned every step.
Dong Kaier, Renqing Yuan, and Feng Heroine were all offensive support classes, while Lin Yu, Sun Meng, and Lu Jianan were combat classes.
Feng Heroine might seem like he can't get a single thing done, but he's the strongest of the three.
Next in strength are Renqing Yuan and Dong Kaier.
This composition was undoubtedly the optimal arrangement, carefully considered.
Lin Yu stood up, her cold gaze lingering on Wang Qing for a moment, carrying a hint of subtle complexity.
Ultimately, she followed Dong Kaier out.
Sun Meng, leaning on his crutch, shot Wang Qing a worried glance before being half supported by Feng Heroine as they departed. Soon, only Wang Chang and Xu Zhiyong remained on the first floor. Xu Zhiyong stared at Wang Qing, his small eyes gleaming with an almost frightening intensity.
The previous sleazy, greasy demeanor was completely gone, replaced by something akin to anticipation when facing a raw gem. "Kid."
Xu Zhiyong's voice was low and earnest.
"They're going to level up. You stay behind. I'll personally train you." Wang Qing's heart skipped a beat. What does that mean?
Xu Zhiyong grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, yet his aura cut through everything. "I'll teach you one move. One move will serve you well for a lifetime."
"That, I'm not interested." Wang Qing's words trailed off as the scorn on his face instantly turned to fear.
Xu Zhiyong formed his fingers into a sword-like point, and an invisible, heart-stopping aura instantly locked onto Wang Qing.
"Watch closely.
This move is called, One Sword Shatters All Techniques." Before the words had even finished echoing, his entire aura shifted abruptly. The sleazy, greasy aura of an old lecher vanished without a trace, replaced by a haughty arrogance that looked down on the world.
Xu Zhiyong leapt into the air.
Visibly, the surrounding air began to warp, instantly coalescing into countless tangible sword energies around him.
There was no dazzling radiance, no earth-shattering roar.
Pointing skyward, a massive sword energy coalesced at lightning speed. With casual ease, he drew a light slash toward the rusted iron gate of Shanglan Technical School.
Boom! A faint yet piercing whistle cut through the air.
Wang Qing felt an indescribable chill instantly pierce his very bones, every hair on his body standing on end. Unable to believe his eyes, he rubbed them in disbelief, watching as an intangible, formless blade of energy extended from Xu Zhiyong's fingertip. Wherever that sword energy passed, space itself seemed to undergo an imperceptible distortion, like being silently severed. Just as the sword energy was about to reach the rusted iron gate of Shanglan Technical School, it vanished abruptly. Xu Zhiyong chuckled triumphantly in midair. "Good thing I withdrew my sword in time.
Otherwise, the entire Shanglan would likely be obliterated." This strike, seemingly silent and unassuming, was utterly ruthless.
Wang Qing hadn't heard what old Zhu had said.
His mouth hung slightly open, his mind a blank. Was this the true nature of power? Xu Zhiyong slowly descended, retracting his finger as that earth-shattering aura dissipated. He glanced sideways at the stunned Wang Qing and chuckled. "Well, kid, wanna learn?"
Wang Qing snapped back to reality, his eyes blazing with unprecedented fervor.
He nodded vigorously. "Yes. Please teach me, Principal Zhu." "Want to learn?" "Ha. 70,000. 10,000 down payment." Xu Zhiyong's small eyes twinkled mischievously. "Why aren't you playing by the rules? How can you go back on your word?"
Wang Qing quickly withdrew his fervent gaze, his expression turning bitter.
"Ha! I was just testing your sincerity. Why back down at the mention of money?" Xu Zhiyong teased. "Fine, 100,000 it is."
Wang Qing gritted his teeth through clenched lips, his face twisted with disgust.
"Ha, testing you.
Seems you're genuinely tempted." Xu Zhiyong's lips curled into a smile.
He pointed at the 7 wooden swords on the opposite wall. "See those? Use the energy you just grasped to pull them out, every single one of them." Wang Qing was taken aback. Old Zhu was being so kind? Was there some kind of trap lurking here? Better be careful. Hurry up. What are you standing there for? Take advantage while I'm in a good mood, I might change my mind at any moment.
Wang Qing shot old Zhu a look, took a deep breath, suppressed his doubts, walked to the wall, sat cross-legged, and faced one of the wooden swords. Closing his eyes, he channeled his spiritual energy into his dantian, once again sensing the warm, energy-filled nebula. This time, he had a clearer objective, to channel this energy and apply it to an external object. He carefully guided a faint thread of energy along the meridian he had previously sensed on the inner side of his arm, the Han 3-in meridian, slowly directing it toward the Laogong acupoint on his palm. His spiritual energy locked firmly onto his own wooden sword on the wall, imagining an invisible hand grasping the hilt and pulling it outward. Hum. The sword hilt emitted an extremely faint hum, clearer than during his first attempt. The blue bricks surrounding the blade emitted a faint crackling sound as a tiny crack began to spread. The sword began to move outward with agonizing slowness, 1 inch, 2 inches. The process was incredibly arduous. Veins bulged on Wang Qing's forehead as sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. His spiritual energy poured out like floodwaters bursting through a dam. After an unknown span of time, with a soft pop, he finally wrenched the first wooden sword from the hard blue bricks, or it fell onto the ground before him. Wang Qing collapsed to the ground as if drained of all strength, gasping for breath, his head pounding as if struck by a sledgehammer. Too slow. And you want to learn my ultimate technique? Xu Zhiyong sneered without mercy, yet a trace of unmistakable astonishment flickered in his small eyes. He pulled it out on his second try. Without any prior knowledge of this skill, his speed far surpassed his own back then. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, refraining from protest. He struggled to sit up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned his gaze toward the second sword. With the experience of the first attempt, the second seemed somewhat smoother. The process of channeling his chi flowed more smoothly, and the coordination between his mental energy and intent felt more harmonious. Though still arduous, sweat pouring down like rain, the time it took to draw the sword was reduced by nearly a third. With each attempt at the third and fourth swords, Wang Qing felt his perception of chi grow clearer, his guidance smoother, and the drain on his mental energy seemed to lessen. His sword drawing speed grew faster and faster. By the time the midday sun beat down fiercely upon the earth, 6 wooden swords lay neatly arranged before Wang Qing. His body was drenched, his face pale, yet his eyes shone with astonishing intensity. He focused intently on the final sword, channeling a much more concentrated flow of energy from his dantian, his mind utterly focused. The wooden sword emitted a clear, resonant hum as it shot violently from the wall. It traced an arc through the air and with a sharp click, plunged precisely into the ground before Wang Qing, its blade still trembling. The 7th sword had been drawn. Chapter 62, Stone-Splitting Training. By the end of the morning, Wang Qing had exhausted all his mental and physical strength, finally completing the sword-pulling task. He collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the blazing sun. His chest heaved violently, yet a weary yet satisfied smile curved his lips. Xu Zhiyong had appeared beside him at some point. He looked down at the 7 wooden swords on the ground, then at Wang Qing lying on the earth, his face twisted with an almost unbelievable wild joy. "Damn kid, he's a freaking monster," he murmured under his breath, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. "Ha, it took you a whole morning for something this simple? You're such a big dummy." Xu Zhiyong suppressed the shock in his heart, reverting to his usual cocky demeanor. He kicked Wang Qing, who was sprawled on the ground. Pulling it out was just the first step. It proves you can preliminarily channel your chi and mental energy to affect external objects. Now, move on to the second task. He pointed to a massive granite boulder nearby, half a man's height, angular, and rock hard. "See that stone? Manipulate this wooden sword." He tapped his toe, sending the wooden sword before Wang Qing flying to his hand. "Now, chop it in half for me." Wang Qing struggled to sit up, picking up the rough wooden sword that felt light as a feather in his hand. "Split that hard boulder with this thing? And I have to control it?" Without hesitation, he questioned, "Old man, have you lost your mind?" Xu Zhiyong lifted his foot, gave a light tap, and the other wooden sword he'd drawn flew straight out, sinking into the granite. The motion was as casual as walking. Xu Zhiyong ignored Wang Qing's protest. Action spoke louder than words. He instructed sternly, "Remember, don't rely on brute force to strike. You must channel your chi into the sword while unleashing your class's strength attribute for explosive power. Simply put, mental control and guidance, combined with the explosive power of your strength attribute. Only this union can shatter any obstacle." Wang Qing paused, nodded, then strode to the boulder. He sat cross-legged, placing the remaining 6 wooden swords before him. After replenishing his fluids and resting briefly, he immediately closed his eyes, sinking back into his dantian. He channeled his body's chi through mental force into the wooden swords. Simultaneously, he activated his professional strength attribute. He felt a warm, potent force envelop the swords, their blades seeming to grow heavier. "Ha!" He let out a low growl. Crack! A crisp snap echoed as the wooden sword shattered cleanly. Only a faint white mark remained on the surface of the boulder. Wang Qing opened his eyes, saw the broken wooden sword lying on the ground, then looked at the undamaged boulder, utterly speechless. "You stubborn blockhead!" Xu Zhiyong scolded impatiently.
Why did you use brute force? You need to combine your spiritual energy, chi, and physical strength, then focus that concentrated power into a single point. Try. You need to combine your spiritual energy, chi, and physical strength, then concentrate that power into a single point. Try again. Wang Qing switched to a new wooden sword and tried again. This time, he carefully controlled the flow of his chi. Just as the blade touched the boulder, he attempted to unleash his power. Snap! The wooden sword snapped again, this time leaving not even a white mark. Once, twice, 3 times the wooden sword snapped one after another, yet the boulder remained unmoved. Seeing Wang Qing fail with 6 consecutive wooden swords, Zhu Xiong feigned disappointment, shook his head, retrieved a bag brimming with wooden swords from his storage ring, and then returned to his office to rest. Wang Qing's physical strength was rapidly depleting, and his mental energy was exhausted from constantly channeling his qi. Each failure deepened his understanding of the delicate balance between qi and strength, yet he always fell just short. Unnoticed, night fell. Under a sky dotted with stars, the dilapidated buildings of Shanglan Technical School glowed with dim, yellow light. Accompanied by weary grumbling and footsteps, Yang Sanbao returned with Lin Yu, Sun Meng, and the others. Ouch, my back. Yang Fatso, you're inhuman. Those dungeon monsters came like a tidal wave, my legs nearly gave out from running. Run Qingyuan collapsed the moment he entered, his voice hoarse with complaint. Yeah, Principal Yang's wife was brutal. Feng Shiruan was also exhausted, his stutter worsening. Dong Kaier clutched a half-empty wine jar, slurring drunkenly, hic. I'm dead tired. Yang, if you pull this again tomorrow, I'll burn your underwear. Lu Jianan's delicate face was also worn out. Lin Yu remained as cool as ever, but deep fatigue crept into her brows, her complexion paler than usual. Sun Meng, leaning on his crutch, spotted Wang Qing sitting alone cross-legged on the open ground, staring blankly at a large rock, his clothes still dusted with wood shavings. Curiosity got the better of him, and he called out. Qing? What are you staring at over there? We're all dead tired. Lin Yu's gaze swept over Wang Qing, the broken sword scattered beside him, and the perfectly intact boulder. A complex flicker passed through her icy eyes, but it quickly faded into indifference as she walked straight toward the stairs. Startled by Sun Meng's shout, Wang Qing snapped out of his trance and realized night had fallen, the others had already returned. He instinctively summoned the system panel and was stunned to discover his level had silently increased by 1. Level, LV34. Good work, Lin Yu. This is all thanks to you, he murmured to himself, ignoring Sun Meng. Late at night, all was silent. Wang Qing dragged his weary body, yet his mind felt strangely alert. He knocked on Lu Jianan's bedroom door on the 4th floor as agreed. The door opened. Lu Jianan, clad in a fluffy bunny pajama set, eyed him warily. What's up? It's so late. A man and a woman alone together, what are you up to? She instinctively hugged her carrot pillow tighter. Hey, we agreed on this morning, right? Wang Qing rolled his eyes in exasperation, retrieving the method for refining qi and blood-restoring pills from his storage ring and handing it over. Here, take this. I looted it from a dungeon run. I don't quite understand it myself, but it should be useful to you. Lu Jianan's eyes lit up. She snatched the book and flipped through it quickly, her face lighting up with delight. Wow! I've been searching for this forever. She cradled the book in her arms like a precious treasure. Hold your excitement. Here. As promised, fix this up for me. Wang Qing then handed over the damaged 10,000 bones chestplate Lin Yu had given him. Lu Jianan glanced at it while holding the book. This junk? It needs fixing? I'll just give you something better than this. Wang Qing shook his head, his eyes fixed on the tear in the 10,000 bones breastplate. He said earnestly and solemnly, no need. This is important to me. You must repair it properly. Fine then. Consider it a favor owed to you. After all, this book is worth far more than this chestplate. Lu Jianan remarked bluntly, observing Wang Qing's solemn and earnest expression. This guy usually seemed lazy and a bit greedy, yet right now his eyes held only anticipation for the breastplate's repair. He didn't seem to care about Lu Jianan's words at all. Suddenly, Wang Qing's face clouded with hesitation, as if something was troubling him. Seeing his troubled expression, Lu Jianan said impatiently, anything else? If not, I'm going to rest. Wang Qing touched his storage ring, where the strange metallic sphere obtained from Li Nang, the very object that had prompted the Southern Ridge Guild to pursue him at all costs, lay quietly. Should he take it out and show it to this well-traveled, wealthy woman? Perhaps she could identify what it was? But the potential trouble it could stir, coupled with the unknown depths of Lu Jianan's background. Wang Qing ultimately suppressed the urge. The time wasn't right. Nothing else. Wang Qing's expression shifted slightly as he forced a smile and prepared to leave. At the doorway, he suddenly halted, leaning casually against the doorframe as he watched Lu Jianan eagerly leafing through her new book under the lamp. Hey, Lu. His tone carried a hint of allure. Ever considered switching to a career that better suits your tastes? Something that satisfies your research interests while also making you, well, exceptionally enduring and remarkably resilient? Lu Jianan didn't even look up, just curled her lip, a faint blush crossing her face. Ugh, here we go again. Wang Qing, I know exactly what you mean by endurance. I'm a young lady, you disgusting pervert. This pickup line is way too direct. Lu Jianan had only learned the meaning of those two words today by asking the drunkard Dong Kaier. Her brows furrowed as she snapped angrily, get lost. I told you, you're not my type. Direct? Wang Qing was utterly bewildered, about to explain, but she shoved him out the door and slammed it shut with a bang. Chapter 63, Super Strength Endurance Pills. Outside Lu Jianan's dorm room on the 4th floor of Shanglan Technical School. Wang Qing stood outside, shaking his head with a bitter smile. What to do? He turned and headed downstairs, unaware of Lu Jianan behind the door. Leaning against it, her delicate face flushed slightly, her heart racing. That guy might be annoying, but he sure was direct. All her other suitors were so coy and hesitant. She touched her slightly flushed cheeks. Her gaze fell upon the notes of medicinal formulas scattered across the lab bench. A sudden thought struck her. Oomph. You keep harping on endurance and stamina? This lady will make you endure to your heart's content. She flashed a sly smile, immediately pouncing toward the lab bench and began rummaging through the materials. Soon, a peculiar medicinal scent filled her room. The next morning, everyone was roused once more by Yang Sanbao's shrill voice, gathering on the first floor to prepare for another grueling day of training. After a night's rest, Wang Qing felt much more refreshed and was already strategizing how to conquer that massive boulder today. Lu Jianan came bounding down the stairs, a hint of excitement playing on her face. She walked straight up to Wang Qing and, in full view of everyone, slipped a delicate, transparent crystal vial containing several pink pills into his hand. Hey, Wang Qing, these are for you, she said in a clear voice, tinged with a hint of pride. Weren't you going on and on last night about endurance and stamina? I worked all night to make these for you. These are super strength endurance pills. An exclusive formula guaranteed to satisfy. Just one pill, and you'll be as lively as a dragon, strong as an ox, and ready for extended battles no problem. You're welcome. She deliberately emphasized the word endurance, batting her big, watery eyes. The air froze instantly. Ren Qingyuan was the first to snap out of it, bursting into laughter as he clutched his stomach, doubled over. Ha! Super stamina pills? Ha! Wang Qing, man-to-man stuff, you should have come to me. How could you bring it up with a girl? Dong Kaier sputtered the wine she'd just taken, coughing violently as she pointed at Wang Qing and Lu Jianan, laughing so hard she couldn't speak. Feng Shiruan's face flushed crimson from stifled laughter. He wanted to speak but found himself at a loss for words. Sun Meng's eyes widened. He stared at the pink pills in Wang Qing's hand, then at Lu Jianan, and finally at Lin Yu, whose expression had turned instantly icy. A single thought dominated his mind: it's over. Totally over. Brother Cheng is screwed beyond redemption. Yang Sanbao and Zhu Zhiyong froze too. Zhu Zhiyong's small eyes darted between Lu Jianan and Wang Qing, revealing a look of sudden realization mixed with an extremely lecherous grin. All color drained from Lin Yu's stunningly beautiful face, leaving it deathly pale. Her cold, clear eyes fixed intently on the jar of garish pink pills in Wang Qing's hand, then swept over Lu Jianan's smiling face, finally settling on Wang Qing's stunned and utterly defenseless expression. A wave of icy fury and profound disappointment washed over her like a frigid storm, causing her delicate frame to tremble slightly. She spun around abruptly, saying nothing, and strode swiftly toward the door. Wang Qing held the bottle of endurance pills, watching Lin Yu's resolute retreating figure. Words failed him at the last moment, leaving him feeling a surge of blood rushing to his head. Inside, he screamed, this misunderstanding is set in stone. You little bastard, playing around like that, Zhu Zhiyong remarked bluntly, without any pretense. Principal, we're getting old. Can't keep up with the young ones anymore, Yang Sanbao quipped from the side. Before long, the awkward, mortifying atmosphere was diluted by Zhu Zhiyong and Yang Sanbao's urging. The group was once again herded to the instant center for hellish grinding, leaving Wang Qing alone to face that stubborn granite boulder. Wang Qing took a deep breath, forcing all awkwardness and frustration down. His gaze sharpened and focused once more. He picked up a fresh wooden sword and stood before the boulder once more. This time, he didn't rush to close his eyes. Instead, he carefully recalled the sensations from yesterday's countless failures, especially the insight gained during his final meditation. Channeling qi, a practitioner's power, and spiritual energy essentially meant infusing the practitioner's power into the qi, guided by spiritual energy. The key lay in how to fuse the practitioner's power with the qi. Once he grasped this crucial point, he once again channeled his qi into the wooden sword. This time, his mental energy was clearer, focusing most of it on precisely controlling the flow of qi within the sword's body, especially concentrating it at the very tip of the blade. Simultaneously, he mobilized the power of the practitioner, no longer as brute force but as a momentum that could erupt in tandem with the qi's guidance. He manipulated the wooden sword slowly, his movements deliberate and solemn. When the sword reached the pinnacle of his control, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as his spiritual energy and qi erupted simultaneously. SSSSHHH. This time, it was not the crisp snap of a wooden sword breaking, but a dull, tearing sound. The tip of the wooden sword sank deep into the granite.
Spreading outward from the tip like a spider web, a network of cracks instantly covered the hard rock surface, extending half an inch in all directions. Though it failed to cleave the boulder completely, this was a tremendous breakthrough. Though the wooden sword remained intact, its blade was now riddled with cracks from the immense recoil force, teetering on the brink of shattering. Wang Qing pulled out the nearly ruined wooden sword. Staring at the deep cracks and embedded point on the boulder, a wild smile of ecstasy spread across his weary face. In the time that followed, Wang Qing became almost possessed, attempting strike after strike. Failure persisted, and the wooden sword continued to splinter, yet the cracks in the boulder grew deeper and spread wider. As the setting sun once again painted the horizon crimson, Wang Qing stood drenched in sweat, panting heavily, yet his eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. He transformed his finger into a sword, channeling his entire being to wield the last intact wooden sword with his mental power, gathering all his chi and strength. Break! A low roar erupted as the wooden sword became a blurred gray shadow, piercing precisely into the deepest crack at the center of the boulder. Crash! A thunderous explosion echoed as the half-man-tall, solid granite boulder was cleaved cleanly in two from its center. Shards of rock flew everywhere, and dust billowed thickly. Wang Qing stared at the split boulder on the ground, panting heavily, a smile of accomplishment spreading across his face. Good job, kid. Xu Zhiyong's voice chimed in just then. He'd wandered over unnoticed, his small eyes brimming with undisguised admiration and astonishment as he surveyed the split boulder. Splitting stone successfully much faster than I expected. That insight, that tenacity, damn it, I didn't misjudge you this time. Wang Qing caught his breath and looked at Xu Zhiyong, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Old Zhu, now that I've split the stone, can I learn that sword technique? Xu Zhiyong chuckled. What's the rush? Splitting rocks was just to teach you how to wrap your professional strength around your chi, channeling it through your mental power to unleash destructive force. But the true one sword shatters all arts, demands mastery of effortless control, lifting heavy burdens with ease, commanding precision down to the finest detail. Damn it, anyone can destroy. The real challenge is mastering absolute precision within that destruction. Now, practice this. Like a magician, he produced several more raw eggs. He casually picked one up and placed it on a flat stone. Wang Qing wiped the sweat from his face, utterly bewildered. Practice again? What's the deal with the raw eggs? Chapter 64, Crack the shell, extract the egg. Xu Zhiyong looked at the sweat-soaked Wang Qing, pointing at the egg on the flat stone, and said calmly. Now comes the hardest part. See that? Use your wooden sword to crack open this eggshell. The requirement is, the shell must shatter, but the egg white and yolk inside must remain completely intact. Not a single drop can spill out. Fatso, you're messing with me, right? How is that even possible? Wang Qing immediately panicked at the words. Xu Zhiyong ignored Wang Qing's protest, merely waving his hand casually. A faint crack echoed through the air. The eggshell resting on the smooth stone cracked open, and piece by piece, the shell fell away, leaving the egg white and yolk perfectly intact. Wang Qing's gaping mouth looked as if it could swallow the entire egg. Practice hard. Make the most of your time. I'm off to drink. With that, he vanished, leaving Wang Qing standing there, utterly dumbfounded. Wang Qing stared at the smooth, fragile raw egg on the stone. The joy he'd felt moments ago from splitting the boulder was instantly overshadowed by a massive challenge. He felt pressure unlike anything he'd ever known. To use mental energy to control a wooden sword and split the eggshell without damaging the contents? This required not brute force, but precision control down to the finest detail. Wang Qing crossed his legs and sat down, not immediately attempting the task. He picked up the wooden sword and cautiously touched the eggshell with its tip. Apply just a bit more force, and crack the shell split open, egg white immediately spilling out. A touch too light, and the tip slid off, leaving only a faint white mark on the shell. Through experimentation, he sought to gauge the precise force needed to crack an egg. Then he began his attempt. Closing his eyes while seated cross-legged, he wielded the wooden sword with the same precision he used to cleave boulders. Once, twice, 3 times egg after egg shattered, their contents spilling across the floor. With each failure, Wang Qing closed his eyes and concentrated, sensing the feedback transmitted through the sword tip, feeling the subtle response as the tip neared the shell, and observing how the force attribute became gentle and precise under the guidance of his spiritual energy. Gradually, he grasped the essence. Cracking eggs demanded the utmost precision and chi control, extremely subtle and even. Mental energy enveloped the sword tip, becoming an extension of perception and command. The practitioner's strength attribute no longer served as the primary source of explosive power, but rather transformed into a means of support and transmission. When the blade touched the shell, the force needed to be instantly transformed through chi guidance into a high-frequency, micro-amplitude vibration, affecting only the very surface layer of the shell. This was far more difficult than splitting stone by more than tenfold. The drain on mental energy was immense. Wang Qing was utterly immersed, oblivious to the passage of time and the weariness in his body. His eyes held only that smooth, round egg. Unnoticed, the night deepened once more. When Yang Sanbao returned to Shanglan with his elite squad, exhausted as dead dogs and cursing under their breath, this was the scene that greeted them. Bathed in moonlight, Wang Qing sat cross-legged on the open ground like a monk in deep meditation.
Scattered before him lay countless eggshell fragments and sticky egg liquid stains. He was facing a single egg. In the void, the tip of his wooden sword vibrated at an almost imperceptible frequency, slowly approaching the shell. Holy crap! What the hell is Qing doing with that egg? Sun Meng, having applied Lu Jianan's ointment, had already discarded his crutch and now stood there utterly bewildered. How do you play with eggs? Ren Qingyuan was too exhausted to even speak. Dong Kaier glanced over with bleary eyes and muttered, "We're exhausted, and he's playing with eggs?" Feng Shiruan, utterly exhausted, shook his head in confusion. Lu Jianan pursed her lips, yet her gaze involuntarily lingered on Wang Qing's intensely focused profile. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the mess in Wang Qing's focused figure. A barely perceptible flicker passed through his icy eyes. Ignoring everyone, he strode up the stairs. Wang Qing remained oblivious to the commotion around him. His entire focus was anchored to the tip of his sword. His spiritual energy, like the most precise probe, extended through his qi, clearly sensing the minute ridges and grooves on the eggshell's surface. He guided the thread-thin qi to evenly coat the sword tip, simultaneously channeling a trace of force attribute, transforming it into a high-frequency, low-amplitude oscillating energy. The sword tip finally touched the eggshell lightly. No hard impact, no pressure. The high-frequency vibrational force at the tip acted like countless tiny chisels, instantly working on the eggshell's outermost layer. Crack! A sound as faint as a water bubble bursting. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, the top of the eggshell appeared to have been precisely sliced in a perfect circle by an invisible carving tool. A flawless, circular shell lid fell away silently. Exposed beneath was the crystal-clear, perfectly intact egg white and the plump yolk at its center, not a single drop of egg liquid spilled. Damn it, I finally did it! Wang Qing exhaled a long, deep breath, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Gazing at his masterpiece on the stone, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! I did it, old Zhu! I did it! His laughter rang out clearly in the silent night. The clatter of a wineglass shattering on the floor echoed nearby. Xu Zhiyong had appeared beside him unnoticed. The stemmed glass he'd been holding crashed to the ground, wine splashing everywhere, yet he remained utterly oblivious. His small eyes widened as he stared intently at the perfectly cracked egg on the stone. Then he abruptly turned to Wang Qing, exhausted yet laughing heartily, his expression becoming incredibly complex. Shock, wild joy, relief, and even a hint of moisture? He strode forward, snatched the egg, and examined its mirror-smooth cut and flawless interior, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Good. 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 He declared emphatically, his voice cracking slightly. He snapped his head up and slammed his fist hard against Wang Qing's shoulder, nearly knocking him flat. Kid, you've really opened my eyes. Xu Zhiyong's voice carried an unprecedented intensity. In just 2 short days drawing the sword, splitting stone, breaking the egg. I thought just drawing the sword alone would take you days. Wang Qing rubbed his sore shoulder, his eyes brimming with anticipation. So, Principal Zhu, can I learn that sword technique now? Xu Zhiyong watched the hunger in Wang Qing's eyes, his own excitement slowly subsiding. He shook his head, yet his gaze was unusually bright and certain. Not yet, you little brat. The profound meaning of one sword breaks 10,000 laws goes far beyond that. That strike is the ultimate fusion of intent, spirit, power, and essence, the edge that severs all bonds of convention. Right now, you've merely obtained the key to unlocking its secrets. He paused, gazing intently at Wang Qing as he spoke each word with utmost gravity. But I can tell you this, that key, you already hold it in your hand. You are the true heir. I've waited decades to find the one truly worthy to inherit my legacy. Chapter 65, I have arrived. The remaining days passed in a rush. Early that morning, Xu Zhiyong, in a rare display, donned a neatly pressed suit and a bright red tie. He smoothed his nearly bald head, though the tightness of the tie made his thick neck feel unbearably uncomfortable. He descended the stairs slowly, a smug grin plastered across his face. From upstairs came Yang Sanbao's booming voice. I told you to be up by 7. It's already 8, and you're still dawdling. Half an hour later, Wang Qing and the others finally stumbled downstairs, bleary-eyed. Seeing old Zhu dressed like this, they all exchanged surprised glances. Alright, Yang Fatso, cut the damn yelling, Xu Zhiyong waved impatiently. Principal, we agreed to start at 8. It's already 1/2 past. Yang Sanbao reminded him impatiently. You know nothing. The main characters always show up late. But Qingbei is. Yang Sanbao replied timidly. Shut your mouth. Let them wait a bit longer, it won't kill them. Xu Zhiyong glanced at Wang Qing and the others, who looked like they hadn't fully woken up. A smirk curved his lips. After breakfast, we'll rehearse. No rush. Rehearse? The group exchanged confused looks. Another half-hour passed. When Xu Zhiyong led this sluggish group onto Qingbei University's campus, a completely different atmosphere hit them. Underfoot lay smooth, mirror-like dark green anti-slip stone tiles, extending all the way to the imposing buildings in the distance. Along the pathways, meticulously trimmed greenery formed distinct layers. Low holly bushes were trimmed into full geometric shapes, interspersed with ever-blooming flowers. The air carried the delicate fragrance of blossoms and the earthy scent of foliage. In the distance, modern teaching buildings and the colossal library glistened golden in the refracted sunlight.
Further still, the domed silhouettes of the training hall and dungeon center stood clearly defined, each embodying the profound heritage of Longwa's premier institution of higher learning.
Holy crap! Sun Meng's jaw dropped wide open, eyes bulging like saucers. This place is cleaner than our dorms. The usually chatty Rin Qing clicked his tongue and fell unusually silent.
Dong Kyer, clutching her gourd flask, gazed at the scene with a dreamy expression.
Feng Shiruan uttered a few uhs, clearly overwhelmed as well.
Only Lu Jianan curled her lip, muttering under her breath, not even as big as my backyard. What a bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. Lin Yu followed behind Wang Qing, his expression stern, seemingly oblivious to the campus scenery of Qingbei University. Meanwhile, at the central martial arts arena of Qingbei University, the place was already buzzing with excitement. The massive circular arena was packed to capacity, the air thick with the roar of the crowd. At its center stood a combat ring spacious enough for multiple fighters. The surrounding stands were packed with Qingbei faculty and students, their black-clad figures forming a dense sea. Particularly in the freshman section, the crowd was in a frenzy, their roaring voices reaching a deafening crescendo.
What the hell is going on? They're 2 hours late.
I bet that trash from Shanglan got scared and didn't show up.
Exactly. A bunch of maggots hiding in a cesspool. Do they even deserve to set foot on Qingbei's martial arts arena? As the chant Shanglan broke their promise.
Expel them from the university, erupted, the entire martial arts field instantly joined in unison. On the podium, President Guan Sanghai paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed and his face dark with storm clouds.
Several vice presidents were equally livid. Vice President Huang Baichuan slammed his fist on the table first. Outrageous. Outrageous. This is blatant contempt for Qingbei. Hu Yangli gritted his teeth. Principal, we can't wait any longer. That old man broke his promise. Let's report this directly to the Longwa Education Bureau and have them make a ruling.
Yes, Director Hu is right.
President Guan has been gone for 2 hours. Make a decision quickly.
The other vice presidents echoed in unison.
Principal Guan halted in his tracks, gazing toward the venue entrance, his eyes brimming with fury and disappointment.
Old fool, I gave you face, and you mock me?
This is intolerable.
Just as the clamor of condemnation threatened to overwhelm the room.
Old man, here I come. A thunderous roar, as if splitting the heavens, echoed without warning through every ear at Qingbei University.
The voice, carrying unimaginable power, instantly drowned out all the clamor within the venue. Tens of thousands fell silent as if collectively choked, the noise abruptly ceasing. Countless gazes turned simultaneously toward the entrance of the martial arts hall, framed by its massive pinewood doors. Creak! The heavy pine door slowly swung open to reveal 2 figures standing in the doorway. Light poured in from outside, outlining a group of figures standing at the doorway, their appearances utterly bizarre. At the forefront stood none other than Zhu Ziyong, now dressed in a crisp suit, his head gleaming, looking every inch the dapper gentleman. Hands tucked into his pockets, belly thrust forward, head held high, he looked down his nose at the entire training ground with an infuriatingly smug grin. Beside him, the 7 members of Shanglan made their entrance in a crooked, laughably awkward formation. Wang Qing stood lazily to his left, eyes fixed diagonally upward. One arm was fully extended, the other half raised to his chest, his eyelids drooping as if he hadn't fully woken up. Lin Yu stood right beside him, her stunning face cold as ice as she stared straight ahead, her dragon thunder sword drawn halfway from its sheath. Sun Meng bared his teeth, eyes bulging with fury, striking a muscle-flexing pose with his massive sword slung across his back. On the other side, Rin Qing muttered under his breath, striking the same pose as Wang Qing. Beside him, Feng Shiruan held a wine gourd aloft, his hangover-stricken expression fixed on the scene ahead. The most comical sight was Lu Jianan, clad in a rabbit-themed pajama set, clutching a giant watermelon pillow. Her large, watery eyes deliberately contorted into a fierce expression. At the very back, Feng Shiruan's face was flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck as if he were constipated. "Dumbass," he bellowed. The sound of his shout erupted precisely as the formation was complete, perfectly timed. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. Tens of thousands of eyes focused on this oddly styled group. Time seemed to freeze for a few breaths. Pfft, ha ha. Someone finally cracked, bursting into laughter. Like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, the dead silence was instantly drowned out by the roaring laughter of tens of thousands. Ha! What the hell is this outfit? Is that busty lowly hugging a watermelon pillow here to crack jokes? Look at that big guy, his eyes are bulging like copper bells, I'm dying. And that fat guy in the suit, does he think he's on a runway or something? Opponents like this are an absolute disgrace to Peking University. The roar of the crowd nearly shook the dome, filled with unmasked contempt and monkey show-like glee. Even the vice presidents on the podium, who had been seething with anger, couldn't help but twitch their facial muscles at this absurd spectacle. They wanted to curse, but it all felt utterly ridiculous. Principal Guan Sanghai's mouth twitched violently twice. Staring at Zhu Ziyong's smug, arrogant face, he felt a surge of rage shooting straight to the top of his head.
He forced down his anger, his voice echoing through the stadium over the PA system, cold and restrained. Principal Zhu, since you're here, let's proceed as agreed. Zhu Ziyang nodded with satisfaction, murmuring a warning, maintain formation. Embody the Shanglan spirit. With resolute strides, he led the team behind him still struggling to maintain their peculiar formation through the vast arena corridor as if no one else existed, advancing step by step toward the central stage. Laughter, boos, and whistles surged like a tidal wave wherever they passed, yet he seemed oblivious. He even waved smugly in several directions, as if basking in the cheers of Tsinghua and Peking University students. Chapter 66, Round Robin Battle. Xu Ziyang slowly reached the center of the ring, raised his hand and retracted it. Wang Qing and the others relaxed their awkward poses with a sigh of relief. Far from feeling embarrassed, they seemed rather pleased with themselves. What a school breeds what kind of students. Old Zhu then cleared his throat. Bolstered by his formidable presence, his voice carried clearly to every corner, instantly silencing some of the jeers. Ahem. Principal Guan, distinguished friends from Tsinghua and Peking University, thank you for your patience. A forced smile spread across his face as his small eyes scanned the crowd, finally settling on the podium. A martial arts contest demands fairness, impartiality, and transparency. To showcase Shanglan's strength. He deliberately paused, building suspense before slowly raising a single finger. For Shanglan, the order of appearance will be as follows: Sun Meng first, Lu Jianan second, Dong Kaier third, followed by Ren Qingyuan, Feng Heroine, Lin Yu, and finally Wang Qing. As for Yu Qingbei. He chuckled, his smile brimming with arrogance and provocation, bring it on. Let's have a round robin. Every last one of you. If Qingbei can field even one person today who can knock all 7 of us Shanglan brats flat on our backs, we'll admit defeat. I'll pack up and get the hell out of here with them right then and there. Before his words faded, he abruptly added, his voice rising higher, oh, right. One more rule, you can use pills and potions. What do you say, Principal Guan? Xu Ziyang swept his gaze across the entire arena with an air of I'm just that damn cocky. Boom. The entire Qingbei Central Martial Arts Arena erupted in chaos. Who is this bold bastard? Such audacity. He's got no clue how deep the water is. This is a blatant challenge to Qingbei. Round robin battles? Where do you get your confidence? Thinking you can prove yourself against Qingbei? What do you think you're made of? Fellow juniors, wipe the floor with them. Teach them a lesson in humility. Holy, they can use elixirs and potions? Do they think our Qingbei elixir department is just for show? The stands erupted in fury, with shouts and roars nearly shattering the arena. Qingbei students turned ashen-faced, knuckles cracking from clenched fists. Sima Yunfeng's handsome face darkened so intensely it seemed water could drip from it. His eyes flashed with icy fury as he fixed his gaze on the fat man in the suit spouting nonsense on the stage. The elites behind him radiated murderous intent, itching to storm the stage and tear Shanglan's group to shreds. Wang Qing sat among the crowd in the stands, silent throughout, her expression cold and elegant. Her eyes were fixed solely on Wang Qing, who stood stretching lazily at the center of the stage. Was this kid really the top scorer of the college entrance exam? On the podium, Principal Guan Sunhai trembled with rage. Slamming his fist on the table, he lost all semblance of his usual refined composure. Old Zhu, you've gone too far. What kind of rules are these? Do you think Qingbei has no one? Huang Baichuan leapt to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Zhu Ziyang and bellowing, you old fool. You're insulting Qingbei. A round-robin battle? You're courting death. Facing the torrent of curses and accusations, Zhu Ziyang merely picked his ear with his pinky, blew on his fingertip, and wore the same utterly shameless, arrogant grin. Behind him, the 7 members of Shanglan showed varied reactions. Wang Qing rolled his eyes, Lin Yu maintained his cold expression, while the others wore mixed looks. Sun Meng, stung by the tidal wave of hostility, felt his blood boil and glared even more fiercely. Ren Qingyuan shrank his neck, Feng Heroine flushed even redder, Dong Kaier downed another mouthful of liquor, while Lu Jianan buried her face in a watermelon-shaped pillow, leaving only a pair of wide eyes brimming with shame and fury. Xu Ziyang looked toward the podium with utter indifference. What's the matter? Scared? Would Qingbei ever fear you? Ridiculous. We start in 5 minutes. Principal Guan Sunghai stood up excitedly, his words dripping with sarcasm. Fine, fine. Before Zhu Ziyang's words had fully left his mouth, he vanished from the elevated platform and materialized directly before Guan Sunghai. Little Guan, whether we're mules or horses, you'll see for yourself, haha. He plopped down beside Principal Guan into a seat reserved for him long ago. Principal Guan Sunghai's face turned ashen with rage, his chest heaving violently. He drew a deep breath, forcing back the tirade threatening to erupt from his throat. His gaze darted meaningfully toward Yi Wei, the student council president standing not far away. Yi Wei, sensing the principal's gaze, immediately understood and strode over to Sima Yunfeng. His expression was stern, his voice hushed yet carrying an unquestionable authority. Junior Yunfeng, this is no ordinary sparring match. It's a battle to defend the century-old reputation of Qingbei. Principal Guan's meaning was crystal clear, we must win every single match. Not a single loss. We'll make sure those arrogant, overconfident clowns from Shanglan get the boot, got it?
A flash of ruthlessness crossed Sima Yunfeng's face as he gave a slight nod.
Rest assured, Chairman.
Today, I'll make them regret ever setting foot here. Behind him, the elite freshman contestants clenched their fists, radiating a murderous intent that unmistakably conveyed to Yi Wuya their resolve to annihilate Shanglan.
Listening to their vows of loyalty, Yi Wuya felt an inexplicable unease. If Wang Qing could join this battle, victory would be certain.
But alas, for some reason, the girl. Meanwhile, below the stage, in the preparation area where the 7 members of Shanglan stood, Yang Sanbao tried desperately to look stern and passionate, rubbing his hands together and spitting as he spoke. Everyone, the crucial moment has arrived. Think of Principal Zhu's thoughtful intentions. Think of Shanglan's future. Show your fighting spirit. Let those arrogant snobs from Qingbei see what we're made of. Shut up, fatso. Ren Qingyuan, the chatterbox, was the first to snap impatiently. You woke us up bright and early, barely let us eat breakfast, and now you're droning on and on.
Feng Shiruan gave a cold nod of agreement.
Dong Kaier, her eyes still heavy with sleep, mumbled, shut up already.
Keep it up and I'll slap you silly. Get lost. How can you be so annoying?
Lu Jianan lifted her face from the watermelon pillow, her delicate features brimming with disgust.
Yang Sanbao's chubby face flushed red and white in turn.
He cleared his throat awkwardly, glancing toward Wang Qing and Lin Yu for help. Lin Yu remained expressionless, her gaze fixed coldly on the stage as if nothing around her mattered.
Wang Qing paid Yang Sanbao no mind whatsoever. He walked over to Sun Meng and patted the big oaf's sturdy arm.
Sun Meng was straining his eyes wide open. Spotting Wang Qing approach, he tensed even more. Bro Chang.
Mingzi Wang Qing's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable authority. You're up first, so the pressure's on you. Remember this, if you can't win, admit defeat. It's not shameful.
Don't push yourself too hard, we've got your back. He knew Sun Meng's temperament all too well. Once his blood boiled, he'd become stubbornly single-minded. Sun Meng looked into Wang Qing's concerned eyes, feeling a warmth in his heart that made his nose sting. He nodded firmly, his gaze fixed on Wang Qing, the one who cared. As the great battle approached, brothers needed no further words. In truth, Sun Meng had already steeled himself for the outcome. Chapter 67, A Huge Disparity in Strength. Wang Qing's gaze immediately shifted to the cool, ethereal figure beside him, Lin Yu. She remained with her back to him, standing tall and straight like a pine tree, seemingly isolated from all the surrounding commotion. Wang Qing hesitated briefly before retrieving the 10,000 bones breastplate from his storage ring. The once gnarled fractures had been restored to perfection, the broken bone spikes seamlessly joined by a strange, pale gold metal. Not only was there no trace of repair, but it now faintly radiated an even stronger aura of power.
This was undoubtedly Lu Jianan's handiwork.
He approached Lin Yu cautiously, extending the breastplate with a dry voice. Lin Yu, Lu repaired this. Be careful. He wanted to explain the earlier misunderstanding, but 1,000 words choked in his throat.
He merely gave a soft hum before turning and walking away. Lin Yu's body trembled slightly.
She didn't turn around immediately, but the corner of her eye caught sight of the chest armor, now restored to its former glory. A complex emotion flickered in her icy eyes. Could it be he sought Lu Jianan solely to repair the breastplate? Had she wronged him? She pressed her lips together, as if she wanted to say something.
At that moment, Director Hu Yongli of Qingbei University's voice cut through the arena with icy precision. Silence. The freshman exchange sparring match between Qingbei University and Shanglan Technical School begins now. First match, Shanglan Technical School, Sun Meng versus Qingbei University, Tan Bin. Lin Yu's words were abruptly cut off by this sudden announcement. She swiftly reined in all outward emotion, her face resuming its cool, detached expression. She didn't watch Wang Qing's retreating figure, her gaze lingering on the 10,000 bones chestplate, for a few seconds. Meng, it's your turn. Yang Sanbao, bursting with excitement, gave Sun Meng a shove. Sun Meng took a deep breath, stomped his foot, and strode onto the stage with a thunderous step, his imposing frame radiating a brute force aura. He planted himself at the center, surveying the sea of Qingbei students crowding the stands, absorbing the countless gazes filled with contempt and curiosity. He thrust his chest out proudly. Shanglan Technical School, Sun Meng, Class of Professional, Greatsword Guardian, Level 29. I humbly offer my respect. The words barely left his lips before the entire training ground erupted in a cacophony of mocking laughter. A class? Ha! Did I hear that right? An A-class dares to step onto this stage? Has Shanglan run out of talent? Sending some clumsy A-rank giant to lead the charge? This is laughable. Any freshman from Peking or Tsinghua University should be better than him, right? Shoo, hurry up and get down. Stop embarrassing yourself. In the stands, Tsinghua and Peking students were doubled over laughing, tears streaming down their faces. Even the Tsinghua and Peking high-ranking officials on the podium couldn't hide the looks of contempt, and I knew it on their faces. Principal Zhu, is this your prized disciple from Shanglan? Vice Principal Zhua Honglian sneered from her seat beside Zhu Zhiyong. Zhu Zhiyong's lips curled slightly, his gaze unusually avoiding the mature woman still radiating charm. Principal Guan shot Zhu Ziyang a glance. A grueling battle, and you dare use elixirs. Old fool, you're courting death, don't blame me.
Sun Mang stood at the center of the arena, absorbing the relentless taunts. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes blazing with fury, the muscles on his arms bulging like hardened rock. With a clang, he yanked the lava-heavy sword nearly as tall as he was from its sheath behind him. The heavy blade tip slammed down onto the arena's hard surface, thudding with a deep, resonant boom. Cut the damn chatter. Come on then. My greatsword's been itching for a fight. Sun Mang's face hardened with resolve as he roared in fury, his left hand clutching the 3 pills Lu Jianan had given him. The pills were blue, yellow, and red. Before stepping onto the stage, Lu Jianan had repeatedly instructed him on their usage. He knew full well that compared to the elite students from Tsinghua and Peking, his own strength was a chasm he could never bridge. But Chinga, Lin Jie, rest assured Sun Mang will fight tooth and nail to clear the path for you. On the other side of the ring, a short, stocky youth with a crew cut and wearing the standard Tsinghua Peking University training uniform stood with a smirk of obvious disdain. He flexed his wrists and effortlessly leaped onto the platform. Tan Bin eyed Sun Mang, who stood holding a massive sword. A cruel curve touched his lips as he casually bowed toward the podium and the entire audience. Qingbei University, Tan Bin, SS Class Professional, Bloodthirsty Werewolf, Level 31. At your service. The contempt in his tone was palpable. Sun Mang's bell-like eyes locked onto Tan Bin as he leaped onto the stage. The kid barely reached Sun Mang's chest. His ordinary Qingbei training uniform hung loosely on him, his hands empty.
No armor? No weapon? Looking down on me?
The suppressed rage in Sun Mang's heart surged straight to his forehead.
Watch this. Sun Mang roared like a beast, veins bulging beneath his bronze-colored skin.
The lava-heavy sword in his clenched hands erupted with a thunderous boom, searing flames instantly engulfing the massive blade. His massive frame charged toward Tan Bin with unstoppable momentum, the greatsword trailing behind him, plowing a scorched trail across the ground as it came crashing down with overwhelming force. Trash, Tan Bin sneered, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Facing this terrifyingly powerful swing, he neither dodged nor retreated. His right fist drew back to his waist as a dark brown energy instantly coiled around it, his muscles swelling slightly. The instant the sword reached its zenith, Tan Bin twisted his waist and unleashed a brutal punch. No fancy techniques, just pure, raw elemental power erupting. Boom! The fist's momentum collided violently with the blazing sword. A visible ring of shockwaves erupted around them, causing the protective barrier at the edge of the arena to ripple violently. Sun Mang felt immense force surge through his sword. His arm shook violently, the web of his hand instantly split open, blood staining the hilt crimson. His massive frame was sent staggering backward by the sheer force of the punch. He stumbled 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his footing, his chest heaving violently as blood surged in his throat, nearly forcing him to spit it out. Tan Bin, however, merely swayed slightly in place, shaking his slightly numb fist. The mockery on his face only deepened. This is the level of talent representing Shanglan? You dare stand on this stage? Ha! You're far too weak. You're asking for it. Sun Mang's eyes blazed crimson, utterly enraged. He acutely felt the gulf in power between them. On his own, he stood no chance. A flash of Lu Jianan's sly gaze flashed through his mind as she handed him the pills, along with her parting words, use these at the crucial moment. Without hesitation, Sun Mang violently shoved the sky blue pill from the 3 he'd been clutching in his left hand into his mouth and swallowed it hard. He stuffed the remaining pills into his chest armor. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, unleashing a torrent of frenzied energy that surged through his entire body like a raging bloodstream. Sun Mang's body convulsed violently. Veins pulsed like living creatures beneath his skin, muscles visibly swelling another size, bones creaking under the strain. Bloodshot veins crisscrossed his eyes as a power far surpassing his previous strength filled his entire being. Even his breath carried scorching white vapor. An enhancement pill? Tan Bin furrowed his brow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Chapter 68, Fierce Battle. Wang Qing witnessed this scene and shot a glance at Lu Jianan, whose face was twisted with smug satisfaction. Such pills that rapidly boosted potential were bound to carry immense side effects. Mengzi, why bother? A fleeting trace of worry flickered across Lin Yu's exquisitely cold face. On the podium, Principal Guan Sunhai's previously relaxed brow twitched again. That old bastard intends to use pills that drain one's potential and body to fight us head-on. Oomph. Tan Bin's true strength extends far beyond this. On the arena stage, Tan Bin could feel Sun Mang's aura surge dramatically. But he immediately sneered coldly, humph. Once the effects of that potential draining pill wear off, you'll be nothing but a dead dog. You're the one who'll die. Sun Mang felt the surging power within him, his confidence soaring. He wasted no words, charging forward once more, this time faster, more powerful. The blazing greatsword no longer delivered simple swings, it now sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Sun Mang unleashed his signature skill, Shatter Metal and Crush Stone Slash, with brutal force. The greatsword trailed a long, fiery wake as it came crashing down toward Tan Bin. Tan Bin intended to repeat his previous tactic of blocking head-on, but Sun Meng's current speed and power far exceeded his expectations. The ferocious momentum of the sword strike made him sense danger. His expression changed slightly as he stomped his foot hard, his body retreating rapidly to the side and rear. Sizzle. Though he evaded the direct blow, the burning edge of the blade still grazed Tan Bin's right arm and chest. His training uniform instantly tore and scorched, leaving a charred wound oozing blood. Tan Bin grunted, his eyes filled with disbelief. This pill? How could it be so overwhelming? A gasp of shock rippled through the Qingbei University stands as students froze in disbelief. No one expected Sun Meng, fueled by the pill, to injure SS-rank Tan Bin. That savage strike made many gasp in shock. At that moment, Lu Jianan pumped her fist excitedly, her childlike face beaming with triumph. See? My pills are pretty powerful, huh? On the VIP platform, Guan Sanhai and other Qingbei University officials' expressions darkened instantly. How could this potion's potency be so overwhelming? Tan Bin glared at Sun Meng in the distance, his expression twisting into a savage grimace. The searing pain in his chest was a constant reminder. His eyes burned with fury and murderous intent. Trash, I underestimated you. But you've succeeded in enraging me. He growled low, his voice suddenly shifting in tone. Oh whoa! Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl echoed across the entire martial arts arena. Tan Bin's body began to undergo terrifying transformations. Bones cracked, muscles bulged wildly, tearing through his training uniform. Thick, gray-black fur rapidly covered his entire body. His hands and feet transformed into sharp wolf claws. His snout protruded forward, fangs bared, and his eyes turned a bloodthirsty crimson. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying werewolf stood atop the stage 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, radiating savage fury. Tan Bin's SS class exclusive skill, Bloodthirsty Werewolf Transformation. Post-transformation, Tan Bin's speed, strength, and defense had all received comprehensive, massive enhancements. The stark contrast to his previously petite frame left Wang Qing and the others below the stage trembling with fear. Sun Meng landed a blow and grinned widely. Though Tan Bin's werewolf transformation was impressive, it paled in comparison to Sister Lin's. Just as he prepared to press the attack, the drug's side effects kicked in. Sun Meng felt his feet grow heavy, and excruciating pain shot through his bones. Suddenly, Tan Bin thrust off the ground, shattering the solid ring floor beneath him. In a blur of gray, he appeared instantly before Sun Meng, who was gasping for breath from the drug's side effects. Die! Tan Bin's wolf-like voice growled like a rabid dog as his massive claws slammed toward Sun Meng's chest. Sun Meng instinctively raised his flaming greatsword to block. Clang! A deafening clang erupted. Sun Meng felt an indescribable force surge through him, his arms throbbing with excruciating pain as the webbing between his palms completely tore. The heavy lava-heavy sword was violently knocked from his grasp by the wolf claws, spinning through the air before crashing onto the edge of the arena over 10 meters away with a clang. The flames instantly extinguished. The moment the sword left his grasp, Sun Meng was left wide open. A savage gleam ignited in Tan Bin's eyes as his claws transformed into fists, unleashing a storm of blows like a raging tempest. Werewolf Whirlwind Fist. Thud, thud, thud. Countless fist shadows rained down upon Sun Meng's massive frame. Sun Meng could only cross his arms to shield his head and face, his entire body swaying violently with each wave of the punching wind. Gah! Gushes of blood spurted from Sun Meng's mouth, staining the ring crimson. Had it not been for the dragon-tooth chest guard gifted by Lu Jianan, which absorbed most of the blows aimed at his vital chest and abdomen, his internal organs would likely have ruptured, and he would have lost consciousness long ago. Watching his brother get beaten so brutally on the stage, Mengzi, give up. Just give up already. Below the ring, Wang Qing screamed frantically, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, nails digging deep into his palms. Tan, beat him to death. Let him know the consequences of crossing Qingbei. Tan, you're doing great. Show him no mercy. The students on the Qingbei stands erupted in deafening cheers and taunts. Sun Meng staggered, vision blurring, ears filled with a deafening roar. Clang! Sun Meng finally collapsed, crashing to one knee. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the ground crimson. Head bowed, he gasped for breath as blood dripped relentlessly from his lips and chin. After unleashing his combo, the werewolf transformed Tan Bin looked down at Sun Meng kneeling before him, his crimson eyes filled with contempt. Just admit defeat already. You're utterly pathetic. Tan Bin raised his wolf-like head, as if everything had already been decided. In that moment of utter despair, Sun Meng's blood-soaked left hand reached painfully into his chest, groping until it found the yellow pill. With his last ounce of strength, he shoved it into his mouth. Damn it, I'll be damned. Sun Meng's kneeling body convulsed violently. An unnatural crimson glow rapidly seeped from his skin as he let out a beastly, agonized growl. His muscles swelled again in an eerie transformation. He snapped his head up, his white pupils now completely bloodshot. What? Tan Bin swiftly backed up several steps, watching Sun Meng's transformation with caution. Holy, he actually got back up? What kind of pill is this? It's incredibly powerful. The entire arena erupted in a wave of disbelieving murmurs.
Everyone watched the blood-soaked warrior with shifting expressions as he staggered to his feet once more. Sun Meng's bloodshot eyes locked onto Tan Bin.
Dragging his nearly shattered body, he suddenly burst into astonishing speed, lunging toward his fallen greatsword. He snatched his weapon, and blazing flames instantly engulfed the greatsword, the inferno even more intense than before. Spotting Tan Bin's astonishment, he leapt into the air and unleashed a frenzy slash. Sun Meng, like a raging demon, hacked and slashed relentlessly at the equally stunned werewolf Tan Bin. Each strike carried a suicidal intensity, its sheer force forcing even the transformed Tan Bin to temporarily retreat, waving his wolf claws to block. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as the deafening clashes echoed non-stop. Tan Bin grew increasingly alarmed with every strike. What kind of potion was this? Even now, Sun Meng's strength was still increasing? Moreover, Sun Meng's reckless fighting style was beginning to hamper Tan Bin's movements. He could clearly sense his werewolf transformation was nearing its end. If he were to revert now, the consequences would be unimaginable. A fierce glint flashed in Tan Bin's eyes. He abruptly stepped back, dodging Sun Meng's heavy swing, simultaneously snatching 2 pills from his waist and shoving them into his mouth. One was the essence of wildness to sustain his werewolf form, the other a rage pill for a short-term power surge. The pills ignited his energy, and Tan Bin let out a savage howl to the heavens. A deep crimson glow gathered on his claws.
Oof, time to end this. Endless bind.
Seizing a fleeting opening after Sun Meng's slash, Tan Bin transformed into a crimson blur.
His razor-sharp claws lunged viciously toward Sun Meng's completely exposed chest.
This strike was his most powerful skill, intended to tear Sun Meng apart completely.
Brother, get out of the way.
Wang Qing's urgent voice carried a hint of desperation.
Chapter 69, Blood-Burning Soul Igniting Pill.
At the center of the Qingbei martial arts arena's stage, within the massive isolating light barrier, the werewolf transformed Tan Bin charged toward Sun Meng.
Don't block it head-on. Dodge now.
Lin Yu's brows knitted tightly as her body tensed, a gasp escaping her lips. Sun Meng watched the deadly crimson claw shadow rapidly enlarge before his eyes, the icy chill of death instantly enveloping him. His body was already on the verge of collapse, leaving him no time to block or evade. At the critical moment, a thought flashed like lightning through his pain-clouded mind: Rock Guardian. A thick, earth-toned layer of rock, textured with stone patterns, instantly materialized around Sun Meng, the life-saving skill gifted to him by Wang Qing.
Boom!
The blood-red wolf claws slammed into the yellow rock layer. The layer trembled violently, emitting a shrill cracking sound. It held for less than half a second before exploding into fragments. Yet that precious half-second bought Sun Meng a sliver of survival. Using the recoil from the shattering rock layer, he threw his body backward. Simultaneously, he channeled every last ounce of strength into a desperate, suicidal strike. Seizing the moment when Tan Bin's guard was completely down due to his all-out attack, Sun Meng executed a sweeping downward slash at Tan Bin's exposed neck.
Clang! Ugh! 2 sounds rang out almost simultaneously.
Tan Bin's blood-stained claws, though weakened by the rock layer, still savagely ripped through Sun Meng's dragon-tooth chestplate, leaving 5 bone-deep gashes across his chest as blood gushed forth. Sun Meng's body was sent flying by the devastating skill, spraying a thick mist of blood into the air. Yet Sun Meng's reverse slash, a blade blazing with crimson flames, channeling his very essence, was instinctively parried by Tan Bin's hand, sealing his horrified gaze. The massive claw's tip was sheared off, slashing viciously across his upper arm. The tough werewolf hide and muscle were torn apart, revealing a gaping wound from which blood gushed like a fountain.
Tan Bin let out a shrill, distorted howl.
The massive werewolf body staggered backward from the strike, nearly collapsing to its knees. The wound was charred black, flames still searing. Thud! Sun Meng crashed heavily over 10 meters away, face down in a pool of blood. His body twitched slightly a few times before going completely still. The blood beneath him spread rapidly, a sight that sent a chill through everyone present.
That bastard charged me with a death wish, trying to take me down. Pa!
Tan Bin clutched the wound on his upper arm, blood gushing through his fingers. Kneeling on one knee, he gasped painfully as his werewolf form began to destabilize from the agony and blood loss for receding, body shrinking.
He swiftly began self-healing, immediately stemming the blood flow.
At that moment, the entire Qingbei Central Training Ground fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this fierce battle that had seemed hopeless from the start. On the stage, one lay in a pool of blood, life hanging by a thread, while the other knelt, severely wounded and howling in agony. The thick, pungent smell of blood seemed to permeate through the protective barrier.
On Shanglan's side, Wang Qing was struck as if by lightning, his mind going blank. The next second, boundless rage and grief overwhelmed him.
His eyes blazed crimson as he lunged toward the stage, heedless of the consequences.
Big dumbass, my brother. Don't be impulsive. Yang Sanbao acted swiftly, grabbing Wang Qing's waist with an iron grip. Sun Meng still had a pulse, the outcome hadn't been declared yet. Don't be impulsive. Let me go. He's my brother. Wang Qing struggled desperately.
Just then, Wang Qing caught sight of Sun Meng's blood-soaked left hand. It seemed to twitch ever so slightly, struggling painfully, slowly reaching back into his own chest where only the last blood-red pill remained.
No! Wang Qing instantly understood what Sun Meng was trying to do. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. Mengzi, don't take it. Stop right now. He whipped his head around, grabbing Lu Jianan who stood beside him, equally stunned by the brutal battle tightly. His voice trembled with urgency. What the hell is that red pill? Tell me. Lu Jianan's delicate face was now deathly pale, her large, watery eyes filled with terror. Staring into Wang Qing's eyes, which seemed to be spitting fire, her voice cracked with tears. That's the blood-burning soul-igniting pill. It can temporarily force your attributes to the absolute limits of your physical strength and body, but... She glanced at Sun Meng's hand still fumbling on the stage, tears spilling over. But if he takes 3 in succession, the potion will completely ignite his life essence, burning his soul. After the effects wear off, he might. What might happen? Hurry up and tell me. He'll die. But I refined it myself. I'm not entirely sure what the specific side effects are. What? Wang Qing felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave. He whipped his head toward the stage, staring at Sun Meng's hand still trembling and groping in the pool of blood. A wave of overwhelming terror instantly engulfed him. Fat Young. Quickly raise your hand and concede defeat on behalf of the school. Wang Qing bellowed impatiently at Yang Sanbao. Chatty Rinqing Yuan and the others also rushed to Yang Sanbao's side, echoing Wang Qing's demand. On the chairman's platform, Zhu Ziyang, who had been squinting as if none of this concerned him, slowly sat up straight. He watched the big oaf on the stage, sprawled in a pool of blood, his fingers still stubbornly searching for the pills. He looked at his blood-soaked, tattered armor. For the first time, a clear flicker of emotion flickered in his cloudy old eyes. You fool, Zhu Ziyang murmured softly, his hand unconsciously tightening on the armrest until it crushed a corner of the hardwood. Then he swiftly raised his hand and announced in a high-pitched voice, all right, we concede the first match. Principal Guan Sanhai's mouth twitched at the words, his eyes signaling for the protective shield to be activated. Rescue personnel swiftly entered the arena to assess Sun Meng's injuries. Who would have thought an A-class profession could push an SS class to such limits? Xian Lan's alchemy skills are not to be underestimated, he murmured softly, visibly moved. The Qingbei elite preparation zone erupted in cheers. But Yi Wuya wore an expression of utter disbelief. Shanglan, even the weakest Sun Meng. He began to worry about Qingbei's prospects moving forward. Across the entire martial arts arena stands, tens of thousands of Qingbei students' gazes converged on Sun Meng's trembling, blood-stained hand. At this moment, they felt no joy at Shanglan's concession. Instead, they pondered deeply, as if lost in thought. Time seemed to freeze, and the air thickened with a suffocating, tragic solemnity. Even after the medical team lifted Sun Meng onto the stretcher, the unconscious fighter kept fumbling at his chest. Brother, didn't we have a promise? Wang Qing rushed forward, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at Sun Meng on the stretcher. The familiar voice caused Sun Meng's eyelids to flutter slightly. Recognizing Wang Qing, his lips trembled. I'm sorry, I'm useless, Qing. Tears overflowed from his eyes. Don't speak anymore. Enough. You've done more than enough. Ha! Useless indeed. Burning yourself up only gets you this far. Is this what Shanglan relies on? Ha! Might as well admit defeat sooner. Sima Yunfeng, who had deliberately followed, sneered at the words. Wang Qing ignored Sima Yunfeng's clamor, watching Sun Meng being carried away. A flash of savagery flickered in his eyes. Chapter 70, Starfall Skullcrusher. The moment Sun Meng's blood-soaked body was carried away from the training ground on a stretcher, the vast Qingbei training ground fell into an eerie silence. The glaring bloodstains and his unyielding posture were etched like a brand into everyone's hearts. Just as the silence threatened to freeze the air, a loud and clear applause erupted abruptly from the Qingbei stands. It was Jiang Wanqing. Seated in the front row of the freshman section, her purple hair cascading like a waterfall, her face as ethereal as Lin Yu's, she held her own against him. Her deep purple eyes, as vast as the night sky, were fixed on Sun Meng as he was carried away, filled with profound emotion. Her applause wasn't enthusiastic, but it shattered the silence like a pebble dropped into a still lake. Soon after, scattered applause began to ripple through the stands. Soon, this spark ignited a prairie fire, transforming into deafening applause that rolled like a tsunami. This applause no longer carried contempt or mockery, but the purest tribute to a warrior, to an unyielding will. What a man! I admire his courage knowing the mountain harbors tigers, yet charging straight toward it. Has Xiang Lan been underestimated? Defeated in battle, but never defeated in spirit. The roar drowned out the training ground and landed like a stinging slap across Sima Yunfeng's face. His cutting mockery still hung in the air, now sounding utterly vile and jarring. His handsome face flushed crimson as he looked around in disbelief at the applause, his gaze locking onto the direction of the purple hair. Jiang Wanqing, what the hell do you think you're doing? Yang Sanbao, flushed with excitement in the Shanglan preparation zone, rubbed his hands together, ready to launch into his rousing speech on the Shanglan spirit. Everyone, did you see that? That's the true Shanglan spirit. Shut the up. Wang Qing whipped his head around, glaring at him with vicious intensity. That gaze brimmed with suppressed fury and warning, as if Yang Sanbao uttered another word, he'd pounce and tear him apart. Yang Sanbao shuddered at the look, the rest of his speech choking back in his throat.
At the same moment, the blue stone floor at the center of the ring glowed with a soft white light. Bloodstains, scorch marks, and cracks left by the earlier battle vanished as if erased by an invisible rubber, swiftly restoring the surface. Even the wolf blood Tan Bin had spilled disappeared without a trace, leaving the ground as smooth and pristine as new. Immediately afterward, a faint hum filled the air as the transparent protective barrier rose once more, sealing off the interior from the outside. Round 2 begins in 3 minutes. Contestants, prepare. Director Hu Yanli's voice carried a hint of smugness, though the earlier disdain had vanished. Zhu Zhiyon's lips curled in disdain. This was clearly favoring the Qingbei students. 3 minutes was ample time for the injured Tan Bin to receive proper medical attention. Had it been a Shanglan student injured now? Shanglan Technical School, Lu Jianan, versus Qingbei University, Tan Bin. Contestants, please enter the arena. Hearing this, Sima Yunfeng's expression shifted slightly. He cautiously instructed Tan Bin, who was receiving emergency treatment at the edge of the ring. Brother, you absolutely cannot let your guard down again. You must take down one more opponent. Let Shanglan know that a relentless barrage only brings them shame. Tan Bin's left arm was wrapped in thick bandages. The hemostatic agent had temporarily sealed the wound, but the searing pain and weakness from blood loss remained palpable. He swallowed a pill to stabilize his injuries. Hearing Sima Yunfeng's command, he gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with ferocity once more. Dragging his wounded body, he stepped back onto the stage. Oomph. Now it's this lady's turn. Watch closely, I'm going to avenge Sun. Lu Jianan angrily shoved the giant watermelon pillow into Feng Shiruan's arms beside her, her delicate face brimming with eagerness. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, she performed an action that nearly made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. She began stripping off her fluffy bunny pajamas. Wow! Her ample bust naturally drew the attention of many Tsinghua and Peking University students. She's taking off her clothes? What's she up to? Whistles of disapproval even erupted from the stands. Beneath the pajamas, however, was not the sheer undergarment everyone had imagined, but a set of gleaming dark gold, intricately designed, and undeniably majestic close-fitting battle armor. The armor's fluid lines perfectly accentuated her petite yet astonishingly proportioned figure, especially her impressive bust, which stood out even more against the armor's contours. A silvery white glow flowed across the armor's surface. The shoulder plates were shaped like roaring lion heads, and at the very center of her chest, a dragon head was carved from a single piece of red gemstone. She casually tossed her nightgown to the stunned Rin Xingyuan, then effortlessly drew a weapon from her storage ring. The moment that weapon appeared, the entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. It was a monstrous warhammer, its design savage and its size beyond imagination. The shaft was as thick as a bull's rim, forged from some strange dark gold metal and engraved with ancient, intricate runes. The hammerhead was irregularly angular, resembling an irregular meteorite, its surface covered in sharp protrusions. Its sheer size towered over the petite Lu Jianan by more than double her height. Even resting on the ground, it radiated an overwhelming sense of crushing weight. Lu Jianan hoisted the colossal hammer onto her shoulder and hopped onto the stage as if it were nothing. Principal Guan Sunhai rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his gaze filled with utter astonishment. On the podium, the other Qingbei high-ranking officials also recognized the weapon and battle armor in the petite girl's hands. They all instinctively glanced at old Zhu, who was yawning smugly. My goodness! The legendary weapon, the Starfall Skullcrusher, exclaimed a senior Qingbei student in the stands who recognized the weapon. How is this possible? She's just a student. And that battle armor, the legendary equipment Dragon Lion heaven-shattering armor. Holy crap, is this real? What's this lowly's background? Just these two pieces of gear, even a large guild would struggle to assemble them. As the recognition of the gear echoed through the crowd, the entire venue plunged into a moment of disbelief, followed by an even more thunderous uproar. Countless Qingbei faculty and students, including the high-ranking officials on the podium, paled in shock. Legendary weapons and armor were treasures across the entire Dragon Nation. And now, both had simultaneously appeared in the hands of a technical school student. Divine-tier weapons and armor were few and far between across the entire continent. Their appearance invariably sparked fierce competition among the three major nations, often igniting wars. Next came legendary-tier weapons and equipment. These granted immense power boosts to their bearers and were typically treasured as the crown jewels of major guilds. Epic-tier weapons and equipment, while not overly rare in dungeons, were still relatively common. Legendary tier items, however, were truly as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn. The mockery and disdain on Tan Bin's face froze instantly, replaced by utter shock and a hint of fear. Gazing at the legendary weapon towering above him, then at the legendary glow radiating from the opponent's battle armor, his earlier disdain vanished completely, replaced by the solemn gravity of facing a formidable foe. Without hesitation, he pulled a thick, jet-black breastplate from his storage ring and swiftly donned it, bracing for battle. Lu Jianan watched Tan Bin brace himself like he was facing a formidable foe. She tilted her petite chin up smugly, her large, watery eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Hey, big doggy, she purred, ready to get hammered flat by this little lady? Her voice was sweet and innocent, yet her tone was brutally vicious.
Chapter 71, The Thousand Shadow Illusionist. Qingbei Martial Arts Arena, center of the stage. Lu Jianan extended her delicate white hand and effortlessly grasped the hammer handle, which was several times thicker than her own arm. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the terrifyingly massive hammer seemed weightless as she swung it over her shoulder, as if merely testing its heft. Students outside the protective light barrier distinctly felt the chill emanating from the legendary weapon. Tan Bin's back was drenched in cold sweat. Summoning his courage, he activated Bloodthirsty Werewolf Transformation. Xianlan, Lu Jianan, level 33, Giant Hammer Berserker, at your service. Observing Tan Bin's werewolf transformation, Lu Jianan declared solemnly in a loud voice. Then, her petite frame erupted with a frenzied power utterly disproportionate to her size. She didn't even use any skills, relying solely on the pure strength attribute bonus Stellar Crush Skullsmasher passive, strength attribute increased by 50. Shouldering her colossal hammer, she took short, stout strides like a charging white rabbit, bellowing ah, as she hurtled toward Tan Bin. The scene was utterly jarring, a cute little girl clad in ornate armor, wielding a monstrous hammer twice her size, charging ferociously at a battle-scarred werewolf poised for combat. The stark contrast left everyone holding their breath. Wang Yu Guardian. Tan Bin's pupils contracted sharply. He dared not hesitate, roaring furiously. A dense crimson energy instantly enveloped his entire body, forming a solid shield. Simultaneously, his remaining right claw channeled Endless Bind, preparing to meet the seemingly clumsy yet devastatingly powerful charge head-on. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jianan charged before Tan Bin. Her petite frame twisted violently, harnessing the momentum to swing the Starfall Skullcrusher in a wide arc. With a shrill screech that tore through the air, she brought it down on Tan Bin's head without any flourish. Simple. Brutal. Pure force crushing down. Boom. The colossal hammer collided violently with the wolf claws and blood shield. The deafening explosion shook the entire training ground, causing the transparent protective shield to tremble violently. The crimson shield of the Lin Yu Guardian shattered like fragile glass upon contact. Tan Bin's SS-class professional power, Endless Bondage, proved utterly helpless against the absolute might amplified by the legendary hammer. Crack. A distinct sound of bone snapping echoed. Tan Bin's right arm, used for blocking, bent at an unnatural angle. But misfortune struck twice. The side effects of the rage pill he had taken earlier erupted violently as his body suffered severe trauma and his chi and blood surged chaotically. Gushes of blood poured from his massive wolf-like maw as his entire body was slammed half a meter into the ground. Tan Bin's eyes glazed over as consciousness slipped away. The werewolf transformation began to fade. As he reverted to his original form, his body tumbled backward uncontrollably, both feet sinking deep into the arena floor. Everyone, including Xianglan's own people, stared dumbfounded at the center of the ring. That petite figure effortlessly planted the terrifyingly massive Starfall Skullcrusher onto the ground. One hand on her hip, her doll-like face beamed with smug satisfaction. She even playfully stuck her tongue out toward the Qingbei preparation area. Oomph. Elite students of Qingbei, is that all you've got? This lady hasn't even exerted herself yet. One strike? And they're defeated? Tan Bin? Tan Bin was actually taken down instantly? What kind of monster is that little girl? On the podium, Principal Guan Sunghai stood up abruptly, his face deathly pale, lips trembling, eyes filled with utter shock. The other vice principals were equally drained of color. Zhu Xiong, however, hummed leisurely, his chubby face breaking into a wide grin. He gave a sly wink to Guan Sunghai, who stood frozen beside him. Hee, little Guan, what do you think? Old man picked a student who meets your standards, right? Don't rush, the real show has only just begun. Yi Wuya stood beside Sima Yunfeng, his expression dark and ominous. His gaze swept over Tan Bin's pitifully mangled corpse on the stage, then settled on Sima Yunfeng, whose face was deathly pale and still reeling from the blow. Yi Wuya's voice was cold and deep as he spoke. Useless piece of. Didn't you say it was foolproof? What the hell were your men doing? Sima Yunfeng shuddered violently, snapping back to his senses. He protested, Senior Yi, this was a complete accident. Who could have imagined that such an unassuming little girl could produce two legendary weapons? Yi Wuya frowned, standing calmly for a moment. Gu Pingping, it's your turn now. Though his voice was utterly unremarkable, Sima Yunfeng instantly understood. He lifted his handsome face, the chairman is truly insightful. With student Gu taking the stage, victory should be effortless. Her speed is unmatched among this year's elite from Tsinghua and Peking. As Tan Bin was swiftly carried away by the medical team, the deafening applause had long since died down, replaced by an awkward silence. Lu Jianan smugly bobbed her head and flashed a victory V sign toward Xianglan's preparation area. See? This lady's got skills. Hu Yangli took a deep breath, his voice deliberately calm. Round 2, Xianglan Technical School wins. Round 3, Xianglan Technical School's Lu Jianan vs Qingbei University's Gu Pingping. Contestants, please enter the arena. Does Xianglan get no rest? The question hung in the air, clearly unfair. As the words fell, a figure drifted weightlessly like a ghostly apparition, landing silently at the center of the ring.
No whooshing sound, no footsteps, as if she had been standing there all along. This woman was none other than Gu Pingping. She wore form-fitting matte black leather armor that accentuated her slender frame. The armor bore no unnecessary adornments, only thin, dark silver plates covering her joints like delicate wings. Her face wasn't conventionally stunning, yet it possessed a unique aura. Her long black hair was simply pulled back, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of calm, almost vacant eyes. Most striking were her long, slender hands, bony knuckles defined, fingertips shrouded in faint, grayish wisps of energy. She stood there, her presence entirely subdued, as if she had merged with the shadows of the arena. This formed a stark contrast to Tan Bin's fury and Lu Jianan's flamboyance, like an elusive shadow. SS Class Profession, Phantom Shaper, Gu Pingping, Level 34. Her voice was low, carrying a cold, distant detachment. Haha, another sucker coming to die? Watch this hammer. Lu Jianan couldn't care less about her opponent's aura. In the heat of battle, she charged forward, shouldering the Starfall Skullcrusher, the massive hammer trailing behind her, creating a howling wind pressure. Yet, just as the hammer was about to strike, Gu Pingping's figure flickered like a reflection in water. Her signature skill, shifting phantom shadows. In an instant, the stage seemed to hold 3, 5, or even more Gu Pingpings. Their forms blurred into indistinguishable phantoms, like afterimages from high-speed movement, whirling and darting around Lu Jianan. Each afterimage moved slightly differently, some feigned evasion, others seemed poised to attack, while some remained motionless. The mix of real and fake became dizzyingly confusing. Boom! Lu Jianan's powerful hammer struck the empty air, once again pounding a shallow crater into the ring floor. A flicker of surprise crossed her small face before she spun, sweeping her massive hammer across the air. The whistling wind covered most of the ring, yet the hammer's shadow only scattered a few illusory afterimages. The real Gu Pingping moved like a ghost, evading the terrifying hammer's edge by mere inches each time. Her speed wasn't inherently faster than Lu Jianan's explosive power, but her elusive, unpredictable movements and the confusion between real and fake strikes left Lu Jianan's immense force pounding into thin air. This is sickening. If you're a real man, fight me one-on-one. Lu Jianan stomped her foot in fury, her baby face flushed crimson. Lu Jianan still hadn't grasped Xingbei's strategy against her. Chapter 72, Dragon Lion Heavenly Armor. On the stage, watching the elusive Gu Pingping, Lu Jianan's rage boiled over. She began wildly swinging her giant hammer, unleashing the skill Hurricane Hammer. Her petite frame unleashed astonishing power, transforming the Starfall Skullcrusher into a colossal death whirlwind. The entire arena was engulfed in a frenzied hammerstorm, the air torn apart with a piercing shriek. This was an area of effect attack theoretically capable of engulfing all illusions. Yet Gu Pingping's form danced like a butterfly at the hammer's edge. The phantoms caught in the whirlwind shattered instantly, but her true body always vanished through the storm's gaps. She didn't even counterattack, relying solely on extreme speed and illusions to evade. When the 5-second Hurricane Hammer concluded, Lu Jianan leaned on her massive hammer, her small chest heaving heavily, fine beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Evidently, the exertion had taken its toll. Meanwhile, Gu Pingping remained standing calmly at the edge of the ring, her breathing steady, not even a strand of hair out of place. A fleeting, almost imperceptible sneer seemed to flicker in her vacant eyes. In the Qingbei preparation area, Yu Woyat's tense face finally cracked a smile. He gave a slight nod and murmured to Sima Yunfeng beside him, "See? That little brat is nothing but a brute. She hasn't even grazed Pingping's hem yet. That brute may be decked out in divine gear, but her combat awareness is crude. Pingping has her playing like a puppet. Once she's exhausted, one strike will finish her." Sima Yunfeng exhaled in relief, his face regaining its smug arrogance. The chairman's foresight is truly remarkable. Student Gu has lived up to expectations. Over at Shanglan's side, Yang Sanbao was frantically scratching his head and pulling at his beard. Wang Qing's brow was deeply furrowed, while Lin Yu's icy gaze was fixed intently on the battlefield. Dong Kaier had even forgotten about her drink, her hand gripping the gourd slightly tighter. "You fool! Don't just rely on brute force, watch her movements." Wang Qing couldn't help but growl a warning. "Xiaonan Nan, steady yourself, she's wearing you down." Even the usually verbose Rin Xingyuan was unusually concise. Lu Jianan gasped for breath, her wide, watery eyes fixed on Gu Pingping, clearly just realizing the crux of the problem. She gritted her teeth and began calmly studying Gu Pingping's footwork. Just then, the moment arrived. Gu Pingping, who had been weaving and dodging, suddenly blurred. The next instant, she appeared directly in front of Lu Jianan without warning, as if teleported. Less than a meter apart, their faces were almost touching. Even more eerie, Gu Pingping's previously vacant, calm eyes instantly turned a deep crimson, radiating a demonic, soul-piercing glow. Illusion, double crimson demon eyes. Don't look into her eyes. Dong Kaier, a professional with exceptional skill in illusions, was the first to issue a frantic warning. But it was too late. Caught off guard, Lu Jianan instinctively met those crimson demonic eyes. In an instant, her petite body stiffened violently. Her gaze instantly turned vacant and hollow, as if her soul had been ripped out. The massive hammer she held aloft froze mid-air, her entire body immobilized as if under a petrification spell.
Oh no, this is bad. Gu Pingping's eyes flashed with an even brighter red light, a cold smile curling her lips. Her right hand flashed like lightning from her waist, drawing a jet-black dagger. Silent yet ruthlessly precise, it plunged toward Lu Jianan's defenseless, ample bosom. The speed was astonishing, clearly avoiding vital organs, yet it was enough to render her combat ineffective. This style of combat clearly exceeded the bounds of a friendly sparring match. Just as the dagger was about to touch Lu Jianan's armor. Boom! A piercing, ancient dragon's roar echoed throughout the arena. The crimson dragon head gem at the chest of Lu Jianan's dragon lion heavenly ruin armor suddenly erupted with blinding light. A majestic dragon silhouette, formed entirely from dazzling silver light, surged skyward from the armor. Its head reared back in fury, carrying overwhelming momentum as it slammed toward Gu Pingping, who stood mere inches away. Boom! A heart-stoppingly loud crash. Gu Pingping felt a force as immense as a collapsing mountain slam into her chest. The power she had channeled into her dagger was instantly shattered. The dagger itself, clearly no ordinary weapon, emitted a sharp crack upon contact with the silver dragon's phantom, snapping cleanly in two. Ugh! Gu Pingping was sent flying backward. Mid-air, she coughed up a large mouthful of blood, the mist of crimson spreading across the arena. She crashed heavily onto the ground over 10 meters away, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. The leather armor on her chest shattered, revealing a blood-red 5-clawed dragon seal beneath. Her aura instantly wilted. She struggled a few times but found herself unable to rise for the moment. Lu Jianan, jolted awake from her daze by the dragon's roar, snapped back to reality. Her wide eyes blinked blankly as she surveyed the broken dagger at her feet and the blood-spewing Gu Pingping in the distance. Glancing down at the dragon head gem still glowing faintly on her chest, she instantly understood. Damn, that armor is powerful. Good thing I snatched it, she murmured in delight. Her expression immediately hardened as she glared angrily at the struggling Gu Pingping. I almost fell for your trap. But now you're done for. Watch this. She cared nothing for exploiting someone's weakness, nor would she show mercy. Seizing the moment while Gu Pingping lay crippled, unable to unleash her ghostly footwork, Lu Jianan hoisted the massive hammer. With a single stride, she charged forward and delivered a single, unadorned blow to the half-risen Gu Pingping. Thud! Gu Pingping weakly raised her arm to block, but how could she possibly withstand such a blow now? A distinct crack echoed through her arm as her entire body was sent flying. She slammed into the protective light shield, slid down limp, and fell into a deep, unconscious slumber. Round 3, Xianglan Technical School's Lu Jianan wins. Hu Yongli's voice brimmed with reluctance as he swiftly announced the result. The medical team immediately rushed onto the stage to administer first aid to Gu Pingping. As the result was announced, the entire martial arts arena erupted once more into a storm of heated discussion. Holy, 1:2? How is that possible? How could the freshman be so useless, unable to take down even this little girl? Are we really going to lose all face for Qinghua and Peking? Hold on, it's still early. The unknown Xiang Lan had taken the lead on Qingbei's home turf, under the gaze of tens of thousands of faculty and students. This result felt like a resounding slap across the face of every Qinghua and Peking University student. The smug smiles on Yi Wuya and Sima Yunfeng's faces froze instantly, replaced by stunned disbelief. Yi Wuya's face turned ashen. He never imagined this legendary gear could be so formidable. The strategy was sound. If not for that armor, this brute would have lost long ago. But those damn trash players. Sima Yunfeng was at a loss for words, beginning to curse under his breath. Enough! Have you ever seen such powerful trash? Quick, think of a countermeasure. Yi Wuya snapped, his eyes flashing with disappointment. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. We can't let her keep running wild. Her weapons and gear are too much of a handful. Got it. His gaze swept toward a silent figure in the back row of the staging area. Chapter 73, The King of Firearms. Lu Jianan stood on the stage, tilting her head triumphantly. With a radiant smile, she flashed a victory V sign toward Wang Qing and the others. On the VIP platform, Principal Guan Songhai frowned intently at the Qingbei elite preparation area, his hands clasped anxiously on his thighs. Xu Ziyang shot him a glance, smacking his lips with a smug smirk. TSK, our little Xianglan girl doesn't know when to hold back. I'll have to spank her when we get back, ha. The Qingbei leadership on the podium fell silent, each struggling to suppress their mounting fury. Qingbei elite preparation area. Yi Wuya hurried in small steps to the back corner. Head bowed, his expression stern, he delivered an unquestionable command. Junior Zhang Shiji, it's your turn to step up. Qingbei's reputation rests on your shoulders. The man before him had a dark complexion and small yet exceptionally piercing eyes. His prominent cheekbones were framed by tousled hair that fell over his forehead, concealing a scar. Zhang Shiji wasn't wearing his school uniform, but instead a gray-green custom combat suit. He carried little conspicuous gear, save for a long-barreled sniper rifle radiating a brass-colored energy, slung casually over his shoulder. The youth lifted his head slightly, his dark face devoid of expression, offering only a faint nod. With one hand, he steadied the sniper rifle on his shoulder, while the other deftly checked the magazine.
At that moment, the arena light swept across the barrel, reflecting a blinding yellow glow.
Round 4, Lu Jianan of Shanglan Technical School vs Zheng Shiji of Qingbei University. Contestants, prepare to enter the arena. With the announcement complete, Zheng Shiji stepped onto the stage with measured, deliberate strides. His small eyes, like those of a night hawk, fixed on the petite figure across from him, who was brandishing a massive hammer and making faces at him. Qingbei University, Zheng Shiji, SS Class Professional, Gunmaster, Level 32. His self-introduction was as cold as his expression. Lu Jianan curled her lip, sizing up her new opponent, oomph. Who do you think you're scaring with that crappy gun? Watch me smash you and your weapon flat. Though her words remained sharp, the danger she'd just faced had added a hint of caution to her eyes. She instinctively touched the dragon head gem still faintly warm against her chest. Zheng Shiji ignored her taunts, nearly bending his knees slightly as his center of gravity shifted downward. The sniper rifle rested steadily against his shoulder, its pitch-black muzzle locked onto Lu Jianan. An invisible aura of lethal intent instantly radiated outward. Junior Zhang, SS Class, King of Firearms? That class is incredibly rare. Zheng Shiji, that name sounded familiar. He's from the frontier. I heard he never went to school, got recruited on merit because he's so damn good. Holy crap? Seriously? How did he survive in that wilderness over the border, where beasts roam? How did he even awaken his class? Hope reignited among the Qingbei spectators as whispers swirled about Zheng Shiji's origins. On the arena stage, Lu Jianan stood bearing her massive hammer, her large, watery eyes fixed warily on Zheng Shiji. She might be brash, but she wasn't stupid. Gu Pingping's illusions and assassination attempt had served as a stark warning. She adjusted her breathing slightly, legs bent, ready to charge or dodge. Zheng Shiji stood like a frozen statue, utterly motionless. Only his piercing eyes, peering through the sniper scope, locked onto Lu Jianan's forehead. His presence was completely stilled, as if he had merged with the rifle in his hands. The match begins. Hu Yongli's voice had barely faded. Bang! A piercing gunshot echoed, striking Lu Jianan's forehead. Almost simultaneously with the shot, Lu Jianan instinctively dived sideways forward, propelled by her keen observation. Her speed was astonishing. Whoosh! A streak of light, barely perceptible to the naked eye, grazed the shoulder armor of Lu Jianan's afterimage. A scorched black dot instantly appeared on the protective energy shield behind her original standing position, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations. Venom Scorpion armor piercing round. The bullet missed its mark, yet Zheng Shiji's expression remained utterly unruffled. His movements were mechanical in their speed bolting. Ejecting. Reloading, all performed in one fluid motion, punctuated by the crisp clang of metal. Lu Jianan froze for a moment before charging forward, swinging her Stellar Crush Skullbreaker. Zheng Shiji watched Lu Jianan charge toward him. His feet slid swiftly like my skate shoes, instantly sidestepping several meters. He fired multiple shots along Lu Jianan's straight charge path. Bang! 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 The poison scorpion armor piercing rounds struck the defensive shield before her, leaving only a grain-sized dent. Even Lu Jianan knew this was a ranged combat support class. She had to close the distance and finish the fight in one strike, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ignoring the deafening gunfire, Lu Jianan activated her shield and charged forward, swinging her massive hammer. Where to run? She lunged and missed, landing without pause. Swinging the hammer again, she charged forward. Rampage charge. Her speed surged, propelling her like a silver sports car toward Zheng Shiji's previous position. But Zheng Shiji was already gone. Bang! Bang! The sniper rifle's fire became relentless. Zheng Shiji's figure darted across the stage at high speed, pausing only briefly between each shot. Fire, move, fire again. He refused to close the distance with Lu Jianan, maintaining a safe firing range that the giant hammer could never reach. It seemed as if multiple Zheng Shijis had appeared on the stage simultaneously, each gunshot originating from a different direction. Bullets whistled in from all directions, plunging Lu Jianan into an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Her strength was savage, her giant hammer capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, yet now she resembled a clumsy bear trapped by a swarm of venomous bees. She could only rely on her combat instincts, charging left and right across the ring, desperately chasing Zheng Shiji's elusive form. The hammer became a burden, draining her strength with every swing. Damn it, this is driving me crazy.
Lu Jianan screamed in frustration, her face flushed crimson, sweat soaking the strands of hair at her forehead.
Zhang Shiji's dark face remained expressionless, his gaze as sharp as ever.
Like a hunter peering through a sniper scope, he calmly observed every movement of his prey, anticipating her next trajectory.
Great shot, Zhang. Keep it up. That's the spirit, wear her down. See how she acts so cocky, relying on her god-tier gear to look down on Qingbei? Kill her. Cheers from Qingbei surged once more.
Sima Yunfeng straightened his back, as if victory were already assured.
In his eyes, Lu Jianan's defeat was inevitable, only a matter of time.
That legendary battle armor and colossal hammer had now become Lu Jianan's greatest burden. Sima, Zheng's capabilities extend far beyond what you've seen.
Just watch. Yi Wuyat's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Wang Qing suddenly sensed something amiss. Though speed and attrition were the optimal strategies against Lu Jianan, Zhang Shiji's gaze and movements filled him with inexplicable unease. He glanced at the arena floor and cried out urgently, "No! Nan, look at the ground! Watch out!"
At that moment, Lu Jianan heard the shout and glanced at the floor with her peripheral vision. A look of shock quickly spread across her face.
Why is the floor frozen? And what's with that dazzling glow? Chapter 74, The Terrifying Zhang Shiji. Beneath Lu Jianan's feet, the once rough blue stone surface of the ring had been covered at some point by a layer of crystal clear, mirror-smooth ice.
The ice continued to spread and thicken at a visible pace, and an intense, ominous foreboding instantly surged through her heart. Though startled, she didn't dwell on it, attempting to charge forward and close the distance to Zhang Shiji. Yet her feet slipped. With a shriek, her petite frame lost balance, stumbling backward several clumsy steps. Only by jabbing her Starfall Skullcrusher into the ground did she barely steady herself. Refusing to give up, she scrambled back to her feet and charged again. Yet after barely 2 steps, she lost her balance once more, her awkward stumble making her look rather comical on the stage. Wang Qing's pupils contracted sharply as realization struck. Damn it, this kid has been using 2 types of bullets all along. As a professional, he knew immediately that the shots fired earlier at Lu Jianan had been ineffective. Therefore, the poison scorpion armor-piercing rounds were merely a feint, and the other type must be the special rounds that create ice. Though Zhang Shiji's reloading speed was lightning fast, Wang Qing's careful recollection revealed the crucial detail. Under the intense pressure of a single-shot defeat, this kid had methodically loaded 2 types of ammunition into his magazine. He had been weaving a trap all along. Every seemingly casual movement and shot from Zhang Shiji placed an ice round precisely in Lu Jianan's potential movement zones, silently constructing this icy prison. Everyone in the training ground was focused on Lu Jianan's defense and movements. Who would notice Zhang Shiji's subtle actions? Yi Wuya watched the scene unfold, a faint smile curling his lips. These bullets were Zhang's signature frost delay rounds. What to do? How to break this stalemate? Wang Qing's mind raced. The only solution now was brute force. Xiao Nan, hurry! Smash the ground! Break through the ice along with the stage! Wang Qing shouted urgently, his voice piercing through the protective barrier and the clamor. Lu Jianan heard the warning, and a resolute glint flashed in her large, watery eyes. With a fierce cry, she swung her massive hammer, attempting to break the stalemate as instructed. But how could Zhang Shiji give her that chance? The instant Lu Jianan gathered her strength, he flung his sniper rifle behind him. With lightning speed, he drew another weapon from his storage ring, a rugged, short-barreled oddity, the riot suppression gun. Bang! No longer the crisp crack of a sniper rifle, but a dull, booming explosion. Large nets woven from special alloy wire, weighted with heavy lead sinkers along their edges, came crashing down over the restricted movements of Lu Jianan. Magnetic explosive spider web shell. Ah! Lu Jianan screamed, forced to halt her hammer strike. She struggled to twist, leap, and roll across the slippery ice surface. The massive hammer now became a cumbersome hindrance, making her evasive maneuvers clumsy and awkward. Several times she nearly stumbled to the ground, drawing even louder boos and laughter from the audience below. Wang Qing and the others felt their hearts leap to their throats. Even Lin Yu, who usually clashed with Xiao Nan, grew tense. Zhang Shiji executed his tactics flawlessly, every move precisely according to plan. He had Lu Jianan completely cornered. Just as Lu Jianan narrowly dodged another giant net, utterly exhausted, a cold gleam flashed in Zhang Shiji's eyes. With breathtaking fluidity, he swiftly reloaded the blast netgun's magazine. Lu Jianan's current position coincided precisely with where Zhang Shiji had stood when he first entered the arena. Now, Lu Jianan thought he'd caught his opponent's reloading moment. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he swung the giant hammer with all his might once more, determined to smash this damned ice surface to pieces. But Wang Qing suddenly realized something: only this section of the entire stage surface had ice that was noticeably thinner than the rest. His expression changed drastically. No. That could be a trap. Get out of the way. But his warning came too late. Just as the Starfall Skullcrusher was about to shatter the ground. Crack! Crack! 2 mechanical snaps echoed from beneath Lu Jianan's feet. 2 gleaming black chains, covered in barbed spikes, instantly broke through the ice. With lightning speed, they locked tightly around Lu Jianan's ankles.
This was the Vajra Beast binding chain.
A military-grade device designed to restrain high-tier power-type beasts. Its strength and resilience were terrifyingly formidable, a restraint no first-tier practitioner could easily break free from.
What? Lu Jianan gasped in horror, struggling desperately.
Yet her feet felt welded to the ice.
No matter how much strength she mustered, the chains wouldn't budge.
Instead, they tightened further, their barbs digging deep into her ankles.
Intense pain covered her adorable doll-like face with beads of sweat. But misfortune never comes singly.
The duration of her flower spirit barrier ended precisely then. The tiny flower spirit fairy emitted a faint, sorrowful cry before dissipating into thin air.
Holy crap! Wang Qing couldn't help but gasp.
Zhang Shiji had calculated everything in his mind the moment he stepped onto the field, even factoring in his own reload speed, firing rate, and Lu Jianan's movements. This man's intelligence was undeniably formidable, a rival not to be underestimated. For the first time, Zhang Shiji's face revealed a distinct expression, the greedy smile of a hunter who finally saw his prey fall into the ultimate trap.
He raised his blast net gun once more. This time, the muzzle no longer glowed with metallic sheen, instead, it flickered with terrifying blue arcs of electricity. It was time to end this. He licked his upper lip greedily. Bang!
A superconducting thunder net, woven entirely from raging currents and a full circle larger than any previous net, shot forth at astonishing speed. Lu Jianan's feet were pinned, leaving him no escape.
In an instant, the net engulfed him completely. A shrill, childlike scream pierced the arena.
The high-voltage current raged wildly, piercing through the defenses of the Dragon Lion Heavenly Ruin armor and mercilessly ravaging her body. The Dragon Lion Heavenly Ruin armor's extraordinary defensive properties proved utterly useless in this moment. Her petite frame convulsed violently. The air thickened with the acrid smell of scorched flesh. Every strand of her flaxen curls stood on end, wisps of blue smoke rising from her body.
Her delicate face contorted, etched with immense agony. Zhang, my junior, has something special.
The plan was meticulous, executed step by step.
Xianglan's contestant is doomed to lose now. We won. We finally won. Damn Xianglan, see how arrogant you can be now.
The Qingbei stands erupted.
Everyone was awestruck by Zhang Shiji's masterful tactics, their cheers deafening. Yi Wuya's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he explained to the stunned Sima Yunfeng beside him, see? That's the terrifying power of Zhang Shiji. His signature skill, bullet modification, allows him to seamlessly integrate his mastered basic skills like ice creation and electric net creation into his projectiles. Armor piercing, frost, spider web, thunderstorm, you think that's all? Junior Zhang's bullet arsenal is incredibly diverse.
He paused before continuing, his greatest strength lies in his extraordinary intelligence. What appears to be a casual action is actually meticulously calculated, every step is precisely executed, without the slightest deviation.
Listening to Yi Wuya's explanation, Sima Yunfeng's expression shifted to one of sudden realization.
Suddenly, he realized why Yi Wuya was the student council president of Tsinghua and Peking universities. He truly knew every freshman inside out.
Truly, knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Chapter 75, Boundless Rage. On the stage, Zhang Shiji watched coldly as Lu Jianan writhed in agony within the electric net, his vitality rapidly fading.
Like executing a program, he smoothly removed the sniper rifle from his shoulder. It was clear Zhang Shiji was extremely cautious. Even with Lu Jianan in such a pitiful state, he dared not advance recklessly, maintaining a safe distance at all times. Next, he loaded a glass slug, the bone-corroding acid round filled with a thick, green liquid that emitted a pungent, acrid stench. Slowly raising the rifle, he locked the crosshairs firmly onto Lu Jianan's immobilized head. This shot was intended to end the fight completely, potentially inflicting permanent trauma on Lu Jianan, but it would not be fatal.
At this critical moment, Lu Jianan, already charred black and dazed from the electric shock, tilted her head under the current stimulation.
She saw her reflection in the smooth ice surface below her, body scorched black, hair standing on end like a ghostly apparition. How could a fairy be treated this way? Physical pain could be endured, but the desecration of her appearance was absolutely unacceptable.
Infinite fury instantly clears her mind. The legendary skill, Endless Rage, activated in an instant. How dare you make me so hideous? This is unforgivable. A roar filled with fury erupted from within the electric grid, reverberating throughout the entire arena.
Immediately, a soul-shaking aura surged skyward from her petite frame. The charred skin instantly peeled away, revealing flesh as crimson as blood.
Dense, dark red ancient runes flashed across her skin surface.
But the most terrifying change was in her eyes. Those once watery, wide eyes had now completely transformed into two blazing, blood-red flames shooting out with terrifying intensity.
Boom!
The Vajra Beast binding chains, restraining her legs, shattered inch by inch under the sudden, explosive force. The superconducting lightning net coiled around her was forcibly stretched and torn apart by a brutal crimson energy. Zhang Shiji's face was frozen in shock, his pupils violently trembling. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, sending a bone-corroding acid round, whistling toward her. Yet Lu Jianan, consumed by the state of endless rage, had elevated her speed, strength, and reflexes to superhuman levels. Without even glancing at the bullet, her left hand, ablaze with blood-red flames, swept out with lightning speed. A sharp crack echoed. The acid pellet, potent enough to corrode flesh and bone, was deflected mid-air by her bare hand. Green acid splattered onto the ice ring, instantly corroding a sizzling pit. Absolutely unforgivable. Die for me. At that moment, Lu Jianan, utterly devoid of reason, driven solely by a destructive instinct, made Zheng Shiji's body tremble slightly. He immediately began pulling the trigger repeatedly, his body shifting into motion once more. Yet it was all futile. Lu Jianan snatched up the Starfall Skullcrusher from the ground with one hand. The massive warhammer felt as light as a feather in her grasp. In the next instant, she became a crimson afterimage, charging through a hail of bullets. Almost as if teleporting, she appeared before a horrified Zheng Shiji. A Starfall Skullcrusher, fueled by a rage that crushed everything in its path, swung brutally toward Zheng Shiji. Zheng Shiji instinctively formed a seal with one hand, instantly activating his survival skill, Metal Protection, shielding himself with his sniper rifle. Clang! Boom! Zheng Shiji's metal shield and his specialized rifle instantly shattered. His entire body, spewing blood, was sent flying backward through the swirling metal fragments, slamming violently into a distant protective energy barrier. The protective light barrier, capable of withstanding high-intensity attacks, now shattered like fragile glass. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread outward from the point of impact. Zheng Shiji slammed heavily against the edge of the stage, his bones shattered beyond count. He fell into a deep, unconscious stupor, his fate unknown. On the stage, Lu Jianan, whose decisive hammer blow had sealed the outcome, staggered slightly. The side effects of endless rage instantly backfired. The crimson glow on her skin rapidly faded, the blood flames extinguished. Her gaze cleared, replaced by utter exhaustion. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no sound emerged. Darkness engulfed her vision, and her petite frame fell backward, crashing onto the ice-covered arena with a thud as she too lost consciousness. The entire Qingbei Central Martial Arts Arena fell into complete silence. Every face froze in utter, unparalleled shock. From utter defeat to counterattack, from brink of loss to instant kill and nearly shattering the protective barrier, the reversal was too swift, too fierce, utterly beyond comprehension. What kind of skill was that? To deflect a fired bullet with bare hands. On the VIP platform, Principal Guan Sanhai abruptly stood up, oblivious to the chair toppling behind him. His trembling finger pointed at the arena. Could that be the legendary skill, Endless Fury? How could she? Other Qingbei high-ranking officials were equally stunned, their gazes toward Zhu Ziyong filled with shock and suspicion. Where did that old codger find such a monstrous student? Zhu Ziyong himself dropped his carefree grin, narrowing his small eyes as he watched Lu Jianan collapse on the stage. He muttered, this little moneymaker played his trump card too soon. Looks like he's in for a big loss. Yi Wuya's smug expression vanished without a trace, replaced by a look of grave concern. Even Wang Qing, who had been observing coldly all along, now had an unprecedented shock erupting from her deep purple eyes. Her body leaned forward slightly, her face showing intense emotional turmoil for the very first time. Xinglan Preparation Zone. Though Wang Qing had long known Xiao Nannan possessed such extraordinary abilities, witnessing them firsthand still left him utterly stunned. Lin Yu's icy eyes flashed with an unusual light, and a faint smile touched the corners of her exquisite face. This little one had underestimated her. Fourth match, Xiangxi Anglin Technical School's Lu Jianan defeated Hu Yangli. The director announced the result with noticeable trembling. The medical team rushed frantically onto the stage once more, carefully attending to the two critically injured combatants. After a moment of silence, the martial arts arena erupted in chaotic murmurs. Did you see that? What was that just now? He deflected a bullet with his bare hands? Yuzhen nearly shattered the protective shield? Is Zheng Shiji going to die? She's only S rank? This is monstrous. That lowly is a monster. Qingbei lost another match. But thankfully, that little girl is no longer a threat. Wang Qing gazed at Lu Jianan, lying on the stretcher with her breath faint as a thread, his emotions incredibly complex. Though Lu Jianan exited the stage this way, it undoubtedly boosted the morale of Shanglan's remaining members. Meanwhile, Qingbei faced immense pressure. 2:3, they were trailing. Losing this second point was nothing short of a disgrace for Qingbei. Qingbei had been crushed by the opponent's unstoppable, overwhelming power in 2 consecutive matches. Were all the players Shanglan had left to field monsters like her? This ominous foreboding spread rapidly throughout Qingbei's martial arts hall. Not a single soul dared to look down upon Shanglan Technical School, once considered a cesspool, any longer. Sima Yunfeng's face was as pale as paper, his body trembling slightly as his dark gaze swept over Shanglan's remaining players. His gaze finally settled on the woman who had remained inconspicuous all along, the female drunkard clutching a wine jar. Next up was her turn to fight. But what on earth were Qingbei supposed to do? Chapter 76, The Drunkard Dong Kaier. In the Qingbei preparation area, Yi Wuya's gaze sharpened, his expression tinged with alarm.
He paused to analyze. On Shanglan's side, Lu Jianan is indeed troublesome not because of her strength, but her equipment. But Shanglan can't possibly have every member wielding legendary gear or even awaken legendary skills. The probability is too low. Seeing Yi Wuya still silent, Sima Yunfeng urgently asked, Chairman, how about I take the next match myself? Yi Wuyat's expression darkened instantly. He cut him off without hesitation. What's the panic? You fool! Shanglan still has 5 members left. If you rush in and get worn down by them, it'll be a loss rather than a gain. Wang Qing refuses to join the battle right now. If you slip up, Qingbei will be doomed. But when Sima Yunfeng glanced back at the elites in the reserve zone, figures like Xian Fu hung their heads in silence. Just as Yi Wuya was about to rally the troops with a rousing speech, someone from the back row of the reserve area volunteered, Chairman, Brother Sima, how about I take the next fight? SS class profession, Beastmaster, Xiang Liang stepped forward, his gaze sweeping the room with fury. They're scared, but I'm not. They're nothing but vermin crawling out of a cesspool. I've been itching to settle this score. Excellent. Excellent. Junior brother Xiang truly shows his mettle in adversity. It's impossible for everyone in Shanglan to possess legendary gear and skills. But you mustn't be overconfident. That's exactly what junior brother Tan fell victim to. Rest assured, Chairman. Even if I can't win, I'll fight my way through to clear a path for brother Sima. Brave indeed, this is the fighting spirit our Qinghua Peking men should possess. Yi Wuya swept his gaze over Xian Fu and the others, their spirits further dampened, and remarked with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the Shanglan preparation area, Yang Sanbao gave Dong Kaier, about to enter the arena, a helpless reminder, my dear, didn't I tell you to drink less? Dong Kaier slumped in her chair, eyes glazed over. It took immense effort for her to stagger to her feet. Shut your damn mouth, you know nothing, she snapped. Before she could steady herself, she collapsed into Yang Sanbao's arms. Oh my! Ren Qingyuan, get her some water. Sober her up. What are you standing there for? Hurry! Ren Qingyuan remained unmoved. Fatso Yang, what the hell do you know? Doesn't Dong understand how important this match is? Relax, she's got it under control. 5th match, Qingbei's Xiang Liang vs Shanglan's Dong Kaier. Please take your places. As director Hu Yangli made the announcement, Xiang Liang from Qingbei leapt onto the center of the stage. He wore a black Xuanwu stone armor radiating a shadow aura, his fists clenched tightly. Of medium build, his muscles were clearly defined. His square face was framed by a thin beard, and his piercing eyes fixed forward as he awaited his opponent, Dong Kaier, to take the stage. Inside the martial arts hall, several minutes passed without Dong Kaier appearing. Students on Qingbei's stands exchanged puzzled glances and murmured among themselves. What was going on? Where was she? Where is Dong Kaier from Shanglan? Why hasn't she entered the arena yet? If she doesn't show up soon, I'll have to declare Shanglan forfeited. Director Hu Yangli seized the moment, his voice rapid as he issued the warning. At that moment, Dong Kaier lay utterly drunk, still slumped in Yang Sanbao's arms. Her toes scraped the floor as she swayed unsteadily, seemingly unconscious. Wake up, little darling, wake up. It's time to go on stage. Quick, give me a hand carrying her up. What are you standing around for? Hurry up. Yang Sanbao urged Ren Qingyuan and the others standing nearby with helpless impatience. In the center of the ring, Yang Sanbao, his face twisted with disgust, hooked one of Dong Kaier's arms. Ren Qingyuan took the other, while Feng Shiruan simply grabbed her legs. The trio carried Dong Kaier under the spotlight, tossing her onto the center of the stage like a discarded carcass. Ouch, you hurt me, you bunch of troublemakers. She groaned, rubbing her sore, but as she regained some clarity. Without even kicking out to stand, she remained sprawled in the ring's center. Ha! How can you even fight when you're this wasted? Shanglan, did you guys come here to make a joke? Ha, this is hilarious. Can a drunk even fight? She's practically a puddle of slop. Just declare Shanglan the winner already, this match is over. The stands erupted in deafening jeers, though their intensity had noticeably waned compared to earlier. Many now recognized that Shanglan was no simple opponent to defeat. Yet this drunkard's entrance was genuinely baffling. Xiang Liang paid no heed. Fixing his gaze on Dong Kaier slumped on the ground, he clasped his fists and declared, Xiang Liang of Qingbei, level 35, SS ranked, Beastmaster. At your service. He then assumed a solemn, battle-ready stance. Hick! Where am I? Who are you, buddy? Have you seen my wine gourd? Dong Kaier rolled on the ground, groping for her gourd. Xiang Liang's face darkened with exasperation, feeling utterly disrespected. His piercing eyes blazed with anger, ready to strike at any moment. Ha! Right here, bro. No rush. Let me take a swig and introduce myself. She lay on the ground, leisurely unscrewing the flask cap. Taking a small sip, she exclaimed, damn, this is good stuff. Enough, enough. With a sudden leap, Dong Kaier sprang to her feet. Her flushed face suddenly grew icy, though her steps remained unsteady. Shanglan Dong Kaier, level 34, SS class profession, Holy Word Scholar. Burp. Pleased to meet you. Xiang Liang startled. He saw an icy chill in Dong Kaier's eyes. Had she been faking all along? Just as Xiang Liang froze in shock, Dong Kaier plopped back down onto the center of the stage. Her eyes darted around as she glared at Xiang Liang. Why'd you hit me? Ow, that hurts. She started rolling around on the ground again, wailing. Faced with this absurd scene, Xiang Liang froze. When had he hit her? Was she acting drunk? His face betrayed utter bewilderment. Then, waves of roaring laughter from the martial arts hall reached his ears. Trash. Total trash. Made me get all worked up for nothing. Pfft, thought he was some kind of master. Forget it. I'll send him packing with one strike and save myself the trouble. Xiang Liang's brow furrowed, his gaze turning fierce as his aura erupted. He lunged forward in a single stride, left leg soaring high splits. His left foot stomped down with all his might. Boom! What? Dong Kaier seemed to sense danger, rolling sideways to the other side. She steadied herself against the ground, sitting up unsteadily while muttering, so lacking in chivalry, young man. You're no gentleman at all. You're in for a world of trouble next. Xiang Liang stared in disbelief at Dong Kaier as she sat up. Unhurriedly, she pulled a yellowed, ancient bound book from her storage ring, carefully unfolding it. With a lisp and unwavering focus, she began to read aloud. The mandate of heaven is called nature, following nature is called the way, cultivating the way is called teaching. The way is something one cannot depart from even for a moment. If one can depart from it, it is not the way. Therefore, the gentleman is vigilant about what he does not see and fearful of what he does not understand. Do not see. What the hell is this? I can't understand a word. Just as Xiang Liang prepared for a second attempt, he felt the air around him compress in disbelief. Then, the characters began to take shape in the air, materializing before his eyes. Damn it, it's the exclusive skill, turn words to gold. Chapter 77, The Drunken Scholar Battles the Beast. Xiang Liang's pupils contracted sharply as he watched golden characters drifting from the ancient book coalesce into tangible forms mid-air. Like golden blades, they slashed relentlessly toward his head. Transforming words into gold? On the podium, Vice Principal Huang Baichuan gasped in shock. Could that scroll be the weapon of the late SSS tier professional Wu Haoren, the Haoren scroll? How did this girl obtain it? After a great predecessor passed away, they would imbue a fragment of their lingering soul energy into a weapon they once wielded, transforming it into a magical artifact. Though the Haoren scroll was merely an epic tier item, possessing this fragment of soul made it vastly more powerful than ordinary epic tier equipment. Huang Baichuan explained to the surrounding Qingbei high-ranking officials, his voice tinged with disbelief. Dong Kaier's profession is holy word scholar, no wonder she can wield such a magical artifact. She's a formidable opponent. Principal Zhua Honglian adjusted her posture, her face clouded with worry as she sighed. Xu Zhiyong remained silent upon hearing this, smiling confidently. Principal Guan Sunghai's expression darkened further as he fixed his gaze on the still staggering figure atop the stage. On the stage, Xiang Liang was in a sorry state. He retreated rapidly, fists flailing to block. His black tortoise stone armor clanged under the impact of golden characters, sparks flying everywhere. Each strike sent a numbing shock through his arms. The power contained within those characters far exceeded his expectations. Damn it, she dared to trick me? Xiang Liang was both shocked and furious. Only now did he realize that her earlier drunken madness had been nothing but a damn act. Ha ha hick. Others laugh at my madness, but I laugh at their blindness. Dong Kaier stood unsteadily, downing another mouthful of wine. A mocking smile spread across her flushed face. Only now you get it? You're a bit slow, aren't you? A chill gripped Xiang Liang's heart, and he dared not underestimate her any longer. He slammed his hand on his ring, roaring, "Come forth, my companions!" Flash after flash of light erupted, and 3 waves of savage, brutal energy instantly descended upon the arena. While ordinary beast masters could typically control only one beast, Xiang Liang had awakened the exclusive skill, Beast Control. At Tier 1, he could command 3 beasts of lower rank than himself. Sima Yunfeng, who had been intently observing the battle, spoke with a hint of unease. For against one the advantage is ours. Though they wield magical artifacts, the outcome remains uncertain. Yi Wuya added encouragingly. At the center of the arena, 3 strange beasts suddenly materialized before Dong Kaier. The first resembled a cheetah, yet its entire body was covered in dark purple crystalline scales. Its protruding fangs flashed with lightning, and wherever its sharp claws struck the ground, the arena floor turned slightly charred. A first-tier elite lightning-type beast, the purple crystal thunderstorm. The second was a variegated giant python as thick as a water barrel. Its serpentine head bore a crimson fleshy growth resembling a rooster's comb. As its scarlet tongue flickered in and out, a faint pink mist of venom could be glimpsed within its enormous jaws. A Tier 1 elite venomous beast, the coxcomb illusion python. The third was a double-headed eagle, nearly a meter tall. Its feathers stood rigid like daggers, its skin gleaming with a metallic blue-black sheen. Its gaze was piercing, its talons razor-sharp. A Tier 1 elite speed-type beast, the twin-headed fierce eagle. The moment these 3 elite-tier beasts appeared, their terrifying aura sent shockwaves rippling through the entire training ground. Xiao Xiang was getting serious now. These three beasts clearly possessed complementary skills. Acquiring such elite-tier creatures must have taken considerable effort. With 3 elite beasts on our side plus Xiao Xiang, let's see what this drunkard has left in him. Go, Junior! Hold your head high, victory is ours. The Qingbei stands erupted once more in thunderous cheers and roars of encouragement. Dong Kair's drunken gaze swept over the 3 beasts, seemingly unconcerned. Instead, she pointed at the crested illusion serpent and chuckled, "This snake is so ugly. It'd make terrible soup." Hiss! The rooster-crested illusion serpent seemed enraged, launching the first attack. Its massive body moved with surprising agility, transforming into a streak of colorful light. It opened its mouth, spewing a thick cloud of pink poison mist that instantly engulfed Dong Kair. Simultaneously, its tail lashed out like a steel whip, silently sweeping toward her lower body. "Kair, watch out for the poison mist!" Ren Qingyuan shouted from Shanglan's side. Dong Kair laughed heartily. Her steps shifted in seemingly chaotic disorder, yet her body drifted away as lightly as willow fluff in the wind, evading both the poison mist and the sweeping tail with perfect timing. Next, the double-headed falcon soared through the air, its razor-sharp feathers striking toward Dong Kair as she landed. The sharp feathers missed their mark. Dong Kair's seemingly unsteady steps were actually her skill, Void Step. Just as she evaded the double-headed falcon's feather assault, the purple crystal thunder leopard seized the opening. Moving with blinding speed, it lunged forward, claws outstretched, aiming a devastating strike at her chest. Dong Kair's reflexes were lightning fast. She drew the epic weapon, Glass Beast Brush, a gift from Lu Jianan, from her storage ring to block the strike. Clang! Dong Kair was sent reeling backwards several steps by the immense force. "You're fighting me!" Xiang Liang had anticipated her position, delivering a punch that struck Dong Kair squarely in the face. The immense force sent Dong Kair flying several meters. She barely regained her footing by plunging the Glass Beast Brush into the ground. Dong Kair swished her tongue around her mouth before spitting out a mouthful of blood. She muttered sarcastically, "You brat, you're a quick learner. Your beast and your body work together perfectly." At that moment, fierce combat intent flared in her eyes. The Heroine scroll, resting on the ground, began turning pages rapidly, as if moved by an unseen wind. Lifting her head, she chanted aloud, her voice carrying a peculiar penetrating power. "The righteous energy of heaven and earth bestows diverse forms upon all things." Suddenly, the golden characters in the air coalesced into a massive, ethereal golden ruler. It struck the venom-spewing serpent head closest to the Heroine scroll, with a thunderous crack. A sharp crack echoed, like a teacher admonishing a student. The cockcomb phantom serpent let out a pained hiss. The fleshy cockcomb growth on its head was flattened by the blow, leaving it reeling and disoriented. Xiang Liang's expression darkened as he immediately commanded, "Thunder Leopard, Thunder Impact! Fierce Eagle, Tearing Claws! Pincer her and tear her apart!" Purple Crystal Leopard roared, its body erupting in flashes of lightning as it transformed into a purple bolt hurtling forward. Twin-headed falcon received the command mid-air. Its menacing talons raised high, wings flapping, it lunged viciously at Dong Kair's crown. Facing the dual assault, Dong Kair's drunken haze deepened, her body swaying dangerously close to collapse. She slammed her wine gourd onto the ground and slurred incoherently, "To establish the heart of heaven and earth, to establish the destiny of the people." The skill 4 sentences of Hongju activated. In an instant, 4 massive stone pillars erupted from the ground around her. Engraved with the Confucian 4 sentences of Hanku, they instantly formed an impenetrable cage, trapping the charging, purple crystal thunder leopard within. The leopard roared furiously, its claws violently striking the pillars, sending stone shards flying. Even when it unleashed thunderbolts, the cage remained unshaken. Simultaneously, Dong Kair faced the ferocious charge of the double-headed falcon without flinching. With a flick of her wrist, she grasped the Glass Beast Brush, its tip radiating brilliant light. Using the void as her paper and her talent as ink, she drunkenly drew a stroke through the air. Skill, Divine Stroke. Whoosh! The Glass Beast Brush transformed into a multicolored streak of light, moving at incredible speed. Imbued with Confucian power, it pierced the double-headed falcon's head with pinpoint accuracy, the tip emerging from the back of its skull. My beast! Xiang Liang watched his painstakingly raised, double-headed falcon die horribly, his heart wrenching as he cried out in anguish. Chapter 78, Flying Immortal of the Wine Jar. On the stage of Qingbei Martial Arts Arena. Awah! The double-headed falcon's forward dive halted abruptly. It plummeted from the sky, its wings flapping feebly a few times before falling silent. One strike, one kill. The entire arena trembled. The crested illusion serpent, having just recovered from the golden ruler's strike, was about to pounce again when Dong Kair lightly tapped her finger. The rock cage imprisoning the purple crystal thunder leopard flared with light, unleashing a powerful restraining force that spread out, unexpectedly engulfing the nearby cockcomb phantom python as well, instantly slowing its movements. The Glass Beast Brush flew back into her hand. The Heroine scroll continued turning pages automatically. Golden characters slowly drifted above Dong Kair. The brush tip tapped lightly, transforming into an even sharper golden arrow storm that pierced straight toward the sluggish, crested illusion serpent. Thud, thud. The massive golden arrow storm pierced the cockcomb phantom serpent's head. It collapsed onto the arena floor before it could even utter a scream. In the blink of an eye, 3 elite beasts, 2 slain, 1 trapped. The tide turned instantly. I'll make you pay with your life. Xiang Liang's eyes bulged with rage, utterly consumed by fury. His hands abruptly formed a bloody seal, which he slammed against his chest as he snarled, blood as the catalyst, soul as the sacrifice. Beast sacrifice. The corpses of the crested illusion serpent and twin-headed falcon lying on the ground suddenly shriveled, transforming into 2 streams of pure purple energy that surged madly into Xiang Liang's body. Simultaneously, the trapped, purple crystal thunder leopards let out agonized roars as their power was forcibly extracted, channeled through an invisible link to infuse Xiang Liang. Xiang Liang's body visibly swelled, muscles bulging as purple crystal scales and the phantom image of a falcon emerged on his skin. His aura surged wildly, momentarily shattering level restrictions to reach a terrifying strength approaching LV40. Die! He channeled the leopard's speed, the falcon's agility, and a thread of the phantom serpent's venomous energy, transforming into a blur that instantly broke the sound barrier. His fist slammed toward Dong Kaier with staggering force. Dong Kaier seemed stunned by this sudden outburst, standing frozen without dodging. She only instinctively raised her gourd to shield herself. Boom! A dull thud, like striking a bell. Xiang Liang's punch, channeling the power of 3 beasts and confident enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, slammed squarely into that seemingly ordinary gourd. Yet the scene he envisioned, the gourd shattering, his opponent's bone snapping, did not materialize. Instead, the gourd remained utterly unmoved. A faint, imperceptible black glow rippled across its surface, and a tremendous counterforce surged back, sending a numbing shock through Xiang Liang's arm and a stinging pain through his fist. What? Xiang Liang was stunned, feeling as if he'd struck steel. Gulp! Dong Kaier staggered back 2 steps. She gave the gourd a shake, grinned widely, revealing pearly white teeth. Not bad, that's some strength. Too bad, though. Almost impressive. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the remaining liquor in one gulp. The liquor hit her throat, instantly bringing her drunkenness to its peak. Yet her eyes suddenly cleared, radiating an overwhelming aura of righteous integrity. The master said. She belched, her steps unsteady like a drunken immortal strolling, yet her lips recited the purest Confucian wisdom. Learning and regularly practicing it, is it not a joy? With each syllable uttered, a tangible golden seal character coalesced in the air, radiating resplendent righteousness as it hurtled towards Xiang Liang. Xiang Liang, empowered by his enhanced strength, dodged frantically with blinding speed. The golden characters struck the arena's protective barrier, sending violent ripples across its surface. A friend from afar comes, is it not a joy? Dong Kaier's figure became elusive and unpredictable. Though she appeared drunk enough to stumble, she always evaded Xiang Liang's frenzied counterattacks by the narrowest of margins. Is it not the mark of a gentleman to remain unperturbed when others fail to recognize his worth? As she chanted the final line, she casually flung the empty gourd in her hand. Spinning wildly through the air, it suddenly materialized into the phantom of a bronze bell entwined with golden script, the ultimate technique, flying immortal of the wine jar. Boom! The bell's phantom struck Xiang Liang head-on. His hands blocked the blow, but the force sent him flying backward. Mid-air, he coughed up a torrent of blood before crashing heavily onto the stage, motionless. Dong Kaier stumbled slightly, clapped her hands, and felt the flush on her cheeks deepen. Her drunken eyes scanned the surroundings as she let out a loud belch. You lost, kid. Go hit the books. We'll settle this another day. Burp. The entire Qingbei Central Martial Arts Arena fell deathly silent. All eyes fixed on the swaying, drunkenly charming figure in green robes atop the platform, as if witnessing a drunken scholar immortal descended from the heavens. Round 5, Dong Kaier of Shanglan Technical School wins. Awe once again spread across every face of Qingbei's faculty and students. Just how many monsters does Shanglan still have hidden away? Yes. We won. Let's see if Qingbei dares to call us maggots in a cesspool again. Run Qingyuan joyfully embraced Feng Shiruan, whose face mirrored his own excitement. His cheers echoed through the silent Qingbei arena. Damn it! This freshman class is worse than I ever imagined. 3 straight losses. Could my prestigious Qingbei University, the top institution in Dragon Nation, really be ruined by them? It's truly unbearable. What the hell are those stinking freshmen doing? You've brought utter disgrace to Qingbei's name. Immediately, murmurs of discontent and accusations began to rise from the stands of Qingbei's martial arts arena, instantly sparking widespread agreement. A torrent of abuse rained down upon Qingbei's preparation area. On the podium, Principal Guan Sanhai could no longer remain seated. His face was a picture of embarrassment, and his utterly disappointed gaze signaled to Vice Principal Huang Baichuan, seated beside him, to go down and assess the situation. Inside the arena, emotions were running high, but this time, the fury wasn't directed at Shanglan, but at their own disappointing teammates. In the Qingbei preparation area, Sima Yunfeng and the others faced a barrage of curses and accusations, seething with anger but unable to speak up. Chairman Yi, what should we do? Sima Yunfeng asked cautiously, his earlier arrogance completely gone.
Yi Wuya looked up at the furious Qingbei stands, momentarily speechless, his face etched with the frustration of seeing potential wasted. Vice Principal Huang Baichuan stormed over to them, panting slightly.
Wuya, Yunfeng, what the hell are you two doing?
You've completely disgraced Qingbei.
Facing Vice President Huang Baichuan's rebuke, Sima Yunfeng lifted his head defiantly. President, I'll take him on. Shanglan will pay the price. But if you lose, what then? The priority now is to restore Qingbei's reputation. Vice President Huang Baichuan demanded, his face twisted with fury.
Then he sighed deeply. Alas, Wang Qing refuses to step in, and you are our last trump card.
There's no choice but to. Yi Wuya instantly thought of someone and replied without hesitation, you mean send Kai Yanyan? Huang Baichuan nodded helplessly. Kai Yanyan had been scheduled as the second to last contestant, but now there was no alternative. Sima Yunfeng froze for a moment.
Kai Yanyan was the third-ranked contestant this year, trailing only him and Wang Qing. For now, this was the only option.
Silence. Silence. The match continues.
Director Hu Yangli steeled himself to maintain order in the Qingbei venue.
Chapter 79, the child's name was already chosen.
Sixth match, Kai Yanyan of Qingbei University vs Dong Kaier of Shanglan Technical School.
Contestants, please enter the arena. Hu Yangli's hoarse announcement finally silenced the roaring crowd.
Before his words had fully faded, an abrupt change erupted from the Qingbei preparation area. A dense, ink-black mist materialized out of thin air without warning, accompanied by waves of nauseating stench.
The fog rapidly condensed and contracted, forming a blurred, distorted shadow of a black coffin in midair.
Then, with a soft boom, the shadowy coffin exploded, scattering into a sky filled with black ash. A tall, slender figure, accompanied by flickering ghostly flames, landed silently at the center of the arena, precisely where Xiang Liang had been carried away.
The newcomer was none other than Kai Yanyan.
Her entrance was eerily sinister, instantly capturing the attention of the entire crowd.
She wore an exquisitely tailored jet-black gown, its hem embroidered with intricate Taoist talismans in dark crimson silk thread.
Unlike traditional wide-sleeved robes, the dress featured a modern, form-fitting design that perfectly accentuated her delicate curves, particularly her slender waist and pert hips, exuding an irresistible allure. Her skin bore the pale, sun-deprived pallor of one seldom exposed to sunlight, creating a stark contrast against the jet-black gown. Her face was small and delicate, her features sculpted with striking definition, her eyebrows and eyes particularly captivating. Her eyes were slightly upturned at the corners, lending her an innate allure, yet her irises held an unusual, almost milky hue. Her gaze was distant and detached, devoid of any emotion. Beneath her straight nose sat thin lips, naturally rosy in hue, now pressed together in a slight pout. Her long black hair flowed freely over her shoulders like a waterfall, adorned with a bone hairpin that added an air of eerie strangeness.
Qingbei University, Kai Yanyan, SS Class Profession, Soul Devouring Master, Level 36.
Her voice rang out crisp and melodious, yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness clearly echoing throughout the entire venue.
Below the stage, in the Shanglan preparation area,
Ren Qingyuan, who had been cheering for Dong Kaier moments ago, fell silent the instant he saw Kai Yanyan's face. His mouth hung open slightly, eyes wide as saucers, staring fixedly at Kai Yanyan on the stage. He sucked in a sharp breath, instinctively clutching his chest as his heart pounded wildly. Graceful as a soaring swan, elegant as a gliding dragon, radiant as autumn chrysanthemums, lush as spring pines. Like light clouds veiling the moon, like drifting snow swirled by the wind. His mouth began to chant these lines unconsciously and rapidly, a visible flush spreading across his face. Upon hearing the words, Master of the Corpse Immortal Sect, his eyes brightened even more, and he slapped his thigh sharply.
Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Who would have thought such a profession existed in this world? The Corpse Immortal Patriarch embodies the principle of Yin reaching its extreme to give birth to young. The orthodox path of the mystical arts converges with the great Tao. This profession, this aura, it's a perfect match for my void-refining Tao sovereign. A heavenly pairing for dual cultivation, undoubtedly the ideal Tao companion.
Wang Qing stood beside him, nearly laughing out loud at the sight of his distracted, muttering, infatuated expression. He nudged Ren Qingyuan with his elbow and whispered teasingly, "Hey, chatterbox, wipe that drool off your chin.
It's dripping onto your feet. Already smitten?" Ren Qingyuan snapped back to reality. Uncharacteristically, he didn't immediately retort. Instead, he grabbed Wang Qing's arm, his speech quickening. "Bro, you don't get it. This isn't just about being pretty. I'm no slouch myself. Back in the day, girls were lining up to chase me. But I've always kept myself pure. But she's different. Look at her aura, her profession, she's practically my perfect match." Pfft, cut the crap, Wang Qing shot him a dismissive glance. Unfazed by Wang Qing's reaction, he grew more excited, already envisioning their future will be inseparable, studying professional Taoist arts together. "She'll master corpse spirits, I'll cultivate the young soul yin and yang in perfect harmony. I've even thought of names for our children, a boy named Rin Xiansheng, a girl named Kai Lingshu. How about that? Pretty poetic, huh?" Wang Qing. Completely defeated by this guy's thick skin and lightning-fast imagination, he could only stifle a laugh and give him a thumbs up. "Damn, you're something else." Not even a single stroke of the brush yet, and you've already picked out names for the kids. I'm not even holding onto the wall, but I'm impressed by you. Their voices weren't particularly loud, but when Ren Qing got excited, his tone rose unconsciously and his speech became unusually rapid. Keywords like dual cultivation, Dao companion, and child's Dao name still drifted out intermittently, drawing glances from several nearby individuals in the Shanglan and Qingbei preparation zones. On the stage, Kai Yanyan seemed to catch something. His pale pupils shifted slightly, his indifferent gaze sweeping toward the Shanglan preparation area just in time to see Ren Qing gripping Wang Qing's arm, his face alight with frenzied excitement. Ren Qing, catching the goddess's gaze, instantly released Wang Qing. He frantically smoothed his faded, washed-out clothes, forcing a smile he thought dashing but came off as slightly sleazy. Kai Yanyan's gaze lingered for half a second on his tattered attire and lecherous expression, her exquisitely shaped brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Then, a clear flash of disgust flickered in her indifferent eyes. She rolled her eyes coldly and turned her head away, unwilling to look at him a moment longer. See that? Xinga, she definitely saw me, it must be my aura that attracted her. Ren Qing gleefully unleashed his delusions on Wang Qing. Wang Qing felt his head grow as big as an ox's, and he even felt a bit embarrassed interrupting Ren Qing's incessant delusions. On the stage, Dong Kaier had already assumed her fighting stance, while Kai Yanyan was enveloped in a swirling black mist. Ren Qing suddenly shoved Wang Qing aside, grabbed the edge of the ring, and shouted at the top of his lungs, his words coming in a rapid-fire rush. Sist Sairua, show some mercy. This Kai fellow is one of our own. This is a friendly spar, please stop at the right moment. Don't let this ruin our harmony. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve conflicts than to create them. In this vast world, true kindred spirits are hard to find. His sudden, bizarre outburst instantly drowned out the arena's clamor. All eyes instantly turned to him. The Tsinghua and Peking University students looked utterly bewildered. What the hell is this idiot on about? Is he pleading for our guy? Has he lost his mind? Over at Shanglan's side, Yang Sanbao covered his face with his hand, unable to bear the sight. Wang Qing was laughing so hard he was gasping for breath. Lin Yu glanced over but said nothing. Feng Heroine was struggling to stifle her laughter. On stage, Dong Kaier nearly lost her balance in her drunken state, glaring back at Ren Qing with irritation. Shut the up. Keep talking and I'll beat you too. Burp. Dong Kaier cursed, belching again. She ignored his nonsense entirely, refocusing her attention on her opponent. Kai Yanyan didn't even lift an eyelid, completely ignoring Ren Qing's presence. She slowly raised her right hand, her fingers slender and long. With a flick of her palm, a miniature coffin appeared in her grasp no larger than a palm, entirely black, and carved with countless dark talismans. Dong Kaier's drunken gaze instantly cleared. Staring at the object in Kai Yanyan's hand, she unconsciously took several steps back. That was it, the artifact, the corpse-stiffening divine coffin. Chapter 80, Corpse Immortal Sect Leader. On the stage, Kai Yanyan observed Dong Kaier's expression shift, yet his own face remained utterly impassive as he remarked indifferently, "Who'd have thought you'd recognize its value?" As the miniature coffin appeared, an unsettling creaking sound seemed to emanate faintly from within. "You'd better be careful. I won't hold back." Kai Yanyan's voice remained icy, tinged with a hint of lethal intent. Her fingertip flicked lightly against the lid of the miniature coffin. A soft click echoed. The lid slid open a crack. The next moment, a dense swarm of strange, jet-black beetles surged out like a black tidal wave bursting through a dam, pouring madly from the coffin's crack. These insects grew instantly upon contact with the air, swelling from rice grain size to fist-sized upon landing. Entirely jet-black, they buzzed as they flapped their wings, surging toward Dong Kaier like a sky-darkening tide. Wherever they passed, they corroded the stage floor, releasing sizzling white smoke clearly carrying a deadly poison. Kai Yanyan's skill, corpse-corrupting venomous insects. Dong Kaier wasted no time, rapidly tapping the glass beast brush in her hand through the air while chanting aloud, "The righteous spirit of heaven and earth." The Haoran scroll stirred without wind, its pages frantically turning. Huge golden seal script characters, as if summoned, whirled out from within. Forms flowed in chaotic harmony. The golden characters blazed with radiant light, carrying resplendent righteous energy. Like a golden meteor shower, they crashed fiercely into the surging tide of black insects. Boom! With each impact of the golden characters, a swarm of poisonous insects was incinerated into ash by the righteous energy, erupting in shrill explosions. Black insect fluid, shattered limbs, and golden sparks scattered everywhere, the scene instantly becoming fiercely intense. Dong Kaier staggered, using void step to dart and weave within the confined space, evading the attacks of the insects that slipped through the net. Simultaneously, the glass beast brush in his hand moved with effortless fluidity, continuously dotting out new golden characters to bolster the assault. His mouth chanted incessantly, the sacred words of Confucianism transforming into tangible power that relentlessly obliterated the ceaseless stream of corpse insects. Yet the putrid poisonous insects unleashed by Kai Yanyan were simply too numerous, seemingly endless, surging forward wave after wave. The entire Qingbei Central Martial Arts Arena fell silent once more. Every spectator held their breath, transfixed by this breathtaking duel. Watching from below the stage, Ren Qingyuan was burning with anxiety. He scratched his head and pulled at his beard, his mouth once again unconsciously babbling rapidly. "Oh my, go easy on my little baby. And you too, Sister Kyre, take it easy. We're all on the same side, why bother?" Wang Qing's face darkened with frustration. All he wanted now was a piece of tape to shut this guy up. Suddenly, Kai Yanyan leapt into the air, rapidly pulling black talismans, explosion charms, from her storage ring. With a swift flick of her wrist, a cluster of explosion charms shot toward Dong Kyre, who was twisting and dodging. As Kai Yanyan's black talismans closed in on her face, Dong Kyre activated her for horizontal passages. Four thick stone pillars abruptly rose from the ground around her, trapping her within. This wasn't just a binding skill, it was a life-saving technique. The cooldown for Wine Jar Flying Immortal hadn't ended yet, leaving her only to passively stall for time. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless assault of the fearless corpse corrupting poison insects and the exploding talismans, the stone pillars and light barrier of the 4 sentences of Henku began to crack. Dong Kyre gasped in alarm, her back drenched in sweat. The pages of the Heroine scroll now turned faster, her incantations growing more urgent. In this moment, she cursed herself for not possessing Ren Qingyuan's quick tongue. Meanwhile, on the podium, Guan Sunhai's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Dong Kyre had clearly played her last card. Kai Yanyan's victory was merely a matter of time. He glanced at Zhu Ziyong, only to find not a flicker of emotion on his face. Could Dong Kyre still have a trump card? Oof. Even if she had a trump card, it would be useless. Though Kai Yanyan is only an SS rank practitioner, his strength absolutely rivals that of an SSS rank practitioner. This match, I find myself rather looking forward to it. On the stage, Kai Yanyan's gaze sharpened. Seizing the moment Dong Kyre was pinned down by the swarm of insects and the exploding seal, he rapidly accelerated his hand seals. He hurled the corpse-stiffening divine coffin into the air, where it emitted a humming sound. The black mist seeping from the cracks in the coffin lid grew even denser. 10,000 insects devour the heart. Her icy voice carried a hint of grim resolve. The endless swarm of putrid poisonous insects seemed to receive a command. They ceased their blind assault and abruptly coalesced, forming several monstrous black serpents. From multiple angles, they slammed viciously into the already cracked stone prison of the 4 sentences of Henku. Simultaneously, she flung a dozen explosion talismans. These talismans did not strike the stone prison directly but adhered precisely to its outer perimeter, detonating instantly. Boom! Caught in this double assault, the stone prison could no longer hold. Amidst a deafening explosion, it shattered violently, sending fragments of rock flying everywhere. The powerful shockwave scattered most of the golden inscriptions within its reach. Dong Kyre grunted softly, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The blast wave sent her staggering backward. As if jolted awake, a look of gravity appeared on her face for the first time. The black swarm of giant serpents tore through the defenses. Several massive black serpents began coalescing, swiftly forming a colossal serpent that lunged toward her at breakneck speed, intent on swallowing her whole. "Sis Carrie, watch out!" Ren Qingyuan pounded his feet in panic below the stage, his words rushing out almost inaudibly. "Yenera's family, why must this be?" Below the stage, Wang Qing's brow furrowed deeply, while Lin Yu unconsciously clenched his fists. Yang Sanbao and Feng Shiruan were drenched in sweat. Just as the black swarm of insects and the giant serpent closed in on Dong Kyre, she murmured incessantly, "This heart is bright, what more is there to say?" The Heroine scroll instantly materialized before her. 2 enormous characters' brightness burst forth from the scroll, hurtling directly toward the black insect serpent. Golden light instantly flashed within the black swarm serpent. Within mere seconds, a thunderous crash echoed. The giant worm serpent shattered into pieces. The immense shockwave knocked Kai Yanyan from the air, sending him crashing to the ground. He staggered several steps before regaining his footing, blood already trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ah! Dong Kyre spat out another mouthful of blood. HM? A flicker of surprise crossed Kai Yanyan's indifferent eyes. She sensed her opponent's aura undergo a sudden, qualitative shift, one that lasted only an instant before rapidly fading. Clink, clink. 2 luminous white pills were casually tossed from Dong Kyre's hand. The discarded pills emitted a potent medicinal scent that wafted over 10 meters to Kai Yanyan's nose. What? The power of pills? No. In this desperate situation, she actually abandoned the pills. The scene of Sun Meng consuming Lu Jianan's potent elixir flashed through Kai Yanyan's mind. Could it be she intends to face me with her own strength? What a formidable opponent! As Kai Yanyan watched Dong Kyre across from him, vomiting blood in great gulps, a quiet respect welled up within him. On the podium, Guan Sunhai gripped the armrests of his chair with tense hands. That little brat actually grasped the power of the Heroine scroll while at the first stage. The power of the predecessor's lingering soul. But she's already at the end of her rope. Her level can only be borrowed once, at most she won't last long. The lost item was a pill? He glanced at Zhu Ziyong, his face already tinged with disappointment. On the stage, Dong Kyre wiped the blood from her lips and burst into laughter.
Though her body was utterly exhausted from borrowing the lingering soul's power, her laughter still carried a wild abandon. "You're strong," Dong Kaier said weakly, her weary eyes fixed on Kai Yin. "But I won't admit defeat easily. I admit you're a worthy opponent, but Qingbei will win. The next move will decide everything." "Ha! Bring it on, that's exactly what I want." Chapter 81, Martial Contest or Matchmaking Event? On the stage, a wild gleam flashed in Dong Kaier's eyes. She tossed her gourd flask into the air, then swiftly wielded her glass beast brush, writing in midair at twice her previous speed. Simultaneously, her other hand formed a sword-like finger gesture, causing the Haoren scroll to flit frantically. Her voice boomed, "With my intent, I summon the power of the sages. Heaven and earth's righteous energy, heed my command. Seal." The gourd instantly swelled to colossal proportions, casting the phantom of a bronze bell. The flying immortal of the wine jar, combined with inscribing gold, launched an assault toward Kai Yin. Truthfully, Kai Yin had no need to engage in a head-on clash, yet inexplicably, a sense of mutual admiration stirred within him. "Well, forcing me to unleash this technique, you have every reason to be proud." Death God guides, underworld knocks. The lid of the corpse-stiffening divine coffin burst open with a thunderous crash. This time, instead of a swarm of insects, a colossal, shrieking specter of death poured forth. The temperature plummeted around him, frost coating the protective light barrier. Shrouded in a black cloak and wielding a colossal scythe, the Grim Reaper, radiating bone-chilling cold and a soul-devouring malevolence, clashed head-on with Dong Kaier's final strike. This was the most powerful strike Kai Yin currently possessed, her greatest show of respect for Dong Kaier. Boom! The earth-shattering roar seemed poised to tear everyone's eardrums apart. The terrifying shockwave slammed into the protective light barrier, causing it to flicker violently. Instantly, it became covered in a dense network of cracks, as if it would shatter completely at any second. Shouts of shock echoed from the stands as the blinding light lingered for several seconds before gradually fading. At the center of the ring, chaos reigned. Kai Yin knelt on one knee, propping herself up with one hand. Her jet-black gown was torn in multiple places. Her face was as pale as paper, blood streaked the corner of her mouth, and her breath came in ragged gasps. The corpse-stiffening divine coffin above her head emitted a dim glow as it settled beside her. Clearly, unleashing that technique had taken a tremendous toll on her. Opposite her, Dong Kaier's vision darkened. Unable to hold herself up any longer, she fell backward stiffly, crashing heavily onto the arena floor and slipping into unconsciousness. Sixth match, Qingbei University, Kai Yin, victory. Then, thunderous applause erupted throughout the entire Qingbei Central Martial Arts Arena. This applause celebrated both Qingbei finally breaking their losing streak and Dong Kaier's remarkable display of strength. Medical personnel rushed onto the stage, carefully lifting the unconscious Dong Kaier onto a stretcher. On the other side, Kai Yin, equally drained, slowly made his way back to the Qingbei preparation area. The moment he returned, Sima Yunfeng, who had been seething with frustration, rushed over, his face dark and his tone dripping with reproach. "Kai Yin, do you even know what you're doing?" Dong Kaier was clearly on her last legs. "Why did you use knocking on the gates of the underworld? You could have just dodged her." Kai Yin's already pallid face grew even colder. She shot Sima Yunfeng a cold glance, utterly disinterested in engaging with him, and turned to walk away to rest. Seeing his dismissal, Sima Yunfeng's rage boiled over. He stubbornly blocked her path. "I'm talking to you. Are you mocking Qingbei's reputation? Shut the hell up." Kai Yin's voice crackled with fury and disgust. Then, coldly, she added, "Next match, I'll concede immediately." "You think you can do better? Go ahead." "You." Sima Yunfeng was rendered speechless, and several Qinghua Peking elites nearby froze in shock. "Surrender? What a joke." Seeing this, Yu Wuya immediately stepped forward, pulling Sima Yunfeng away before he could argue further. He smoothed things over. "All right, Yunfeng. Kai has done well enough winning the crucial match and boosting morale. Though the cost was high, the outcome matters most. Junior, you should rest and recover first." As he spoke, he shot Sima Yunfeng a meaningful glance, signaling him to drop the matter. Sima Yunfeng's face drained of color with fury. He could only snort indignantly and turn away. Meanwhile, at the Shanglan preparation area, watching Dong Kaier being carried off, Yang Sanbao, Wang Qing, and others rushed over with concern. Yet one person seemed utterly indifferent to his teammates' injuries. Renqing Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, his face radiating uncontrollable enthusiasm or perhaps even a hint of infatuation. "My turn. My turn. Ha! This is fate." He suddenly grabbed Wang Qing beside him with terrifying strength. "Bro, did you see that? That's my future Dao companion. What do you think? Stunning, right? Doesn't her aura perfectly match mine?" Wang Qing was dizzy from being shaken and tried to shake him off irritably. I saw it. Let go of me first. Stop being so self-important." "Oh, come on, feelings can be cultivated, right?" Renqing Yuan showed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he leaned closer and lowered his voice, though everyone nearby could still hear, as he urgently asked, "Bro, quick. Teach me a few tricks. You're great at flirting. How do I win her over? How do I marry her?"
Wang Qing was utterly speechless, staring at Ren Qingyuan's dead serious expression. Holy crap, he exclaimed. Weren't you bragging earlier about how many female juniors chased you in Dongshan City? How your romantic history was unforgettable. Turns out it was all bull? And now you're asking me? Lin Yu, standing nearby, shot Ren Qingyuan a cold glance.
A hint of disgust flashed unhidden in her icy eyes as she spat out two words, boring. Then she turned away, refusing to look at them again. Thick-skinned as a city wall, Ren Qingyuan paid no heed to Lin Yu's disapproval and continued pestering Wang Qing. That's different.
Those common girls can't hold a candle to my yener. This is true love, you get it? Come on, help a brother figure this out.
Wang Qing was thoroughly annoyed by him and just wanted to get him off the stage. Get lost.
It's your turn to go up. Go ask her yourself.
Use your sincerity to win her over.
Heartfelt sincerity? Those two words seemed to strike a chord with Ren Qingyuan. He nodded thoughtfully.
At that moment, Wu Yongli's voice rang out again. Round 7, Qingbei University's Kai Yanyan vs Shanglan Technical School's Ren Qingyuan.
Contestants, please take the stage. At the mention of his name, Ren Qingyuan perked up as if injected with adrenaline.
He quickly smoothed out his faded, washed-out clothes, plastered on what he considered a dashing, charming smile, and with a flick of his body, executed surprisingly agile footwork.
He leapt lightly onto the stage, landing opposite Kai Yanyan. Kai Yanyan had just swallowed a pill and was taking time to regulate his breath.
Seeing Ren Qingyuan enter the stage, especially his burning gaze and peculiar grin, his recently relaxed brow furrowed again, a hint of disgust appearing in his eyes.
Ren Qingyuan seemed oblivious, speaking first in rapid succession. Shanglan Technical School, Ren Qingyuan. SS Class Profession, Refining Void Dao Sovereign, Level 34. Yener no classmate, a pleasure to meet you. May I ask your age? Are you married? Oh, I'm 18, single, and have never dated. Though my family is modest, my ambitions are lofty. Kai Yanyan? Audience? Is this a martial arts competition or a blind date self-introduction? Chapter 82, Are you going to marry me?
On the stage, Kai Yanyan was momentarily stunned by this sudden interrogation. His expression grew even colder, and he couldn't be bothered to respond. He just wanted to end this farce as quickly as possible. Her previous, corpse-rotting venomous insects had been largely depleted while dealing with Dong Kair and couldn't be replenished quickly, but she still had other methods. Her hands formed seals, and the corpse-stiffening divine coffin rose into the air once more. The coffin lid slowly opened, releasing an aura even more chilling than before. Hey, classmate, hold your horses. We can chat about life and dreams first, Ren Qingyuan continued his incessant chatter. Just then, the corpse-stiffening divine coffin began expanding to its normal size. From within, a figure slowly sat up, then stepped out. It was a man clad in tattered silver armor, wielding a gleaming silver spear. His features were handsome yet bloodless, his eyes hollow, and deathly aura swirled around him. Yet the formidable presence of a powerful warrior hadn't entirely faded. Instead, it had grown even more eerie, amplified by the stench of death. Was that silver spear Shirhan? The freshman who perished in the dungeon last year? He was actually an SS tier profession, the Greenwood Silver Spear. Had he voluntarily become Kai Yanyan's puppet? In the stands, students from Qingbei University recognized the corpse puppet, instantly sparking a wave of gasps. I heard Shirhan and Kai Yan were both from the same school. Is that true? That's unknown, but given Kai Shuimei's current strength, such a corpse puppet would be impossible without her consent. Ren Qingyuan's playful expression faded, his gaze turning serious. Whoa. You actually have a corpse puppet like that? But, His sharp gaze suddenly noticed the corpse puppet. Those hollow eyes seemed to flicker slightly when they met Kai Yanyan's. Interesting, Ren Qingyuan murmured to himself. The battle erupted in an instant. The corpse puppet moved with lightning speed. The gleaming silver spear in its hand transformed into a cold, piercing point, thrusting straight toward Ren Qingyuan's throat. The spear shot forth like a dragon. Ren Qingyuan's words flowed non-stop, yet his movements were no slower. Hey, buddy, check this out. Isn't my clear cloud footwork pretty cool? Pretty masterful, huh? This zombie spear technique is decent, but it lacks a bit of agility. Classmate, how do you usually control it? Need a partner with abundant yang energy to help harmonize it? Watch my Jade Truth Sword technique. With that, he drew an ordinary grade longsword from his storage ring and began to wield it like a dancer, his movements exuding pure artistic flair. What do you think, classmate? Want to learn? I'll teach you. Put. Kai Yanyan licked his lips as Yishuihan's spear technique stormed toward him like a raging tempest. To everyone's surprise, Ren Qingyuan dodged with exquisite footwork while continuously parrying the corpse puppet's silver spear with his ordinary grade sword. All the while, he kept chattering away, spewing nothing but taunting words. Despite the SS-grade zombie puppet's fierce assault, it couldn't overcome him for the moment. On the podium, Zhu Zhiyong narrowed his small eyes, a barely perceptible smile curling his lips. Ren Qingyuan, that kid, his mouth runs a mile a minute, but he hides his strength well. An ordinary grade sword blade, yet it can channel sword energy? He's got some skills. Kai Yanyan grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed.
She realized her control over the zombie puppet couldn't secure an absolute advantage.
Shirhan abruptly withdrew his spear, creating distance.
Would vine restraint technique.
In an instant, countless vines erupted from the ground, surging toward Ren Qingyuan. Kai Yanyan's eyes flashed with icy resolve as she leapt into the air, drew a explosive talisman, and hurled it forward.
Boom! Damn it, are you trying to murder your own husband? Ren Qingyuan dodged the exploding talisman with extreme agility. Damn it! As he cursed, his right leg was already tightly bound by the vines.
The more he struggled, the tighter they gripped, spreading out to his waist. Yishuahan's corpse puppet seized this opening, thrusting its silver spear with full force straight at Ren Qingyuan's chest.
Holy, classmate, you're ruthless. But this coordination is brilliant. Clang!
The silver spear halted half a meter from Ren Qingyuan's chest, unable to advance another inch, as if colliding with an invisible wall of energy.
Heavenly Gang's true chi. The silver spear bent under its own immense force. Kai Yanyan's pupils dilated in shock. How was this possible? He hadn't even suffered a scratch? Meanwhile, the vine continued to spread, tightening around Ren Qingyuan's neck.
Unhurried, he drew the copper bone golden string sword, a gift from Lu Jianan, from his storage ring with one hand.
Snap! Snap!
The vines on his body shattered into two pieces under the slash of the copper bone golden string sword. In a flash, the immobilization talisman was already pressed against the corpse puppet.
The movements were lightning fast and exceptionally graceful.
The corpse puppet froze in place, its spear still thrusting forward.
Ren Qingyuan glanced at it.
Mr. Kai, I never imagined you'd already forged this corpse puppet into an iron corpse at the first tier.
Your prowess is truly formidable.
It's just a pity you picked the wrong opponent.
Ren Qingyuan spoke with evident satisfaction, seemingly in no hurry to attack immediately.
To win a girl's heart, you must first show her your strength.
Shut up. Stop gloating.
Kai Yanyan finally snapped, her voice cold and sharp.
Ren Qingyuan's eyes lit up at her words. Classmate, you finally spoke to me?
Your voice is so lovely.
Say something else, will you?
Kai Yanyan's chest heaved with fury, wishing she could tear his mouth off herself. She knew that if this continued, she would expend more energy and likely lose.
First, catch this move of mine. And then you'll marry me as my Dao companion? Ren Qingyuan retorted without hesitation. Daydreaming. Kai Yanyan leapt into the air in a single bound.
The corpse-stiffening divine coffin instantly flew into her hands. The coffin lid opened once more, and a vast, skeletal hand of phantom shrouded in icy fury surged toward Ren Qingyuan. Hand of death. Floating in midair, her lips already bleeding from the immense exertion.
Miss Kai, how about we call it quits? Look how exhausted you are, it pains me to see it. Let's come down and discuss our future properly.
His words were playful, but his actions spoke otherwise. Ren Qingyuan dared not delay, muttering under his breath, scattering flowers to gather at the peak is but an illusion, soaring clouds beneath one's feet are not real either.
Go!
The copper bone golden string sword shot forth, meeting the colossal skeletal hand head-on. Sword slays evil spirits. A thunderous explosion shook the protective barrier violently. The copper bone golden string sword pierced straight through the giant skeleton's phantom form.
Its momentum showed no sign of slowing as it lunged toward Kai Yanyan, who was mid-air.
In desperation, Kai Yanyan hastily hurled over a dozen exploding charms, attempting to delay the sword's advance.
Yet all was in vain.
Ren Qingyuan had no intention of harming his future Dao companion, he merely sought to demonstrate what he deemed his damnable charm. The blade sliced past Kai Yanyan's head, miraculously not harming a single strand of her hair, only knocking loose her white bone hairpin.
Ren Qingyuan swiftly caught the bone hairpin, holding it to his nose. How fragrant, he murmured. Is this a token of affection?
Kai Yanyan, lying on the ground, touched her hair, her eyes blazing with fury. Give it back, you shameless bastard.
Give it back? Fine. Are you proposing to marry me now? Regret and fury churned within Kai Yanyan. Hadn't the first battle drained her reserves? Hadn't the temporary inability to use, knocking at the gates of the underworld, and corpse-rotting venomous insects led to this humiliation?
Seeing Ren Qingyuan's smug, grinning face, all he wanted now was for him to vanish. In a fit of frustration, he blurted out, his voice dripping with impatience, just admit defeat now.
I'll agree to it.
The words had barely left her mouth when she froze, realizing they were clearly a sarcastic retort born of fury.
Yet Ren Qingyuan's reaction surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 83, The Primordial Return Pill.
On the stage, Ren Qingyuan froze, as if struck by a powerful tranquilizer.
His eyes widened, his face instantly lighting up with wild joy, his voice cracking with excitement. Really? Classmate, you mean that? A gentleman's word is his bond. Oh no, a lady's word, I concede. I concede.
Before Kai Yanyan could react, Ren Qingyuan raised both hands and bellowed toward the referee and the entire arena. Director Hu.
I concede. I lost this round. Xin Bei wins. Holy crap, what kind of crazy move is this?
Everyone was stunned. Kai Yanyan on the stage, referee Hu Yanli, the high-ranking officials on the podium, and tens of thousands of spectators in the stands.
What just happened? Why did he suddenly concede? That last move clearly could have. In the blue preparation area, Wang Qing slapped his forehead in disbelief, unable to bear the sight. I knew it. That bastard, forgetting his principles for a pretty face. Xu Xiong froze in shock before his face twisted with rage, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. You little bastard. You're not even fully grown yet, and you're already trying to flirt with girls. Yang Sanbao's eyes widened in disbelief. Feng Shiruan's face flushed crimson with rage. He pointed at the ring for a long while, yet couldn't force out a single coherent sentence. Over at Qingbei, Guan Sanhai, Yi Wuya, and the others were equally stunned and bewildered, utterly baffled by this sudden victory. Ren Qingyuan, however, paid no heed to the stares. Grinning, he turned to Kai Yanyan, who was still in a daze, and said with utmost sincerity, "Classmate, I keep my word. I admit defeat. You can't go back on what you promised me." He finished with a wink. Only then did Kai Yanyan snap out of her shock, realizing what she had just said and that he had actually taken it seriously. Flushed with both anger and embarrassment, a rare blush crept across her cheeks as she snapped, You shameless jerk. I was joking. Can't you tell? Don't even think about it." Ren Qingyuan chuckled, his expression saying, "I totally get it." He hopped down from the stage with ease and called back over his shoulder, "No worries, no worries. A goddess's joke is an edict. After the match, don't forget to add me on WeChat. Oh, and watch out for our next opponent, Feng Shiruan from Shanglan. He's stronger than me and has a pretty bad temper. You better not get hurt, okay?" His words seemed like a reminder, yet they also hinted at Xianglan's capabilities, expressing his concern in the most thorough way possible. Kai Yanyan heard his final warning, watching his retreating figure leap off the stage. An inexplicable flicker stirred within him, only to be instantly drowned by a more intense wave of fury. Get out! Get out now! Ren Qingyuan returned triumphantly to Shanglan's preparation area, only to be met with disapproving stares from Wang Qing and the others. Yang Sanbao wore a particularly mournful expression. Feng Shiruan stepped forward, finally erupting in a furious shout, "Ren Qingyuan, you bastard!" Ren Qingyuan chuckled, waving it off nonchalantly. "Hey, bro, chill out. This was a strategic retreat for greater future gains. Now it's your turn to shine. With your skills, defeating him should be a breeze. Just don't mess up Kai's future, or rather, don't mess up Kai's chances." Feng Shiruan was so enraged he nearly choked, his face turning purple with fury. Ren Qingyuan glanced at the battle token in his hand, that white bone hairpin, and shot a smug look toward the Qingbei preparation area. The seventh match concluded in a way no one could have anticipated. Qingbei tied the score at 4-4, yet the atmosphere in the entire martial arts arena turned eerily strange, filled with whispers and murmurs. Kai Yanyan returned to the Qingbei preparation area, collapsing into a seat and gasping for breath. The two intense matches had clearly taken a heavy toll on her. Sima Yunfeng, his expression transformed, approached with a broad smile. "Miss Kai truly possesses formidable strength. 2 consecutive victories. This victory may have been a bit suspicious, but ultimately, it's our Qingbei that won. You're our hero. Get lost. Don't bother me." Kai Yanyan's face flushed with irritation as she snapped back. Not only was the victory hard-won, but he was rubbing salt in the wound. "What makes you so special? Others might not see it, but I certainly do," Sima Yunfeng retorted coldly. "Yunfeng, shut your mouth." Yi Wuya stepped in front of Kai Yanyan and barked sternly. He shot Sima Yunfeng a glare before turning to Kai Yanyan with a softer tone. "Kai, you've worked hard. You've secured 2 consecutive wins for Qingbei, but your energy is severely depleted. The next match might be. Ahem. No need for Senior Yi to worry. I'm fine." Kai Yanyan turned his head away, responding in a cold tone. Yi Wuya smiled, his expression unchanged, seemingly unfazed by Kai Yanyan's reaction. He then retrieved a pill from his storage ring, deep blue throughout, about the size of a sugar bean, and handed it over. "Here you go, Kai. See what I brought you?" Kai Yanyan caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye before whipping his head around, his pupils flinching. This is the return to origin pill? Ah, Kai, you have excellent taste. Principal Huang specifically asked me to deliver this to you. Seeing the pill, a flicker of gold light also passed through Sima Yunfeng's eyes. The return to origin pill was a sacred medicine for healing injuries. After consumption, it not only restored the user's condition but could even temporarily enhance their strength. That Qingbei University would even bring out such a sacred medicine proves how seriously they take this battle. Kai Yanyan froze, biting her lip. "I don't need it. I want to prove Qingbei's worth through my own strength." "What?" Sima Yunfeng blurted out in shock. "You're being ungrateful." Smack! Yi Wuya's hand shot out, landing squarely across Sima Yunfeng's cheek. "One more word, and I'll show you what happens. Junior Sima, your conduct has deeply disappointed me. Qingbei relies not only on individual prowess but crucially on united front against external challenges. I had intended to cultivate you as a key talent, alas." Chairman Yi Sima Yunfeng clutched his swollen cheek, about to explain, but Yi Wuya's fierce glare silenced him. The slap drew the attention of all the elites in Qingbei's preparation area, but none dared utter a word. "Kai, don't act on impulse. This battle isn't just about your honor, it's about Qingbei's honor. Besides, Xianlan took a pill. This isn't a fair victory. Yi Wuya said sternly to Kai Yanyan. Kai Yanyan remained silent, her gaze fixed straight ahead as if deep in thought. Suddenly, Wu Yanli's voice rang out, Match 8, Qingbei's Kai Yanyan vs Xianglan's Feng Heroine. Contestants, please enter the arena. Watching Kai Yanyan rise, Yi Wuya swiftly stepped forward and pressed the return to origin pill into her hand, his voice urgent, Junior Kai, Qingbei's reputation rests in your hands. I trust you know what truly matters. Kai Yanyan stared at the return to origin pill in her hand, her icy gaze flickering several times. Chapter 84, Stammering Feng Heroine. On the stage, Kai Yanyan took a deep breath, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward the Xianglan preparation area. There, Ren Qingyuan formed a heart sign with his hands, frantically winking at her while sending an exaggerated flying kiss. Kai Yanyan's stomach churned. That shameless scoundrel. Suddenly, a wave of weakness washed over her entire body. Ren Qingyuan's earlier words flashed unbidden through her mind. Watch out for Feng Heroine from Xianglan next. His strength surpasses mine. If even that shameless chatterbox admits he's outmatched, this stutterer must be a real tough nut to crack. Having fought 2 consecutive battles, her energy was severely depleted. Without the aid of a pill, victory was impossible. Without further hesitation, she swiftly popped the deep blue, return to origin pill, into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with her tongue, unleashing a torrent of pure, potent energy that surged through her limbs and bones. It not only rapidly healed her injuries but also caused her aura to surge upward, momentarily breaking through her previous bottleneck. Her pallid complexion instantly regained a hint of color, while the black corpse chi surrounding her grew denser. Her pale pupils flashed with a light as pure as the beginning. Kai Yanyan of Qingbei University, SS Class Profession, Corpse Immortal Patriarch, Level 36. Her voice remained icy, yet it now carried a powerful confidence. In the Qingbei preparation area, Yi Wuya sensed the transformation in Kai Yanyan's body, a victorious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Junior Sister Kai's, Death God Guides, Yellow Springs Nox, was devastatingly powerful, even he dared not take it lightly. With such a finishing move, victory was assured. Kai Yanyan's powerful aura fluctuations caused the expressions of Qingbei's high-ranking officials to shift from worry to joy. Vice Principal Huang Baichuan jogged back to his seat and gave Principal Guan Sunhai a meaningful nod. Upon receiving the signal, Principal Guan Sunhai's tense expression relaxed. He glanced at Zhu Zhiyong, sitting beside him with an unflappable expression, and muttered, Old codger, I'll see how long you can keep gloating. In the Xianglan preparation area, Wang Qing was the first to detect Kai Yanyan's aura fluctuations. His previously subdued energy surged instantly, likely from consuming some auxiliary elixir, but the nature of this fluctuation seemed unusual. He glanced at Feng Heroine with concern. Feng Heroine noticed Wang Qing's furrowed brow and understood his concern. He remained silent, merely nodding with certainty before turning and striding toward the arena. Next, a burly, bald teenager walked onto the stage, head bowed, moving stiffly with matching steps. He stood opposite Kai Yanyan, his bulging muscles radiating an intense pressure. Yet he appeared nervous, unconsciously rubbing his hands on his pants. All eyes in the arena instantly focused on him. His mouth opened, his face flushing crimson as veins bulged on his neck. It seemed to take every ounce of strength to force the words out through gritted teeth, haltingly and brokenly. Shangshan Lan Feng Shiran, SSSS Class, Raging Golden Ape. Level LVLV 35. The stumbling delivery seemed to exhaust everyone's patience. Kai Yanyan stood on the stage. Her initial nervousness was almost replaced by amusement at Feng Heroine's self-introduction. She suppressed a faint smile, struggling to hide the amusement bubbling up inside her. Put, ha! I wish he'd keep talking for a bit longer, huh? Ha, how could he be a stutterer? Xianlan has truly redefined my expectations, sending up a stutterer? He can't even speak properly, how is he supposed to fight? Look at that clumsy, dopey look on his face, it's laughable. If he wins, I'll damn well eat this stage. The Qingbei stands erupted in waves of laughter. The pent-up frustration and resentment from Xianglan's earlier dominance seemed to find its outlet in this moment. Feng Heroine seemed oblivious to the piercing jeers. He took a deep breath, struggling to steady his heaving chest. The crimson flush on his face eased slightly, but his gaze sharpened into intense focus, locked firmly on Kai Yanyan. Director Hu Yongli, who had been suppressing a smile since the match began, now spoke in halting tones. Kai Yanyan launched the first attack, opening with his signature move, corpse-rotting venomous insects. The lid of the corpse-stiffening divine coffin swung open, unleashing a torrent of black insects far more overwhelming than before. Like the waters of the Ganges bursting its banks, they surged toward Feng Heroine, emitting a corrosive stench that filled the air. Clearly, the corpse-rotting venomous insects' attack power and sheer numbers were far more terrifying than when first unleashed. Deep, corroded gouges now densely covered the blue stone floor of the arena. Kai Yanyan's expression shifted slightly as he stood there, inwardly astonished. He hadn't expected the power of the return to origin pill to be this formidable. Facing this spine-chilling swarm of insects, Feng Heroine neither dodged nor retreated. He simply pressed his palms together, bowed his head, and lowered his gaze.
Just as the swarm threatened to engulf his ankles, he abruptly lifted his head. His eyes widened, and his previously simple features instantly transformed into a solemn, majestic countenance. A radiant aura of Buddhist energy erupted from his body. A thunderous shout, like the clang of a great bell, instantly drowned out the entire scene's clamor. Accompanying this command, a soft yet undeniably brilliant halo began to form behind his head. The halo abruptly materialized from his left shoulder to his right, radiating dazzling Buddha light. Exclusive skill, Buddha's light illuminates all. Radiant golden Buddha light spread out from him like waves, visibly creating a surge of Buddha light across the arena. The surging tide of black insects, upon contact with this dazzling light, instantly emitted shrill, piercing screeches. They were instantly reduced to ash in vast swaths, and foul-smelling black smoke rapidly spread. With a single strike, the vast tide of decaying poisonous insects was utterly purified. The entire arena erupted in uproar. Qingbei's laughter abruptly ceased. Everyone's expressions froze, their faces etched with utter disbelief. Kai Yanyan's pupils contracted in horror. The swarm, enhanced by the return to origin pill, had been purified so effortlessly? Impossible. Just as she was reeling in shock and confusion, that irritating voice suddenly reached her ears. Well done, Brother Shiran. That strike was enough. Just show her how formidable Xianglan is. Stop fighting now. Don't ruin my future happiness, baby. Quickly admit defeat, you can't beat him. From the audience, Ren Qingyuan shouted excitedly or perhaps anxiously as if no one else existed. His words came in rapid succession, as if he feared the two fighters might resume their battle if they missed his warning. Wang Qing, furious, clamped his hand over Ren Qingyuan's mouth and yanked his arm. Shut the hell up. Keep interfering with the match like this, and I'll sew your mouth shut. Lin Yu's exquisite face froze along with the teachers and students on the Qingbei stands. In that instant, she realized Jianghai City really is small. Lu Jianan, Dong Kaier, Ren Qingyuan, Feng Shiruan, and the elite fighters from Qingbei, aren't they all the cream of the crop? She had once been so smug, yet she was nothing but a frog in a well. Even Wang Qing beside her was an insurmountable mountain. At this thought, her hand unconsciously clenched on her thigh. It seemed she still had a long way to go. Lin Xueliang, I will get justice for my mother. On the stage, Ren Qingyuan's words left Feng Shiruan unflappable, while Kai Yanyan heard them clearly. Now both furious and annoyed, she dared not let her focus waver. Her palms rolled nervously, sweat already beading on her skin. This bald, stuttering guy was seriously strong. No wonder that despicable bastard had specifically warned her. What? He swept away the enhanced corpse-rotting venom insects with a single strike? Sima Yunfeng glanced nervously at Yi Wuya, who was equally stunned. Kai Yanyan was in trouble now. On the podium, the Qingbei leadership, who had seemed certain of victory, now wore grim expressions. Principal Guan Sanhai kept a close watch on Zhu Ziyang's expression. Only now did he truly grasp why this old bastard dared to challenge Qingbei. It wasn't just his personal prowess, even the monstrous students he'd recruited from who knows where were utterly astonishing. A chill ran through Guan Sanhai's heart. Old Zhu, what exactly are you scheming for? Is it merely for Qingbei's resources and faculty? Surely it can't be that simple. Chapter 85, The Arhat Dharma Form. On the stage, Kai Yanyan was startled, but she quickly regained her composure. She roared in fury, as if rallying her own spirit. Senior Yi, I'm counting on you. The formidable SS-grade corpse puppet, Silver Spear Yi Shirhan, responded to the call, bursting forth instantly from the corpse-stiffening divine coffin. A sinister gleam flashed in its eyes as its figure darted forward. The gleaming silver spear whirled in a flurry of silver blossoms, piercing the air with a sharp whistle as it stabbed directly at Feng Shiruan's vital points. Feng Shiruan showed no fear. With a backhand motion, she drew the epic weapon, Golden Dragon Coiling Staff, a gift from Lu Jianan, from her storage ring. As the staff entered his grasp, golden light surged around it, accompanied by the faint roar of a dragon. He wielded the staff, executing the revealing truth staff technique. His moves were wide and sweeping, brimming with unyielding ferocity. Clang! The Vajra staff collided fiercely with the gleaming silver spear, sparks flying everywhere. The clanging of metal echoed incessantly. Feng Shiruan's strength was clearly superior. Each strike was heavy and powerful, shaking Yi Shirhan's arm slightly and causing his spear technique to gradually become disordered. Beads of sweat formed on Kai Yanyan's deathly pale face. She immediately commanded the corpse puppet to change tactics, activating the wooden vine restraint technique once more. The arena floor instantly cracked open. Dozens of dark green vines, covered in sharp thorns, shot out like venomous snakes, coiling toward Feng Shiruan's lower body. Meanwhile, the corpse puppet Yi Shuihan continued to thrust his spear fiercely at Feng Shiruan's vital points, preventing him from diverting his attention. Yet Feng Shiruan, though seemingly clumsy, moved with astonishing agility. His figure darted through the vines like a dragon weaving through gaps, evading the attack unscathed. His own staff strikes, however, showed no sign of slowing. The corpse puppet Yishuihan, whose spear work had been erratic, now exposed openings in his defense through his relentless, concentrated thrusts. Boom! Finally, Feng Shiruan seized an opening. A powerful, heavy blow from his staff slammed into the gleaming silver shaft of Yi Shirhan's spear.
The spear, clearly no ordinary weapon, couldn't withstand this force-packed strike. It snapped with a crisp crack. The corpse puppet staggered backward from the immense force. Kai Yanyan's face paled as he urgently commanded the corpse puppet to unleash its ultimate killing move, 10,000 vine silver spear. In an instant, countless sharp, metallic glinting vines erupted from the broken spear shaft in the ground. Twisting and coiling, they transformed into a sea of razor-sharp wooden spears, piercing toward Feng Shiruan from all directions. The vines covered an immense area, leaving Feng Shiruan with nowhere to evade. Yet his face showed no trace of panic. He swiftly wielded the golden dragon coiling staff in a dense, impenetrable dance, forming a golden barrier to withstand the corpse puppet's deadly assault. Clang! Clang! Countless vine spears were parried away, yet their sheer number was overwhelming, densely packed. Feng Shiruan had a single oversight. One spear, striking from an impossibly angle, finally pierced his defenses. With a sharp thud, it sank into his left shoulder, instantly staining his clothes crimson with blood. Feng Shiruan's pupils contracted sharply. He grunted softly, yet his movements didn't falter for an instant, as if he felt no pain. He even charged forward under a hail of flying bamboo spears. As he neared the corpse puppet Ishuehan, who was casting a spell, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He stomped forward with such force that the ground cracked beneath his feet. The golden dragon coiled staff in his hand rose high, descending like a mountain crushing down, smashing viciously toward the corpse puppet Ishuehan. Though his left chest was pierced by a wooden spear, this tactic killing 10,000 enemies while sacrificing 8,000 of his own proved devastatingly effective. Oh, no! Kai Yanyan gasped in alarm, a flash of anguish and worry crossing his eyes. A deafening boom echoed as the entire arena shook violently twice. Amidst the billowing dust, the iron-hard corpse of Ishuehan was driven deep into the arena floor by the brutal blow. The silver armor on his chest shattered completely, his body twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly rendered utterly immobile. The entire arena was stunned into silence by that single strike. Even Wang Qing couldn't help but marvel, this stutterer is too strong. That was an iron corpse. And it was destroyed by a single strike? Feng Shiruan gasped for breath, yanking the wooden spears from his shoulder and chest in a spray of blood. But he didn't even glance at them. Instead, he raised his hand, beckoning Kai Yanyan with a finger, a blatantly provocative gesture. Though the stutterer couldn't speak, or rather, couldn't be bothered to, this gesture carried more insulting weight than any words could ever convey. Watching the shattered, immobilized Ishuehan, Kai Yanyan's originally deathly pale face began to tremble with rage. A subtle, peculiar flicker passed through her eyes, something distinctly unusual. She gritted her teeth, your gaze could devour Feng Shiruan whole. In truth, she wasn't provoked by Feng Shiruan's taunt, but this corpse puppet held special significance for her. Without further hesitation, she leapt into the air, her hands furiously forming seals. The corpse-stiffening divine coffin hovered overhead, violently trembling. Its lid burst open with a thunderous crash, gathering an energy even more terrifying than when she had dealt with Dong Kaier. Death itself led the way, the gates of the underworld knocked upon. She bit through her finger, spattering a mouthful of pure blood onto the coffin, and let out a fierce, shrieking roar. In an instant, a more solid, colossal specter of death struggled to crawl out of the coffin. A terrifying aura of death swept across the entire area, causing the protective light shield to flicker violently and even develop cracks. She was going all out. Yet Feng Shiruan had been waiting for this very moment. Already poised for action, he met this terrifying assault head-on. Instead of retreating, he advanced, driving the golden dragon coiled ascension staff into the ring before him. Hands pressed together in prayer, his muscles bulged taut. A rich golden glow now radiated from his skin, and the brilliant halo behind his head reappeared. Immediately, a colossal, benevolent, and majestic golden Arhat apparition materialized behind his body. The Arhat's golden form mirrored Feng Shiruan's movements, raising its fist in a striking posture. He chanted aloud, Namo Helawota Najuolui. Namo Alai. Polu Jeti Shubalui. Pati Sajuo Poi. Mot Sajuo Poi. Mot Jaya Lunajai, the great compassion mantra. The sacred chant resonated, seemingly imbued with the power of Buddhist teachings. The pure tones reached the ears of every person present with remarkable clarity. This was Feng Shiruan's ultimate skill, Arhat Dharma form. A colossal golden fist collided violently in midair with the spectral figure of the Grim Reaper, shrouded in the deathly aura of the underworld. Boom! A thunderous roar like the creation of the universe erupted, and terrifying shockwaves surged outward like a tsunami. Crack! Boom! The protective light barrier, already riddled with cracks, finally buckled under the pressure and shattered completely. Violent air currents swept dust and debris toward the stands, triggering a wave of screams and chaos. As the light faded, at the center of the arena, Kai Yanyan collapsed to the ground. Her right hand clutched her chest while her left braced against the floor as she knelt, blood gushing from her mouth. Her eyes glazed over as she struggled to rise. Her body twitched feebly a few times, but she ultimately failed to stand, slipping into a deep unconsciousness. Feng Shiruan remained seated cross-legged at the ring center. Blood dripped from his shoulder and chest, his breath came in heavy gasps, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth.
Yet his gaze remained piercingly sharp as the illusory form of the Arhat Dharma image slowly dissipated.
The outcome was now decided. Chapter 86, Urging Jiang Wanqing. Xianglan Preparation Area. Such an intense battle had even silenced the usually chatty Rinqing Yuan. That stutter was terrifyingly strong, he'd clearly underestimated it. Just as Feng Shiruan stepped forward, seemingly to confirm his opponent's incapacitation, Rinqing Yuan's blood-curdling shrieks pierced his ears. "Go easy on him, bro. We're all on the same team. That's your future sister-in-law." His panic made him want to rush onto the stage. Wang Qing froze for a moment, clearly stunned by the intensity of this final showdown. Hearing Rinqing Yuan's shouts, he snapped back to reality. He clutched Wang Qing's waist tightly, covering his mouth again with his other hand. "Shut the up. It's over. Kai's fine. Brother Feng knows his limits." Feng Shiruan halted, glancing at the unconscious Kai Yanyan. A flicker of confusion crossed his blank face before he shook his head and stood frozen in place. Round 8, Xianglan Technical School, Feng Shiruan wins. Director Hu Yongli's voice trembled with disbelief as he announced the result. The entire Qingbei Central Martial Arts Arena fell silent. All the earlier jeers and laughter vanished. Tens of thousands of Qingbei students and faculty stared in stunned silence at the silent, bald youth on the stage, blood trickling down his shoulder and chest. Stutterer? Yes, he stuttered. But his strength was breathtakingly formidable. He had smashed Iron Corpse to pieces in a head-on clash and shattered Kai Yanyan's ultimate killing move, the very technique she prided herself on. 5-4, the score was once again in their favor. The pressure instantly shifted back to Qingbei. In the Qingbei preparation zone, Sima Yunfeng's expression was tense, unable to utter a single arrogant word. Yi Wui's face darkened so intensely it seemed ready to drip with water. On the podium, Principal Guan Sanhai could no longer remain seated. He rose slowly, his expression grave. He glanced at Zhu Ziyang beside him, who sat bored and seemingly in complete control. The last shred of hope in his heart shattered completely. Forgetting all pretense, he strode over to Vice Principal Zhua Honglian, the woman beside Zhu Ziyang who still possessed an air of grace. Leaning close, he whispered urgently. "Honglian, we can't wait any longer. Go personally request student Jiang Wanqing to compete. Tell her that the honor of Qingbei University now requires her to defend it. This is my order, not a suggestion." Vice Principal Zhua Honglian's stunned expression turned stern. Hearing this, she nodded solemnly, rose, and hurried away. Not only the Qingbei leadership, but even the senior faculty and students in the stands couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the quiet, purple-haired figure seated on the platform. Will Junior Jiang Wanqing step in? On the stage, Feng Shiruan silently descended. Rinqing Yuan immediately broke free from Wang Qing's grip and scampered over. He first patted Feng Shiruan on the shoulder. "Bro, you're the man, sparing him was the right call." Then his anxious gaze shifted to Kai Yanyan being carried away, his face etched with heartache. Over at Xianglan, the atmosphere was electric. Wang Qing watched the commotion in the Qingbei direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. While the protective shield around the stage was being repaired, Feng Shiruan got a chance to rest. Yang Sanbao and Wang Qing carefully removed Feng Shiruan's shirt. 2 bottle-cap-sized wounds on his chest and shoulder continued to ooze blood. Sweat poured down Feng Shiruan's forehead, his face flushed crimson with pain, making him look utterly speechless. Wang Qing and Yang Sanbao hurriedly applied the prepared hemostatic medication to Feng Shiruan's wounds, frantically wrapping bandages around them. They all knew Qingbei wouldn't let this go easily. The next opponent would surely be stronger than Kai Yanyan. Wang Qing shot a worried glance at Lin Yu, whose face remained cold and composed. "Brother Feng, with your formidable strength, you can definitely handle those 2 self-important Qingbei elites coming next. That way, Lin Yu won't have to step in." In Qingbei's preparation area, the arrogance and self-importance from the start had vanished. Each of these self-proclaimed prodigies hung their heads. They knew stepping forward would be futile. Their only hope now rested on Sima Yunfeng. Sima Yunfeng, however, was now filled with unease. He hadn't expected Kai Yanyan to lose and so thoroughly. Facing 3 opponents, former top-scoring college entrance exam champion Wang Qing, Lin Yu, and the formidable Feng Shiran, he had lost his confidence. Yi Wuya watched the arrogant prodigies of the Qinghua Peking preparation zone, each looking dejected, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Wasn't Xianglan just maggots in a cesspool? Didn't you all boast that any one of you could take down Xianglan Technical School? What happened now? All of you gone mute? Scared? You called others trash? You're about to tarnish Qingbei's century-old reputation with your filthy little bodies. He had long since lost his former composure, his tirade growing more intense. Not a single elite in the Qingbei preparation zone dared to retort, merely lowering their heads and listening silently. Listening to Yi Wuya's unbearable insults, Sima Yunfeng, seething with resentment, devised a plan. After Yi Wuya finished venting, he whispered. "Chairman Yi, I'll take the stage next. If I should lose, I mean, if by any chance. The final spot goes to Vice Chairman Yu Chenxi. After all, the Xianglan people won't be able to tell which one is the freshman anyway." Yi Wuya could scarcely believe his ears. His previously calmed temper flared instantly.
His eyes widened as he glared at Sima Yunfeng, who was still chattering on.
Smack! A slap flew across his face with tremendous force, blood already trickling from Sima Yunfeng's lip. You're utterly shameless. To resort to such despicable tactics. Chairman Yi, What about me? You lost. Qingbei should gracefully admit defeat and preserve our dignity. With such tactics, even if we win, won't we just invite ridicule? You've truly disappointed me.
Yi Wuya shook his head, saying no more, his eyes now filled with disappointment.
He sat down and continued, You'd better focus on how to win the next match. This isn't your concern.
Yeah, right, Sima Yunfeng muttered, covering his face expressionlessly, his inner voice seething with defiance.
Damn it, Yi Wuya. Just because you entered school 2 years earlier? You won't get away with disrespecting me like this.
You'd better watch out, this grudge is settled.
In truth, Sima Yunfeng possessed formidable strength.
Though confident in himself, Wang Qing and Lin Yu had secured top honors at Stage 1 and even pulled off an upset by defeating a Stage 2 powerhouse. These achievements alone demanded his utmost caution.
Meanwhile, Vice Principal Zhua Honglian spotted Zhang Wanqing observing the Shanglan preparation area from a corner of the Qingbei stands. Wanqing, why are you sitting so far off? I had quite a time finding you.
Vice Principal Zhua Honglian motioned for the student beside Zhang Wanqing to move, then sat down beside her and spoke politely. Zhang Wanqing turned at the sound, her violet eyes pausing briefly on Zhua Honglian's forced smile.
She seemed unsurprised by her arrival. Vice Principal Zhua, what brings you here? She asked coolly, feigning ignorance.
Zhua Honglian watched her impassive expression, feeling a twinge of displeasure, but still spoke in a gentle voice. Wanqing, I believe you already know why I've come.
The current situation is extremely unfavorable for Qingbei. Principal Guan Songhai intends for you to be our final contestant. What are your thoughts? Zhang Wanqing deliberately feigned surprise. Principal Zhua, I thought the roster had been finalized long ago? If I compete now, won't Shanglan suspect we're cheating? Hearing Zhang Wanqing's deliberate evasion, Zhua Honglian's expression shifted slightly.
You heard it yourself when we arrived. Principal Zhu stated that any first-year Qingbei student could compete.
How could that be considered cheating? But I haven't prepared at all. What? Zhang, you're a member of our Tsinghua Peking University team. They've already come to our doorstep and you're making excuses?
Zhua Honglian could no longer contain her anger.
Seeing Zhang Wanqing's expression unchanged, her voice rose sharply. This isn't a discussion, it's Principal Guan's direct order. You should know the consequences of refusing to fight. Zhang Wanqing turned her head away, snorting coldly before adding, Fine, I'll just drop out. No one can force me. You. Chapter 87, The Powerhouse Sima Yunfeng. Round 9, Qingbei University's Sima Yunfeng vs Shanglan Technical School's Feng Heroine. Contestants, please take the stage.
As the announcement faded, Sima Yunfeng took a deep breath, smoothed his collar, flicked his silver hair which he deemed dashing and strode onto the stage with a carefree swagger. Hands spread wide, he wore a smug expression, convinced this was his grand runway show.
The gazes from the Qingbei stands were now complex, no longer the pre-match fervor and contempt, but a mix of anticipation, anxiety, and even a hint of sympathy.
They all knew Qingbei had played every last card. Among the freshmen, he was the only one left who could fight. His opponent was the stuttering monk who had just withstood Kai Yanyan's ultimate killing move, with the unfathomable Lin Yu and Wang Qing waiting in the wings. Most faculty and students in the stands had watched the college entrance exam livestream. Wang Qing's peculiar boxing style Wing Chun seemed fresh in their minds. More astonishingly, the two had actually slain second-tier powerhouses while remaining first-tier themselves. Such prowess and audacity were enough to strike fear into any first-tier opponent. Sima Yunfeng stood on the stage, his posture still rigidly upright, attempting to maintain the pride befitting an SSS-tier genius. His gaze swept over Feng Heroine, who was being helped to his feet by Wang Qing and Yang Sanbao. The bandages on his shoulder and chest were soaked through with blood, and his heavy breathing made it clear his injuries were severe. Qingbei University, Sima Yunfeng, SSS tier profession, Void Lord, level 36. His voice deliberately rose slightly, attempting to dispel that unwelcome flicker of doubt within him. The eyes of Qingbei's faculty and students watched as Feng Heroine shook his massive bald head, broke free from Wang Qing's support, and stepped steadily toward the center of the arena. Unexpectedly, this time, no jeers erupted from the stands. Instead, a wave of encouraging applause rose, though not fervent. It clearly signaled a shift in attitude. They acknowledged Feng Heroine's strength and now pinned their last hopes on Sima Yunfeng. Standing at the center of the ring, Feng Heroine looked at Sima Yunfeng. His face showed no trace of fear. Instead, he grinned, revealing an exhilarated smile. Shangxian Lan Feng Heroine, SS class, Wrathful Vajra, level 35. Do me the honor. He practically shouted the words. Though still stuttering, his voice carried a palpable, heart-stopping fighting spirit. The strain caused fresh blood to seep from his wounds. On the VIP platform, Principal Guan Sanhai watched as Zhua Honglian returned alone. He understood the disappointment etched on her face and sighed helplessly. His gaze flickered toward Zhang Wanqing, seated in the corner, and a surge of anger welled up. You little brat, think you're so special? If you look down on Qingbei, then Qingbei has no need to keep you.
The match begins. The massive protective shield, now fully restored, rose into place. At the center of the arena, Sima Yunfeng wasted no time. He knew he had to finish this quickly, no chance for Feng Shiruan to recover, and certainly not to let him drag things out until that damnable Arhat Dharma form finished its cooldown. He abruptly drew the purple gem-encrusted staff from his storage ring and slammed it into the ground. Hum! An invisible ripple radiated outward from him in an instant. The arena's light abruptly dimmed, as if sucked into another dimension. Both the arena's surface and its protective barrier were coated in an eerie translucent black, while the air thickened with the cold, suffocating aura of nothingness. Exclusive skill, Void Domain. Within this domain, Sima Yunfeng's aura surged dramatically. His psychic energy spread outward like a barrier, sensing everything within the domain. Not only that, within this barrier, Sima Yunfeng gained a 10-point base attribute boost to strength, speed, and more. In contrast, Feng Shiruan felt a crushing weight descend upon him, as if invisible shackles bound his body. His strength, speed, and even the flow of his spiritual power were noticeably suppressed. Oomph! Worm from the cesspool, consider yourself honored. Now savor the terror of the void. Sima Yunfeng's face brimmed with arrogance as he raised his staff high. The purple gem atop it blazed with intense light. Immediately, the skill, Skeleton Army, activated. Snap, crackle, pop. The bone-chilling sound of grinding bones echoed from all corners of the black, eerily glowing barrier. Skeleton soldiers, wielding rusted blades and clad in shattered armor, crawled out of the void. Purple soul flames flickered in their eye sockets as they silently roared, surging like a tidal wave toward Feng Shiruan at the center of the arena. In the blink of an eye, Feng Shiruan was engulfed by a sea of skeletal hordes. As far as the eye could see, only stark white bones and icy blades stretched out. Yet Feng Shiruan showed not a trace of fear. Instead, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He forced out two emphatic good Us, suppressing his physical discomfort. Gripping the golden dragon coiling staff tightly, he charged headlong into the sea of skeletons. A sweeping strike erupted in golden light. The revealing truth staff technique was unleashed once more. Yet the expected scene of shattered skeletons failed to materialize. The staff struck the skeleton soldiers, producing only a dull thud. They staggered backward, bones cracking, but did not immediately disintegrate. Empowered by the Void Domain, these skeleton soldiers' defense and strength were vastly enhanced. Meanwhile, Feng Shiruan's own power was severely weakened. Buddha's light shines forth. Feng Shiruan's brows knitted tightly as he sensed trouble, immediately uttering a low command. A brilliant halo reappeared behind his head, radiating resplendent Buddha's light that spread out, attempting to purify these undead. The Buddha's light clashed fiercely with the void's deathly aura, producing sizzling, scorching sounds. The approaching skeleton soldiers moved noticeably slower, black smoke rising from their bodies. Yet the skeletons behind them still surged forward with relentless, death-defying fury. At that moment, Feng Shiruan stood like a golden arhat trapped in quicksand, wielding his staff alone as he charged left and right through the endless sea of skeletons. His staff flashed through the air, each strike heavy and powerful, smashing skeletons to pieces and sending them flying. The protective aura of Buddha's light kept the undead at bay. But the sheer number of skeletons was overwhelming, an endless stream that drained his strength. As piles of bone fragments accumulated beneath his feet, his movements inevitably slowed. His wounds reopened, blood staining half his tunic crimson. Though stuttering, Feng Shiruan was no fool. He knew his desperate clash with Kai Yanyan's Yellow Springs path had already inflicted internal injuries. Combined with the splinters from the vine whip, he was now utterly spent. Seeing Sima Yunfeng unleash the void domain barrier, Feng Shiruan knew defeat was inevitable. Yet he pressed on, determined to force Sima Yunfeng to expend more skills information he could pass to his comrades in the ensuing battle. Everyone present seemed to understand Feng Shiruan's objective: stall. Stall until Luohan's Dharma image skill finished its cooldown. Only then would he have a chance to inflict damage, however slight, on this formidable opponent. Truthfully, he needn't have gone to such lengths. This was already Qingbei's final trump card, and with only 2 members left in Shanglan, the scene felt truly tragic. The stands fell deathly silent. Every breath held as they watched the blood-soaked, bald youth. Within the shadowy barrier, armed only with Buddha's light and an iron rod, he fought the skeleton horde alone. Chapter 88, A Desperate Struggle. Sima Yunfeng stood at the barrier's edge, his expression grim. He hadn't expected Feng Shiruan to be so tenacious, holding out this long despite his severe injuries and being overwhelmed. But no matter how tenacious, he was nothing more than a maggot in a cesspool. Accept your judgment. Fierce thorns. He leapt into the air, looking down upon Feng Shiruan's desperate struggle, then swung his staff once more. The dark ground beneath Feng Shiruan suddenly writhed. Sharp spikes, formed entirely from shadows and void energy, erupted without warning. Simultaneously, the surrounding skeleton army intensified their assault. Feng Shiruan frowned, planting his staff into the ground to anchor himself. Using the staff's momentum to balance against the earth, he then kicked out at the advancing skeleton soldiers as if striding through the air. This maneuver evaded the rising spikes while simultaneously knocking down the approaching skeleton soldiers. Yet all this was futile struggle. The moment he landed, the shadow spikes attacked again. He frantically kicked to evade, but his midair position instantly made him a sitting duck for the new wave of skeleton soldiers. Several rusted blades slashed viciously into his back and thighs. Splatter! Splatter! Blood spurted forth. Though protected by the Buddha's light behind his head, he still suffered several deep, bone-exposing wounds. He landed heavily, stumbling before bracing himself with his staff to steady his feet. Another mouthful of blood gushed forth. No time to catch his breath, he rolled to dodge another shadow spike. The blood spilled as he rolled formed a stark contrast against the pitch-black shadows on the ground. This ends now. Time wander. Sima Yunfeng refused to prolong the fight, unleashing his killing move with grim determination. Within the void domain, his form blurred into an elusive specter, his speed surging to an unimaginable level. Whoosh! He instantly materialized at Feng Shiruan's left flank, unleashing a palm strike imbued with void energy. Though Feng managed to block it, the force of the blow sent a numbing shock through his arm. The next second, Sima Yunfeng materialized at his right side, his staff glowing eerily as it jabbed toward the wound in Feng Shiruan's side. Feng Shiruan dodged with difficulty, swinging his staff tail in a backlash, but struck only an afterimage. As he swung his staff's tail, the shadow spikes had already pierced his left lung. Ah, he groaned as the massive spike pierced his body. Sima Yunfeng casually waved his hand, and the spike retracted. Immediately, blood gushed from Feng Shiruan's chest. Feng Shiruan stubbornly planted his staff into the ground. His vision blurred, and he coughed up another large pool of blood before collapsing. Watching Feng Shiruan collapse, Sima Yunfeng instantly materialized before him. I thought he was something special, he sneered. But maggots are just maggots, utterly worthless. Before he could finish speaking, Feng Shiruan suddenly jerked his head upward. Sima Yunfeng swiftly retreated, his expression shifting. What? Feng Shiruan's aura surged violently. He sprang to his feet, snatched up the staff, and swung it towards Sima Yunfeng. Boom! Sima Yunfeng was startled, but vanished instantly, leaving a deep crater in the ground beneath him. Ha! A mocking laugh echoed in Feng Shiruan's ears, then seemed to reverberate throughout the entire barrier space. I forgot you had that lose-something pill. Almost fell for your trick. But you're doomed to lose. I am the god of the void barrier, I control everything. Swish! Feng Shiruan was struck again from behind. Feng Shiruan's face twisted in shock. He hadn't expected that even after consuming the blood-burning soul-igniting pill, he still found himself at a disadvantage. Was this the true terror of the barrier? The skeleton army and shadow spikes pressed their assault. Feng Shiruan's blood-soaked hand swept 3 straight lines from his forehead to his chin. His eyes now held a savage, terrifying glint. He swung his golden staff fiercely at the skeleton army. Now completely overwhelmed, Feng Shiruan's wounds multiplied, blood nearly drenching him into a crimson figure. Suddenly, Sima Yunfeng teleported in and struck Feng Shiruan's back with a single blow. The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. Feng staggered several steps before collapsing to the ground. This time, everyone believed he would never rise again. Brother Feng, that's enough. You don't have to get up, Wang Qing murmured softly from below the stage, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. A flicker of emotion crossed Lin Yu's cold eyes. Ren Qingyuan, unusually, fell silent, his gaze tense. Feng Shiruan, covered in blood, collapsed to the ground. Time seemed to freeze. That stutterer's impressive. Fighting to the death without retreat, a worthy opponent. At this point, you've served Shanglan to the utmost. Still, I admire your tenacity. Feng Shiruan, I'll remember that name. No need to fight on. With your strength, you've earned our recognition. Suddenly, murmurs of admiration erupted from the Qingbei stands, followed by thunderous applause. Sima Yunfeng lurked in the shadows, his face twisted with contempt. I'm the one who deserves praise. Qingbei seniors, are your eyes blind? Just as director Hu Yangli was about to declare the match over. A sudden cry of look at the ring snatched Sima Yunfeng's attention. The blood-stained figure staggered, propping himself up with his staff, stubbornly rising to his feet, gasping for breath. His gaze remained fierce, fixed on Sima Yunfeng in the corner, as if calculating something, waiting for something. Sima Yunfeng's heart pounded in terror. Was this guy made of iron? How could he still be standing? A strange sense of impatience and irritation welled up within him. You asked for it, don't blame me. Sima Yunfeng swung his staff, launching another attack. Finally, a flash of brilliance lit Feng Shiruan's eyes. Now, the cooldown for the Arhat Dharma form was over. Manhwa gasped hoarsely, struggling to speak. Ignoring the incoming assault, he painstakingly pressed his palms together. Blinding golden light erupted once more. The colossal golden Arhat apparition, though less solid than before, still radiated an undeniable power as it abruptly materialized. Holy? Sima Yunfeng was stunned. He had been guarding against this move all along, never expecting his opponent to force it out despite being so severely wounded. But he had a plan ready, void barrier. He instantly halted his attack, rapidly tapping his staff. A shadowy barrier, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, instantly enveloped him.
Then, all the shadows within the void barrier rapidly coalesced toward his position, forming a second barrier. Simultaneously, his mind surged with urgency as he roared furiously, "Hold him back!" Countless skeleton soldiers swarmed forward like suicide troops, piling layer upon layer before the Luohan's phantom form, attempting to absorb the blow's power. 3 barriers. No matter how powerful your strike, it cannot pierce through. In an instant, the golden fist collided with the sea of skeletons, followed by the second barrier, then the third. Boom! Golden light and dark shadows raged wildly. Countless skeleton soldiers were reduced to dust under the Buddha's light, yet the fist's power was also greatly diminished. Finally, the weakened fist struck the last, void barrier. The barrier twisted violently, flickering between light and shadow, before shattering with a pop. Yet the fist image had exhausted its last ounce of power, dissipating into nothingness. Sima Yunfeng stood unscathed behind the barrier, his face only slightly pale, clearly having expended immense mental energy. He looked ahead. Feng Shiruan remained poised in his punching stance, but the Arhat Dharma form had already dissipated. The light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. His body swayed, and finally, unable to hold himself up any longer, he collapsed face first with a thud into the pile of shattered bones and pool of blood, completely losing consciousness. Damn it, that stubborn bastard. Finally won. Sima Yunfeng exhaled deeply, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Chapter 89, You're the ace up Shanglan's sleeve. Watching Feng Shiruan collapse, arrogance returned to Sima Yunfeng's face. He waited a moment, confirming Feng Shiruan was truly unconscious, then sauntered over to him with a deliberately casual stride. He looked down at the opponent who had given him such a hard time, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He lifted his right foot and tapped Feng Shiruan's blood-stained bald head with his shoe tip, his voice dripping with the victor's scorn. "Poof. You blue maggot, finally fell, huh? You think you're worthy to fight me? Pfft, you're nothing but trash." Suddenly, his words stopped abruptly. For Feng Shiruan, who should have been completely unconscious, suddenly snapped his eyes open. His gaze held no trace of consciousness, only an unyielding fighting instinct. Summoning his last ounce of strength from somewhere, his left hand shot out like iron pincers, clamping down on Sima Yunfeng's kicking ankle. His right fist clenched as his body sprang upward, channeling every ounce of rage and will into this final strike. With brutal force, he slammed it into Sima Yunfeng's chest, caught completely off guard. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The arrogance on Sima Yunfeng's face instantly turned to shock and agony. He had never expected his opponent to fight back. A searing pain shot through his chest, his ribs felt like they were snapping. The force of the punch sent him flying backward through the air, spewing a mouthful of blood as he soared. Ugh! He crashed to the ground several meters away, struggling to rise only to aggravate his injuries, coughing up another mouthful of old blood. As for Feng Shiruan, after delivering that earth-shattering final punch, his arm went limp and hung limply at his side. The light in his eyes completely faded, plunging him into a deep coma. Damn it! The entire crowd was stunned by this unbelievable scene. Then, deafening applause and cheers erupted like a tsunami, this time, entirely for Feng Shiruan, who lay in a pool of blood, having fought until the very last moment. Even as an opponent, he was damn impressive. This stutterer is a true iron-willed warrior. I apologize for my earlier words. He was just too tenacious. I'm damn impressed. Yet as Sima Yunfeng struggled to his feet, the stands met him with countless looks of contempt and disdain. Villains die by talking too much. Didn't even Sima Yunfeng get that? He still had the nerve to act cocky in that state. Serves him right. He won the match but lost all respect. How did someone like this even get into Tsinghua or Peking University? Sima Yunfeng trembled with rage and humiliation as he heard the surrounding curses, staring at the bloodstains on his chest and his battered appearance. His gaze snapped to the unconscious Feng Shiruan, a savage glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He raised his staff once more, gathering dark energy. Holy, he actually wants to finish him off. Stop it! Director Hu Yangli's furious voice cut through the air as a figure instantly darted between them, shielding Feng Shiruan. He glared at Sima Yunfeng. The match is over. What do you think you're doing? Sima Yunfeng snapped back to his senses by the rebuke. Facing Director Hu Yangli's stern gaze and the furious stares of the entire crowd, he reluctantly dispersed the energy, his face turning ashen. By now, Shanglan's team had already rushed onto the stage. Wang Qing was the first to reach Feng Shiruan's side, carefully inspecting his injuries. Seeing him covered in wounds and barely breathing, his eyes welled up with tears. He squeezed Feng Shiruan's blood-stained, scarred hand tightly. Brother, no need for words. Just rest now. Yang Sanbao and Rin Xingyuan gathered nearby, their expressions heavy. Medical personnel swiftly entered the arena and lifted Feng Shiruan onto a stretcher. Director Hu Yangli walked up to Wang Qing, patted his shoulder, and smiled without speaking, a silent reminder that without him, Feng Shiruan might not have survived. This was a debt of immense gratitude. Wang Cheng said nothing, only returning a cold stare. You shameless little bastard. You won, yet you still struck a poisonous blow? Yang Sanbao's face flushed crimson with rage as he pointed at Sima Yunfeng and cursed furiously, nearly losing control enough to slap him across the face. Wang Qing tugged Yang Sanbao's arm, his gaze sharpening as it locked onto Sima Yunfeng. A fierce glint now shone in his eyes.
Runqing Yuan followed Wang Qing's gaze towards Sima Yunfeng. What kind of so-called prodigy from Qinghua in Peking is this? His character isn't even worth my dogs. Even a dog knows to fight with restraint. Hands on his hips, he watched Sima Yunfeng sitting cross-legged to catch his breath from the chest pain. Like a quarreling old countrywoman, he began to rant and rave with insults. The sudden scene left the faculty and students on the Qingbei stands utterly humiliated. Qingbei was the hallowed institution cultivating Dragon Nation's professionals. To produce such a foolish, arrogant, and overbearing student, one who rashly showed off without confirming his opponent was incapacitated, suffered a loss, and then dared to strike a fatal blow. What kind of SSS tier professional powerhouse is this? Has the esteemed Qingbei Academy really produced such an impulsive, foolish donkey? Many senior faculty and students on the Qingbei stands could no longer bear to watch, launching into a torrent of abuse directed at Sima Yunfeng. He might as well concede defeat. This freshman class is nothing but a bunch of useless fools who can't even hold their own. What a waste of an SSS tier professional awakened in such a petty individual. He's disgracing Qingbei University. This is over. Even if he wins every match from here on out, I've lost all interest. On the VIP platform, Huan Sanhai and other Qingbei University officials wore expressions of utter dismay. Soon, Director Hu Yanli silenced the uproar and announced the result, Match 10, Qingbei University, Sima Yunfeng wins. Then, his voice trembling slightly, he added, both sides have sustained injuries. We'll take a 5-minute break before resuming the match. Hu Yanli's announcement only amplified the crowd's uproar. More and more Qingbei faculty and students began shifting allegiances, voicing outrage over Xiang Lanming's treatment. But this was unavoidable. If Sima Yunfeng lost again, Qingbei would have no one left to send. Amidst the deafening clamor, both teams retreated to their respective preparation areas. Sima Yunfeng was helped off the stage by his younger brother. Wang Qing had barely returned to the preparation area when he rushed over to Lin Yu, who had been sitting silently in the corner. His voice was low and commanding. Lin Yu, I'll take the next match. You'll be our final line of defense. Lin Yu glanced at him, her icy gaze sweeping over Feng Shiruan being carried away on a stretcher before fixing on Sima Yunfeng across the ring, his face grim as he received treatment. She gave a cold snort. Poof. Not necessary. I'll handle him. Her tone was icy, yet carried an unquestionable resolve. Clearly, Feng Shiruan's blood had ignited the fire of rage within her heart. Lin Yu, this isn't the time for impulsive actions. Sima Yunfeng is formidable. I'll take him on. Lin Yu cut him off impatiently. What do you mean? Are you stronger than me? Am I destined to lose? It's not that. I'm just worried about you. Wang Qing, seeing Lin Yu's icy glare, stammered nervously. Wang Qing. I can manage without you. Put away your pity. Lin Yu, don't need it. With that, she stood up and walked to the side, turning her back on Wang Qing. Wang Qing stared at her rising figure and stubborn profile, frozen for a moment. Just as he turned to try persuading her again, a clear, cool yet faintly warm voice came from behind her back. Qingga, the blood of Feng Shiruan and the others can't be shed in vain. You are Xianglan's trump card. Chapter 90, Pre-Match Probing and Preparation. Inside Qingbei Martial Arts Hall, the clamor persisted. In the Qingbei preparation area, a professional medical team surrounded Sima Yunfeng, urgently treating his injuries. A middle-aged female physician with a steady demeanor and gold-rimmed glasses placed her hands, glowing with a soft emerald light, over Sima Yunfeng's heaving chest. The radiance of the advanced healing technique, Xing healing, continuously poured in, repairing his fractured ribs and damaged internal organs. An assistant physician nearby swiftly prepared potions to stabilize his spiritual energy and vital blood, feeding them into his mouth. The fact that the university's top medical practitioner had personally stepped in demonstrated the Qingbei administration's immense importance placed on this duel and their unwavering resolve that Sima Yunfeng must not suffer another defeat. Sima Yunfeng's face was deathly pale, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, yet his eyes burned with resentment and venom. Feng Shiruan's death-defying counterpunch had not only maimed his body but also brutally trampled upon his pride as an SSS tier genius. This was utterly intolerable. Damn Xianglan, they would pay the price. Yi Wuya approached with a grim expression, waving for the elite juniors around him to step back slightly. Seeing Sima Yunfeng's disheveled state, a fleeting, faint trace of disdain flickered uncontrollably in his eyes, quickly replaced by deeper concern. Bending down, his voice low yet seething with unchecked fury, he hissed, Yunfeng, look at the mess you've created. You won the match but lost the people's respect. You've nearly disgraced Qingbei University. He listened to the roar of the crowd, a trace of humiliation etched on his face. This should have been a moment to rally morale and showcase Qinghua Peking's might, yet here you were lacking even basic vigilance, even attempting to strike a fatal blow in front of the entire faculty and student body. Are you brain dead? At those words, Sima Yunfeng's mouth twitched. He tried to retort, but a sharp pain in his chest cut him off, leaving only a muffled groan. Yi Wuya took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. He retrieved 2 pills from his storage ring and pressed them into Sima Yunfeng's hand. His tone was stern, laced with warning. These were specially approved by Principal Guan. The blue one is the return to origin pill.
You've already witnessed its power. It will rapidly restore your condition. The purple one is the purifying spirit refining pill. He locked eyes with Sima Yunfeng, enunciating each word. This pill's potency is overwhelming. It can dramatically boost all your attributes in a short time, potentially even helping you temporarily break through your bottleneck. But the side effects are equally fierce. It will cause irreversible damage to your foundational cultivation, potentially even affecting your future potential. Under no circumstances should you use it unless absolutely necessary. And one more thing. Yi Wei's voice grew even colder. Put away that arrogant attitude and face your opponents calmly. Don't do anything foolish that tarnishes Qingbei's reputation again. Otherwise, even if you win, Qingbei won't tolerate you. Understand? Sima Yunfeng bowed his head, accepting the pill while forcing a look of respect and remorse. Yes, Chairman Yi, I understand. I acted impulsively earlier. I will remain composed and never disappoint the school again. Yet beneath his lowered gaze, entirely different emotions churned. Put. Yi Wei, who do you think you are to lecture me? Reputation? Bull. The victor writes history. As long as I win, I'll be Qingbei's hero. Who'll dare talk trash then? Watching divine pillumph. With this divine elixir, Lin Yu and Wang Qing are nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter. He carefully stowed away the two pills, especially the purple Watching Divine Pill, which he regarded as his ultimate trump card. On the podium, Principal Guan Sunhai watched the frantic rescue efforts below, massaging his throbbing temples. He turned his head, forcing a friendly smile onto his face, and addressed Zhu Ziyong, who sat cross-legged beside him, humming a tune. Old Zhu, as you can see, the contest is currently tied at 5 points apiece. Both sides are evenly matched. Continuing the fight risks further casualties and could sour our relations. To avoid unnecessary harm. He paused, carefully observing Zhu Ziyong's reaction. What if we call it a draw? We can still discuss those terms you mentioned earlier about resource borrowing and such. Why fight to the death? Guan Sanhai attempted a strategic retreat, hoping to preserve Qingbei's last shred of dignity while probing Zhu Ziyong's true motives behind such an all-out confrontation. Zhu Ziyong picked his ear with his pinky, flicked it, and gave Guan Sanhai a sideways glance, chuckling. Hey, little Guan, backing down already? Didn't see you talking peace when your guys were playing dirty earlier. He swayed his head, adopting the tone of a street thug. A bet's a bet. We agreed to a round-robin battle. What's this about a draw? If Qingbei concedes defeat, I might spare you some face. As for resources. Zhu Ziyong's small eyes darted around, flashing a sly gleam. Haha, once Shanglan wins, we'll use them fair and square, no need for your approval. Rest assured, I don't have big appetites. Just what we discussed earlier. Won't take a single extra advantage from Qingbei. Old Zhu, your elaborate scheming can't be just about resources, can it? Whatever you want is negotiable after all, you're a titan in Longhua. If Qingbei can deliver, why make the kids fight to the death? Guan Sanhai tapped the tabletop unconsciously, testing the waters with his question. If not resources, then what? For a few pretty female teachers at Qingbei? Haha, I'm not greedy. I think Principal Zhuo is just fine. Zhu Ziyong's plump face twisted into a lecherous grin. Principal Zhuo Honglian, hearing this beside him, rolled her eyes. Shameless old lecher. Zhu Ziyong's words were watertight, completely blocking Guan Sunhai's probing intentions and instead turning the tables on him. This infuriated Guan Sunhai, making his chest tighten and his face flush alternately red and white. Yet he dared not truly break ties with this old rogue, forcing a smile and nodding while cursing him silently inside. The 5-minute break vanished in an instant. In the Shanglan preparation area, Wang Qing approached Lin Yu. Gazing at her icy beautiful profile in those deep, frigid eyes, his heart inexplicably tightened. His voice softened unconsciously as he spoke to her, tinged with a barely perceptible note of concern. Sima Yunfeng's barrier is highly unusual. Don't try to force your way through it. If it becomes impossible, don't push yourself. Use whatever means necessary to protect yourself. It's not shameful to admit defeat if you can't win. As he spoke, his hand instinctively reached out, attempting to adjust the shoulder straps of her repaired 10,000 bones breastplate. The motion was awkward, like that of a nagging old father. Lin Yu stiffened slightly but didn't pull away, merely glancing at him with her cool, icy eyes. Ren Xingyuan, watching from the side, lit up as if discovering a new continent. He lowered his voice and chuckled slyly. Holy! That's a masterstroke, Qing. That's how you chase girls with meticulous care. Got it, got it. Sigh, I wonder how my little baby's injuries are doing. I should go check on him later too. He was completely lost in his own fantasy. Wang Qing shot Ren Xingyuan a disapproving glare, too annoyed to bother with the clown. His focus returned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu gently brushed Wang Qing's hand aside, smoothing out the last crease in her chestplate herself before lifting her gaze toward the arena. Such a chatterbox. She murmured indifferently, though a slight nod indicated she'd taken it to heart. Wang Qing, it's because of you that I finally get the chance to challenge a Qingbei powerhouse head-on. You may be strong, but I'll never concede defeat. It's time to show the fruits of my relentless training.
Chapter 91, More Bad Than Good. Match 11. Qingbei University's Sima Yunfeng vs Shanglan Technical School's Lin. Contestants, please take your places. With director Hu Yongli's announcement, the most intense showdown had only just begun.
Lin Yu took a deep breath, her steps firm and icy as she advanced toward the stage. Her aura surged with each stride, growing ever more potent until the surrounding air hummed faintly. Under the university's top-tier medical care, Sima Yunfeng's injuries had healed to about 70%, restoring his strength to its peak. He snorted coldly, readjusted his stance, and leapt back onto the stage, intent on reclaiming his pride. As he watched Lin Yu slowly approach from across the ring, that repulsive, arrogant smirk reappeared on his face. "You're Lin Yu, the one who broke the record following that trash Wang Qing? Today, I'm taking back what was lost." His words abruptly halted. For at that very moment, Lin Yu had come to a halt at the center of the ring and slowly raised her head. A colossal aura erupted from her body without restraint. The air seemed to freeze, and an invisible pressure weighed down on those near the stands. Her icy voice cut through the deathly quiet of the training ground. "Lin Yu of Shanglan Technical School, SS Class Profession, Female Titan, Level 41.
What? Holy crap, Level 41? Female Giant? What kind of class is that? Never heard of it before? A new class? You've got to be kidding me. She was only around level 20 during the college entrance exams, right? How long has it even been? But no need to overthink it. After all, Sima is an SSS class professional. Though they're only one tier apart, the gap between SSS and SS isn't something a mere 5 levels can bridge." Exactly.
If Lin Yu had the same god-tier skills as her former teammates, maybe she could put up a fight.
The entire Qingbei Central Arena erupted in an instant. Exclamations, skepticism, and whispers began to sweep through every corner. Everyone was captivated by Lin Yu's level and that unheard-of class name. In the stands, Vice Principals Hua Honglian, renowned as the nation's foremost authority on professions, leapt to her feet, her face etched with disbelief and intense curiosity. "Female giant? A profession unrecorded since the dawn of the new era. How is this possible?" It was utterly baffling. Was it hereditary or a mere fluke? Principal Guan Sanhai, though equally intrigued, dismissed it as merely an SS tier class, a higher-level profession. It seemed this young girl had put in an unimaginable amount of effort. Xu Jiong narrowed his small eyes, a sly, box-like grin spreading across his face as if to say, the real surprise is yet to come. On the stage, Sima Yunfeng's arrogant grin froze completely, replaced by utter shock and a hint of unmasked panic. Level 41? Damn it, is she some kind of leveling machine? Is this even real? She's a full 5 levels higher than me. His earlier contempt and indifference vanished instantly, replaced by unprecedented vigilance. His wariness wasn't merely because Lin Yu was 5 levels above him, but because he feared she might possess a secret technique like Feng's Heroine. Suddenly, on the stage, Sima Yunfeng's expression shifted again as he looked at Lin Yu. Her flawless face, high nose bridge, luscious cherry lips, and golden proportioned figure with curves in all the right places, her beauty outshone every woman he'd ever seen. Lin Yu seemed like a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, radiating an enchanting allure that stirred the heart. Holy moly! How could such a stunning beauty have gone unnoticed before? Nearby spectators from Qingbei University also reacted visibly. How could Lin Yu look so different from her livestream appearances? In person, she was 1,000 times more stunning than on camera. All eyes were fixed on this stunning beauty, already poised for battle. Whispers erupted once more, this time centered entirely on Lin Yu's breathtaking beauty. In a corner of the Tsinghua Peking University section, Lin Yu's 41st level rank had already caught Jiang Wenqing's attention. As her composure began to waver, Lin Yu's appearance stirred an unexpected pang of jealousy within her. Her violet eyes sparkled with anticipation for the upcoming duel, even stirring a faint urge to switch allegiances. Sima Yunfeng absolutely had to win. Oh my, such a beauty. Would you be interested, Lin Yu? Before Sima Yunfeng could finish, Lin Yu's battle-ready voice cut him off. Shut up. Fight me if you dare, or get lost. How dare you take advantage of my kindness? Sima Yunfeng, Qingbei University's SSS tier professional, Void Lord, level 36. Provoked, Sima Yunfeng's anger flared. After introducing himself, he instantly assumed a combat stance. The battle was about to erupt. Below the stage, Wang Qing seemed even more tense than Lin Yu herself. Sweat beaded on his palms as he activated his divine perception skill, Perceive All, meticulously analyzing the combat strengths of both Lin Yu and Sima Yunfeng. Though Wang Qing possessed this god-defying skill, he absolutely could not let others know. Gritting his teeth, he watched Lin Yu, who had once fought alongside him through blood and fire. Name, Lin Yu. Level, LV 41 Tier 1. Strength, 95 base attribute 52 Tier 1 attribute bonus 60 after transformation 207. Agility, 95 base attribute 52 Tier 1 attribute bonus 120 after transformation 267. Spirit, 95 base attribute 52 Tier 1 attribute bonus 20 Tier 1 attribute bonus 167. Stamina, 95 base attribute 52 Tier 1 attribute bonus 140 Tier 1 attribute bonus 287. Exclusive skill, 10,000 Thunder Guidance, Epic tier. Self-taught skill, 10,000 Spider Hands, Elite tier. He turned his head to look the other way. Name, Sima Yunfeng. Class, Void Lord. Level, LV 36 Tier 1. Strength, 100 base attribute plus 30 Tier 0 attribute bonus plus 64 Tier 1 attribute bonus equals 194. Agility, 100 base attribute 30 Tier 0 attribute bonus 64 Tier 1 attribute bonus 194. Spirit, 100 base attribute 30 Tier 0 attribute bonus 64 Tier 1 attribute bonus 194. Stamina, 100 base attribute 30 Tier 0 attribute bonus 64 Tier 1 attribute bonus 194. Exclusive skill, Void Domain, Epic tier. Creates a personal barrier within the area, granting the user a +5 bonus to all attributes while reducing all opponent's base attributes by 5 within the barrier. Enables indiscriminate attacks via fear spikes and allows control over all elements within the shadow barrier. Derived skill, Time Walk. Creates an invisible wormhole within the barrier for instantaneous attacks on opponents. Self-taught skills, Skeleton Army, Rare tier, summons a skeleton horde to assault foe's void barrier, Rare tier, creates a void shield around oneself for protection. Demon's Descent returns. Demon's Descent? Wang Qing stared with intense anxiety at these 4 characters appearing in his insight into all. Could this be Sima Yunfeng's ultimate killing move? Although Lin Yu surpassed his opponent in both agility and strength after transformation, the clash between Qingbei and Xianglan had driven home a crucial truth to Wang Qing. The base attribute panel showed that as long as the gap wasn't too great, everything was decided by skills. Clearly, both he and Lin Yu were weak in this area. While Lin Yu's 10,000 Thunder Guidance was an epic tier skill, a formidable tool for clearing minor enemies in dungeons, it proved largely useless in true one-on-one combat. In contrast, Sima Yunfeng possessed a full suite of skills, tanking, shields, defense, and ultimate abilities, all with exceptional synergy. Lin Yu was 5 levels higher than Sima Yunfeng, but as levels increased, even with transformation skills, SS tier base stats inevitably lagged behind SSS tier. Wang Qing grew increasingly alarmed. His faded white t-shirt was soaked through with cold sweat. It seemed Lin Yu was in grave danger. He murmured involuntarily, "Seems like we've got a long road ahead. The new world is teeming with powerhouses. When will I ever gather enough Dragon Balls to unlock that hidden tier class resembling old Zhu?" Chapter 92, Private Room, Intimate Chat. On the arena, Sima Yunfeng struck first. The void domain radiated outward from him, instantly enveloping Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt her power wane within the barrier. Now she understood why Feng Shiruan's aura had plummeted during his battle with Sima Yunfeng, truly the exclusive skill of an SSS tier class. Sima Yunfeng slammed his staff into the ground, grinning savagely. "Little girl, it's too late for regrets now. Let me show you what true despair feels like." Skeleton Army. Snap. Crack. The bone-chilling sound of grinding bones echoed once more, seemingly more intense than before. Countless skeleton soldiers wielding rusted blades surged forth like a white tide of death from the shadows of the void barrier. In an instant, they filled most of the arena, rushing toward Lin Yu. Facing this suffocating undead tsunami, Lin Yu's gaze remained icy and fearless. She didn't even move a step, nearly raising the Dragon Thunder sword she'd retrieved from her storage ring slowly. Just as the front row skeleton soldiers were about to strike her down, she roared, "Exclusive skill, 10,000 Thunder Guidance." Boom! In an instant, centered on her, countless bolts of furious lightning, thick as a child's arm, violently struck down from the void. The blinding lightning instantly engulfed the entire arena, illuminating the shadowy barrier as bright as day. Thunder surged wildly, weaving into a devastating web of electricity that struck each skeleton soldier with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! A continuous crackling erupted like firecrackers. The surging tide of skeletons collapsed in waves the moment they touched the lightning, their rusted weapons clattering onto the platform with a sharp clang. In a single strike, the formidable skeleton army was utterly annihilated. Only the lingering arcs of electricity remained. What? The savage grin on Sima Yunfeng's face froze instantly, his pupils constricting as disbelief filled his eyes. In that very instant of distraction, Lin Yu's form shot forward. Her form became a streak of lightning, tearing through the swirling arcs. The Dragon Thunder sword stabbed straight toward Sima Yunfeng's face with astonishing speed. Sima Yunfeng paled in terror, hastily raising his staff to block before him. Seeing her first strike blocked, Lin Yu swiftly unleashed 3 consecutive slashes. Sima Yunfeng scrambled to evade, frantically parrying with his staff. In the frantic exchange, Lin Yu's blade sliced through half of Sima Yunfeng's prized silver hair. Sima Yunfeng immediately activated Time Walk, teleporting to the corner behind Lin Yu. Strands of silver hair drifted down before his eyes. As Lin Yu pressed his assault, Sima Yunfeng narrowly evaded the combo. A surge of immense force coursed through his arms. Watching the strands of silver hair drifting down, his blood boiled with rage. "You're ruthless." Sima Yunfeng hadn't expected Lin Yu to strike without mercy, and a wave of dread washed over him. Hearing this, Lin Yu turned to face Sima Yunfeng. His stance hesitated only briefly before he stood sword ready once more, his gaze as icy as ever. Within mere seconds, Sima Yunfeng seemed to grasp something. His earlier shock transformed into a smug, maniacal glee. Ha! You scared the hell out of me. But you're just a flashy showman with empty rank. Your skill is nowhere near that dead stutterer's. You dare step onto the stage with that? He flicked his wrist, arrogance and contempt returning to his face. In truth, Lin Yu's opening strike had already made the outcome clear. Miss Lin, no offense meant, but your skill is too weak. Why not just concede now? You'd save yourself some pain. My Sima clan is a prestigious family in Dragon Nation. Regardless of whether Xianglan wins or loses this time, with just my word, you could join the Sima family. Why not rent a room tonight for a more intimate chat? This is an opportunity ordinary people could only dream of. Sima Yunfeng gazed at Lin Yu before him with a lecherous expression, his words dripping with temptation. Lin Yu's flawlessly beautiful face showed not a ripple of emotion. Countless men had tried to invite her to a private room for detailed discussions over the years. She was long accustomed to it. She merely curved her lips slightly and replied indifferently, a private room for a chat? Judging by your flustered state, it'd probably only last 2 seconds. You'd be better off focusing on strengthening your constitution. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the venue, drawing roaring laughter from the spectators in the stands. Who would have thought such words could come from the lips of such a stunningly beautiful woman? Truthfully, Lin Yu herself was astonished. She'd only intended to retort instinctively, never expecting those words to spill from her lips. Truly, bad company corrupts good character. In the past, Lin Yu would have simply laughed it off. What man could endure such public ridicule? What did you say? You filthy, you've got some nerve. Sima Yunfeng had never endured such abuse, especially before tens of thousands of people. His face instantly turned ashen, his reason consumed by rage. You filthy, you're asking for it. Sima Yunfeng held nothing back, unleashing fierce thorns and time stroll simultaneously. The dark ground beneath Lin Yu erupted with countless shadow spikes. Simultaneously, Sima Yunfeng's form blurred like a phantom, teleporting away before reappearing behind Lin Yu. His staff, charged with dark energy, slammed viciously toward her back. Though startled, Lin Yu remained composed. She swung back with the Dragon Thunder Sword, parrying the staff behind her. Simultaneously, a flash of lightning erupted beneath her feet, allowing her to narrowly evade most of the spikes. Still, several grazed her calves, leaving bloody marks and momentarily halting her movement. That split-second pause was all Sima Yunfeng needed. He activated Time Stroll once more, shadowing her every move as he launched relentless attacks from every angle. Staff swings, void energy blasts, and constant taunts punctuated the assault. Dodge. Dodge again. Where's that swagger from earlier? A maggot is a maggot. What good is a high level? Lin Yu parried with her sword, fighting while retreating. Under the barrier's suppression and her opponent's bizarre footwork, she was completely at a disadvantage, looking rather bedraggled. Several times, she narrowly avoided being struck in a vital spot, but the wounds on her body kept multiplying, and her breathing grew increasingly ragged. Thud. Finally, her evasion failed. A vicious palm strike slammed into her back. A metallic taste filled her throat as she spat out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly draining of color. Ha! Die, you! Sima Yunfeng laughed triumphantly, deliberately halting his attack as he stared at the staggering Lin Yu with a gaze that seemed to already count her as dead. Sima Yunfeng was utterly certain of victory. He might as well savor tormenting this sharp-tongued, foul-mouthed woman. The entire Qingbei Central Martial Arts Arena erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Is that it? Level 41? She's performing worse than that stutterer and drunkard. After all this fighting, she only pulled off a clearing skill? It was slightly impressive, but is that all she's got? Looks like this match is over before it even began. Thought she was something special, but she's just a pretty face. Looks like Lin Yu from Xianglan only got the top scholar title by riding Wang Qing's coattails. This level of skill is pathetic. I was actually looking forward to it. Wang Qing watched Lin Yu, constantly on the defensive, from the corner of the stands. Her anticipation for Wang Qing's upcoming match was already building. On the VIP platform, Huan Sunhai and others shook their heads slightly. Clearly, they saw Lin Yu's defeat as inevitable, even feeling she had failed to live up to her high rank and the mystique of her profession. In the Xianglan preparation area, Yang Sanbao and Ren Qingyuan watched with bated breath. Ren Qingyuan, unable to hold his tongue, blurted out, "Sis Lin Yu, she seems to be the worst player here besides Sun Meng. What a waste of all that hard work." Wang Qing, standing nearby, shot him a fierce glare, prompting Ren Qingyuan to hastily cover his mouth. Wang Qing turned back to watch the flustered Lin Yu. What on earth was she waiting for? Chapter 93, The female giant's arrival terrifies the crowd. On the stage, Lin Yu propped herself up with her sword, gasping for breath as blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She lifted her head, her icy gaze sweeping over the disdainful and disappointed faces in the stands. Finally, it settled on the worried face below the stage. She flashed a smile at Wang Qing, who nodded back in understanding. Wang Qing understood. Sima Yunfeng was arrogant and overbearing to the extreme. His battle with Feng Shiruan had already turned him into a frightened bird.
Lin Yu's strategy was to lull Sima Yunfeng into complacency, allowing his arrogance to swell before striking with a decisive, unexpected blow during his transformation. Lin Yu knew the moment had arrived. She drew a deep breath, the last trace of calculation vanishing from her eyes. Gazing at Sima Yunfeng's smug, revoltingly pale face, a resolute determination one of burning the boats behind her flashed through her icy eyes. She stood straight abruptly, ignoring the pain in her body. Her hands slowly came together in front of her chest, forming an ancient and strange hand seal. A far more violent and terrifying aura than before erupted from her petite frame, like a dormant volcano suddenly awakening.
Ha! The smugness on Sima Yunfeng's face froze instantly. Sensing that heart-stopping aura, he instinctively took a step back. This has a backup plan? What kind of skill is this?
Lin Yu's gaze fixed intently on Sima Yunfeng, sending a chill through his heart.
Then came a low, icy roar. Giant strength. Boom!
A terrifying pillar of energy erupted from Lin Yu's body, shooting skyward. The sturdy protective shield of the arena shattered like paper, instantly torn apart by this brutal force, dissolving into a sky filled with fleeting sparks. Under countless horrified gazes, Lin Yu's body began to swell at a visible pace. His spine was forcibly stretched, shoulder blades erupting like tree roots breaking through soil, instantly extending into a colossal skeletal frame.
The bones and muscles in his legs grew at an exponential rate.
His skin hardened into a resilient bronze hue, muscles bulging like coiled dragons, brimming with explosive power. In the blink of an eye, a 6-meter-tall, muscle-bound female giant, her face unchanged, loomed over the arena. Merely standing there, her shadow nearly engulfed half the arena. The sheer weight of her colossal form suffocated the entire martial arts hall with its oppressive presence.
Die! The giantess roared, a deafening sound that rolled like thunder, making the spectators' eardrums ache. At that very moment, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence, stunned by this sudden transformation. Eyes widened, mouths gaped open, everyone stood frozen, petrified, staring dumbstruck at the unimaginable female giant on the stage. Principal Guan Sunhai abruptly stood up, gripping the desk with both hands as he leaned forward, his face etched with utter disbelief. A giant? This is the female giant? Vice Principal Zhua Honglian covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes sparkling with intense excitement and scientific curiosity. Was this bloodline inheritance? A genetic mutation? Or sheer coincidence? That such an unbelievable phenomenon existed in the world, this was nothing short of a miracle in professional history. Xu Jian, witnessing for the first time someone transform their physique into such terrifying proportions in an instant, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, slapping his thigh in excitement. Qingbei's faculty and students were utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank. All previous disdain and disappointment dissolved into utter astonishment. The SS class profession, female giant, so this was its true meaning? But how formidable was this female giant in battle? Was she merely all show and no substance? Sima Yunfeng, standing closest, felt it most intensely. Standing beneath the shadow cast by that colossal figure, he felt as insignificant as an ant. The terrifying visual pressure made his entire body tremble uncontrollably. His face drained of color as he stumbled backward, teeth chattering. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? But Sima Yunfeng was, after all, an SSS tier professional. Though momentarily stunned by the giantess's arrival, he quickly regained his composure. Throughout the new era, countless skills had been developed by professionals, yet none could directly alter a person's fundamental attributes. This S-bluff, don't let her intimidate you. Yet, in that very instant of hesitation, the giantess suddenly moved. Her massive frame displayed terrifying speed utterly incongruous with her bulk. With a single step, the arena shook violently. A colossal fist tore through the air, carrying terrifying force as it slammed brutally towards Sima Yunfeng. Holy, that was way too fast, I barely caught it. Sima Yunfeng had no time to raise his staff to block it before it slammed into his chest. With a thunderous thud, the fist slammed directly into his body. The crisp crackling of shattered bones echoed in all directions. He spewed blood violently as his body flew backward through the air, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena dozens of meters away. His staff flew from his grasp, landing at the giant woman's massive feet. Holy, what is that? A student from Peking University exclaimed from the stands. Before their eyes, the wounds inflicted by Sima Yunfeng on the giantess's body began healing at a visible speed. Scabs formed, fell away, revealing fresh, regenerated skin beneath. A formidable self-healing ability, targeted regeneration. Wang Qing knew from the skill description that for every 20 levels Lin Yu gained, the giantess would grow 1 meter taller. He never imagined the skill itself would also be enhanced. Impossible. Sima Yunfeng struggled, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. Staring at the female giant who had recovered almost instantly, his eyes filled with terror. His right leg had been shattered by her strike, and he lay on the stage, grimacing in agony. Damn it, time stroll. He instantly retrieved his dropped staff and channeled all his power into the barrier. Countless terrifying spikes erupted violently, stabbing at the giantess's ankles and legs. His figure blurred again, attempting to disrupt her with teleportation and find an opening to attack. Yet, facing the swarm of spikes surging beneath her feet, the giantess merely let out a dismissive growl. Crystal hardening. A dazzling crystalline glow instantly enveloped her legs and feet, as if she donned a pair of translucent crystal battle boots. The sharp shadow spikes struck the crystal, emitting a crisp clanging sound as they shattered one after another, unable to harm her in the slightest. Simultaneously, her massive arm swept out, striking precisely at the spot where Sima Yunfeng had teleported. Though Sima Yunfeng narrowly evaded again using time walk, the terrifying palm wind still lashed his cheeks painfully. Sima Yunfeng grew increasingly alarmed with each exchange. Sweat drenched his back as the intense pain washed over him. He realized the giantess's strength, speed, and defense were utterly transformed from before. His attacks failed to inflict any meaningful damage, while every strike from her threatened to take his life. Could this be the true secret behind Lin Yu and Wang Qing's joint victory as national champions? In the stands, countless spectators shared the same thought, stunned beyond words. Chapter 94, The Demon Descends. Boom! Another precise prediction. The giantess's massive fist slammed into Sima Yunfeng's hastily conjured void barrier. The barrier twisted violently, groaning under the overwhelming pressure. Sima Yunfeng was sent flying backward once more, coughing up blood. He slammed heavily onto the stage, rolled several times, and screamed hoarsely as he channeled the barrier's full-power shadow bind. The darkness beneath the giantess's feet writhed like a living creature, instantly coiling upward to lock tightly around her ankles, attempting to restrain her. Yet the giantess merely roared in fury and stomped her foot. Snap! The powerful shadow restraint snapped cleanly in two. In the next instant, she strode before Sima Yunfeng, her massive fist smashing down like a meteor in a relentless barrage. Boom! Sima Yunfeng desperately summoned the last remnants of his barrier shadows to form a defensive shield, but it was futile. The very first punch shattered the barrier completely. He lay on the ground, struck squarely by the blow. Blood gushed as he writhed in agony, ribs shattered beyond count, utterly incapacitated. The giantess towered over him, her gaze condescending as if she'd just crushed a worthless insect. The giantess knew she couldn't strike again. One more punch would likely end his life. A hint of joy flickered across her face as her triumphant gaze swept the entire arena. Holy, Sima Yunfeng just lost like that? This is absolutely mind-blowing. It's like a dimensional strike. Could the female giant's performance rewrite history again? An SS-tier profession defeating an SSS-tier profession head-on? Inside the Qingbei Martial Arts Hall, those who witnessed this scene dared not speak aloud, only whispering among themselves. The rest remained silent, their faces ashen. The most stunned of all was Wang Qing, who had been eagerly anticipating Wang Qing's appearance. Her violet eyes narrowed to pinpricks as she struggled to believe what was unfolding before her. Sis Lin Yu is amazing. So awesome. We won. Qingbei, see if you dare call us trash now. My Kai classmate, I wish you could see this breathtaking moment. Ren Qingyuan began celebrating wildly, waving his arms. Wang Qing's tense expression finally began to relax, a relieved smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Lin Yu defeated Sima Yunfeng before he could unleash his ultimate move. This was the best possible outcome. On the Qingbei platform, even the battle-hardened Principal Guan Sanhai was left speechless for a long moment, uttering only a few s. Sima Yunfeng's defeat meant Qingbei's complete collapse, a reality Guan Sanhai could not accept. A smug expression spread across Zhu Zhiyong's plump face. Qingbei seemed utterly finished now. Oh my, when would his 5 million finally land in his hands? He began fantasizing about his overnight riches. Next time at Yangchun Tower, he'd drink nothing but Louis Roederer, and he'd have at least 10 or 8 girls by his side, haha. In the Qingbei preparation area, the so-called elite members stared silently at Sima Yunfeng, motionless on the stage. Yu Wuya sat in his chair, his gaze sweeping over these once arrogant juniors, his heart filled with utter disappointment. Sima Yunfeng, this fool, couldn't he see the other side was deliberately feigning weakness? Such people are useless at achieving anything but excel at sabotaging everything. It's a shame that Qingbei's century-old reputation is being ruined by this bunch of self-important fools. He seethed with frustration, but who could possibly step up for Qingbei now? Principal Zhou personally went to ask Wang Qing, and that girl dared to abandon them in their hour of need. Just as he was racking his brain over who to send out as the final contestant, Hu Yanli's voice reached his ears. The winner of the 11th match is Lin from Shanglan Technical School. A faint voice interrupted his announcement. Ha? Who the hell said I lost? Sima Yunfeng struggled to sit up under the gaze of the entire arena, spitting mouthfuls of blood. Could there still be a chance? Write the pills. Yu Wuya witnessed this scene and instantly realized, it seemed his junior classmate Sima wasn't the useless fool he'd been made out to be. On the stage, extreme madness and unwillingness flashed in Sima Yunfeng's eyes. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he violently pulled out the 2 pills from his storage ring. The blue, return to origin pill, and the purple, purifying spirit refining pill. Without a moment's hesitation, he painstakingly shoved them both into his mouth. The moment the pills entered his stomach, colossal, even frenzied energy erupted within him. Sima Yunfeng's body ballooned outward like an inflated sphere. Shattered bones snapped back into place, wounds closed at an alarming rate, and his aura surged upward at an unnatural, frenzied pace. The void energy swirling around him nearly solidified, causing the entire barrier to violently ripple under his surging power. "You bastard! This time, I'll kill you," he roared, a mix of agony and fury in his voice. He sprang to his feet, his eyes turning blood red as he fixed his gaze on the colossal figure before him. The giantess's expression shifted slightly. She dared not delay, swiftly assuming a combat stance. With bloodshot eyes, Sima Yunfeng wildly swung his staff in both hands. Shadow bind. Shadows 10 times more powerful than before once again coiled around the female giant's legs. Wang Qing gasped in shock, urgently shouting a warning, "Lin Yu, watch out for this move." Wang Qing knew this must be Sima Yunfeng's final killing move. An ominous foreboding surged within him as he watched everything unfold with bated breath. The giantess heard Wang Qing's warning. Oh no! Her legs were truly immobilized by the shadow bind. She growled lowly, bending down to tear at the damned shadows with all her might. Yet despite her exertion, she only managed to snap a few strands. Sima Yunfeng wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Damn it, you forced my hand. To die by this strike of mine, consider yourself fortunate." He slammed his staff into the ground and bellowed, "Invoke the void. Demon descent." From within the void barrier, a shadowy figure rose slowly from the ground, vague yet radiating an aura of evil and destruction. First came the head, then the immense body. Its entire form was shrouded in translucent shadows, its surface patterned with faint purple nebula-like markings. Its forelimbs split into 3 pairs of sharp claws, with faint, shadowy threads dangling from the fingertips. Its hindlimbs were thick hooves covered in black scales. With a green face and fangs, 2 enormous, decaying wings spread from its back. Its stature rivaled that of the female giant. This move was originally Sima Yunfeng's ultimate trump card, reserved for Wang Qing. The giant incarnated by Lin Yu sensed the lethal threat within that force. She tore apart the shadow spikes with all her might, then let out a death-defying growl. "Go to hell, you filthy!" Sima Yunfeng's face contorted in fury as he swung his staff, seemingly channeling every ounce of his spiritual energy into this strike. The demonic phantom emitted a silent roar, carrying darkness that devoured all, as its forelimbs slammed toward the female giant before it. A resolute glint flashed in the crystal-covered eyes of the giantess. Abandoning full defense, she channeled all her power into her fists. Brilliant crystals instantly encased her massive hands as she brazenly met the terrifying demonic phantom head-on. Boom! A devastating shockwave of energy erupted once more, shattering the newly repaired edge of the arena into fragments. Chapter 95, Bait Itself. "Lin Yu, are you okay?" Wang Qing's clenched fists trembled as his eyes fixed on the flickering light above the stage, his voice urgent and loud. Wang Qing had long known the outcome, yet clung to a sliver of hope. Amidst the blinding light, a sinister, maniacal laugh echoed. As the light faded, the colossal female giant staggered backward several steps. Her crystalline armor, covering her entire body, was now riddled with cracks. She suddenly opened her massive jaws, spewing a large pool of scorching blood. Her aura instantly withered. "Not dead yet. Pretty resilient, huh?" Sima Yunfeng muttered this aloud, but his heart still skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that even his full power strike couldn't knock her unconscious. Her defense was incredibly strong. He knew he couldn't give this colossal beast a chance now. Terror's thorns, Time Wander continued to unleash. From the high platform of Qingbei Academy, teachers and students watched as Sima Yunfeng teleported, his staff relentlessly striking the female giant who now lay on her hands, gasping for breath. He darted across her form like a black speck, weaving in and out. Boom! New wounds appeared incessantly, old ones burst open, and blood nearly dyed Lin Yu into a crimson giant. Her hands remained braced against the ground, her gaze slightly unfocused, as if she had abandoned resistance. Her body's crystal hardening and targeted regeneration continued to operate relentlessly. Silence fell over the stands. Everyone could see that Lin Yu was now fighting on empty. The giant woman's form was growing unstable, her edges beginning to blur faintly, as if she might collapse at any moment. "It's over," Principal Guan Sunhai murmured, his tone a mix of regret and relief. Xu Zhiyong narrowed his small eyes, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the armrest. The carefree grin had vanished from his face, replaced by an intense gravity. "Sister Lin Yu, counterattack." Ren Qingyuan stamped his feet in frustration, yet he was powerless to help. Wang Qing's eyes burned crimson as his fingernails dug deep into his palms, blood seeping through the cracks. He stared fixedly at the stage, his mind racing. What to do? What now? Director Hu, we concede. Wang Qing shouted in unprecedented panic. Yet Hu Yanli pretended not to hear, maintaining his spectator's posture. At that very moment, Sima Yunfeng seized a perfect opening. The female giant's crystal-hardened armor on her back hadn't fully regenerated after a heavy swing. Now! Shatter it completely! Bloodshot fury blazed in Sima Yunfeng's eyes as he channeled every last ounce of residual spiritual energy into his staff, condensing a final strike that slammed directly into the giantess's back. At the critical moment, the brink of death, her comrade's desperate struggle, her own pride, and the bitter resentment toward that figure who always stood in her way, all these emotions surged violently into Lin Yu's heart.
The giantess abruptly raised her head. She gave Wang Qing a faint, twisted smile. Her blood-stained face bore no trace of pain or weakness in those enormous eyes, only a near madness of resolve now blazed within them. The giantess locked onto Sima Yunfeng, who had teleported within striking distance. He leapt high into the air, aiming a full-force blow at her back. Yet, an unexpected twist occurred. 10,000 Thunder Guidance activated with brutal force, unleashing massive arcs of lightning that instantly struck down within dozens of meters of the giant woman. Even with his time stroll skill, Sima Yunfeng couldn't avoid the thunderous shock. While this level of electrocution couldn't inflict substantial damage on him, the momentary paralysis was all it took. The giantess's palm shot out at a speed far exceeding before, almost tearing through space itself, grabbing Sima Yunfeng, who had been momentarily slowed by the shock. No, no, no! Let me go! Sima Yunfeng struggled frantically, the void energy surging violently across his body, yet he couldn't break free from that palm, as solid as molten steel. This is bad. This time, it was Yi Wuya who cried out in horror. Everyone present now understood, the giantess had braced herself against the ground, offering no resistance. Her purpose was twofold: first, to lure Sima Yunfeng into a frenzied attack; second, to wait out the cooldown of the 10,000 Thunder Guidance skill. The exposed area on her back was a deliberately left opening. The giantess would never squander this opportunity, gaining an opening by risking her life to show weakness. The 10,000 Spider Hand skill activated. Her palms rapidly secreted black venom. The moment the poison touched Sima Yunfeng, his eyes widened in shock as he froze completely. Then the female giant let out a low, guttural roar. Gripping Sima Yunfeng, she swung him with all her might like a rag doll, slamming him viciously into the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion. The entire stage collapsed and shattered, crumbling around the point of impact. Dust and debris shot skyward like an explosion. A massive crater instantly appeared where they had stood. As the dust slowly cleared, at the bottom of the pit, the female giant's massive form knelt, panting heavily. Her body began to rapidly shrink, gradually reverting to Lin Yu's original appearance. Her face was as pale as paper, her entire body covered in blood. She swayed precariously, struggling to rise, but that final blow had drained her of all strength. Before her, Sima Yunfeng lay sprawled like a heap of mud at the pit's bottom. Countless bones shattered within him, blood continuously seeping from his nostrils and mouth. His eyes rolled back, consciousness utterly lost. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated he still clung to life. The barrier of the void domain collapsed along with him. Tears like spring water fell from Lin Yu's exquisite face. She gazed at Wang Qing's small eyes at the edge of the arena and forced a smile. As if to say, "Xinga, I did it. Sima Yunfeng doesn't deserve to see Xianglan's trump card." Then Lin Yu's eyes rolled back and she collapsed unconscious in the center of the arena. Using her own body as bait to turn defeat into victory, truly a heroic and heartrending feat. Weak defeating the strong, relying on wit rather than brute force, this loss by Qingbei was well deserved. Though merely an inter-school sparring match, I witnessed in Xianglan that spirit of never giving up, precisely what we professionals should embody. Across the entire Qingbei Central Martial Arts Arena, countless students and faculty in the stands were moved to tears by this scene, erupting in thunderous applause and praise. After an unknown interval, Director Hu Yongli's voice trembled with disbelief as he struggled to announce, the winner of the 11th match is Lin Yu from Xianglan Technical School. Wang Qing's eyes also welled up. He was the first to rush onto the stage and lift Lin Yu into his arms. Looking at Lin Yu, covered in blood with countless broken bones, he murmured comfortingly, "Lin Yu, I've always watched your back. You've always been my pride. Where the hell is the medical team? Hurry and save him." On the Qingbei podium, Principal Guan Songhai's expression softened. Just as the murmurs echoed through the Qingbei stands, a quiet respect for Xianglan's 6 opponents rose within him. He glanced at Zhu Xiong, whose tense expression now held not just disgust and anger, but a hint of respect. "Old Zhu, when it comes to judging character, I can't hold a candle to you." In this moment, the professional world, the hierarchy of strength and skill, seemed utterly insignificant. What shone brightly was the indomitable spirit of those who refused to yield, no matter the cost. Chapter 96, No One Steps Forward. Wang Qing clutched the blood-soaked Lin Yu in his arms, his eyes burning with an indelible hatred. He glared at Sima Yunfeng, who lay paralyzed in the deep pit, desperately wanting to deliver one final kick. The medical team finally snapped into action, urgently carrying a stretcher to provide aid. Wang Qing clutched Lin Yu's hand tightly, not letting go until they reached the entrance. Only then did he turn, his eyes blazing as he swept the stands with a furious gaze, fixing the dead fat man on the VIP platform with a particularly vicious glare. Zhu Xiong, sensing the glare, instinctively shrank back in fear. Wang Qing recalled Lin Yu's face on that blood-stained stretcher, pale as paper yet stubbornly defiant. The image ground against his heart like a blunt knife, over and over. An indescribable wave of loss and rage surged within his chest, threatening to consume him. His brother's son Meng, Feng Shiruan, Lu Jianan, and the unspoken concern he held for Lin Yu all had fought tooth and nail for Xianglan's honor, covered in wounds. As he watched the ring's surface begin its relentless restoration, Lin Yu's blood wiped clean in an instant, hatred accumulated within him, drop by drop. Now, it was time for Qingbei to pay the price. Step by step, he walked onto the restored arena. His footsteps were heavy, yet carried a heart-stopping resolve.
His gaze swept over Qingbei's preparation area, cold as ice, devoid of any warmth.
Yet, as he stood there for a long moment, the opposite side of the ring remained completely empty.
What was going on? Qingbei had no one stepping forward.
As time ticked by, the atmosphere at Qingbei's Central Martial Arts Arena shifted from initial shock and encouragement to restlessness and confusion, finally erupting into an uproar.
What's going on? No one? Why haven't they stepped up yet? Did Sima Yunfeng lose and just quit? Are Qingbei's freshmen going to be cowards? What a joke! This is even more shameful than losing. Why isn't anyone doing anything? What was the plan? Where are the freshmen? Did they all die? Get one of them out here. Damn it, I must be blind. Didn't they say this freshman class was the strongest in a decade?
Turns out they're just a bunch of wimps. Disgruntled boos and furious curses erupted from the stands, threatening to shake the arena's dome. Countless piercing stares like arrows shot toward Tsinghua Peking's preparation area, brimming with contempt and disappointment. On the podium, President Guan Sunhai and the others looked utterly grim, squirming uncomfortably. They never imagined prestigious Qingbei would be pushed to the point of having no one left to field. Even bolstered by 2 divine pills, Sima Yunfeng had fallen so swiftly a development President Guan had utterly failed to anticipate. He quickly gathered his thoughts, summoned Principals Hua Honglian and Huang Baichuan, and instructed, Principals Hua, go find Jiang Wanqing again. Make it absolutely clear to her the consequences of not participating.
Huang Baichuan, go to the Qingbei preparation area.
Under no circumstances can they surrender without a fight. Otherwise, Qingbei will suffer a massive loss of face. Zhu Zhiyang merely glanced sideways, smiled silently, and felt elated inside 5 million was about to be his. Inside Qingbei preparatory zone, Yu Wuya's face was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. He whipped around to face the so-called elites behind him, those who had once looked down their noses at everyone but now cowered like quails.
Who among you can represent Qingbei in battle? After several seconds, not a single voice answered. Damn it all, have you all gone mute?
His voice trembled slightly with extreme fury.
His voice rose steadily, heedless of whether anyone heard. The honor of Qingbei is about to be destroyed. Aren't you all usually so full of hot air? Now that we need you, you've all chickened out? His gaze swept over the crowd like a knife, finally settling on one person, Xin Fu. He was the highest ranked among those remaining, widely acknowledged as the strongest. Xin Fu. Junior Xin. Yi Wuya practically shouted the name. You go next. No matter what, we cannot let them think Qingbei surrenders without a fight. Xin Fu's body trembled violently. He lifted his head, his face etched with fear and resistance. He glanced at Wang Qing on the stage, who looked like a demon god, then recalled the brutal battle between Sima Yunfeng and Lin Yu. His voice trembled with tears. Senior Yi, even Sima Yunfeng suffered such a crushing defeat. If I go up, isn't that just suicide? How could I possibly defeat Wang Qing? He's the top-ranked student in our college entrance exam cohort. His voice trailed off as he bowed his head, unable to meet Yu Wuya's eyes, which seemed ready to spit fire. You bloody useless piece of trash. You're already giving up? How dare you call yourselves professionals? Yi Wuya trembled with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Zhua Honglian jogged over to find Jiang Wanqing sitting in the corner. Jiang Wanqing's violet eyes merely glanced at the breathless Principal Zhua before fixing on Wang Qing atop the stage, saying nothing. Principal Zhua Honglian urgently pleaded, Ms. Jiang, this is a critical moment. Can you really stand by and watch Qingbei's century-old reputation be destroyed? Principal Guan has issued a final order. If you refuse to enter the fray, Qingbei will have no place for you. Jiang Wanqing's brow furrowed slightly at these words, yet she remained silent, allowing Principal Zhua Honglian to plead relentlessly. Seeing Jiang Wanqing's reaction, Principal Zhua Honglian sighed helplessly. Very well. Since you're so heartless, don't blame Qingbei for showing no mercy. With that, she turned and walked away. Jiang Wanqing remained unmoved. She didn't care about the prestige of Tsinghua or Peking University, nor did she care whether her future would keep her there. Deep down, she possessed an innate pride. She wasn't accustomed to being told what to do by others. These monsters from Shanglan did catch her eye, but she felt they weren't worthy of her intervention, not even Wang Qing, who had claimed this year's top scholar title. In the Qingbei preparation zone, Yu Wuya vented his fury, yet it proved utterly futile. Just then, Vice Principal Huang Baichuan came jogging over, his face equally anxious. He lowered his voice and barked at the elites in the Qingbei preparation zone. What are you all standing around for? Haven't you decided who's going to fight yet? He glanced at Yi Wuya, whose face bore utter helplessness, and instantly understood. Then, in a commanding tone, he declared, you must choose someone to fight. Even if you lose on the stage. If you just concede defeat now, Qingbei will truly become a laughingstock to the entire world. His gaze shifted to Xin Fu, who was retreating into the shadows. Xin Fu, it's you. You're the strongest among them. For Qingbei's last shred of dignity, you must fight. Otherwise, pack your bags and get out.
Xian Fu stared at Vice Principal Huang Baichuan's gaze, which seemed capable of devouring him whole. The color drained from his face. Finally, under immense pressure, he nodded imperceptibly, with the utmost difficulty. He drew a deep breath, as if draining every ounce of strength from his body, then dragged his heavy feet step by step toward the stage. His pace was so slow it resembled a march to the execution ground.
Chapter 97, F rank? The might of a single punch.
Under the boos and stares of the entire crowd, Xian Fu climbed onto the stage with extreme slowness and trepidation.
Spotlights fell upon him. Xian Fu wasn't particularly tall, appearing rather slight.
He wore heavy gray-brown armor engraved with incomprehensible runes, clutching a broad tower shield whose center was inlaid with an earth-yellow gem that pulsed with energy. His square face bore thick eyebrows, now tightly knitted together. His eyes darted nervously, lips pressed so tightly they turned pale. Standing opposite Wang Qing, his legs trembled slightly.
Finally seeing Qingbei's contestant take the stage, director Hu Yongli eagerly announced, Round 12, Shanglan's Wang Qing vs Qingbei's Xian Fu. Qingbei University, Xian Fu, SS rank professional, barrier paladin, level 34.
Xian Fu introduced himself in a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz, utterly lacking in presence. The jeers from the stands died down momentarily as all eyes turned to this last hope thrust onto the stage, their emotions complex. An SS-class defensive warrior class sounded promising, but how strong was he really? Wang Qing observed his opponent, who was so nervous he seemed to be standing on eggshells. The rage in his heart quickly subsided. He spoke slowly, his voice calm yet carrying clearly across the entire arena. Shanglan Technical School, Wang Qing, F-class profession, Emer, LV-45. Holy crap! The entire arena erupted as if a bomb had been dropped, plunging into an unprecedented uproar. What? LV-45? Did I hear that right? F-class? Seriously? F-class? Emer? What kind of class is that? Never heard of it. What kind of joke is this? An F-rank class can reach level 45? I'm an S-rank and barely scraped by at level 38. This has to be fake. Absolutely fake. How is this even possible? Lin Yu at level 41 is already insane for his age, but damn, Wang Qing is even more insane. How did they train? F-rank, huh? What good is a high level? Their base stats are garbage, and they probably don't even have any skills. So the top student in the college entrance exam was just a fraud? Go, Xinfu. His level's fake. Take down that F-rank trash. Doubt, mockery, and gasps mingled together. Everyone was utterly baffled by Wang Qing's level and that unheard of F-rank profession. Jiang Wanqing had been eagerly anticipating Wang Qing's appearance, but upon hearing his class and level, she shook her head in disdain. This guy was nothing but a slacker. On the podium, Guan Sunhai and the others exchanged stunned glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xu Zhion's small eyes widened in shock as he muttered under his breath, F-rank? Emer? Level 45? How the hell did this kid pull it off? He'd been training intensively with me these past few days. When did he find time to run dungeons and level up? And at such a breakneck pace? The F-rank profession was indeed lacking. The gap in class levels was like a chasm. Even with the skills I taught him, it seemed impossible to change anything. Such basic attributes simply couldn't be utilized. Had I misjudged him? Holy crap, where'd my 5 million go? Beside him, Zhua Honglian frowned slightly. Though I've never heard of this Ymir myself, such low-tier classes are often all over the place. It's not unusual for them to be unrecorded in books. Yang Sanbao and Ren Qingyuan stared wide-eyed at Wang Qing's self-introduction. Ren Qingyuan blurted out, Am I still half asleep? Did I hear that wrong? He blinked rapidly. How did someone with a profession like yours win the top prize? Did you really learn it from Sister Lin Yu? Or was it just luck? Holy crap, tagging along with Sister Lin? Food and drink taken care of. His mind drifted back to Kai Yan, imagining a bright future ahead, and he chuckled softly. In the Qingbei preparation zone, Yu Wuya froze for a moment before a twisted glimmer of hope flickered across his face. F-rank? Could there really be a turning point? Xian Fu's defense and strength still held some level of skill. On the stage, upon hearing F-rank, Xian Fu's previously lifeless eyes suddenly flashed with light, and the trembling of his body miraculously ceased. F-rank? Just a high rank? Scared the hell out of me, but it's nothing but a paper tiger. Overwhelming surprise clouded his mind, fear instantly replaced by wild elation and contempt. Ha! Heaven is on my side. Who'd have thought Shanglan would save the weakest for last? My time to shine has come. Xinfu roared inwardly, casting all hesitation aside. Holy Light Guardian, Steel Barrier, Counter Damage Spiked Armor. Without hesitation, he activated all defensive skills simultaneously. A holy aura enveloped his entire body. His tower shield swelled to mountainous proportions, solid as rock, its surface even erupting with sharp energy spikes. At this moment, he was confident his defenses had reached their peak. Even if Sima Yunfeng unleashed his full power, he was certain he could withstand it. A worthless F-rank, even at level 45, how powerful could his attacks possibly be? He probably couldn't even break through his own defenses.
Still, better safe than sorry. He activated every defensive skill. Better safe than sorry. His teammates ahead had already taught him that lesson the hard way. Xin Fu wasn't as brainless as Sima Yunfeng. He'd simply wait for Wang Qing to exhaust himself and strike decisively. He'd even rehearsed his taunts to humiliate Wang Qing, avenging Qingbei's earlier defeat. Wang Qing watched as his opponent instantly stacked up defensive buffs, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. His face remained utterly expressionless. Truthfully, only one person present truly understood Wang Qing's terrifying capabilities: admissions director Hu Yongli. But as the referee, he couldn't openly warn anyone. From the platform, he kept signaling Xin Fu with his eyes, but the fool didn't even glance his way. On the stage, Wang Qing didn't use any skills or even draw his weapon. Simply crouching slightly, lowering his center of gravity, he positioned his hands front and back, executing an opening stance most present had never witnessed. The posture was ancient yet radiated a sense of harmony and explosive power. It was Wang Qing's Wing Chun. Just putting on airs. Xin Fu sneered contemptuously, holding his tower shield firmly before him, ready for battle. Wang Qing's gaze grew icy as he stepped forward. His movements held no dazzling flashes of light, nor any violent bursts of energy. His figure merely blurred momentarily before materializing silently before Xin Fu at blinding speed. Blazing fast. Xin Fu's pupils contracted sharply. Yet, absolute confidence in his defenses kept panic at bay as he thrust his shield forward. Then, he saw Wang Qing deliver a single, effortless punch. That punch appeared slow and weak, almost casual. Boom! The fist moved with blinding speed, almost too fast for the naked eye to follow. 3 faint, almost inaudible sounds. The moment Wang Qing's fist touched the sacred halo, the epic skill, Holy Light Guardian, shattered like paper, instantly crumbling and vanishing. Next came, Steel Barrier, and, Counterthorn Armor. That seemingly indestructible tower shield, along with the energy spikes protruding from it, shattered instantly like glass struck by an invisible hammer, exploding into countless fragments that scattered wildly. The ecstasy and contempt frozen on Xin Fu's face solidified into sheer horror and disbelief. What the hell? How is this possible? Before his mind could even process it, that seemingly weightless fist, the one that had shattered all his defenses, already slammed into his face, left utterly defenseless by shock. A dull thud echoed. Xin Fu felt an indescribable, terrifying force strike him, instantly contorting his face. Darkness flooded his vision, and his mind went blank. Before pain could register, his entire body was launched backward, feet leaving the ground. Crash! He slammed into the edge of the stage dozens of meters away, rolled several times, and finally came to a halt when he collided with the transparent protective barrier. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out completely. A clear fist-shaped imprint rapidly swelled on his face. From the moment he activated his strongest defense to being knocked flying and collapsing unconscious, the entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. Chapter 98, That'll Cost You. Wang Qing stood in the center of the ring, shaking the fist he just slammed into Xin Fu's face. Everything seemed so casual and inevitable. Across the entire Qingbei Central Martial Arts Arena, tens of thousands of spectators fell silent, as if collectively struck by a spell of muteness. Silence. Deadly silence. Everyone's expressions froze on their faces, mouths agape, eyes wide as saucers, as if witnessing the most unbelievable, mind-bending spectacle imaginable. A featherlight punch? And not even a skill. Just the most basic physical attack? Could this be a complete suppression of fundamental attributes? Otherwise, it's impossible. Wang Qing had instantly shattered the entire defense of an SS-class defensive class, and killed him with a single punch, without a moment's hesitation. This is ING an F-rank class. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, though no one could tell who first. Immediately after, a deafening roar erupted from the Qingbei stands. Holy, just one ING punch? An SS-class profession ended with one punch? What the hell did we just witness? Was that an illusion? No, it must have been an illusion. What kind of skill was that? No, this absolutely isn't a professional skill. No energy, no technique, just a few light punches, like kids fighting. F-rank? You're telling me this is F-rank? What kind of F-rank can pull this off? What the hell? Another freak? Is Qingbei really this pathetically weak? Or is this some new tack? On the podium, Xu Xion leapt to his feet, utterly oblivious to the disdainful stares from Qingbei's higher-ups. Like a child who'd won a game, he waved his arms wildly and shouted, "Shaoguan, you guys lost! Ha!" His heart was bursting with joy. Wang Qing's performance had been somewhat unexpected, but none of that mattered. What mattered was 2 things. First, he had secured the inheritance. And second, the little brat proved you can't judge a book by its cover. Most crucial of all was the 5 million. As for the 700,000 he'd promised Wang Qing, he was so overcome with excitement he was practically babbling. Principal Guan Sunhai's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. His heart filled with resentment and helplessness. He refused to let the century-old prestige of Qingbei University be tarnished under his watch. But what else could he do? The facts were staring him in the face. In the corner of the stands, Wang Qing, who had been observing coldly all along, suddenly rose to her feet. Her deep violet eyes brimmed with an unprecedented, intense shock. She stared intently at Wang Qing, as if trying to see right through him. She had always believed that while the Shanglan members were formidable, they remained within her grasp of understanding. Only Wang Qing's single punch had utterly shattered her expectations. Ren Qingyuan below the stage was utterly dumbfounded. After a long moment, he suddenly grabbed the equally stunned Yang Sanbao beside him, shouting incoherently, "Did you see that? Our Qingga, just one ordinary punch. Holy, turns out brother Qing is the biggest freak among the 7 of us. Who cares what class he is? He's just ing awesome. Ha ha." Yang Sanbao snapped back to reality, his face equally horrified. He muttered, "A level 45 F rank with one punch. I'm a bit dizzy." On the stage, Wang Qing slowly retracted his fist and stood upright, without glancing at the unconscious Xin Fu in the distance. His gaze turned coldly toward the Qingbei preparation area and the VIP platform. His voice remained calm, yet carried an inexplicable weight. "Director Hu, shouldn't you announce it? It's over, Xianglan won. We won. We won. That was intense. We defeated Qingbei with our strength." Ren Qingyuan shouted triumphantly. "Ha, they defeated Qingbei, except you." Yang Sanbao shot a glance at the ecstatic Ren Qingyuan, his tone laced with sarcasm. Ren Qingyuan froze at the remark, "Damn it, Yang Fatso, who asked you to open your mouth? Didn't I fight on stage? This was a strategic retreat for my true love. You know nothing, keep talking, and I'll kick your ass. Come on then." Yang Sanbao slapped his own but provocatively. Asterisk 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 off. "You freak. I'm not wasting my breath on you." Just as Wang Qing thought it was over and turned to leave the stage, a figure leapt down from the high platform. An unusual chill instantly crept up the back of his neck. Director Hu Yongli, who was about to announce the results, froze in place, momentarily at a loss. Yi Wuya, overcome with excitement, pressed both hands against the edge of the stage. His face flushed with disbelief. What was this about? The uninvited guest's sudden leap onto the stage transformed the previously despondent and skeptical atmosphere within the Qingbei martial arts hall into one of palpable tension. Guan Sunhai's expression shifted slightly, a rare second curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. Zhu Ziyang was bewildered. What was this? Could Qingbei not handle losing? His tone turned displeased, even threatening, as he turned to Guan Sunhai. "Little Guan, what's this about? Losing and trying to renege? Planning to gang up on me?" He warned in a rapid-fire tone. "Humph. If you want to fight, I've never been afraid of anyone." Principal Guan Sunhai narrowed his eyes, his expression now completely different from before. This shift stemmed from the confidence instilled by the person who had stepped forward. He looked at Zhu Ziyang, whose face was twisted with displeasure, and said calmly, "Mr. Zhu, not at all. Didn't you say that every single freshman at Qingbei could step forward to challenge us?" "Humph. Little Guan, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. We only have 7 people. How many do you have at Qingbei?" Zhu Ziyang knew Guan Sunhai was using his own words against him. "Ha! How dare I? How dare I? Xin Fu who just fought was merely a reserve. The real combatants are those on the stage. What's the matter? Didn't you keep saying you wanted to defeat Qingbei head-on? Stop ing with me. Piss me off, and I'll tear the roof off this place. Old Zhu, we're following your orders. You're scared because we fielded one extra person? Scared?" A murderous intent flashed in Zhu Ziyang's eyes. "Ha! Since you're not afraid, let's have one more match, the final one. Whatever conditions you set, Qingbei will agree to them." Principal Guan Sunhai was already in the wrong and dared not truly offend Zhu Ziyang standing before him. Yet he had to do something to salvage his reputation. Zhu Ziyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feigning deep thought. He turned away, paused for half a second, though his mind had already made up its decision, then suddenly nodded, flashing a mouthful of yellow teeth at Principal Guan Sunhai. "Wang Qing is my trusted and beloved disciple. If you want him to fight again, that'll cost extra." "What kind of ridiculous demand is that?" Then, with a sinister grin, Zhu Ziyang whispered, "There's another condition. I'll tell you later, but consider it agreed to." "Ha!" Caught off guard, Principal Guan Sunhai cursed inwardly. That old bastard is shameless indeed. Losing a bit of money is nothing. I knew he had ulterior motives, but now he was in too deep to back out. Who else could the uninvited guest on the stage be but Wang Qing? Chapter 99, I Want It All. The unexpected arrival halted Wang Qing's descent from the stage. Turning around, he saw a figure clad in purple land silently at the center of the ring. The newcomer was a young woman, tall and slender, with cascading purple hair. Her deep violet eyes burned intensely as they locked onto him.
Her beauty was breathtaking, cold yet carrying a wild, aggressive aura that rivaled Lin Yu's in intensity, though her essence was entirely different, like a thorny ice rose. Wang Qing froze, his brow furrowing as he eyed her up and down. His tone dripped with impatience. Hey, who are you? The match is over, isn't it? He turned to director Hu Yongli, who stood at the edge of the stage, his face frozen in astonishment. His voice rose sharply. Director Hu, does Qingbei University have a problem with losing? What's this about? Breaking your word, is it? Director Hu Yongli remained silent, lowering his head in apparent embarrassment. He understood perfectly why Jiang Wanqing had suddenly taken the stage. Even if Qingbei was in the wrong, they couldn't turn their backs on their own. Jiang Wanqing, upon hearing this, showed no anger. Only a faint curve touched her lips as her voice remained cool and detached. My name is Jiang Wanqing. This match represents only me personally, not Qingbei. I merely saw an opponent worth fighting and felt the urge to play. Wang Qing snorted derisively, adopting a lazy posture as he stroked his nose. Whoever you are, forget it. We agreed on 7 versus 7. I'm not interested in this at all. My task is done, and I'm dead tired. I'm going back to sleep. Hey, Director Hu, playing dead now? Come up and say a few words. His words were light, but his mind was sharp. The instant Jiang Wanqing landed, a thin layer of frost silently crystallized beneath her feet on the stage. Though fleeting, the chill and energy fluctuations that momentarily radiated were anything but ordinary. He knew this contest meant the old lecher had undoubtedly secured substantial benefits from Qingbei. Wang Qing could guess with his but that one of those perks was access to Qingbei's dungeon resources and all cultivation materials. Otherwise, given Xianglan Academy's resources, even if they recruited monsters, they'd be surpassed within half a year. He'd heard the 7-day intensive training even borrowed funds for dungeon fees. Wang Qing couldn't care less about such things. If a part-timer could level up while lying down, then with the task already completed in 700,000 in hand, why bother fighting? There was no benefit in it. Seeing Hu Yongli remain silent, Wang Qing stopped pressing him and turned to walk off the stage on his own. This left the entire Qingbei Center martial arts arena stunned. What was going on? How did Jiang Wanqing, a junior, get up there? Hadn't she skipped the match against Xianglan? And it was already over, 7 versus 7. Though reluctant to admit it, Xianglan had won. What did she say? Personal action? Not representing the school? What kind of shady move is this? I'm a bit confused. Why did Wang Qing just walk off? Was he scared? Impossible. He knocked out Xin Fu with one punch. Is the match truly over? Xianglan won. What's Junior Jiang doing up there? The stands buzzed with murmurs, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Jiang Wanqing's appearance and words, coupled with Wang Qing's utterly irrational reaction, left everyone scratching their heads. In Xianglan's preparation area, Renqing Yuan was the first to jump up, bellowing at the top of his lungs, Qingbei has no shame. We agreed on 7 on 7, and we finished our match. Now they send someone else up? If you can't take losing, just say so. This is utterly shameless. His booming voice cut through the din like a sharp blade, drawing angry stares from countless Tsinghua and Peking University faculty and students. Yet they couldn't refute him after all. Jiang Wanqing's actions were indeed abrupt and arguably in the wrong. Jiang Wanqing watched Wang Qing's resolute retreating figure. A flicker of surprise crossed her violet eyes before being replaced by an even fiercer fighting spirit. She let out a cold snort, quiet, yet clear enough to drown out the surrounding clamor, dripping with undisguised scorn. Oof. So the so-called top college entrance exam scorer is just a coward who can't accept a challenge? Looks like Xianglan isn't all that either, just basking in the glory of victories bought with his teammates' blood. Wang Qing didn't even pause, as if he hadn't heard a word, continuing his descent from the stage. Now it was Zhu Ziyong's turn to panic. Seeing the victory slip through his fingers, his bulky figure vanished from the podium in an instant. The next instant, he materialized before Wang Qing like a ghost, his face plastered with an unprecedentedly amiable smile as he rubbed his hands together. Oh my dear disciple, Brother Qing, don't rush off just yet. Look, the young lady has challenged you with such sincerity. Why not oblige her and stretch your legs a bit? Wang Qing abruptly halted, glaring up at Zhu Ziyong's fawning, old face. The pent-up fury erupted instantly. Work out my ass, you bastard. Look at Sun Meng, Feng Heroine, Lin Yu, battling their guts out for your damn cause? They're still lying there, fighting for their lives, and you have the nerve to ask me to fight again? Fight your own damn battles. His voice rang out loud and clear, utterly merciless, freezing the smile on Zhu Ziyong's face. Everyone who heard those words stared dumbfounded at Wang Qing, then shifted their gaze to Zhu Ziyong, his face a mask of awkwardness, yet unusually restrained. The Qingbei executives exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with utter disbelief. They knew Zhu Ziyong's temper all too well, the man who dared curse Guan Sunghai to his face. Yet now, publicly berated by his own student, he dared not utter a word in defense? Just who was this Wang Qing? How could old Ghost Zhu cower like this before him? Zhu Ziyong's face flushed red and then drained pale. He suddenly leaned close to Wang Qing, nearly whispering into his ear, "Young master, keep your voice down. I just managed to negotiate some more benefits for us." Wang Qing gave him a look that said, "I knew it," and tried to shake him off to keep walking. Zhu Ziyong grabbed his arm tightly, his voice even lower now, smiling as he sped up his words. "Here's the deal, one more fight. The benefits? We split them 50-50. Wang Qing brushed him off without a second thought. "Fight my ass. I'm going back to sleep. 64. You get 60. I get 40. 70-30. You get 70. I get 30. That's fair, right? A2. You greedy little bastard. Don't get too greedy." Zhu Ziyong's face twisted in pain. The entire audience watched the two men tugging at each other by the ring, their lips moving rapidly, but the specifics were inaudible. All they could see was Zhu Ziyong's wildly expressive face, pleading one moment, wincing the next, then gritting his teeth as if haggling at a wet market. They all stared in stunned confusion. What kind of charade was this? Wang Qing finally paused, glaring at Zhu Ziyong. He wiggled his index finger with a smug grin. "No fight. Unless I get everything." Zhu Ziyong froze instantly, his mouth agape like a duck with its throat pinched. After a long moment, he nodded weakly, as if his bones had been pulled out, and ground out through clenched teeth, "You little bastard." Before Zhu Ziyong could finish, Wang Qing cut him off. "No deal. I'm outta here." He turned and started walking away. "All right, deal. Is that good enough?" Zhu Ziyong had completely lost his temper. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that after a lifetime of brilliance, he would fall into the hands of this little bastard today. Chapter 100, Testing the Waters. Hearing Zhu Ziyong's concession, Wang Qing finally turned back with satisfaction. The lazy, impatient expression vanished instantly, replaced by a battle intent as sharp as a blade. Zhu Ziyong took another step forward and cautioned solemnly, "Don't blame me for not making this clear. If you lose, we lose everything, including your 700,000. Wang Qing waved him off impatiently. "Trust me to handle things. What are you standing around for? Waiting for dinner? Get down there. You little bastard. Show me some respect when you talk to me." In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the chairman's platform, muttering awkwardly to himself, "Damn relatives, what can you do?" Ha. Then, Wang Qing walked step by step back to the center of the ring, his gaze locking directly onto his next opponent, Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing had coldly observed this farce from start to finish. Her violet eyes showed no ripple, only a growing thirst for battle. To her, the outcome of the match or the school's reputation were meaningless. Only clashing with true powerhouses brought her genuine pleasure. She never let rules bind her, for she believed that in this world, only the strong define the rules. Shanglan Technical School. Wang Qing, F-Class Professional, Emer, LV 45. Wang Qing declared his name once more, this time with undeniable seriousness in his voice. Jiang Wanqing gave a slight nod, and a chill radiated from her body, causing the temperature of the arena floor to plummet. Qingbei University. Jiang Wanqing, SSS Class Profession, Ice Phoenix, LV 38. "I humbly request your guidance." 1. Before her words faded, her jade-like hand flipped, revealing a peculiar weapon in her grasp. It was not a traditional longsword, but rather resembled a massive bird feather forcefully snapped off yet meticulously polished. The shaft was pale as jade, incredibly resilient, its jagged fracture edges glinting with an unmatched, razor-sharp cold. The vein section displayed a gradient of icy blue, with wisps of frigid air emanating from it like a living entity, seeming to freeze the surrounding air. The Ice Phoenix Feather Blade? Vice Principal Zhua Honglian, renowned for her extensive knowledge, gasped in astonishment from the podium. Legend has it that the former mayor of northern Wangnan City forged this blade from the life-bound true feather of a 6th-tier ice elemental beast he slew, though merely epic tier. Its divine material infused it with a trace of the Ice Phoenix's primordial power, rendering its might legendary. Who would have thought it would end up in her hands? Zhu Ziyong, who had returned to his seat on the podium, narrowed his small eyes. The earlier playful expression vanished from his face as he murmured, "I knew it felt familiar." Indeed, the granddaughter of the old Ice Lord. This broken feather sword is a weapon drenched in the blood of a 6th-tier beast. This kid, he's really going to face a tough opponent. On the arena, Wang Qing's gaze grew intensely grave. His divine sense, perceiving all, had already swept over it. Name, Jiang Wanqing. Occupation, Ice Phoenix, SSS rank. Level, LV 38, Tier 1. Strength, 100, base attribute, plus 30, 0 tier attribute bonus, plus 72, 1 tier attribute bonus, equals 202. Agility, 100, base attribute, 30, 0 tier attribute bonus, 72, tier 1 attribute bonus, 202. Spirit, 100, base attribute, 30, tier 0 attribute bonus, 72, tier 1 attribute bonus, 202. Stamina, 100, base attribute, 30, tier 0 attribute bonus, 72, tier 1 attribute bonus, 202. Exclusive skill, Ice Phoenix Domain, Epic. Creates a barrier within a certain range. Within the barrier. Increases own base attributes by 5 and reduces opponent's base attributes by 5. Controls everything within the barrier. Can be utilized at any time for both offense and defense. Self-taught skills, Frostbite Thrust, Epic. Channels power into the weapon to form a massive ice spear, simultaneously increasing strength by 10 and agility by 10. Cooldown, 5 minutes, Frozen Path, Rare. Creates a massive ice cage on the ground to trap opponents. Cooldown, 5 minutes, Winter's Guard, Rare. Covers the body Frozen Path, Rare. Creates a massive ice cage on the ground to trap opponents. 5-minute cooldown, Winter's Guard, Rare. Covers the body in ice armor to defend against attacks. Ice Emperor's Feather, Epic. Weapon, Ice Phoenix Shattered Feather Blade, Epic. Enhances strength and stamina. Comprehensive attributes are exceptionally high. With an outstanding skill configuration. Especially that weapon, it looks every bit as formidable as Shao Nan Nan's Starfall Skullcrusher. Ice Emperor's Feather Transformation is clearly a terrifying finishing move. Damn it. I shouldn't have agreed to that old lecher's request. This little girl is proving to be a handful. Wang Qing drew a deep breath as the faint yet concentrated energy within him began to circulate. He lowered his center of gravity, hands positioned front and back, once again assuming the opening stance of Wing Chun. This time, his stance was even more grounded, his gaze sharp as a falcon's. Every muscle in his body was in a state of perfect coordination, like a bow drawn to its absolute limit. Oof, that weird stance again. Jiang Wanqing's violet eyes flashed. No more chatter. Her wrist flickered. Whoosh! The Ice Phoenix feather blade sliced through the air, leaving a visible ice blue trail in its wake as the surrounding temperature plummeted once more. Her figure blurred instantly, streaking across the ground like a speeding ice rainbow. With astonishing velocity, she thrust straight for Wang Qing's center. Wang Qing's pupils contracted, but instead of retreating, he advanced sideways. His right hand delivered a precise sun punch, striking the feather shaft of the broken feather blade, attempting to deflect the deadly thrust with a deft counterforce. Clang! The clash of fist and blade produced a crisp, metallic clang, as if gold and iron had collided. Wang Qing felt an intensely frigid, overbearing force surge madly into his body through his fist. His entire arm instantly froze over with a thin layer of ice, the bone-chilling cold nearly freezing his blood and bones. Simultaneously, the broken feather blade's sharpness far exceeded his expectations. Where his knuckles met the blade, a faint, slicing pain erupted. What a terrifying weapon! What an eerie, icy force! Wang Qing grunted, his chi surging violently. He instantly channeled the warm energy from his dantian, forcibly dispersing the chill from his arm. He transformed his fist into an open palm, gripping the feather blade's shaft and pulling it backward with the momentum. Simultaneously, his left palm struck silently toward Jiang Wanqing's ribs. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Wanqing's eyes. She hadn't expected her opponent to meet her feather blade with bare hands, instantly dispelling the cold and launching a counterattack. Her body drifted backward as if weightless, the feather blade whirling back to slice at Wang Qing's wrist, forcing him to withdraw his palm. The two exchanged blows with blinding speed, trading over a dozen strikes in an instant. Wang Qing's Wing Chun style featured a short bridge and narrow stance, unleashing explosive power at close range. His techniques were precise and concise, diffusing crises and launching counterattacks in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wanqing had intended these initial exchanges merely to gauge Wang Qing's capabilities, yet his strength far exceeded her expectations, each collision sending a faint tingling numbness through her wrist. Even more astonishingly, Wang Qing's bare palms seemed to deflect her ice blades. She even glimpsed a faint glow emanating from his arms. What on earth was that? A skill? From his vantage point on the high platform, Zhu Xiong observed everything clearly. His face now wore a look of smug satisfaction. Who would have thought that in just 7 short days, Wang Qing would master channeling his qi throughout his entire body? Moreover, he had learned to fully integrate and utilize both physical strength and qi, truly a promising young talent. Otherwise, Zhang's blows would have dislocated his arm by now. Ha! Little Qingqing temper's a bit hot, but he's a damn fine piece of raw jade. Chapter 101, but I haven't even exerted myself yet. Jiang Wanqing moved with eerie agility, dancing across the ice with unpredictable grace. Her Ice Phoenix broken feather blade was razor sharp, its swings radiating frigid air as she relentlessly sought to slow and freeze Wang Qing's movements. She would lightly tap her feet, instantly casting Frozen Path to trap Wang Qing. Wang Qing's fist whistled through the air, shattering the icy cage with a single blow. The exchange was relentless, sometimes muffled clashes echoed. Other times the razor-sharp whine of the feather blade slicing through air pierced the air. One fought with overwhelming force and seasoned techniques, the other with swift, ruthless strikes and masterful control of the battlefield. This unexpected extra match surpassed all previous battles in both spectacle and danger. Even their tentative exchanges left the teachers and students watching on the stage dazzled and breathless. Though the clash between Qingbei and Shanglan had already stunned Qingbei's leadership, their greatest astonishment lay with Wang Qing. That bare hands could actually withstand Jiang Wanqing's ice phoenix feather-severing blade plunged them into deep doubt. Since ancient times, the gap between professional strengths had been as vast as heaven and earth. Had Wang Qing truly shattered the shackles of professional hierarchy? It was utterly inconceivable. On the stage, Wang Qing seized an opening and unleashed a punch. Jiang Wanqing hastily retreated 2 steps to evade the fist's momentum. The two now stood at a distance. Wang Qing's eyes remained calm as he swung his hands behind his back, shaking them. Damn it! My hands are nearly frozen stiff. Jiang Wanqing stood opposite him, her ice phoenix broken feather blade held defensively before her chest. The dozen or so exchanges with Wang Qing had utterly stunned her. He was an exceptionally formidable opponent, definitely not F rank. After a few seconds of hesitation, a flash of icy coldness flickered in Jiang Wanqing's violet eyes. Ice Phoenix Domain. Jiang Wanqing growled, finally activating her signature barrier skill. Centered on her, a pale blue spherical domain over 30 meters in diameter abruptly expanded, enveloping Wang Qing within. Within the domain, temperatures plummeted instantly. Countless tiny ice crystals crystallized in the air, visibly slowing even Wang Qing's simplest movements like raising his hand. Each breath expelled a wisp of icy white mist, frost forming on his eyebrows and hair. Even the circulation of his internal chi faced noticeable obstruction. Wang Qing swiftly summoned his basic attribute panel. Name, Wang Qing. Class, F-rank Emer, Hidden Class, Primordial Titan. Unawakened. Level, LV45, Tier 1. Strength, 10, Base Attribute, 45, Tier 0 Attribute Bonus, 147, Lin Yu Attribute Bonus, 202. Agility, 10, Base Attribute, 45, Tier 0 Attribute Bonus, 147, Lin Yu Attribute Bonus, 202. Spirit, 10, Base Attribute, 45, Tier 0 Attribute Bonus, 147, Lin Yu Attribute Bonus, 202. Stamina, 10, Base Attribute, 45, Tier 0 Attribute Bonus, 147, Lin Yu Attribute Bonus, 202. Exclusive Skill, True Form. Synchronized Enhancement Skill, 10,000 Thunder Guides 10,000 Spider Hands. Damn it! Wang Qing felt his movements hindered, and his aura noticeably weakened. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Without Lin Yu present, he couldn't synchronize the enhancement to boost his transformed base attributes. Currently, his base stats were evenly matched against Jiang Wanqing's. But this damn barrier had already put Wang Qing at a disadvantage. Boosted by her domain, Jiang Wanqing moved faster and attacked more fiercely. The feather-severing blades transformed into a swarm of icy blue light, enveloping Wang Qing. Wang Qing could only push his Wing Chun defensive stance to its absolute limit. His arms whirled like spinning wheels, spreading, bracing, lowering, guarding, choking, circling, sweeping, and deflecting, fiercely shielding his vital points. Fists, palms, and arms clashed relentlessly with the terrifying featherbreaker blades, producing a continuous clanging din. Ice shards shook off his arms only to be instantly recoated by fresh frost. His footwork grew heavy, yet he maintained Wing Chun's signature rhythm, darting rapidly within a small space to evade the ice spikes erupting from the ground and the most deadly slashes of the feather blades. The scene reached a stalemate, yet any keen observer could see that within his opponent's domain, Wang Qing was utterly passive. Defeat seemed only a matter of time. Qing, be careful. Ren Qingyuan sweated profusely below the stage. Zhu Xiong clenched his fists on the VIP platform, his small eyes filled with worry. Damn it, the kid's already at a disadvantage. Guan Sunghai and his group, however, wore expressions of delight. Was their honor finally about to be restored? Just as everyone believed Wang Qing was about to lose, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Conventional tactics wouldn't work anymore. He drew a sharp, deep breath. The nebula-like chi within his dantian began spinning at an unprecedented speed. A searing power instantly surged through his entire body, shattering the ice layers on his arms. He forcibly endured Jiang Wanqing's feather blade slashing across his shoulder. As blood spattered, his right fist launched like a cannonball, channeling all his chi and strength, defying the surrounding domain's suppression. With a brutally simple and violent close-range punch, he slammed directly into Jiang Wanqing's blade-wielding wrist. This was a tactic of trading injuries to force her to withdraw her attack. Jiang Wanqing's violet eyes narrowed sharply. She hadn't anticipated such audacity. The sheer force behind that fist made her feel threatened. Without hesitation, she flipped her wrist, sending the broken feather blade whirling toward Wang Qing's wrist tendons.
attempting to force him back. Yet Wang Qing neither dodged nor retreated.
The razor-sharp blade instantly sliced open Wang Qing's wrist, blood spurting forth, but his fist slammed squarely into Jiang Wanqing's wrist.
A distinct crack echoed through the air. Gah!
Jiang Wanqing grunted in pain, her wrist throbbing unbearably. The Ice Phoenix broken feather blade nearly flew from her grasp.
The immense force sent her staggering backward. Seizing the advantage, Wang Qing pressed forward relentlessly, his hands throbbing with pain. His feet moved in rapid succession as he closed the distance, unleashing a barrage of Wing Chun punches like a hailstorm toward Jiang Wanqing's wide-open chest. Jiang Wanqing remained composed in the crisis. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she channeled the barrier's energy and instantly teleported to the corner of the ring. Wang Qing's fist struck empty air. He instantly withdrew his hand and spun toward Jiang Wanqing's new position,
not daring to let his guard down for a moment.
Jiang Wanqing watched Wang Qing,
now wary of her. Her purple hair was slightly disheveled, and within her icy eyes, unprecedented shock and excitement finally ignited. She steadied herself, glancing at her own right wrist, visibly swollen, bruised, and possibly fractured, then shifted her gaze to Wang Qing's left shoulder and right wrist, still gushing blood. Truly worthy of being the top student in the college entrance exam, she remarked coldly, but it seems you've already exhausted your strength.
I haven't even begun to exert mine.
Her voice remained icy, yet it carried an unparalleled confidence. Slowly, she raised the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade, holding it vertically before her brow. The frigid aura enveloping her began to converge, compress, and condense inward at a terrifying speed. The temperature of the entire stage, indeed the entire arena, seemed to converge upon the broken feather blade in her hand. A bone-chilling, extreme cold began to spread. Arctic thrust. Chapter 102. Where did you get that confidence? Wang Qing watched Jiang Wanqing manipulate the frigid air to rapidly condense, the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade emitting a bone-chilling hum. He glanced down at his own wrist, still dripping blood, yet a smirk suddenly curved his lips, revealing an unmasked sneer. Jiang Wanqing, poised to unleash the full force of Arctic thrust, keenly caught that fleeting expression. Stunned, her movements hesitated imperceptibly. How could he possibly be smiling at a time like this? Had he given up? Impossible. Wang Qing knew full well that if he didn't bring out something real soon, today might truly be his downfall. He drew a deep breath, abruptly releasing the taut tension of his Wing Chun stance. He stood straight with casual ease, his face reverting to its lazy, carefree expression. He even raised a hand to scratch his hair. With the killing move looming, what was he doing? I couldn't quite figure him out. Has he given up? What else could he possibly do? Has he lost his mind? Pulling back his punch now? What was he thinking? A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. No one understood this move. Even Zhu Ziyang on the VIP platform nearly leapt to his feet, fuming inwardly. You little bastard. You actually think you can pull this crap on me? Just wait till I get back, you'll pay for losing my money. Amidst the stunned murmurs, Jiang Wanqing's killing move was complete. The Ice Phoenix broken feather blade hovered in midair, frantically absorbing all the frigid energy within the Ice Phoenix domain. At its fractured tip, the cold air condensed and extended, swiftly transforming into a flawless, crystal-clear sword. The blade shimmered with icy light, its razor-sharp aura sending chills through the air from afar, as if it could effortlessly cleave through metal and stone. An endless stream of frigid energy instantly enveloped the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade, forming a colossal ice spike resembling a giant ground spike. The true power of this technique lay here. Even if one could break through the initial ice spike attack, the real killing blow resided within the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade. Take this! Jiang Wanqing snarled, snapping her fingers. The colossal ice spike, encased within the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade, emitted a piercing, shrill whistle as it shot straight toward Wang Qing's body. In its path, the air froze solid, and the escaping frigid energy carved a deep, icy ravine into the arena floor. Facing this terrifying assault, Wang Qing's eyes flashed with resolve. His hands abruptly formed the hand seal before him, one only a mage would know. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous dragon's roar, as if from a high-level dungeon, erupted. A searing wave of heat radiated outward from Wang Qing, instantly dispelling the surrounding chill. A fearsome flame dragon, composed entirely of crimson fire, roared skyward from between his hands, claws outstretched as it lunged toward the icy giant spike. What? That's fire dragon technique. The entire crowd was instantly shaken. A fire-based skill only mages could wield? Wasn't he an F-rank class called Emer? F-rank is the absolute bottom tier. How could he possibly wield such a powerful spell? And its power absolutely rivals that of an SSS class mage. Holy crap, this totally blows my mind. Is this even possible? Wang Qing is indeed an F-class class, Ymir. But this class, regarded by all as the absolute trash tier, possesses a hidden advantage that most overlook. One that's nothing short of god tier. Emer is a slave. The full title is F-rank slave, Emer. It can function as either a warrior or a support class. This means it has no fixed skill limitations. As long as one possesses sufficient mental power and compatible energy attributes, theoretically any skill can be learned and mastered. But if not for Wang Qing's system enhancement, who would ever let an F-rank class learn the invaluable epic tier skill, Fire Dragon technique? Even if a regular F-rank managed to learn it, their pitifully low base attributes would make it a complete waste of such a powerful skill. This, Fire Dragon technique, was precisely the loot he obtained from Li Nang's storage ring after defeating him in the beginner dungeon. Just as the fiery dragon and the ice spike were about to collide mid-air, everyone braced for the earth-shattering explosion. But the next second, a scene that nearly made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets unfolded. The fiery dragon suddenly twisted mid-air, dodging the ice spike's frontal impact. Wrapped in scorching heat that consumed everything, it slammed into the Ice Phoenix domain, barrier enveloping the entire arena. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar, the energies of flame and ice collided violently. The pale blue spherical barrier rippled violently, cracking under the unbearable strain before shattering instantly. The temperature within the arena began to rise. What? He was targeting the barrier? Zhang Wanqing's violet eyes narrowed in utter shock. Her expression shifted. If the fire dragon was attacking the barrier, did she really intend to have her ice spikes take the brunt of it head-on? How utterly presumptuous! Just as Zhang Wanqing had disdainfully anticipated. Wang Qing crossed his arms in front of him and charged straight into the barrier at the exact moment the fire dragon collided with it. Simultaneously, he murmured, "Crystal hardening." The most astonishing thing happened. Lin Yu's signature defensive skill manifested on Wang Qing. A dazzling crystalline glow instantly enveloped his arms and rapidly spread outward. Look! Wang Qing's wounded arm! A gasp of shock drew the attention of everyone present. The wound, previously slashed open by the feathered blade, was now covered in crystal and healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! It's the exact same skill as Lin Yu's giantess state. A loud clang echoed through the air. The massive ice spike slammed into Wang Qing's crossed crystal arms. The tremendous impact force sent him sliding backward over 10 meters, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the arena floor. But astonishingly, he withstood it. Immediately, fine cracks began to appear on the ice spike. With a series of loud cracks, massive chunks of ice flaked off and fell to the ground. Break! Damn it! Wang Qing roared. Boom! The massive ice shards shattered. Yet the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade. In the instant the ice spike fractured, whizzed forward with unabated momentum. What a tricky skill! Wang Qing snapped his head up, maintaining his blocking stance. Brilliant crystals rapidly coalesced around his arms, thickening layer by layer. Simultaneously, his chi and physical strength surged into his forearms, forming a secondary defense. Clang! Clang! 2 louder clangs than before echoed as the crystal armor on Wang Qing's arms shattered and fell away. Simultaneously, the Ice Phoenix broken feather blade lost its momentum. Its blue aura dimmed, and the once intact blade tip shattered. Wang Qing flung the blade away in a swift motion. The Ice Phoenix broken feather blade flew over 10 meters, plunging deep into the arena floor. He shook his slightly numb arms. The Ice Phoenix feather-shattering blade had only caused a minor scrape on his right arm. He then turned to Zhang Wanqing, whose face now bore a look of genuine surprise for the first time. He sneered. What's there to gloat about? You think a few moves mean I've given my all? Who gave you that confidence? Though he spoke thus, Wang Qing actually didn't want to reveal these skills too early. But what could he do? This Zhang Wanqing was truly formidable. Chapter 103, The Weak Practice Sword Techniques. The strong contemplate the way of the sword. Wang Qing's astonishing display left the entire crowd in awe. Zhu Ziyong grinned widely, shouting triumphantly, "Damn! Who knew this little brat had something up his sleeve? I really underestimated him." Hearing this, every face on the chairman's platform turned ashen, responding with silence. Yi Wuya was also stunned into silence for a long time. He had always believed Wang Qing's title of top scholar was merely a hollow honor. Yet here he was, fighting Zhang Wanqing to such a degree. It completely rewrote his understanding. Qing, finish her off. Don't go easy on her. You've got Lin Yu and Xiaonan already, your waist can't handle anymore. Bro, I'm just looking out for you. Ren Qingyuan shouted without restraint. Hearing this, Wang Cheng's forehead darkened with exasperation. Shut up, or I'll make you a mute. With that, his form shifted again, swift as a ghost, instantly closing the distance between him and Zhang Wanqing. Ice Phoenix domain was breached, and Zhang Wanqing could no longer utilize her teleportation speed. Zhang Wanqing snapped back to her senses, her left hand rapidly forming seals as she roared, "Winter's Vow!" A swirling shield of crystalline ice instantly formed before her, blocking the icy blast on the arena. "Break it, you bastard!" Wang Qing gave her no chance to escape. Exploding with Wing Chun's inch power, his fists pounded out like pile drivers. Boom! His fists,
hardened with crystalline energy, channeled immense raw power and chi. Each punch landed with mountainous force.
The ice shield shattered after withstanding only 3 blows. The fourth punch, the fifth punch, both landed squarely on Jiang Wanqing's crossed arms.
Though Jiang Wanqing wore defensive armor, it shattered after withstanding just 1 blow. Thud! Jiang Wanqing felt an irresistible torrent of force surge through her.
Her arms searing with agony as blood spurted forth.
Her body flew backward like a...
Wang Qing licked his lips.
Spare the lady?
He was Wang Qing, that was impossible.
At that moment, the entire arena fell deathly silent once more.
No one could believe their eyes.
Wang Qing had actually shattered Jiang Wanqing's killing move and defense with such brutal force?
He'd even feigned an attack elsewhere to break through her barrier.
Jiang Wanqing lifted her head with great effort.
Her purple hair was disheveled. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her armor lay shattered and broken. Watching Wang Qing advance step by step, shock flickered in her eyes, yet it ignited an even fiercer battle spirit and the exhilaration of meeting a worthy opponent.
Good. Very good. Wang Qing, you are the first to push me to this point.
Her voice was breathless,
yet still carried an unyielding pride.
Wang Qing halted several meters before her, flicked his wrist, and the crystalline armor slowly dissolved, revealing the skin beneath that had already healed. He curled his lip.
Can't you just drop the act? You lose. You win. What's with all the nonsense? Lose? A resolute, icy glint flashed in Jiang Wanqing's eyes.
She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand and slowly straightened her body.
It's not over yet.
Her palms snapped together violently, and the lingering cold energy around her converged behind her at an unprecedented speed.
A massive, magnificent ice phoenix totem slowly materialized in the void behind her, radiating an ancient, phoenix-like aura of authority. Defeat isn't in my vocabulary. See how you counter this move. Ice Emperor's feather transformation.
Her words carried an unyielding spirit of refusal to concede defeat. The shattered ice phoenix blade deeply embedded in the arena floor seemed to respond to the call.
With a clear ring, it shot skyward, merging into the totem. The next instant, the totem blazed with light. Countless ice blue feather blades, thin as cicada wings yet razor sharp, instantly coalesced in the air, dense as a swarm.
They obscured the sky, every tip aimed directly at Wang Qing below. This spectacle made even the seasoned faculty and students of Qingbei tremble. Wang Qing looked up at this spectacular yet deadly spectacle, his face showing not a trace of fear. He even found time to glance at Zhu Ziyang on the podium, who had risen to his feet, tense with anxiety. Zhu Ziyang met his gaze, startled at first, then suddenly understanding. His cloudy little eyes flashed with intense excitement, his lips trembling slightly. You little brat, are you going to show off the results of your 7 days of effort? Wang Qing withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. The nebula-like energy within his body surged at an unprecedented speed, coursing through every limb and bone, even stirring the surrounding air into a faint hum. He formed his fingers into a sword-like point and slowly raised his arm. An overwhelming aura of unstoppable power radiated from him. In the void around his body, countless translucent, faintly golden sword-shaped phantoms materialized out of thin air. These sword shadows were not physical, yet they radiated a heart-stoppingly sharp sword intent, trembling and emitting faint whispers. Weaklings practice sword techniques, the strong comprehend the way of the sword. This was no technique from a skill book, but the signature move of Zhu Ziyang, the Dragon Nation's sword saint, shatter 10,000 arts with one strike. In just 7 days, the essence of this sword intent had begun to take shape. The moment Wang Qing unleashed his sword intent, the entire crowd was already awestruck. What is this? Principal Guan Songhai stared at Zhu Ziyang in shock. The scene before him was all too familiar. Never did he imagine a second person in the world could wield such power. Zhu Ziyang, however, was moved to tears. In Wang Qing, he seemed to see his younger self. Go! Strike! Both men shouted almost simultaneously. A torrent of ice blue feather blades rained down like a deluge, howling toward Wang Qing. Meanwhile, the countless phantom sword energies swirling around Wang Qing surged upward, coalescing into a pale golden torrent that tore through the heavens. Ice and gold, blades and feathers, two ultimate forces collided with a thunderous crash mid-air. Boom! An unprecedentedly violent explosion reverberated throughout the entire Qingbei Central Martial Arts Arena. A violent shockwave radiated outward in a ring, shattering the protective barrier around the stage in less than half a second. It crumbled like paper, energy fragments scattering everywhere. Nearby spectators and instructors were blown off their feet by the shockwave, screaming in panic. Everyone's hearts were now in their throats, all awaiting the final outcome of this battle far exceeding the strength of the first tier. As the light gradually faded, in the center of the arena, Wang Qing still stood. His clothes were torn in multiple places, giving him a somewhat bedraggled appearance. His breathing was labored, yet his eyes remained sharp and focused. On the other side, Jiang Wanqing knelt on one knee, propping herself up with the broken feather blade. A pool of glaring blood spread before her. The ice phoenix totem behind her had vanished, her face as pale as paper,
clearly unable to fight on.
Wang Qing knew his sword intent had pierced her left shoulder. There was truly no need for a finishing blow. The Qingbei faculty and students on the stand still hoped Zhang Wanqing would rise again, but the outcome was already decided. Zhang Wanqing coughed up a torrent of blood before darkness engulfed her vision, and she collapsed. Chapter 104, Strength is always the hardest punch to break prejudice. The entire arena watched in stunned silence as the two exchanged earth-shattering techniques. A Tier 1 practitioner possessing such prowess? Unthinkable. Why did Wang Qing possess Lin Yu's skills? It seemed illogical. Aren't skills supposed to drop from dungeons? Could it be that one dungeon dropped two identical skill books? The probability was far too low. Didn't you notice? Wang Qing's final move was far stronger than any epic tier skill, utterly unnatural. On the VIP platform, Guan Songhai, Zhua Honglian, and all the Qingbei high-ranking officials wore expressions of utter shock and profound disappointment. An F-tier class unleashed what appeared to be sword intent, directly shattering the SSS tier class, Ice Phoenix's most devastating strike. Is this even a skill? If so, how did Wang Qing obtain the skill book? This completely overturned their understanding of the profession system. Yi Wuya stood in Qingbei's preparation zone, his face deathly pale, lips trembling as he muttered to himself, sword intent? It's actually the embryonic form of sword intent? How is this possible? How old is he? A sword saint? Could he be a sword saint? No, this can't be. It defies all logic. The Qingbei elites beside Yi Wuya all hung their heads in defeat. Wang Qing's performance felt like a powerful slap, leaving them unable to lift their faces, their expressions filled with utter disappointment. Zhu Xiong, however, was overjoyed, his face flushed with excitement. He slapped his thigh hard and burst into loud laughter that echoed throughout the hall. Wahahaha, see that, Xiaoguan? See that, Zuomei? And all you arrogant snobs, did you get a good look? He pointed triumphantly at Wang Qing on the stage, his voice brimming with vindication. This is the successor I chose. Though this brat can only wield less than a tenth of his power, he's already grasped the essence of the sword. You fell to my technique. One sword shatters all arts. No shame in that for Qingbei. Ha! Principal Guan Sunhai's body jerked violently at the words. He stared at Zhu Ziyong in disbelief, then shifted his gaze to the figure below the stage, murmuring hoarsely, successor? One sword shatters 10,000 arts? So all this scheming was for this? How is this possible? Then Guan Sunhai's heart trembled again. Successor? How many years had it been since he'd heard that title? In today's world, practitioners chase only skill and profit. They willingly serve as beasts of burden for major guilds and factions. If schools couldn't control resources like dungeon access, weapon crafting, and elixir refinement, who would even bother attending university? The profession of teacher must have vanished into the annals of history long ago. Yet Master Zhu remained steadfast in his original purpose, imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. It seemed he had already achieved some success. For this pure dedication alone, we could only aspire to follow in his footsteps. Zhu Ziyong's stature seemed to grow even larger in Guan Sunhai's eyes. What was the true purpose behind all that Master Zhu had done? Was it merely to showcase the success of cultivating a successor? Even if Master Zhu had mastered the art of passing on knowledge, how could an ant ever shake a tree? He found himself increasingly baffled. Before the dust had fully settled on the stage, the medical team swarmed forward, swiftly assessing Zhang Wanqing's condition. Wang Qing stood rooted to the spot, calming the surging qi and blood within him and the nearly depleted energy. His gaze, complex, fixed on his opponent now surrounded by medical personnel. After emergency treatment and the administration of potent healing pills, a faint flush returned to Zhang Wanqing's pallid face. Her long lashes fluttered several times before her eyes slowly opened. Those deep purple eyes immediately locked onto Wang Qing's figure. There was no anger, no resentment, instead, an intensely complex emotion surfaced, resignation, scrutiny, and even a hint of wishing they'd met sooner. She fixed Wang Qing with a piercing gaze, as if trying to see right through him. Then, the corners of her mouth twitched ever so slightly, a hint of self-mockery, yet tinged with something else. Slowly, she closed her eyes, allowing the medical staff to lift her onto the stretcher. Wang Qing was stunned by that final look, a strange pang striking his heart. It was far more than the simple resentment of a loser. It contained too many layers for him to grasp at once. We won. Qing, we won. You're the best. Take my kneel. Ha! Only then did Rinqing Yuan and Yang Sanbao storm the ring like madmen. They grabbed Wang Qing from both sides, clinging to him tightly as they jumped and shouted with excitement, their spittle nearly splattering his face. Awesome. So freaking awesome. Qing, you're not human. From now on, you're my big brother. Rinqing Yuan yelled incoherently, shaken back to his senses by their commotion. Wang Qing frowned and tried to break free,
his gaze still instinctively following the stretcher carrying Zhang Wanqing away. Qing Yuan followed his gaze and caught the side profile of Zhang Wanqing being carried out of the arena. He immediately nudged Wang Qing with a sly elbow and whispered with a lecherous grin. Hey, Qing, you're something else. Having Lin Yu and Sha Nan 2 stunners isn't enough? Now you're eyeing the campus hottie from Tsinghua and Peking? Nice taste, but that chick looks like she'll need a lot. Think your kidneys can handle it? Off. Who the hell do you think you are? Wang Qing, already irritated by Zhang Wanqing's glare, flared up at the remark. He violently shook off Qing Yuan's arm, glaring at him menacingly. One more word of nonsense, and I'll beat you into a mute. Startled by his reaction, Qing Yuan shrank back and muttered. Just kidding, why so angry? Did I hit a nerve? Shut your mouth before I slap you while I'm still in a good mood. Wang Qing snapped impatiently. Fine, you're the boss. I'll shut up. Just wonder if Sister Lin Yu will get jealous when she sees this. Qing Yuan stuck out his tongue and made a face at Wang Qing. Damn it! Before Wang Qing could finish his rant, a thunderous applause erupted like a dam bursting after years of pent-up floodwaters. The entire Qingbei Center training ground suddenly exploded with earth-shattering cheers and applause. Wang Qing ignored the annoying chatterbox and looked up. Tens of thousands of people had risen as one, their gazes fixed on him. The contempt and skepticism that had filled their eyes earlier had vanished, replaced by genuine admiration, awe, and the purest respect for a formidable opponent. The thunderous applause rolled on, refusing to die down. Regardless of victory or defeat, Wang Qing and the Shanglan Technical School he represented had earned everyone's respect through a series of brutal yet spectacular battles. Strength is always the hardest punch to shatter prejudice. Standing at the center of the applause, Wang Qing felt the intense gazes pouring in from all directions and exhaled a long, heavy breath. Victory! Though the path had been tortuous and the cost heavy, they had ultimately prevailed. Just then, glancing around the stands, Wang Qing noticed several dark-skinned students from Qingbei University. Even with the outcome decided, their faces still bore that look of contempt as they hurriedly exited the arena with disdain. What was this? Was the slap in the face not hard enough? Chapter 105, The Celestial Descent Pavilion, Qingbei University, President's Office. The atmosphere here was starkly different from the earlier fervor at the martial arts arena. The faces of several Qingbei vice presidents seemed to be frozen in a frosty expression. Principal Guan Songhai sat behind his large desk, his expression calm, though his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. Flanking him on either side were vice principals Huang Baichuan, Zhua Honglian, and others, their faces grim. Xu Ziyang sat sprawled on the sofa opposite them, his bulky frame nearly sinking into the cushions. He crossed his legs, idly picking his ear with his little finger, wearing his trademark, infuriatingly smug grin. Guan Songhai cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. He knew old Zhu had come to negotiate terms. You win, you lose. Guan Songhai forced a smile. Mr. Zhu, congratulations. I never imagined Shanglan would truly be so impressive. Every student you teach is a dragon among dragons. Ha, not bad. To me, they're just average. As long as they beat your Tsinghua and Peking, that's good enough. Xu Ziyang chuckled, his arrogant expression practically daring the entire room. Come on, beat us if you can. Principal Zhua Honglian rolled her eyes in disgust at the sight, while Vice Principal Huang Baichuan seethed with the urge to slap the fat pig senseless. Zhu Ziyong's provocative words seemed to make the air in the office grow even thicker. He chuckled again, knowing he couldn't overstep now. If he completely alienated Qingbei, wouldn't all his efforts be for naught? He swiftly changed tack. Xiao Guan, you know I don't mince words. Let's skip the pleasantries and get down to business. The wager, well, Xianglan won. Guan Songhai remained impassive, having accepted the reality. They were indeed outmatched, there was nothing more to say. Taking a deep breath, he knew evasion was futile. His voice grew solemn. Mr. Zhu, please proceed. Qingbei would never go back on its word. We will agree to all the terms you previously proposed: resource borrowing, faculty sharing, dungeon access permissions, and even the 5 million Longwa currency investment. But what other conditions might you have in mind? We can discuss those further. Whoa, hold on, didn't we agree to one more match? With the subsequent terms entirely up to me? Xu Ziyang cut him off without hesitation. I propose them, we don't negotiate. He then slowly extended 2 fingers as thick as carrots. The original terms stand. On top of that, double the investment amount, and add one more condition. He paused, his small eyes glinting with greed, and declared solemnly, enunciating each word, my people must enter the heaven-descending pavilion. What? The heaven-descending pavilion? Absolutely impossible. The moment the words left his mouth, Vice Principal Huang Baichuan, who had long disliked Zhu Ziyang, sprang to his feet, his face set in an expression that brooked no argument. Principal Guan Sunhai also startled, leaning forward with both hands pressed on the desk, his voice strained. Mr. Zhu, do you understand what the Hall of Heavenly Descent represents? Doubling the amount might be negotiable, but granting access to the Hall of Heavenly Descent that I cannot grant. The Hall of Heavenly Descent is an exceptionally unique place, not just at Qingbei University, but in all of Dragon Nation. It is not merely a repository of treasures or skills. Legend holds that this pavilion is not a modern structure, but a mysterious ancient tower preserved from antiquity. Our forebears at Qingbei University used immense power to relocate it here, setting up layer upon layer of protective barriers. The pavilion spans 3 levels, each forming its own distinct, profoundly mysterious space. The first level houses vast collections of epic-tier skill manuals, rare materials, and high-tier equipment blueprints. It stands as one of Qingbei's most crucial treasuries for rewarding outstanding students and unlocking their potential. However, entry qualifications are extremely stringent. Access requires exchanging massive amounts of credits and special contributions for a single opportunity, and movement is typically restricted to designated areas. The second level is far more perilous. Its space is highly unstable, the environment harsh, and it randomly connects to fragments of unknown dangerous instances. Fierce beasts of several tiers may appear out of nowhere. This realm serves as a life-or-death trial ground for powerful upperclassmen and faculty seeking opportunities, maintaining a consistently high mortality rate. Without at least third-tier strength, entering is essentially suicide. As for the third layer, no one has truly entered and returned safely in over a century. Records of it are scarce, existing only in the most ancient, fragmented school chronicles. Legend has it that the third layer is filled with bizarre illusions that mirror the deepest desires and fears within the human heart. It may even offer glimpses into fragments of past and future timelines, making it extremely easy for one to lose themselves and descend into complete madness. Its danger far surpasses that of the second layer. One could say the third layer is a sealed, forbidden realm. Xu Xiong picked his nose, flicked the booger away, and wore a carefree expression. What? Trying to renege on the bet? The whole place heard it just now. Qingbei lost. Now you're pulling this? Guan Sanhai's face turned ashen as he suppressed his rage. Master Zhu, with your power and insight, entering the heaven-descending pavilion is utterly irrelevant to you. He then continued at breakneck speed. If it's merely to find suitable epic-tier skill combinations for Wang Qing and the others, I can grant special permission to access the first level. Make a list of what you need, and we'll do our utmost to fulfill it. Why insist on entering personally? Hearing this, Vice Principal Huang Baichuan grew anxious and cautioned. Principal Guan, I'm afraid. Guan Sanhai raised a hand to cut him off, his gaze fixed intently on Xu Ziyang before him. Xu Ziyang looked at Guan Sanhai's stern expression and chuckled. He, little Guan, you're quite generous, truly a man of his word. He paused, his tone turning cold. Too bad. I don't want access to the first level, nor the second. Leaning forward slightly, his small eyes met Guan Sanhai's intense gaze as he slowly stated. What I want is full access to the third level. The third level? A collective gasp of shock filled the office. Even Guan Sanhai, the most composed of them all, completely lost his composure. Old Zhu, have you lost your mind? Guan Sanhai's voice carried disbelief. Don't you know what the third level entails? It's a forbidden zone even I, the principal, cannot easily access. No one knows what lies within. It hasn't been touched in a century. The danger is beyond measure. You're risking such peril for a few first-tier students? Please reconsider. Shanglan's students are exceptional, but they absolutely cannot pass the second level. Ha ha, Xiao Guan, you're such a decent fellow, but this isn't your concern to fret over. Xu Ziyang leaned back, resuming his lazy demeanor. I know my own limits. So, is it a yes or a no? His words carried a hint of threat. No, absolutely not. Vice Principal Huang Baichuan shouted, his voice trembling with fury. This isn't just about a bet anymore. You may gamble with your own students' lives, but Qingbei University bears responsibility for the seal on the Jiantian Pavilion. Guan Sanhai shot a glance at Vice Principal Huang Baichuan but remained silent, for those words also represented his stance. Xu Ziyang stared blankly out the window, momentarily lost in thought. The negotiations seemed to have reached a dead end.